The Verdant Reckoning. Dr. Jon Voss crouched inside the broken shell of a city bus while morning crawled through Cape Town in a cold green haze. The bus had burned some time during the first year, before the old fuel stations ran dry and before people learned that smoke attracted things that did not mind fire. Its roof sagged in strips of blackened metal. Glass glittered under his boots. Ferns grew from the torn seats, as if the bus had always been a planter and never a place where workers rode home with lunch tins on their knees. John kept his back against the warped frame and watched the avenue through a crack in the soot. The street outside was no longer a street. Roots had lifted the asphalt in ridges wide enough to hide a crouched man. Wet leaves pressed against the lamp poles. Vines crossed the traffic lights and pulled them down until the old red lenses stared at the mud like blind eyes. Above the buildings, where windows had once flashed with sun, a canopy had knitted itself between towers and wrapped the upper floors in a living green net. The city breathed. That was the part he hated most. Not the silence, not the cold, not even the distant groans that rolled between the office blocks every few hours. He hated the steady inhale and release of the transformed world, the soft pulse of mist in the streets, the sway of leaves when there was no wind, the sense that Cape Town had become a giant animal asleep under its own jungle skin. His own breath fogged in front of him. He held it until his chest ached, then let it out slowly through the cloth tied over his mouth. The cloth had once been part of Helen's blue scarf. Years of washing in boiled rainwater had faded it to gray, but he could still find one narrow seam she had repaired by hand after Mira snagged it on a fence. That seam sat under his fingers now as he adjusted the knot at the back of his head. "Still with me," he whispered. Not because he expected an answer, but because silence had teeth when a man lived inside it too long. The sound moved again beyond the avenue. Not close, not yet. A deep scrape, then a heavy thud. Something large was working its way through the ruins near Long Street, pushing through cars and roots as if both were nothing. John had learned the rhythm of the big ones. They rarely hunted in straight lines. They browsed, pressed, listened, and changed direction when the mist told them where warm blood hid. He looked down at the journal across his knees. The cover had swollen from water and dried into a stiff curl. He had wrapped it in plastic, then in oilcloth, then in a piece of canvas cut from a delivery truck, but weather always found its way into paper. Most of the pages were useless now. Ink had bled into blue ghosts. Mold had eaten the margins. The first entries were still legible, and that made them worse. Day 13 after impact. Helen coughing through the night. Mira pretending she is not scared. Fog at the harbor. No confirmed pathogen. Plants near Sea Point, doubling leaf mass in 40 hours. John stared until the words blurred. He tore the page free. The sound was small and brutal in the bus. He folded it once, then again, then fed it into the tin cup of coals he had hidden under the driver's console. The paper curled. Fire climbed through his own handwriting. He tore another page. Day 17. The government says the fog is local. They're lying or guessing. Both can kill. He burned it. Day 20. Helen asked if I could save Mira before I tried to save the world. His hand stopped. The street outside shifted with a soft, wet rush. John closed the journal and pressed it against his chest until the corners dug into his ribs. He had no right to keep that line. He had no right to destroy it either. Helen had not been dramatic when she said it. She had spoken in a dry, ruined voice, while rain hammered the windows of the clinic where they had hidden with 12 other families. She had known him better than any board review, any university chair, any field team. She knew how his mind fled into the pattern when pain came close. He could catalog leaf growth while a man screamed in the next room. He could name a spore shape while his daughter clung to his coat. He could make purpose out of panic and call it duty. Mira had been 11 when the sky split over the Karoo desert. 11. Quick to laugh, impatient with adult fear, furious when her hair tangled, proud of every beetle she identified in his old field guides. She had once told him that all animals were only mysteries wearing bodies. He had told her that was good science. She had smiled like she had invented sunrise. Now the world wore bodies that should not exist. The thing near Longstreet gave a low, resonant call. It was not a roar. Roars wasted air. This was a pressure through the bones, a note as long and deep as the horn of an old ship. Somewhere down the avenue, birds exploded from a roof garden, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, their wings flashing metallic green. They did not flee upward. Nothing survived long above the canopy. They skimmed between buildings and vanished into hanging vines. Jon reached for the field kit beside his boot. It had once belonged to a graduate student, whose name he had failed to learn before the university scattered. The kit held 2 sample vials, a cracked hand lens, 3 reagent strips, a syringe with no needle, a folding knife, a coil of copper wire, and a small glass tube wrapped in cloth. Inside the tube floated a speck of black-green tissue taken from the underside of a leaf that had grown out of concrete near the old aquarium. The tissue moved when the mist thickened. It did not drift. It moved with intention. He held the tube against the pale dawn. The speck clung to the glass, then stretched, forming threads too fine for the naked eye to see clearly. A protist, he had first thought. Not a plant, not animal, not fungus, not quite any kingdom that still mattered. A living instruction. A wet alphabet that could write itself into whatever cells it touched. 5 years since the meteor. 5 years since every lab with intact power began arguing over whether the Verdant Mist was contamination, infection, evolution, divine punishment, alien biology, or a chain reaction in Earth's own neglected code. Governments named and renamed it while neighborhoods vanished. The first broadcast called it an atmospheric bloom. The second called it a biogenic fog. Survivors called it green death until they realized death was too simple a word. The mist did not merely kill. It revised. Jon slipped the tube back into its cloth. His fingers shook, and he made them stop by pressing his thumb hard against the metal edge of the kit. Pain steadied him. Hunger made his thoughts thin. He had eaten half a tin of beans at midnight and saved the rest for a later he had no guarantee of reaching. His canteen was low. His boots leaked. His left knee clicked when he moved too fast. At 43, he felt older than the ruined city. The heavy steps outside changed direction. Jon froze. The bus settled around him with a whisper of ash. Beyond the cracked windshield, the avenue had gone still. Even the vines seemed to pause. Leaves angled toward the sound. The mist, thin at dawn, gathered in loose ropes along the ground. It threaded between root ridges and curled around abandoned cars. It was brighter in the hollows, almost luminous, a pale green breath searching for heat. Jon put the journal in his pack and pinched out the coal flame. Smoke lifted. He smothered it with damp soil before it could rise past the dashboard. Then he slid onto his stomach and looked under the bus. A foot came down in the intersection. It looked like a tree stump wrapped in scaled hide. 3 claws sank into the softened road. Each claw was as long as Jon's forearm and dark with old blood. The leg above it was muscled like a pillar, armored in plates the color of wet bark. Leaves grew from the seams between those plates, real leaves with veins and dew on them. Another foot landed. The bus trembled. Jon did not have a name for this one. Names were traps. In the first year, people had used old names from children's books and museum placards. They said names like Tyrannosaur, Hadrosaur, Raptor, and Triceratops. It comforted them to believe the past had returned in familiar shapes. Jon knew better. These animals wore fragments of ancient design, but the mist had not resurrected history. It had built weapons from remembered blueprints in local meat. The animal's head lowered beyond the bus, showing a long skull, heavy brow ridges, and teeth made for tearing. Moss hung from its chin. Its nostrils opened and closed, wet and black, while throat sacs pulsed with faint green light. The air smelled of crushed leaves, hot blood, and rain on stone. Jon pressed his face into the filthy floor and went still. His right hand found the copper wire. His left found a tin of powdered lime. Ridiculous tools against that much muscle, but he had survived by making small things matter. The animal sniffed at the bus door. Its breath rolled through the aisle, warm and rotten. Ferns inside the bus folded inward. A droplet of saliva hit the floor 2 seats away and hissed as it ate through ash. John watched it smoke. The beast's tongue slid between broken seats, long, gray, and sensitive as a slug. It tasted the air above him. His heartbeat became too loud. From somewhere across the avenue came a sharp metallic crack. The animal's head snapped toward it. A second crack followed, then the clatter of a loose hubcap spinning across stone. The beast gave that deep ship horn call and turned, shoving its shoulder into the side of an old taxi. The taxi flipped onto its roof with a shriek of metal. Roots snapped. The creature moved away at a trot that shook dust from the bus ceiling. John waited until the sound faded into the green city. He waited longer after that because fear lied about distance. Only when the birds began to click softly in the roof vines did he crawl backward and sit up. Someone had made that noise. Not an animal. Not a vine. Metal against stone, twice, in the old scavenger pattern. Danger passing, eyes open. It could be a warning. It could also be bait. John pulled the scarf cloth lower long enough to drink one careful mouthful from his canteen. The water tasted of charcoal and roof rust. He capped it and checked the street again. A narrow figure moved along the third-floor balcony of a bank across the avenue. The person wore a hood of patched canvas and carried something long across one shoulder. Before John could raise a hand, the figure slipped behind a curtain of vines. He should have left the other way. Instead, he packed the journal, sample kit, and remaining beans. He tied his bedroll tight and slid the folding knife into the sheath at his belt. Then he climbed out through the back of the bus, crouched in the fern shade, and listened to the city breathe. The mist thickened around his ankles. It felt cool even through the cloth wrapped around his boots. In the green dawn, Cape Town watched him with 1,000 leaves. John began walking toward the bank. The old financial district had become a canyon of glass, bark, and hanging roots. John crossed it one careful gap at a time, never stepping where the mist pooled too white and ever brushing a leaf unless he had watched it, for a full count of 10. The first rule of the new world was simple enough for a child to learn, and hard enough for grown people to ignore. Anything that looked harmless had survived by being patient. He passed cars welded together by vines, their open interiors packed with moss. A human handprint remained on one fogged window, dark brown against the glass. The rest of the person had been taken years ago, but the print stayed, preserved by mineral film, a final press from someone who had wanted out. The mist was lower here, knee-height where the street dipped, threaded with motes that glimmered when sunlight struck them. He kept to the raised root ridges where he could, using the butt of a broken umbrella to test the ground ahead. Once, near the doorway of a jewelry shop, the umbrella tip sank through what looked like soil and touched something soft. The ground folded open in a ring of pale petals. Thin red filaments snapped upward, tasting for skin. John withdrew the umbrella before the trap could close around it. The filaments shivered in irritation. A sweet smell flooded the air, thick as syrup. He stepped back, held his breath, and waited until the petals sealed again. "Good morning to you, too," he muttered through the scarf. His voice sounded too human. The city disliked human noise. Somewhere above him, leaves clicked together in a pattern that followed his pace. By mid-morning, the cold began to lift. Condensation dripped from the canopy and ticked against car roofs. The bank was 2 blocks away, though distance had become a joke in Cape Town. A block could take 10 minutes or a day, depending on growth, predators, and the mood of the ground. He chose a narrow lane that had once led to a loading dock. It smelled of rot and salt. The sea, still there beyond the green, pushed its breath through the city when the wind changed. At the lane's end, he found the first body. Not fresh, not old either. A man lay half inside the loading dock, caught in a mesh of thorn vine that had grown through his jacket and into the concrete beneath him. His face was turned toward the wall. His pack had been cut open. A cheap pistol lay beside his hand, empty, its barrel split from poor ammunition or panic. John crouched 3 paces away and studied the vine before he studied the corpse. The thorns were asleep. Their tips hung downward, clear sap drying on them. The leaves along the vine were narrow and veined with purple. He had seen this species along the southern rail line. It responded to vibration more than heat. If he moved lightly, it might not wake. He should have kept walking. The man's boots were better than his. John hated the calculation, hated how quickly it came. He waited, listening for the large predator, for the hooded figure, for the quick patter of smaller hunters in the drains. Nothing came except the drip of water and the distant sigh of the canopy. He put the umbrella down, slid the folding knife free, and eased closer. "Sorry," he said. The dead man had no use for apologies. John cut the laces first. The vine stirred when the blade touched leather. He paused until it settled. Then he worked the boots loose with both hands, careful not to tug the body. The man's socks came apart in wet pieces. John swallowed against nausea and pulled the boots away. A thorn snapped upright. John froze. Another thorn lifted, then another, turning toward the heat in his hands. The vine tightened around the man's torso. Ribs cracked softly under the jacket. John did not run. Running made rhythm. Rhythm made food. He held the boots to his chest and moved backward one slow step at a time. The vine twitched. A rat burst from beneath a pallet near the wall. The thorns whipped toward it. The rat squealed once before the vine wrapped it in a blur of green and red. John used the noise. He stepped back faster, reached the lane, and kept moving until the loading dock was out of sight. Only then did he breathe. The boots were a little large but dry inside. He changed behind a delivery van wrapped in ivy, keeping one eye on the lane. His old boots he left under the van with a small strip of cloth tied around them. A signal, if the hooded watcher understood scavenger signs. Bad growth. Dead man. Take care. He had not meant to leave warnings for strangers or steal boots from the dead. The world had not asked. The bank entrance was blocked by a fig tree that had grown through the revolving doors. John climbed the service stairs along the side, using roots as handholds where concrete had cracked away. On the third-floor balcony, he found the source of the warning, 2 spent shell casings near the railing, dull brass against wet leaves. He picked one up. Homemade load, black powder smell, dented rim. Not military. Not from any settlement with proper presses. A scavenger, then, or one of the salt runners who moved between the coast and the inland camps. The casing was still warm enough to prove the shooter had not been gone long. Inside the bank, the jungle had turned wealth into compost. Marble floors sweated under moss. Desks lay toppled beneath creepers. A row of private offices had become a wall of green curtains. John moved through them with a knife in his hand, though steel meant little if the plants decided to wake. A voice came from the dark behind the teller counter. You followed the noise. That was either brave or stupid. I am leaning towards stupid. John stopped. He did not raise the knife. The voice was a woman's, low and steady, with the flat cape edge of someone who had lived through too many emergencies to decorate a threat. You could have let the animal take me, he said. I could have saved powder and slept better. Then why warn me? A pause. Water dripped between them. Because you had a sample case, she said. Only 2 kinds of people carry those now. Fools who think science is coming back, and thieves who sell glass bottles to fools. I have been both on bad days. She gave a short breath that was almost a laugh, but not quite. Put the knife down on the floor. Kick it away. Then open the case. Nice and slow. If I do that, I become a fool without a knife. You become a breathing fool. That is the better kind. John considered the angles. The teller counter was chest high. The voice came from behind it, perhaps 10 meters away. If she had a gun, she had already chosen not to fire. If she had friends, they were quiet. Too quiet, maybe. He set the knife on the mossy floor and nudged it away with his foot. Case next, she said. He lowered the field kit and opened it. The latch clicked too loudly. A woman rose from behind the counter, aiming a long rifle patched with wire and tape. She was perhaps in her mid-30s, though hunger and weather made age uncertain. Her skin was brown, her cheekbones sharp, her black hair cut at her jaw and tied back with a strip of red cloth. A scar crossed one eyebrow and vanished into her hairline. She wore a leather coat reinforced with pieces of tire rubber, and across her chest hung pouches made from old fire hose. The rifle stock had been carved down and wrapped for grip. The muzzle did not tremble. Her eyes moved over the case, the reagent strips, the copper wire, the sample tube. You are not selling bottles, she said. I will not tell it yet. Name: Jon Voss. Her expression changed, not much, but enough. Dr. Voss? University man? Not university anymore. People at Salt Mile said you were dead. People at Salt Mile sell rumors by weight. They also said you walked into green zones and came back with pieces of monsters in jars. That part is less wrong. She lowered the rifle by a fraction. I am Kara. You were in the bus all night. You watched me all night? Not for pleasure. That beast has been circling since moonset. It likes heat trapped in metal. I thought it would peel the bus open. You made the noise. I made the noise because it had your scent, and because I need someone who knows plants better than I do. Do not make me regret being practical. John studied her. Practical was a word people used when mercy embarrassed them. Kara's left sleeve was dark near the cuff. Dried blood. Not all hers of the spatter pattern meant anything. A small necklace hung at her throat, tucked partly under her coat. 2 plastic beads and a toy soldier with one arm missing. Not jewelry chosen by an adult. What do you need? He asked. She gestured with the rifle toward the offices. A door opened last night under the old archive. It was not there before, or it was covered and the growth pulled back. Something under this bank is still powered. I heard a generator cough. Then I heard a voice on the emergency band. Broken words. Repeating. John felt his body go still in a way fear could not explain. What words? Pretoria, pattern, and node. Then the message broke into static. The sample tube in his kit seemed suddenly heavier. Who else heard it? He asked. No one who made it here alive. There were others with you. Kara's mouth tightened. There were always others before the mist counted them. The building creaked. Something shifted deep below the floor, a mechanical groan under the wet thickness of roots. John turned his head toward the sound. Show me, he said. Kara did not move. Pick up your knife nice and slow. If you try anything clever, I will shoot you in the leg and leave you for whatever comes to admire the noise. That would make you less practical. I am willing to grow as a person. He took the knife and closed the case. They crossed the bank together, passing between desks where tiny orchids had grown from keyboards. The air was warmer near the archive corridor. John could smell ozone under the vegetable rot. Power, then. Real power. Not much, but enough to wake old systems. The archive door had been forced open by roots from within. Metal bent outward like a flower. Stairs descended into blackness. Along the wall, emergency lights flickered red under veils of moss. Each flicker painted Kara's face in blood color, then darkness, then blood color again. John crouched at the top step and held out a reagent strip. The paper turned pale yellow at once. Spores? Kara asked. Yes, but the density is low and not immediate. Keep your mask tight. My brother said that once about a tunnel near the stadium, she said. He was wrong. John glanced at her. Younger or older? Younger. Benji, 16 when the green took him. He would be 21 now if years still mattered. I am sorry. Do not spend sorry too easily, Doctor. You may need it later. They descended. The stairwell opened into a records room where roots had broken through the floor and wrapped the shelves in a slow crush. File boxes sagged like old bread. A security terminal blinked on a desk beneath a curtain of dead vines. Its screen showed a single line in green text. Skardal recovered. BU. Fur loop Ashative. John moved to the terminal as if crossing a church. The keyboard was slick. He wiped it with his sleeve, then stopped before touching any key. Thin white threads had grown between the letters. Do not touch that, Kara said. I was not planning to. You had the face of a man planning to. I have several bad faces. He opened the field kit and removed copper wire, the syringe body, and 2 strips of foil. Kara watched him rig a crude contact tool with the focus of someone deciding whether intelligence was useful or irritating. He bridged the terminal's cracked data port and coaxed the buffer to replay. Static filled the room, soft at first, then sharp enough to make the roots tremble. A voice emerged, flattened by distance. If any station receives, growth centers are coordinated. Repeat, coordinated. not random bloom. Pretoria Archive confirms repeating pulse beneath major expansions. Possible node hierarchy. John's throat tightened. The voice broke apart, then returned. Voss protocol mentioned in recovered notes. Dr. Jon Voss, Cape Town. If alive, proceed north. We need original mist sample or crater tissue. Amazon team maintaining green quarantine. Window closing. The message dissolved into static. Kara stared at him. Boss protocol. That is you. John did not answer. The room seemed to tilt. His own old work had survived somewhere, twisted into a protocol by people who had never met his wife, never heard Mira laugh, never seen him fail when it mattered most. Play it again, Kara said. He played it again. The same words came through the same gaps. Pretoria, node hierarchy, crater tissue, the Amazon team, and a closing window. The terminal sparked. The white threads in the keys stiffened. Kara raised the rifle. The roots are moving. They were. Along the floor, pale rootlets uncoiled from the cracks, slow but purposeful. Not growing in search of water. Moving toward the sound. John cut the wire free and grabbed the field kit. We need to leave. Upstairs? Fast, but not loud. The roots disagreed. They snapped across the floor, thin as wires and quick as striking snakes. One wrapped Kara's boot. She cursed and slammed the rifle butt down, breaking it. Another lashed at John's wrist. It sliced his sleeve and opened skin beneath, a clean red line. Pain flared. He did not look at it. He scattered powdered lime across the roots. They recoiled, smoking long enough for Kara to wrench herself free. They ran. No quiet now. Their boots hammered the stairs. Behind them, the records room tore itself apart. Shells crashed. Roots punched through plaster. The red emergency lights burst one by one. At the archive door, Kara shoved John ahead of her and fired twice into the stairwell. The powder flashes filled the corridor with bitter smoke. The bank above had changed. Leaves that had hung limp now stood angled toward them. The moss on the floor rippled. The mist poured under the office doors in pale streams. It heard the message, Kara said. John snatched his knife from his belt. No, it heard us hearing it. They sprinted for the balcony as the building began to breathe harder around them. They left the bank through a third-floor window because the stairwell below had filled with roots, and because Kara trusted gravity more than hallways that had started to pulse. She went first, swinging out onto a cable of strangler vine as thick as John's arm. The vine flexed under her weight. She slid down 2 floors, boots braced, rifle tight against her back, and dropped onto the roof of an overturned bus stop kiosk. John looked at the street below and felt the old argument between mind and body begin. His mind measured distance, angle, friction, and survivable force. His body informed him that falling onto rusted metal while a living city hunted him was a poor use of his remaining years. Kara looked up. Today, Doctor, I am admiring your confidence. Admire it from down here. Behind him, the bank groaned. A root punched through the ceiling and struck the floor hard enough to crack marble. John caught the vine with both hands and lowered himself out the window. Bark scales scraped his palms. The vine twitched, and for one hideous second he imagined it closing around him. It did not. He slid, hit the kiosk badly, and rolled into a puddle that smelled like algae and fuel. Kara hauled him upright by his pack strap. You bleed. Small cut. The mist loves small cuts. So do infections and bad memories. Keep moving. They ran north, through a service alley where the canopy thinned enough to show strips of gray sky. The bank behind them shook as if something beneath it had awakened angry. Windows burst outward. Vines spilled from the openings, searching the air. A flock of metal-green birds erupted from the roof and scattered over the street. One flew too low. A plant with blue bell-shaped flowers snapped shut around it, and the bird's wings beat twice before the petals turned red from within. Kara did not slow. This way. She led him through the lobby of a hotel that had become a mushroom forest. Pale caps grew from the carpet, each one wide as a dinner plate and spotted with dark pores. John covered the cut on his wrist with his other hand and stepped only where Kara stepped. The mushroom caps tilted as they passed, releasing a low, dry hiss. Spores dusted the air behind them like smoke. "Do not breathe deep," Jon said. "I was saving that for old age." They emerged into the hotel kitchen. Kara shoved aside a steel prep table and revealed a gap in the wall behind a rack of pans. Beyond it, a crawlspace sloped down into darkness. "Smuggler cut," she said. "Before the green, this place hid wine and stolen phones. Now it hides people with sense. Does it hide people with bleeding wrists? It hides people who stop talking." They crawled through. The passage was narrow, concrete on one side, root mesh on the other. Jon's pack scraped overhead pipes. Twice, something clicked in the dark beyond the roots, but nothing broke through. The air grew cooler. Salt smell strengthened. At last they came out in the basement of an old laundry. Kara sealed the crawlspace behind them with a metal panel disguised under mold. She listened with one ear against it. Jon listened too. The city above rumbled and settled. Whatever pursuit had followed the sound of the message lost them in the layered smells of fungus, detergent, salt, and old human fear. Kara lowered the rifle and turned toward him. "Sit down before you fall down. I need to check the sample case. You need to stop leaking." He looked at his wrist. The root had cut through the sleeve and opened a line across the skin below the thumb. Blood welled steadily, too bright in the dim basement. He hated the quick interest that came from the roots in the wall. Their pale tips angled toward him. Kara saw it too. She moved fast, pulling a small tin from a pouch. "Hold still." "What is that?" "Salt, ash, and something that hurts. That is not a medical category. It is now." She packed the mixture over the cut. Fire raced up his arm. Jon clenched his teeth and tasted copper. "You could warn a person," he said. "You would have tried to explain why it was unnecessary. I might have used shorter words. That would have worried me more." She wrapped the wrist in clean cloth pulled from a sealed packet. Real gauze, pre-mist, yellowed at the edge but dry. She had used something valuable on him. He filed that away with the warning shot, the message, the toy soldier at her throat, and the way she spoke of her brother as if he were still one room away. "Thank you," he said. Kara tied the cloth tight. "Do not make it sentimental. I need your hands working. For Pretoria. For Benji. Maybe for Pretoria. Maybe for whatever those people in the Amazon think you can do." Jon flexed his fingers. Pain pulsed, but they moved. "You believe the transmission?" "I believe people do not broadcast a dead man's name unless desperation has eaten their manners. They called it the Voss Protocol. I never wrote a protocol. Maybe someone wrote one from your notes. My notes were mostly warnings, failed tests, and apologies I never sent." Kara sat on an overturned laundry drum across from him. In the dim light, fatigue settled over her face. Not weakness. A guarded exhaustion, like a door barred from the inside for too many nights. "Salt Mile keeps old data drives," she said. "Maps, university scraps, clinic records, whatever traders think can buy food. Your name appears there. Growth modeling, plant signaling, fog chemistry. There was a lecture recording too. You looked cleaner in it. Most people did. You said plants are not passive. You said they choose, but not the way animals choose. They calculate through pressure, light, water, warning chemicals. You said a forest can think without a brain, if thought means response, shaped by memory." Jon looked at her more carefully. "You watched my lecture. Benji watched it. He liked the parts where you made old professors angry." The name changed the room. Kara reached for the toy soldier at her throat and tucked it deeper under her coat, as if she had shown too much. "Tell me what happened," Jon said. "I will not tell it yet." It was not a one-word sentence in the way she said it. It carried a wall, a locked gate, and a warning sign. Jon accepted the gate and looked down at the sample case. "Then tell me why you need a botanist and not a gunman." Kara rubbed both hands over her face. 3 months ago, Benji's signal tag came alive. Jon frowned. "After 5 years?" 4 years and 7 months. He vanished during the stadium flight. The green took half the lower stands. People saw vines drag some into the service tunnels. I heard him on the radio for 2 days after that. Then nothing. 3 months ago, His old tag pinged near Table Mountain, not moving like a person. It repeated the same coordinates. Once every 9 hours. Tags fail. Batteries wake, corrode, short in wet soil. I know what failing sounds like. This signal answered when I sent his code. John's hand stilled on the latch of the case. Answered how? 3 clicks. It paused. 2 clicks. That was our childhood knock. We used it when my mother worked nights and told us not to open the door. The basement chilled. Kara, he said carefully, the mist can mimic patterns. We have seen settlement gates open with voices recorded from the dead. We have seen birds repeat distress calls in children's tones. It uses what draws us close. Her eyes hardened. You think I do not know that? I think grief has its own weather. It can make a signal feel like a hand reaching out. She stood so fast the laundry drum scraped behind her. Do not lecture me about grief, doctor. I know yours. Everyone in Salt Mile knows yours. Wife lost in the lung fever. Daughter gone in the first jungle push. You carry ghosts like credentials. The words struck cleanly because they were true. John rose slower. Then you know why I am saying this. I know you're afraid of hope because hope asks more from a person than despair. He looked away first. Above them, pipes creaked. Somewhere in the building, water dripped into a basin with a steady, hollow note. What do you want from me? He asked. The Table Mountain growth is not like the others. It has walls of thorn, animals nested in rings, and fog that moves against wind. I lost 2 people trying to reach the lower cable station. The plants reacted before we touched them. They knew routes we had not taken yet. If there's a center under that mountain, if that bank message was right about nodes, then Benji's tag may be near one. I need someone who can read how the green thinks. And after Table Mountain, if we live, you can chase Pretoria and your crater sample. The crater is in the Karoo impact zone. That route crosses more growth than any sane person would enter. Good thing we are not discussing sane people. John laughed once despite himself. It sounded rusty and surprised them both. Kara's expression softened by the smallest degree, then locked back down. Salt Mile is 2 kilometers from here, she said. I have supplies there, maps, powder, a working radio on days when the air is kind. You come with me, look at Benji's signal, and help me decide if it is trap or trail. Then we decide what comes next. You trust me that much? No. I trust the mist less. He closed the sample case. Fair. They waited in the laundry until the light through the cracked vents shifted toward afternoon. During that time, Kara checked her rifle, counted powder charges, and cleaned each brass casing with a scrap of cloth. John pretended not to watch the care in her movements. The rifle was old, bolt action, its original markings scraped away. The stock bore carved notches along one side. Kills, he asked before he could stop himself. They survived, she said. Kills are not worth counting. They count us back. He accepted that. Kara shared dried kelp, 2 strips of smoked fish, and a square of hard bread wrapped in waxed paper. John shared the remaining beans. They ate in practical silence at first. Then, because silence with another person became awkward faster than silence alone, John asked about Salt Mile. Old promenade markets, Kara said. People built walls from shipping containers, bus frames, and whatever did not rot. We boil seawater, trade salt cakes inland, mend nets, salvage batteries. We have 3 doctors if you count a veterinarian, and a woman who read half a nursing manual before her tablet died. We have rules. Some good, some stupid, all argued over loudly. Children. Too many for how little we can promise them. Not enough for what the world lost. That sounds like a settlement worth defending. Everything worth defending becomes a cage if you never leave it. John thought of the clinic where Helen died. Doors barricaded with cabinets while the fog pressed green fingers under the frame. He thought of Mira asking when they could go outside and him lying with a smile. Soon, mouse. As soon as it clears. It had never cleared. Kara's gaze sharpened, perhaps reading more on his face than he intended. You had a daughter. Mira. How old? 11 when the meteor came down. You said gone, not dead. His first instinct was to correct the mercy in that distinction. His second was to keep it. The stadium evacuation failed. Helen was already too sick to travel. I left Mira with a convoy because I thought she had a better chance. I was supposed to follow with Helen by morning. By morning, the road was gone. The convoy reached Newlands, then vanished in the first heavy fog surge. I found one of their buses months later, empty, with no bones, no clothing, and no sign of a fight. Just plants growing through the seats. Kara looked at the floor. I should not have thrown her at you. You are not wrong. That is not the same as being right. The sentence sat between them with unexpected gentleness. Jon had forgotten how dangerous gentleness could be. It slipped under armor that anger could not dent. A tapping sounded in the wall. Both of them moved at once. Kara took the rifle. Jon grabbed the field kit. The tapping came again. 3 taps. It paused. 2 taps. Kara went pale beneath the grime. Jon lifted a hand, warning her not to speak. The tapping repeated from inside the root mesh along the basement wall 3 clicks, then 2, after a short pause. Kara's lips parted around her brother's name, but no sound came. Jon opened the kit with slow care and drew out a reagent strip. He held it near the wall. The paper flushed green, then black. High-signaling compounds, he whispered. Not a person. The tapping came a 4th time. Kara's rifle rose, but her hand shook now. Jon stepped between her and the wall before she could fire. Do not answer it, he said. The root mesh split. A thin tendril pushed through, pale and wet. At its tip hung a tiny metal disc coated in sap. A signal tag. Kara made a sound that was almost pain. The tag's cracked speaker clicked 3 times, paused, clicked twice, and died. Jon understood then with a clarity that chilled him more than fear. The mist had not merely heard the message in the bank. It had known who heard it. It had reached into Kara's deepest hunger and brought her proof shaped like a hook. It wants us to go to Table Mountain, he said. Kara's jaw tightened. Tears stood in her eyes but did not fall. Then we go carefully. That may not be enough. She lowered the rifle, not in surrender, but because the tremor in her hands had become too visible. Carefully is what we have. The tendril dropped the tag. It hit the concrete with a small metallic click. Then the root withdrew into the wall and sealed the split behind it. Jon picked up the tag with tweezers and placed it in an empty vial. He did not tell Kara that the sap on it was still warm. They left for Salt Mile before dusk, because the city had learned their names. Salt Mile stood where the old promenade had once met the broken road along the coast. Jon remembered restaurants there, bright awnings, tourists with cameras, children chasing gulls, Helen laughing at the price of coffee. Now the seawall was reinforced with cargo containers stacked 3 high and chained together with anchor cable. Watch platforms rose from bus frames and crane parts. Nets hung along the outer barricade, not to stop animals, but to catch drifting mats of mist growth before they rooted in the cracks. The settlement smelled of smoke, fish, salt, old oil, and people living too close to fear. It was the best smell Jon had known in months. Kara led him through the western gate after a password exchange that changed twice while he listened. The guards on the platform aimed crossbows and rifles at them until Kara pushed back her hood. Jon did not like the crossbows, not because of old word confusion, but because the bolts were tipped with green-stained glass. Salvaged toxin. Useful, unstable, and likely to kill the person carrying it if a pouch tore. A guard with a gray beard lowered his weapon. You brought a stray. I brought a doctor, Kara said. We have doctors. I brought the kind that makes everyone uncomfortable. The guard squinted at Jon. That Voss? Depends who is asking, Jon said. A tired man with 12 grandchildren and no patience for famous ghosts. Come in before the fog changes its mind. Inside, Salt Mile worked with the stubborn rhythm of a place that refused to become memory. People moved between narrow lanes, roofed with tarps and sailcloth. Fish smoked over covered pits. Children carried buckets of seawater under the eye of an older girl with a spear twice her height. A woman hammered dents from a cooking pot. 2 men patched a solar panel with the concentration of surgeons. Near the center, a bell hung from a crane hook, its rim polished where many hands had struck it. Jon felt the settlement look at him. News moved faster than feet. By the time they reached Kara's shelter, whispers had already named him. Dr. Voss. Mist Man. The one who lost his family. The one who went into green and came back wrong. Kara's shelter was built inside a shipping container raised on concrete blocks. The door opened into a room cleaner than Jon expected. Clean did not mean comfortable. It meant everything had a place because wasted space could cost a life. It held a narrow cot, a workbench, a rack for powder charges, a shelf of sealed maps, and a small stove vented through a pipe. On the wall hung a child's drawing in faded crayon, 2 stick figures, one tall, one short, standing beside a blue sea under a green sun. Kara saw him notice it. Benji drew badly. I kept it to humble him when he got older. Older brothers and sisters require evidence. He would have argued that it was abstract. Was it? It was terrible. The affection in her voice was immediate and unguarded. Then she turned away and began pulling maps from the shelf. Jon set his pack near the door. He should have felt relief behind walls. Instead, he felt boxed in. Settlements had rules, voices, expectations. They also had graves. He had left too many behind to trust any wall for long. Kara spread a map across the workbench and weighed the corners with brass casings. Table Mountain Lower Station. Old access road here. Growth wall here. We tried to circle from the south, but the fog thickened and drove us toward the ravine. Lost Seema there. Peter there. She tapped 2 marks with the back of a knife. Jon leaned closer. The map was annotated in several inks. Routes crossed out. Predator signs marked with triangles. Plant traps marked with small circles. Benji's signal coordinate sat near the cable station, not at the summit, not in the city bowl, but in a hollow below an old maintenance tunnel. This is not random defense, Jon said. These marks form rings. Rings around what? That is the question. In natural systems, plants concentrate defense around resources, reproductive structures, or damage points. This looks like layered protection. Outer irritants, then mobile predators, then high spore density, then something that matters enough to hide. A node. Maybe. Or bait designed to make us think node. Kara rested both hands on the table. You think everything is a trap. No. I think the mist stopped needing luck. That is worse. A knock came at the door, 3 hard strikes without the pause that had haunted the laundry. Kara opened it to a short woman with silver hair braided close to her scalp. She carried a medical bag and wore a sweater darned in 6 colors. You did not report to the clinic, the woman said to Kara. Busy. Busy. Bleeding people always are. Move. Kara sighed and stepped aside. Dr. Jon Voss, this is Auntie Nandi. She keeps people alive and insults them until they appreciate it. I appreciate nothing before tea, Nandi said. She looked Jon over. You are thinner than your lecture recordings. I get that often. That is because it is true. Sit down and show me what is under that wrap. Jon obeyed because Nandi had the authority of every competent person in a collapsing world. She unwrapped his wrist, sniffed the salt ash mixture, and made an approving grunt. Kara did this? She did. Her hands are rude, but they work. Kara folded her arms. I am standing here. Then learn from the praise hidden inside criticism. Nandi cleaned the cut with boiled spirits that made Jon's vision spark at the edges. She bandaged it again and gave him a packet of bitter tablets. For fever, she said. Take 1 tonight, 1 tomorrow. If your veins turn green, come to me before you become a plant with opinions. Do people do that? No, but fear listens better when dressed as a joke. Jon liked her despite himself. Nandi's gaze moved to the vial holding Benji's tag. The humor faded. Kara. I know. Do you? No. But I know enough to hate everyone asking. Nandi looked at Jon. Do not let her walk into that mountain because a dead machine clicked at her. Kara's voice cut sharp. Enough. Not enough. Never enough with you. Your brother was light, and the green knows we chase light when nights get long. Kara stood very still. Jon saw the fight in her, not against Nandi, but against the part of herself that wanted to scream until the whole settlement heard her grief. "We found a transmission," Jon said before the silence broke badly. "It named growth centers. It named a possible node structure. It named me." The tag appeared after that. "The two events are connected." Nandi frowned. "Connected? How?" "Either the mist is using the tag to direct us away from something, or it is using it to pull us towards something. Either way, the signal matters. So you will go." Yes, it did. Kara looked at him then, surprised by the lack of argument. Jon held her gaze. But not tonight. Not without testing the sap, mapping the outer ring and making a plan that gives us more than one way out. Nandi snorted. "Listen to the ghost doctor. He has discovered caution after losing everything else." "Auntie," Kara warned, "I am old." Morning slide off. The bell in the settlement center rang once. Every voice outside stopped. A second strike followed, then a third, fast and hard. Kara grabbed her rifle. Nandi closed her medical bag. Jon felt the air change before he heard the first scream. The mist was coming over the western wall. They burst from the container into chaos. Pale green fog poured across the top of the cargo containers in rolling sheets, heavier than smoke, moving against the sea breeze. Men and women on the platforms hacked at the nets where tendrils had already begun to root. A child cried from under a cart. Someone shouted for lime. Someone else shouted that the north gate was clear, then changed the shout to warn that it was not. Through the fog above the wall came shapes. Small ones first. Not dinosaurs, not quite birds, not quite lizards. They dropped from the canopy growth that had crept along a collapsed crane beyond the barricade. Their bodies were lean and low, skin-feathered with leaf-like scales. Their jaws split too far back. Their forelimbs ended in hooked claws designed for climbing flesh and metal alike. They hit the netting and clung there, clicking to one another in wet, rapid bursts. Kara fired. One creature pitched backward off the wall, skull opening in a red spray against the container side. Its blood steamed where it struck the salt crust. The others surged. "Runners," a guard shouted. "Cut the left net." Jon had no gun. He had a knife, lime, and the part of his mind that still cataloged danger while terror tried to take the rest. The runners were not attacking at random. 3 drew fire from the platform. 2 slipped lower along the chains. 1 hung back, throat sacs pulsing. "Kara," he shouted. "The one behind is signaling." She tracked his point and fired. The signaler dropped. At once, the lower pair lost coordination and scrambled into each other. A guard crushed one with a hooked pole. The second made it over the wall. It landed in the lane near the fish racks and tore into a man carrying a bucket of lime. The man's scream became a wet gurgle. The runner's head jerked side to side, and blood splashed across the tarp supports. People scattered, but not far. Salt Mile had survived because panic had been trained out of it. 2 women drove spears into the creature's flank. It twisted, ripped one spear away, and slashed a man's thigh open from hip to knee. He fell hard, hands clamped around the blood pouring through his fingers. Jon ran toward the fallen lime bucket. "Voss," Kara shouted. He ignored her because a pattern had opened. The runner's leaf scales flared whenever lime dust hit the air. Its throat tightened. Not pain alone. Respiratory reaction. The mist-made animals carried plant chemistry in their breath sacs. Alkaline powder disrupted it. Jon grabbed the bucket and flung lime at the creature's head. The runner shrieked. Its throat sacs collapsed inward. It staggered, clawing at its own face. Kara reached it in 3 strides and drove a long knife under the jaw where the scales thinned. The blade came out dark. The runner convulsed, legs hammering the mud, then went still. For 1 heartbeat, Jon and Kara stood over it, breathing hard. Then the wall broke. Not the cargo containers. The ground beneath them. Roots erupted inside the settlement. Thick black-green cables that split the lane and hurled people aside. One punched through the fish-smoking pit, scattering coals. Another wrapped a support post and dragged it down. Tarps collapsed. Sparks flew into sailcloth. Fire leapt up, bright and hungry. The mist had used the runners to draw defenders high while roots came from below. "Water line," Kara shouted. "Cut the root at the wellhead." Jon saw it. Near the center of Salt Mile, a main route had burst through the ground beside the pump that fed the settlement's precious freshwater condenser. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the throat sacs on the signaler. Smaller routes branched from it, racing toward the pump housing. If the pump fell, Salt Mile would not survive a week. Jon sprinted with Kara through smoke and fog. A runner crashed from a rooftop to their right. Nandi appeared from nowhere and smashed a glass jar against its face. The jar burst into white powder and fish oil. The creature shrieked, slipped, and Kara shot it through the eye. "My clinic is on fire," Nandi snapped as she passed them. "Fix the world faster." Kara almost smiled, then the expression vanished as the pump came into view. 3 people were already hacking at the main route with axes. Each strike opened wet green flesh that sealed almost as fast as it split. The root struck back, slamming one axeman into a wall. He slid down, leaving blood on corrugated steel. Jon skidded beside the pump and opened his field kit. "I need copper, battery acid, and heat." "Use words people have," Kara said. "Old car battery, wire, and fire, right now." "Kara," shouted the order. A teenager darted away and returned with a cracked battery hugged to his chest like a baby. Jon stripped copper wire with his knife. His bandaged wrist throbbed. He ignored it. The root slammed the ground beside him, spraying mud across his face. "Keep it off me," he said. "That was my relaxing plan," Kara answered. She and 2 guards attacked the branching roots not to kill them, only to redirect their motion. Jon wrapped copper around a broken spearhead, soaked cloth in battery acid, and packed lime against the metal. It was ugly chemistry, field chemistry, the kind that would have made his old lab safety officer resign. He thrust the spearhead into the root's split flesh. Nothing happened. For a terrible second, failure opened under him like a pit. Then the copper heated. The lime hissed. The acid bit inward. The root convulsed, lifting half its length from the ground. Its surface blistered black. A pulse traveled along it toward the wall, then rebounded as if striking an invisible barrier. The smaller roots writhed, confused. "Again," Kara shouted. "There is no again. That was all of it. Then make more of all of it." A runner burst through smoke behind her. Jon saw it before she did. He grabbed the cracked battery and swung it with both hands. The battery smashed against the runner's snout. Acid splashed. The creature screamed and crashed into Kara, knocking her down. Its claws raked across her coat and tore through the tire armor. Blood flashed on her shoulder. Jon tackled it from the side, a foolish act and the only one available. The runner weighed less than he expected and more than he could manage. It snapped at his face, teeth clacking inches from his mask. Its breath smelled of leaves and meat. He jammed the umbrella shaft across its jaws. The wood cracked. Saliva burned through his sleeve. Kara drove her knife into the runner's ribs again and again until its struggle weakened. Blood poured over her hands. The creature gave one last click, almost questioning, then sagged against Jon. He shoved it off and rolled onto his back. Above him, the mist thinned. Not all at once. It drew back in strips, tugged toward the western wall as if some larger lung had inhaled. The main root spasmed around the copper spearhead. Then, with a sound like wet rope tearing, it split down the center. Green-black fluid flooded the lane. Wherever it touched salt crust, it foamed and turned gray. The remaining runners broke. Without the root pulse, they lost their shared timing. Some fled over the wall. Others attacked anything near them, including one another. Salt Mile's defenders closed in with practiced fury. Spears rose and fell. Gunshots cracked. The last runner died beneath 3 hooked poles near the gate, its blood steaming in the sand. The bell rang again, slower now. All clear, or as close as the world allowed. Jon sat up. His hands shook so badly he had to grip his knees. Around him, Salt Mile counted the living, dragged the dead from the lanes, beat out fires, and threw salt over root fragments before they could twitch back to purpose. The settlement had survived, and survival looked like smoke, blood, and people staying upright until work was done. Kara knelt beside him. Blood ran from her shoulder down her sleeve. "You bleed," he said. "Small cut. That line sounds worse when it comes back." She looked at the dead runner. "You hit it with a battery." "It was available." That was either brave or stupid. I am leaning toward stupid. This time, she laughed. It was brief, ragged, and gone almost before it became sound, but it changed her face. For the first time, Jon saw who she might have been before the green rewrote the world around her. Not softer, not untouched, simply alive in a way that did not apologize. Nandi arrived with 2 assistants and pointed at Kara's shoulder. Clinic first, argument later. The clinic is on fire, Kara said. Only the waiting corner. Nobody waits anymore. Move. Kara stood, then swayed. Jon caught her by the uninjured arm. She looked at his hand as if deciding whether to object. Practical, he said. Do not enjoy yourself. I am not enjoying anything about today. They walked together toward the clinic while Salt Mile burned and healed around them. At the doorway, Kara stopped and looked back at the western wall. Beyond it, the jungle pressed close, silent after its failed attack. Too silent. Jon followed her gaze. In the retreating mist, beyond the containers, shapes moved between the outer vines, not runners, but taller creatures that moved slowly and watched. The attack had been a test, not an attempt to destroy Salt Mile. The mist had sent a probing finger, measured their defenses, found Jon's chemistry, found Kara's courage, found the settlement's pump, and withdrawn with new information. Kara saw the understanding on his face. Say it. It learns from failed attacks. Everything learns if it lives long enough. Not like this. Not this fast. A distant call rolled from Table Mountain, low and layered, as if stone itself had grown a throat. The settlement went quiet again. Even Nandi stopped arguing with an injured man near the clinic steps. The call came a second time. In Jon's pack, the vial holding Benji's signal tag clicked against the glass. 3 times, then 2 after a short pause. Kara closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them with all the softness gone. We leave at first light, she said. Jon looked toward the mountain hidden behind the green city, toward the place the mist wanted them to enter, and the answers that might yet destroy them. First light, he agreed. That night, Salt Mile mourned by working. The dead were wrapped in sailcloth and carried to the salt trench beyond the inner wall. No one sang. Singing carried too far. Instead, each person who had known the dead pressed a palm to the wrapped cloth and spoke low enough that only the nearest ears could hear. Jon stood apart until Nandi caught him trying to vanish into shadow and shoved a bundle of bandages into his hands. Make yourself useful, ghost doctor. So he did. He held pressure on a man's torn thigh, while Nandi stitched by lantern light. He cleaned lime burns from a girl's forearms. He mixed boiled water with salt and sugar for the shaken children who had cried themselves empty. His old training returned in pieces. Calm voice. Clean hands. Do not promise what cannot be given. Do not let blood frighten you more than the person losing it. Near midnight, he found Kara sitting outside the clinic with her shoulder bandaged and her rifle across her knees. The settlement lamps were shielded, throwing light downward in small pools. Beyond the wall, the mist glowed faintly under the moon. Nandi told you to sleep, Jon said. Nandi tells storms to sit down. They also ignore her. He lowered himself beside her, leaving space enough that neither of them had to decide what closeness meant. For a while, they watched the wall. You save the pump, Kara said. People will remember. People remember until hunger changes the subject. Not here. We keep accounts. Then tell them the battery was the hero. She turned the toy soldier at her throat between thumb and forefinger. Benji would have liked that. He collected broken things and gave them ranks. A spoon with no handle became Captain Spoon. A boot sole became Admiral Sole. He thought the world deserved more officers who could not give orders. Mira named insects, Jon said. Not by species, by personality. A beetle in our kitchen was Lord Grumble because he kept getting stuck under the cabinet. Kara smiled into the dark. Lord Grumble outranks Captain Spoon. Only in kitchens. The smile faded gently, not from pain alone, but from the knowledge that every happy memory now carried its own blade. Do you think your daughter could be alive? Kara asked. Jon kept his eyes on the wall. I think hope becomes dangerous when it demands proof from places designed to eat us. That was not my question. He breathed through the scarf cloth, smelling smoke and salt. I do not know. There are days when not knowing is all that keeps me moving. There are other days when it feels like cowardice wearing a cleaner coat. Kara nodded, as if that answer fit somewhere inside her own locked room. When Benji vanished, she said, I told everyone I wanted his body back. It sounded reasonable, almost noble, and easier for people to understand. The truth was worse. I wanted the world to admit it had taken him. I wanted evidence because grief without evidence becomes a room with no door. Jon looked at her then. Lantern light caught the edge of her face, the scar through her eyebrow, the stubborn set of her mouth. He felt, with unexpected force, the ache of being seen by someone who did not look away from damage. It frightened him more than the runners. If we go to that mountain, he said, we may find only what the mist wants us to find. Then we look at it until the lie shows. You make that sound simple. No, I make it sound necessary. A gust moved over the settlement carrying the scent of crushed green from beyond the wall. The mist shifted. Somewhere far off, the Table Mountain call rolled again. Softer this time, almost like an invitation. Jon reached into his pack and took out the journal. The burned edges of missing pages made the spine uneven. He opened to the line he had not destroyed. Helen asked if I could save Mira before I tried to save the world. He read it once, then closed the cover. Tomorrow, he said, we do both badly or neither at all. Kara leaned her head back against the clinic wall. That may be the most honest plan I have heard in 5 years. They sat until the lamps burned low. No vows passed between them, and no comfort came easily enough to be false. Only the wall, the sleeping settlement, the jungle, and the first fragile shape of a partnership neither trusted yet. Before dawn, Jon woke on the clinic floor to the sound of rain. For one blissful second, he thought it was ordinary weather. Then he smelled the green mineral scent and knew better. He rose, packed his case, and stepped outside. Kara waited by the gate with 2 packs, her rifle, and a strip of red cloth tied around her injured shoulder to keep the bandage dry. Nandi stood beside her, arms folded, expression carved from disapproval and love. You come back, Nandi told Kara. I plan to. Plans are not contracts. Then shout at the mountain until it agrees. Nandi pulled Kara close and held her hard. When she released her, she turned to Jon. You keep her alive. She seems to handle that herself. Do not dodge an old woman. Jon met her eyes. I will try. Tryin' is what people say when they want forgiveness ready in advance. Do better than try. He had no answer good enough. Nandi gave him 2 packets of powder, a roll of gauze, and a look that weighed his soul and found it underfed. The western gate opened. Mist pressed against the threshold but did not cross the salt line. Beyond the containers, the ruined city waited under rain and leaves. Table Mountain loomed behind it, its old flat crown swallowed by growth. Kara stepped through first. Jon followed. Behind them, Salt Mile sealed the gate. Ahead, the jungle clicked 3 times, paused, and clicked twice. They did not answer. The gate sealed with a groan of metal and chain, and Jon felt the sound close behind his ribs as surely as it closed behind his body. Salt Mile had been shabby, frightened, and held together by anger, old shipping containers, and the stubborn mercy of people who still boiled water for strangers. It had also been a wall between human breath and the green hunger outside. When the last bolt fell into place, that wall became memory. Kara walked ahead through the rain with her rifle angled low and her pack high on one shoulder. She did not look back at Nandi or the settlement. Jon understood that too well. Looking back gave the past a handle. It let grief climb into the present and drag its feet through every step. He had lived that way for 5 years, and the drag marks had nearly become his only trail. The lane outside Salt Mile had once served delivery trucks. Now roots had opened it like fingers prying apart a crate. Mud filled the gaps between lifted slabs. Moss covered old tire tracks. The rain fell in a fine slant, pale and steady, and each drop made the leaves twitch as if the plants were counting impacts. Mist threaded the road in knee-high coils. It looked thin in the dawn, almost harmless, until it touched the rusted side of a car and raised a quick bloom of green crystals along the door. Jon stopped at the car and crouched. The crystals had grown in less than a minute. They were narrow, translucent, and arranged in a pattern too even to be accident. He leaned closer without breathing in, and watched tiny filaments pass under the surface like nerves under skin. Kara turned. "Tell me that is not new." "It is new to me," Jon said. "That is not the answer I wanted. The mist stopped being polite about my preferences years ago." She came back, boots sliding in mud, and looked over his shoulder. Her face showed no fear at first, only study. Kara had the kind of courage that did not deny danger. She looked at it until she knew the shape of it, then decided how much room to give it. "It drew because the rain touched the metal?" she asked. "Maybe because the rain carried active cells. Maybe the metal gave it something to anchor to. The old rust is iron oxide, and some organisms use iron chemistry to move energy. You always talk like the end of the world is a classroom." It was, for a while. Then the classroom started eating the students. She looked away before the almost smile could settle. "Keep walking, Doctor. If the road is changing under us, I want to be past it, before it learns our names." They moved west by broken service roads and alleys where the old city had not yet vanished fully under growth. Jon kept his eyes low for spore mats and high for movement between roofs. He had learned to walk in divided attention. The mist punished focus as much as carelessness. Stare too long at the ground and something above you dropped. Watch the skyline and the street opened with teeth at your ankle. Kara had her own rhythm. She stepped lightly for someone carrying a rifle, but never delicately. Her gaze cut from doorway to window to vine curtain, taking in threats the way a seamstress took measurements. Every few blocks, she paused and tapped the side of a wall or the hood of a dead car with 2 fingers. The taps were soft, quick, and varied. "What are you doing?" Jon asked after the 3rd time. "Listening for hollows. Some nests are under the pavement. Some are inside cars. Some are in basements. If the sound comes back wrong, we go around. You learned that scavenging. I learned it from a man named Vusi, who thought jokes were armor. He kept tapping things and saying the city was a drum. One day he tapped a delivery van and the van answered. The thing inside wore most of him across the street." Jon looked at her hands. Her fingers still moved with the old habit, even when she was not touching anything. "I am sorry." "Do not be." He was irritating. I miss him anyway. At the intersection below, 3 human shapes knelt in the mud. Jon raised a hand, and both of them froze. The figures were 30 meters away, maybe less, arranged in a loose triangle around a storm drain clogged with roots. Their backs faced the road. Their clothes hung in strips. One wore a yellow rain jacket, faded almost white. Another had a scarf tied around the head. For one breath, Jon thought they were scavengers trapped in prayer. Then the figure in the rain jacket tilted forward and slid a hand into the drain. Something wet clicked under the street. The person drew out a bundle of pale roots slick with red. He brought it to his mouth and chewed slowly. Kara leaned close enough for Jon to feel the heat of her whisper through the cold. Still human. Biologically, maybe. Behaviorally, no. Mistaken. Jon nodded. He hated the phrase, but it was less ugly than the clinical terms that had failed to save anyone. The first, mistaken, had been called exposure survivors, then neurological casualties, then plant-linked, altered. People shortened the horror because long names made it sound as if committees were still meeting somewhere. Mistaken was what remained when language ran out of disinfectant. The 3 figures fed in silence. Their shoulders moved in small matching pulses. Jon watched their necks and saw thin green cords under the skin, rising and falling with every swallow. They were not dead. That would have been simpler. They were human bodies carrying another command. Kara shifted her weight. The mud gave a faint suction under her boot. All 3 heads turned at once. Jon felt every part of his body go cold. Their eyes were open too wide, milked with green light at the edges. The rain ran down their faces and into mouths that had stopped chewing. For a terrible second, no one moved. Then the mistaken rose together with the same fluid jerk, as if one hand had lifted 3 puppets by the spine. "No shots unless we must," Jon said. "I know," Kara replied. They retreated without turning their backs. The figures followed at a walk, heads tilted, bare feet making no splash. Jon backed into an alley between a pharmacy and a pawn shop. Kara slipped in beside him. The alley narrowed after 10 meters, blocked by a collapsed fire escape and a wall of fern fronds. He checked the ferns for spore pods and saw none, though that comfort had become almost meaningless. The first, mistaken, entered the alley. Its mouth opened. The sound that came out was not a scream, but a strained imitation of speech. "Come home," it said in a cracked male voice. Kara's face changed. Pain cut through it so fast he almost missed it. Her rifle lifted a finger's width, then stopped. "It uses voices," Jon whispered. "Do not listen for meaning. Listen for distance." The second figure spoke from behind the first. The voice was younger. "Kara, wait for me." Kara closed her eyes for half a breath. When she opened them, they were wet with fury. "That is not my brother." "I know." "Say it again." "That is not your brother." The first figure lunged. Kara did not fire. She stepped forward instead, drove the butt of her rifle into its chest, and turned her hip as it hit. The body slammed against the pharmacy wall. Its skull cracked the old tiles. Green fluid and red blood sprayed across the faded poster of a smiling woman holding vitamins. The second came low, fingers hooked like claws. Jon swung his metal sample case into its face. Bone broke with a wet crunch. The impact shuddered through his arm. The thing staggered but did not fall. The third climbed the wall. It went up the bricks on hands and feet, tendons moving under green-veined skin. Kara cursed and fired once. The shot cracked through the alley and rolled out over the city. The climber dropped, hit the ground hard, and kept moving with half its head torn open. Jon's stomach clenched. The mist made poor use of mercy. "Run," he said. They ran toward the blocked end of the alley. Kara reached the collapsed fire escape first, grabbed a hanging support, and hauled herself up with a grimace. Her injured shoulder resisted. Jon shoved the sample case after her, then climbed. Fingers scraped his boot. He kicked down and felt his heel connect with a jaw. Teeth snapped shut on empty air. Kara seized his coat and pulled. He rolled over the twisted metal beside her, breathing hard. Below, the mistaken clawed at the wreckage. Their bodies pressed together in the narrow space, climbing over one another with no concern for pain. Their voices changed as they reached up. "Dad," one called in Mira's voice. Jon stopped breathing. Kara caught his face between both hands and forced him to look at her, not her. "Say it." His mouth would not move. "Jon, say it or I drag you by your hair." "Not her," he managed. "Say it again." "Not her." She released him and they scrambled through a broken second-floor window into the pharmacy stockroom. The room smelled of mildew, plastic, and green rot. Shelves had collapsed under vines that pushed through the ceiling. Kara blocked the window with a filing cabinet, while Jon shoved a cabinet of old medicines after it. The voices continued outside, rising and blending until they became a soft chorus of names. They waited in the stockroom darkness until the chorus faded. Jon sat with his back to a shelf and felt his hands shake so hard his knuckles knocked against the case. Kara stood over him, rifle down, rainwater dripping from her hair to the floor. "It had her voice," he said. "It had my brother's too. That means it found them in us. It sampled memory through sound, maybe through stress response, maybe from old exposure. Or it knows how to be cruel." He looked up. "Cruelty requires intent. Then maybe it has intent." The word stayed in the stockroom longer than the rain. Jon had thought of the mist as adaptive, reactive, a biological system solving problems with terrifying efficiency. He had not let himself call it malicious because that crossed a line he feared. Malice meant a mind. A mind could hate. A mind could remember him. Kara slid down the wall until she sat opposite him. "What did your daughter sound like?" He nearly refused. The instinct rose fast, hard, and old. Mira belonged in the sealed rooms of him, not in this moldy pharmacy with a woman he had met only days ago and a jungle trying to wear her voice. But Kara's question was not idle. She had paid with a brother's ghost to ask it. "Bright and impatient," he said. She talked as if the sentence behind the sentence was already waiting in line. When she was angry, she became very formal. She once told me I had violated pancake fairness because Helen got the better-looking one. Kara's mouth softened. Pancake fairness sounds serious. It was litigated at length. How old was she? 9 when the mist came. 10 when I lost her. Maybe 15 now, if she lived. You still say if. I have no body, no proof, no goodbye. If is the only mercy left. Kara looked at the floor. My brother was 12. His name was Sifo, and he could steal anything except quietly. He thought whispering meant making the same words with more breath. The day he vanished, I yelled at him because he had taken my knife to cut mangoes. That was the last whole thing I said to him. Something small and mean. Jon let the silence sit between them. It deserved room. Small and mean is how families survive ordinary days, he said at last. It is not meant to be the last thing. But sometimes it is. Yes, sometimes it is. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand, annoyed by the evidence of feeling. We should move before the shot calls bigger trouble. Jon nodded, but he did not stand at once. The voice from the alley had torn a sealed place in him, and through that tear came a thought he could not dismiss. If the mist could copy memory well enough to speak in Mira's voice, then it was not merely sensing heat or sound. It was reading patterns from the living nervous system, perhaps through spores lodged in tissue, perhaps through chemical traces left during prior exposure. That meant every survivor carried pieces of those they loved as bait. It also meant the mist did not need to find Mira to use her. Karoo watched him gather his case. You are thinking of something terrible. Several things. Pick the one that helps us not die first. He looked at the blocked window, where faint scratches still sounded on the other side. We change routes, often. We keep speaking to each other in present tense. If it uses old voices, we anchor to living ones. That sounds like something Nandi would believe. Then, Nandi and neuroscience have reached a temporary alliance. They found stairs choked with creepers and descended through the pharmacy into a back courtyard. The rain had eased to a damp mist. Somewhere behind them, the mist-taken were still searching the alley, whispering borrowed names to concrete and vines. Jon and Kara crossed the courtyard without speaking. At the far wall, Kara boosted him up first, then accepted his hand and climbed after him. Her palm was slick with rain and warm despite the cold. On the other side, the road bent toward the mountain. Table Mountain filled the western sky, immense and altered, its flat top lost under curtains of green. At moments, through gaps in the clouds, Jon saw pale veins of crystal running down its cliffs like frozen lightning. He had seen the satellite images, but seeing it from the street made the truth heavier. The mountain was not merely covered by the mist. It had been occupied, hollowed, and remade. Kara followed his gaze. Still think there is a node inside? More than before. Good, because I would hate to crawl through a nightmare for a guess. It is a slightly improved guess. Comforting, Doctor. Very comforting. They walked on with the gate behind them, the voices behind them, and the mountain ahead. The road under leaves accepted their steps without protest. That troubled Jon most of all. The jungle usually announced its displeasure with movement, spores, or teeth. For the next hour, it did none of those things. It let them pass, and in the new world, permission always had a price. By midday, the city had narrowed into corridors of growth. Buildings no longer stood as separate ruins. They leaned into one another, under bridges of vine and bark, until the streets became tunnels. Sunlight reached the ground in broken patches that shifted, even when the clouds did not. The mist moved through those patches like thought made visible, thickening in warm places, thinning where salt dust still clung to old concrete. He marked the location on his paper map. The old maps were nearly lies now, but they gave him bones beneath the green flesh of the city. Salt Mile lay behind them. The lower cable station lay ahead and uphill, though no cable car had moved there since the first year. If the node occupied the mountain's interior, the station might offer maintenance tunnels, service rooms, or at least a path through old tourist infrastructure before the transformed growth became too dense. The trouble was the belt between them and the slope. Satellite images had shown a heavy canopy near the old gardens, and Kara knew rumors of packs nesting around the reservoirs. The rumors disagreed on the beasts. Some called them lizards. Some called them birds. One man at Salt Mile had insisted they were children wearing green masks, which told Jon more about the man's nightmares than the threat. The first sign was the absence of insects. For 3 blocks, the constant tick and whine of small life faded until the air seemed stuffed with cotton. Kara noticed at the same time Jon did. She stopped with one fist raised and listened. Rain dripped from leaves. Far away, something heavy snapped timber. Nearby, nothing crawled, buzzed, or clicked. "Nests ground," she whispered. Jon tightened his grip on the sample case. "Can we go around?" Kara pointed to the left, where vines sealed a row of houses from roof to road. Then she pointed right, where a sinkhole had swallowed half the street and filled with pale fungus. Around is a story people tell before the jungle corrects them. They entered the silence. The road sloped upward between high garden walls furred with moss. Beyond the walls, branches pressed close, heavy with fruit the size of lanterns. The fruit glowed faintly under its skin. Jon smelled sugar, yeast, and meat. He wanted a sample. He kept walking. Kara moved slower now, placing each boot where old leaves had not gathered too thickly. Jon matched her steps. The mist lay low, not drifting but pooled, and it parted around their legs in smooth curls. Twice Jon thought he saw shapes move beneath it, small backs cutting through the white like fish underwater. Twice the shapes vanished before he could be sure. A soft chirp came from above. Kara and Jon looked up together. Nothing moved in the canopy. The chirp sounded again, closer this time, followed by a clicking trill that rolled from wall to wall. Jon felt his scalp tighten. It was not a bird call. It had too much precision, too much wetness in the throat. "Do not run until I say," Kara whispered. "That sentence rarely improves my day. Then have fewer bad days." A green head slid from the leaves above the left wall. It was narrow and long, with forward-facing eyes the color of old amber. Feathers, or something trying to be feathers, framed its skull in ragged fans. The snout opened just enough to show small hooked teeth. A second head appeared beside it. Then a third. Kara's hand moved behind her back. 2 fingers spread, then closed. Jon understood nothing of the signal except that it meant readiness. He shifted the case strap across his chest and freed the short machete Nandi had given him. The blade looked embarrassingly small under the watching eyes. The first creature dropped. Kara fired before it touched the ground. The shot punched into its shoulder and spun it sideways. Red blood and green sap burst against the wall. The thing hit hard, shrieked, and sprang up with one forelimb hanging uselessly. The others descended, as if the gunshot had been an invitation. "Now run," Kara said. They ran uphill. The silence broke into chaos. Claws struck walls. Leaves thrashed. Chirps and trills became sharp barks that bounced through the tunnel of green. Jon heard one creature land behind him, close enough that its breath washed warm across his coat. He swung the machete backward without turning. The blade met flesh. A spray of hot blood flecked his wrist. The creature screamed and snapped at the air. Kara pivoted at a driveway and fired twice. One pursuer folded across the pavement. Another leaped from the wall and struck her side. The rifle flew from her hands. She hit the ground hard, boots skidding in wet leaves. The creature landed on top of her, jaws snapping for her face. Jon did not think. He drove the sample case into the creature's skull with both hands. The case struck with a dull metallic crack. It turned toward him, mouth open, strings of saliva hanging between teeth. Kara jammed her forearm under its throat, keeping the jaws from closing. Blood ran along her sleeve from a fresh slice near the wrist. Jon hit the creature again. The latch on the sample case snapped open, and tubes spilled into the mud. "Not the case," he shouted, absurdly, as if the animal had violated lab protocol. Kara snarled and drove her knee into its belly. "Kill it first, mourn glass later." Jon grabbed the machete and thrust under the creature's jaw. The blade went in crooked. Hot blood spilled across his hand. The creature convulsed, claws scraping Kara's jacket, then collapsed against her chest. She shoved it off with a gasp and rolled to her knees. More calls sounded below. Jon scooped tubes from the mud with shaking fingers. 2 were broken. One held the carnivorous lily sample, cracked but sealed. He slammed the case shut and grabbed Kara's rifle. She took it with a grunt and rose too quickly, swaying once before she found her balance. "Arm?" he asked. "Still attached." "Move." They fled into a courtyard where the gate had rusted away. A fountain stood at its center, dry except for vines growing from the basin. On the far side, a maintenance shed leaned open. Kara shoved Jon toward it. He ducked inside and nearly tripped over stacked bags of fertilizer gun hard as stone. Kara backed in after him, firing through the doorway. One creature dropped from the roof and landed against the shed wall. Its claws punched through thin metal inches from Jon's face. "Door," Kara said. Jon slammed it shut. The latch was broken. He threw his shoulder against the metal while Kara searched the shed. The wall flexed as bodies struck from outside. He smelled blood, fertilizer, rust, and the sharp plant stink of the creatures. A claw tore through a seam and opened a line in his coat, but missed skin. Kara found a coil of wire and passed it to the handle, then around a shelf bracket. "Hold it." "I am holding it." "Hold it better." She twisted the wire tight with a screwdriver. The door jumped under another impact, but the wire held. The creatures shrieked outside, furious at denied meat. One began to dig under the lower edge, scraping wet earth away in quick strokes. The shed had one small window near the back, half blocked by a curtain of roots. Jon cut the roots with the machete while Kara shoved fertilizer bags aside. The window opened into a narrow space behind the garden wall. He pushed the sample case through first. Kara followed with a rifle. Jon climbed last as the door wire snapped behind him. They crawled for nearly 30 meters through mud that smelled of sour leaves. The root lattice scratched their backs. Jon's knees slid over broken glass hidden under moss. He kept expecting jaws to clamp around his boot. None came. When they emerged, they were in the back room of a clothing shop whose mannequins stood in the dark wearing blankets of mold. Kara sank onto the floor behind the counter. Only then did Jon see the blood running from her forearm. The slice was long, not deep enough to expose anything worse, but steady. He reached for the medical packet Nandi had given him. "Give me your arm." "It is fine." "It is leaking." That is often considered a clue. Do not start sounding like Nandi. Nandi was right about several things. Kara hesitated, then extended her arm. Jon cleaned the cut with boiled alcohol from a small bottle. She hissed through her teeth but did not pull away. Her skin was cold from rain and warm near the blood. He wrapped gauze around the forearm, avoiding the older shoulder injury. The nearness made him abruptly aware of details he had kept outside his attention. The small scar near her chin, the way her jaw tightened before pain reached her eyes, the smell of smoke and rain in her hair. "You are quiet," she said. "I am trying not to do a bad job. You have patched people before." "Not many who complained with such discipline." "I am not complaining. I am supervising." He tied the gauze. "There, supervision complete." She flexed her fingers and looked at the bandage. "You did that gently." The sentence landed between them with more weight than either expected. Jon busied himself packing the medical packet. Pain makes people careless. Carelessness gets loud. Loud gets hunted. That is the reason. He looked up despite himself. Her eyes had lost their usual edge for a moment. The shop's broken front window let in green light that moved across her face as leaves shifted outside. She was not soft. The world had not allowed that. But there was a tired openness in her expression, and he felt something in his chest answer before his caution could stop it. "It is one reason," he said. Kara held his gaze a second too long, then looked away first. Good. A man should have at least 2 reasons for not being terrible. Outside, the pack calls moved down the street and faded. Jon checked his samples. The cracked tube had survived. He placed it in a padded slot and noticed something pale on the inside of the case lid. A thin film of green had spread where the creature's blood had splashed during the fight. It formed branching lines around the latch. "Kara," he said. She saw his face and rose immediately. "What?" He showed her the lid. The film pulsed faintly, responding to the warmth of his hand near the metal. As he watched, one branch curved toward the tube holding the lily sample. The motion was not random, and it was not contamination drifting by chance. It was seeking. "Is it alive?" she asked. Yes, and more troubling, it may be communicating with a sample. Does things outside bleed messages? Maybe all mist-grown tissue does. Maybe every organism is a messenger and receiver. Kara stared at the case as if it had betrayed them personally. Then carrying samples is carrying part of the jungle with us. It always was. I told myself containment mattered. It does, but not enough if the material can signal through chemical gradients or electromagnetic pulses. Plain version. The case may be telling the jungle where we are. Kara's expression hardened. Throw it away. Jon closed both hands over the case. No. Doctor, no. This is data we need. If the node is coordinating through biological signaling, these samples prove it. They may also show us how to disrupt it. Data does not matter if it gets us eaten before sunset. Neither does caution if it leaves us ignorant. She stepped close. Do not make me choose between the mission and staying alive because you already decided your life is expendable. The anger in her voice stripped him. He had thought his indifference to death belonged to him alone, a private debt paid quietly. Kara saw it as a hazard, something sharp he carried near her skin. I do not want to die, he said, and heard the uncertainty in it. That is not the same as wanting to live. He had no quick answer. She waited, forcing the silence to work on him. Helen used to say I could make a fortress out of a problem, he said finally. If I understood it, I did not have to feel it. After she died, after Mira vanished, the fortress became all I had left. The mist is a problem large enough to hide inside. Kara's anger eased, but it did not vanish. You can hide after we destroy the thing in the mountain. Until then, do not hide in a way that gets me killed. Fair enough. Say the rest. I will not treat my death as a useful shortcut. That is better. Jon looked at the case. We can reduce the signal. Salt, copper, cold. The old batteries in this shop may still have copper wire. If we line the case compartment and pack it in salted cloth, it might dampen whatever is passing between samples. It might. A slightly improved might. She sighed. I hate that I am learning your scale. They searched the shop and the rooms above it. The owner had lived upstairs for a time after the first evacuations failed. Jon found canned beans hardened into dark paste, a stack of prayer cards, and a child's drawing taped to the wall with the words, Home, Wayne Green is gone, printed in careful letters. Kara found batteries, copper wire, a jar of salt, and a tin of sewing needles. She pocketed the needles without comment. Together they stripped wire and wrapped the inner sample tray in a rough copper grid. Jon soaked cloth and salt water from his canteen and folded it around the contaminated lid, then sealed the whole case again. The branching film slowed until its pulse became barely visible. Kara watched closely. If that starts singing to the jungle again, I shoot the case first and argue later. Accepted for now. That was too easy. I am practicing wanting to live. She gave him another look, quiet and unreadable. Then she shouldered her pack and moved toward the back exit. Practice while walking. Near dusk, they reached an old pedestrian bridge over a canal choked with reeds. The water below glimmered green-black. Something huge moved beneath the surface, slow as a thought that had all night to arrive. Kara touched Jon's sleeve before he stepped onto the bridge. He stopped, and her fingers stayed there for half a second after the warning was complete. One at a time, she whispered. She crossed first. The bridge creaked, but held. Jon watched her silhouette move between curtains of vine, rifle ready, head tilted to listen. When she reached the far side, she turned and signaled him onward. He stepped onto the bridge with the sample case pressed tight to his side. Below, the water stilled. The reeds leaned inward, though no wind moved. Halfway across, Mira's voice rose from the canal, small and frightened. Dad, please. Jon stopped for one heartbeat, only one, and kept walking. Kara's voice met him from the far side, low and steady. Present tense, Jon. Look at me. He looked. She stood in the green dusk with blood on her sleeve and rain in her hair, alive enough to anchor him. He reached the far side. The canal behind him erupted as a long jaw broke the surface where he had stood moments before. Teeth snapped shut on empty rain. Water hammered the bridge, and the old structure groaned. Kara grabbed his coat and pulled him off the last plank as the bridge tore loose behind him. The canal beast crashed against the supports, smashing them into the water. They fell together into mud on the far bank. For a second they lay close, breathing hard, her hands still clenched in his coat. "Present tense," he said. "About time you listened." Neither moved away as quickly as survival required. Then something splashed below and both of them scrambled up. Behind them, the broken bridge drifted into reeds. Ahead, the first stone walls of the old lower station rose under a mantle of leaves. Night gathered in the streets behind the mountain, and in that gathering Jon heard a sound too deep for any throat. It came from under the stone. A pulse came, then a pause, then another pulse. Kara heard it too. Her face went still. "That is not thunder," she said. "No," Jon replied. "That is the mountain breathing." They did not enter the lower station at once. Only fools walked into a breathing mountain at dusk, and neither Jon nor Kara had survived by granting fear the first draft of their plans. They retreated east along a service road half buried under creepers and found shelter in what had been a small astronomy outreach center near the slope. Its sign still hung above the door, cracked across a painted moon. Someone had tried to turn the place into a refuge years earlier. The attempt had ended badly. The main room held overturned chairs, a collapsed projector screen, and the dry black stains that told old stories without names. Ferns grew through the carpet. A plastic model of the solar system dangled from the ceiling, its planets furred with mold. The Earth had fallen and split open on the floor. Mars hung crooked above it, untouched and red. Kara swept the rooms while Jon checked for active growth. The building smelled stale rather than hungry, which was as close to safety as the world offered. The mist lingered outside the windows but did not push through the cracks. Salt had been poured along the sills long ago. Most of it had dissolved, but enough crystals remained to make a faint boundary. "We stay above the floor if we can," Kara said from a side room. "There are mats under the carpet. Dead, I think, but I do not trust dead things that used to belong to the jungle." "Agreed. And there is a roof hatch. Good sight lines. Bad stars." Jon almost smiled. "The sky has been getting poor reviews." They barred the front door with a bookshelf and moved to the roof by a narrow ladder. The roof had become a garden of hardy moss and thin silver grass. From there, Cape Town spread below them in darkening layers. Green covered the city like a slow flood frozen mid-rise. The ocean beyond was barely visible, a strip of iron under cloud. Between city and sea, pockets of human light glimmered faintly where settlements dared the night. Salt Mile was one of them, though distance reduced it to a pinprick. The mountain dominated everything. Its slopes were thick with trees that had no right growing on sheer stone. Some trunks ran sideways across cliffs before turning upward, as if gravity had become negotiable. Veins of pale crystal pulsed under bark and rock. The old cable lines hung slack between towers, draped in vines as wide as bodies. Near the lower station, the mist flowed upward rather than down, drawn into cracks in the mountain face. Jon set his case on a patch of dry concrete and opened it with care. The copper grid had held. The sample film barely moved. He recorded notes in the water-stained journal, then used the Outreach Center's old telescope mount as a stand for his small field lens. The lens had survived fire, theft, and years of damp because he treated it better than he treated himself. Kara sat near the roof edge, cleaning her rifle by touch while watching the slope. She had taken off her jacket to dry, leaving the bandaged forearm visible. The gauze had spotted red, but not soaked through. Jon told himself not to stare at the blood, then told himself not to stare at anything else. "What are you writing?" she asked. "Observations, hypotheses, possible routes, and a note that you were right about the case being a signal risk. Write that larger. It is in standard script. History will have to lean closer." She snorted and looked back at the mountain. "Does history still matter?" Kara chewed slowly. What was she like when she was angry? Jon looked toward the faint lights of the sea. Talking about Helen hurt differently than talking about Mira. Mira was a missing star still burning somewhere in the mind. Helen was a grave without a marker, a fact his heart kept trying to appeal. "Precise," he said. She never wasted anger. If she was furious, every sentence had a purpose. She could make silence feel like a courtroom. But she laughed easily, too. Not politely, but fully. She hated half measures in joy as much as in anger. You loved her very much. Yes. Do you feel guilty when you remember the good parts? The question was so accurate he almost laughed. Yes. Why? Because grief is greedy. It wants every memory to kneel. If one stands up smiling, grief calls it betrayal. Kara's gaze remained on the slope, but her voice was close. That sounds exhausting. It is. Below, the mountain pulsed again. This time the sound traveled through the roof. The concrete trembled under them in a slow thud, pause, thud. The mist on the slope brightened faintly with each pulse. Jon moved to the edge and raised the field lens. Through it he saw the lower station entrance flex. Not the building itself, but the vines covering it. They contracted in rings, drawing mist inward through the doors and vents. "It is ventilating," he whispered. Kara joined him. The node. Maybe a feeder system. The mountain is pulling mist through the old station. That could mean the tunnels are airways. Airways can be blocked. Sometimes. They can also lead directly to lungs. She gave him a flat look. Plain version did not help that time. A low cry rose from the trees south of the station. Another answered from higher up. Jon adjusted the lens and saw shapes moving among the trunks. Not the small pack hunters, but something larger. He tracked one as it passed through a gap in the leaves and felt his mouth go dry. The animal walked on 4 heavy legs, each step careful despite its size. A broad frill guarded its neck, veined with faint blue light. 2 horns swept forward from its skull, and a smaller horn rose above its nose. Along its back grew plates of bark and fern, not decoration but armor. As it moved, sparks crawled across the frill and snapped between wet leaves. Kara looked through the lens after him. That is the thing from old pictures. Triceratops lineage heavily altered. Can it hear us? Probably. Can it climb? Not the way the small ones do. That was almost comforting. The beast lowered its head near the station entrance. Vines parted for it. It stepped inside and vanished. A few seconds later, the mountain pulse deepened. Jon wrote with shaking fingers about guardian behavior, electrical display, access granted by plant structures, and a possible sentinel caste. He hated the word caste, but it fit too well. The mist did not merely produce monsters. It produced roles like hunters, feeders, sentinels, lures, and perhaps even repair organisms. A jungle did not need an army if every living component could become a task. Kara read over his shoulder. You think that horned thing is guarding the way in? Yes. Can we avoid it? Possibly. The old station had maintenance drains and a service stair built into the slope. If they remain open, we might enter beneath the main airway, beneath the breathing mountain. That is also not comforting. I was not trying to be. A sound from inside the building cut off the exchange. It was not loud. A soft scrape, then a pause. Jon killed the lamp. Darkness folded around them. Kara lowered herself to the roof and pointed toward the hatch. Another scrape came from below, metal on concrete. Something moved inside the outreach center. Jon's first thought was the mistaken. Then a whisper rose through the hatch, human and frightened. Do not shoot. Please, do not shoot. Kara kept her rifle aimed. Come where I can see your hands. A face appeared in the hatch opening, thin and gray with exhaustion. The man was maybe 25, maybe 40. Hunger had erased a softness that made age readable. He raised both hands, palms out. A strip of cloth covered one eye. The other was bloodshot, but clear. I saw your light, he said. I thought you were station crew. There is no station crew, Kara said. There is. Or there was. I came from them. Jon felt the words prickle through him. From inside the mountain? The man swallowed. From under it. My name is Elias. I was with the survey group from Observatory Ridge. We went in through a drainage service line 3 nights ago. There were 9 of us. I got out because the others made noise behind me. Kara did not lower the rifle. Convenient story. I know. I would not believe me either. Jon studied him in the faint ambient glow. Elias had mud to the waist, scratches across his face, and a tremor in both hands. No visible green cords under the skin. No mist shine at the eyes. But exposure could hide early. "Why did you think we were Karoo?" Jon asked. "Because the people in the old tunnels used lamps like yours. Shielded amber. They had a camp near a maintenance gallery. They said they were mapping the route paths. Then the mountain changed the doors." Kara's eyes narrowed. "Changed how?" "Grew them shut behind us. Opened others ahead. Like a maze deciding it was tired of being a maze and wanted to be a throat." The image was too specific to dismiss. Jon moved closer to the hatch but stayed out of grabbing range. "Did you see a central growth? A chamber? Anything that pulsed?" Ilias laughed once, thin and broken. Everything pulsed. The walls, the roots, the bones in the floor. There was a sound under it all, like a heart heard from inside another body. Kara glanced at Jon. He nodded slightly. "Climb up slowly," she told Ilias. "Try anything clever and I make you regret having one good eye." I have not felt clever in days. Ilias climbed onto the roof and collapsed near the hatch. Jon gave him water in small measures, then a strip of maize. The man ate with shaking restraint, as if terrified hunger might make him animal. Kara searched him and found a cracked compass, a dull knife, and a waterproof pouch containing a hand-drawn map. The map changed everything. It showed the lower station drainage channels, service corridors, and several new passages labeled in hurried script. One mark appeared again and again, clusters of small circles around larger black dots. Ilias tapped them with a dirty finger. "Pods," he said. "They hang from ceilings. Some are empty. Some have people inside. Some have things that used to be people." Kara went very still. "Alive?" "Some, but not for long. The roots go into them and take what the mountain wants. Memories, voices, skills, all of it." One of our engineers started speaking with his dead mother's voice before he stopped being himself. Jon felt the roof tilt under him, though it had not moved. Memories could be resource, voices could be lures, and skills could become usable patterns. A biological intelligence would not draw a line between body and experience. It would treat both as material. "Did you see a boy?" Kara asked before she could stop herself. 12 when taken. He would be older now. Name Sifo. Ilias flinched at the force in her voice. "I saw children. I did not know names. I am sorry." Kara turned away. Jon saw the cost of the question in the set of her shoulders. Hope was dangerous not because it was weak, but because it demanded blood each time it rose. "And a girl," Jon said quietly. "Mira Voss. 10 when lost. Brown hair, serious eyes, impatient when frightened." Ilias looked from him to Kara and back. "I cannot tell you what I did not see, but there are voices down there. Many voices. Some are bait. Some might be real. I do not know how to separate them." Kara turned back. "Why come here? Why not run east?" "Because the mountain is closing routes. Because one of the people below gave me that map and told me to find anyone going in. She said the node is changing faster than expected. She said if it finishes whatever it is building, the whole peninsula becomes a seedbed." Jon's fingers tightened around the map. "Who said this?" "Dr. Amina Saeed. She said if I found another scientist, tell them one phrase." Ilias closed his eyes, searching memory with visible effort. "Protist is not central. Protist is interface." The sentence struck Jon harder than any claw. For months he had believed the Mist's core organism was a rogue protist coordinating plant and animal tissue. If Amina was right, the protist was not the mind. It was the connection layer, the means by which something else wrote instructions into life. Kara saw his face. Plain version, now. Jon looked toward the mountain's glowing veins. "I may have mistaken the messenger for the author. And the author is inside that." "Yes." Ilias wrapped both arms around himself. "Dr. Saeed said the old meteor fragments are under the mountain now, not just in the crater. She said the node grows around fragments like a pearl around grit. She said the Karoo was first, but the mountain is becoming another center." Jon's mind raced through implications. If fragments had been carried or grown through root networks, the crater was not the only source. The Mist could establish secondary centers. Destroying one node might no longer be enough. but local collapse still mattered. A node under Table Mountain could command the peninsula, perhaps the entire southwestern spread. Kara crouched in front of Elias. "Can you guide us to the drainage line?" Fear flashed across his face so nakedly Jon expected refusal. Instead, Elias nodded, and that frightened Jon more than cowardice would have. "I can take you to the entrance," Elias said. "I cannot promise I can make myself go back inside." Kara's voice softened by a fraction. "Entrance is enough." Jon folded the map carefully. "We leave before dawn. The small hunters are active at night, but the station's main airway pulses strongest after sunset. If we enter at first light, the intake may be weaker." Elias stared at him. "You talk like timing matters to a god. If it eats, breeds, grows, and makes mistakes, it is not a god. It did not make many mistakes with us." Kara checked the roof edge again. "Then we will try to become new ones." They arranged watches. Elias slept first, dropping into unconsciousness so quickly it resembled a fall. Kara took the roof edge. Jon pretended to study the map but kept seeing the phrase in his mind. Protist is not central. Protist is interface. Interface to what? An alien seed? A distributed intelligence? A terraforming program without a programmer left alive? Each possibility changed the shape of the war. Kara settled beside him after an hour, close enough to speak without raising her voice. "You are doing the fortress thing." "I am thinking." "That is what the fortress calls itself from inside." He rubbed his eyes. "If Amina is alive, she may know more than I do." "Good. Then you can be wrong in company. You have a gift for comfort. I and try to keep you from deciding your mistakes require dramatic repayment." He looked at her, surprised by the clarity of it. "You think that is what I do. I think you carry guilt like equipment. You check it often, make sure it is still there, and call it useful because you are afraid to put it down." The answer he wanted did not come. The roof grass moved around them in the wind. Below, the city clicked and cried in 100 hidden throats. Above, the cloud cover thinned just enough to show a few stars, cold and indifferent. "If I put it down," he said, "I do not know what is left." Kara's shoulder touched his. It was a small contact, offered without spectacle. "Maybe you find out after we survive tomorrow." "You keep making survival sound like an appointment." "It is. I expect you to attend." He looked at her hand resting on the roof between them. Dirt darkened her knuckles. The bandage on her arm had stopped bleeding. He placed his hand beside hers, not touching at first. After a moment, she shifted her fingers until they met his. There was nothing careless in it. The gesture was deliberate, sober, and therefore more dangerous than desire alone. For a few breaths, the mountain did not own the world. Then the pulse came again, and Elias cried out in his sleep with a woman's voice. "Do not open the green door," he whispered. "Do not let it see the sun." Kara's fingers tightened around Jon's. Neither of them spoke until the echo faded from the roof, and the mist below resumed its slow climb toward dawn. Morning arrived without brightness. The clouds hung low enough to snag on the mountain's altered cliffs, tearing into strips as the wind pushed them across crystal-veined stone. The city below remained blue-gray and wet. Mist pooled in intersections and along the canal banks, but the slope above the lower station had thinned, just as Jon hoped. Hope, he reminded himself, was not evidence. It was only a direction the mind leaned. Elias woke shaking. For a few seconds he seemed unsure where he was, and his one uncovered eye searched the roof in panic. Kara crouched near him but did not touch him. "You are on the roof," she said. "You are outside. You are not under the mountain." He dragged air into his lungs. "I said something." "Yes." Was it my voice? Kara glanced at Jon. "Not exactly human." Elias closed his eye. "Then it heard me leave." Jon packed the map and samples. "Or exposure left echoes in your nervous system. We do not know that the node actively heard you." "Does that distinction help anyone sleep?" Elias asked. "Not yet. They left through the back before the building could provide more philosophy." Elias guided them along a narrow path where old runoff had carved channels between rocks. The vegetation changed as they climbed. Below, the city jungle was dense and wet, rich with broad leaves and hanging vines. Here the plants grew tougher, lower, and stranger. Silver grass sliced at their trousers. Shrubs carried seed pods like closed eyes. The mist moved in threads that clung to stone and lifted from cracks when the mountain pulsed. Every pulse traveled through the soles of Jon's boots. He counted intervals under his breath. 42 seconds. 41. 43. Not a simple heartbeat then. A system cycling intake, pressure, perhaps chemical exchange. He wished for instruments he no longer had. He wished for a lab with clean benches, stable power, and colleagues who argued over data rather than died carrying it through roots. Kara dropped back beside him while Elias moved ahead. Numbers? Pulse intervals. They vary. Plain version. The mountain is not sleeping. It is working. I guessed that from the part where it breathes and steals voices. You are becoming scientifically efficient. Do not insult me before breakfast has settled. The path ended at a drainage culvert half hidden by thorny creepers. Water trickled from the opening and vanished into moss. The culvert was barely wide enough for a person to crouch inside. Rusted bars had once blocked it, but someone had cut two away with a saw. Fresh root growth had begun to close the gap again, pale and tender compared with the older vines. Elias stopped 10 paces from the entrance. His face had gone bloodless. This is it. Kara studied the opening. You can wait here. He laughed without humor. Here is not safe. Nowhere near the mountain is safe. Then come if you can. Stay if you must. Elias looked at Jon. If I change inside, kill me before I tell it where you are going. Jon hated promises like that. They were easy to make in stories and impossible in the hand. If you show signs of losing yourself, we restrain you first. That is kinder than the mountain will be. Kindness is one of the few ways we still know we are not it. Elias stared at him, then nodded as if the sentence had given him just enough rope to cross a river. I will go to the first junction. After that, I do not know. Kara cut the young roots with short, efficient strokes. They leaked clear sap that smelled of cold cucumber and copper. Jon collected a thread of it on a swab. Kara saw and did not comment, which he recognized as a major act of restraint. They entered in single file, Kara first, Elias second, Jon last, with the sample case dragging against the concrete whenever the tunnel narrowed. The culvert swallowed daylight within meters. Jon clipped the shielded lamp to his chest. Its amber beam lit wet walls, roots as thin as hair, and old mineral stains that looked like maps of countries no one would reclaim. The air changed quickly. Outside, the mist had smelled green and mineral. Inside, it smelled warm, animal, and sweet with rot. The tunnel amplified every sound. Kara's breathing. Elias's muttered counts. Jon's case scraping concrete. Beneath all of it, the mountain pulse grew louder. No longer a thud, but a pressure that entered the bones. At the first junction, the culvert met a service tunnel high enough to stand in. Old cables ran along the wall, wrapped in roots that pulsed faintly. Maintenance labels still clung to the concrete, though fungal lace had eaten most of the letters. Elias pointed left. That way reaches the gallery. We went right first and lost Umbeki in a floor pocket. Left is longer, but dry. Kara looked at the floor. Floor pocket, a membrane, under dust. He stepped on it. It opened, and the roots pulled him down. He was shouting for 3 minutes under the floor. Then he started laughing, like his daughter. The tunnel felt smaller after that. Kara took a coil of wire from her pack and tied one end near the junction. Breadcrumb line. If the passages change, we still know what used to be true. Used to be true is better than nothing, Jon said. Barely enough. More pods appeared as the tunnel widened. Some empty. Some sealed and cloudy. One contained the curled remains of a small antelope, its body threaded with roots. Another held something that might once have been a dog. Kara walked past those with a controlled face. Then they reached one shaped unmistakably around a human body. The person inside was alive. A woman hung suspended in green fluid, eyes closed, hair floating around her face. Roots entered her arms, neck and chest in fine pale cords. Her mouth moved around words they could not hear. Jon's lamp lit the pod from beneath, and the woman's eyelids fluttered. Elias made a broken sound. Lindy is there. Kara grabbed him before he could rush forward. Quiet. She is alive. Maybe alive. That is Lindy, and she gave me water. She pulled me through the first door. We have to cut her down. Jon looked at the cords, the vascular network, the way the pod walls pulsed in time with the mountain. If we open it wrong, she dies. If we open it at all, we may trigger the tunnel. Elias turned on him with sudden hatred. You can say that because you do not know her. Jon absorbed it because it was partly true and mostly pain. I can say it because I have watched the mist make traps out of mercy. Inside the pod, Lindy's mouth moved again. This time sound vibrated through the membrane, faint and distorted. Elias, she whispered. Cold River. Left hand. Remember. Elias sobbed. She knows me. Kara's expression cracked. Jon saw Sifo behind her eyes. He saw Mira behind his own. The mist had chosen its weapon well, not fear, but recognition. The pod's outer layers shivered. Roots along the ceiling twitched awake, one by one, like fingers sensing a surface. Jon forced himself to look past the woman's face. The cords near her neck were not merely feeding. They were pulsing toward the wall, carrying signal. The pod was connected to the tunnel network. Her voice might be hers, might be the mountain speaking through what remained, or might be both in a cruelty. Science did not have a clean name for. Elias, Jon said carefully, ask her something only she would answer in a way the mountain cannot guess. Not a fact, a judgment, a private disagreement. Elias shook so hard Kara had to steady him. Lindy, you hated Peter's soup. Why? The woman in the pod smiled. It was small and heartbreakingly human. Too much salt, she whispered. Elias laughed and cried at once. Then Lindy's eyes opened, and they were filled edge to edge with green light. Bring the warm ones closer, she said in 3 voices. Kara dragged Elias back as roots lashed from the ceiling. Jon ducked, felt one whip past his ear, and swung the machete. The blade cut through a root, spraying clear sap across the wall. The tunnel answered with a deep, muscular contraction. Pods trembled. The floor rippled under dust. Run back, Kara shouted. No, Jon said. Go forward. It is ceiling behind. The wire breadcrumb snapped taut, then went slack. At the junction behind him, roots poured from the ceiling like pale ropes. The path back narrowed in seconds. Kara cursed, shoved Elias forward, and fired into the roots above the pod. The shots burst tissue and filled the tunnel with sap mist. Jon's mask caught most of it, but his eyes burned. Lindy's pod split open from the inside. Her body dropped in a rush of fluid and cords. She hit the floor on hands and knees. For one impossible heartbeat, she looked like a woman released from drowning. Then the cords in her back tightened, lifting her torso. Her mouth opened too wide. The sound that came out was Elias's own voice calling for help from farther down the tunnel. Elias stopped dead. Kara hit him across the face with an open hand. Not hard enough to injure, hard enough to return him to the present. That is not where you are. Move. They ran forward through the gallery of pods. Roots struck walls around them. One wrapped Jon's case strap and yanked him sideways. He cut the strap free and nearly lost the case, catching it by the handle as he stumbled. A pod burst overhead, spilling bones and fluid. Kara fired at a shape moving inside another membrane, and dark blood sprayed the green-lit wall. The tunnel opened into a maintenance room with old pumps rusted in place. A stair climbed along one wall to a steel hatch. The hatch was covered in root tissue but not fully sealed. Kara shoved Elias toward the stairs, then turned to cover Jon. Behind them, Lindy's altered body crawled along the ceiling with the cords in her back acting like extra limbs. I am sorry, Elias whispered. Be sorry while climbing, Kara snapped. Jon reached the stairs as the first root wrapped his ankle. He fell hard, chin striking metal. Blood filled his mouth. He kicked, but the root tightened and began dragging him down. Kara fired past him. The root jerked, but held. Jon grabbed the railing with one hand and the sample case with the other, refusing to lose either because panic made priorities stupid. Kara slung the rifle, drew the sewing needles she had taken from the shop, and drove 3 through the root into a seam of rusted metal. The root convulsed. Jon remembered the copper grid, The electrical sensitivity, the frill sparks of the sentinel outside, metal conduction, signal disruption. Kara did not know the theory, but she knew pain when she saw it work. "Cut," she said. Jon hacked through the pinned root. It released with a wet snap. Kara hauled him up by the back of his coat. Their faces came close for one breath, both streaked with sap and blood. "Still attending survival?" she asked. Reluctantly punctual, yes. "That is good." Elias reached the hatch and tore at the root tissue covering it. Jon joined him, jamming the machete under the seal. Kara fired down the stairs until her rifle clicked empty. The altered Lindy launched from the ceiling. Kara ducked and drove her shoulder into the body mid-air. They crashed against the pump housing. Cords snapped. Lindy's mouth released a chorus of voices, some pleading, some laughing, one singing a child's pantry tune that made Kara flinch. Jon pried the hatch open. Kara. She pinned Lindy's altered body with the rifle across its throat, the green-lit eyes fixed on her. "Sifo is in the garden," it whispered. He kept the mango knife. Kara's face went white. Then she leaned closer, rage steady enough to become calm. "You do not get to say his name." She drove the broken rifle stock into the thing's face and rolled away as Jon and Elias pulled her through the hatch. Roots slammed against the opening. Jon forced the hatch down. Elias jammed a pipe through the handle. Kara shoved a pump chain around it and pulled until the links bit. For several seconds nothing existed but breath. They were in a higher corridor, narrower and older, cut partly into natural stone. The air was cooler. The mountain pulse remained, but it carried a new sound now, a low vibration that rose and fell in tones. Not a heartbeat. A song, if song could be stripped of beauty and used as machinery. Elias sank to the floor. I left her again. Kara stood over him, just heaving. "You left a trap wearing what was left of her. That is not the same." "You do not know that." "No," she said, voice rough. "I do not. But if we stop every time the mountain puts a loved face in front of us, we become food with memories." Jon wiped blood from his mouth and tasted copper. His chin throbbed. He turned his lamp down the corridor. The walls here were threaded with crystal veins that brightened with the song. At the far end, perhaps 50 meters away, a green glow spilled from a doorway shaped not by human tools, but by growth pulled around emptiness. The map in his hand showed no corridor here. Kara noticed, changed, or revealed. Again, not better. They moved toward the glow because all other paths were sealing behind them. The song grew clearer with each step. Jon felt it in his teeth. His thoughts began to slide around the edges, memories loosening. Helen laughing in the kitchen. Mira arguing pancake fairness. His own voice lecturing students about cellular boundaries. The mist pressed against those images, curious and patient. Kara took his hand without looking at him. Present tense. He squeezed back. Kara is walking. Elias is breathing. Jon is bleeding but useful. Useful is under review. Fair enough. Elias gave a weak, startled laugh behind them. It sounded like a person surfacing. The doorway opened into an observation chamber built around an old service lift shaft. The shaft descended into darkness and rose into a tangle of roots above. Across it, a metal platform hung crooked on cables. Beyond the platform, on the far wall, someone had painted letters in white emergency paint. Amina, Bay. Do not trust open. Doors. Under the words, a handprint marked the wall in dried blood. Jon stepped closer to the shaft. Warm air rose from below, carrying the thick scent of sap and stone. Deep in the darkness, something enormous pulsed with green light. Not the main node, perhaps, but part of its outer system. A feeder heart. A throat. The song climbed from it in layered tones. Kara looked at the platform, the cables, the shaft, and the warning. I hate open doors now. The warning does not say avoid all doors, Jon said. It says do not trust them. That is exactly the kind of difference that gets educated people killed. Elias stared at the painted name. She was alive when she wrote that. Maybe still is, Kara said. Jon folded Amina's map into his pocket, then tightened the straps on his case. His hands had stopped shaking. That worried him less than it once would have. Fear had not left. and had found a job. From far below, a voice rose through the shaft. It was a woman's voice, worn thin but unmistakably human. "If anyone hears me, do not come down by the lift. The cables are roots. The safe way is under the green door. Hurry before it finishes waking." Elias whispered, "Amina is alive." The chamber lights brightened, though no bulbs remained. On the far side of the shaft, 3 doorways opened at once where solid root had covered the wall seconds before. One glowed green. One was dark. One breathed pale mist in slow, inviting curls. Kara raised her empty rifle as if spite alone could reload it. "Which one is the green door?" Jon stared at the 3 openings while the mountain song gathered around them, patient and expectant. The green-lit door was too obvious. The mist-breathing door was too theatrical. The dark door showed nothing, and nothing had become the rarest honest thing in the mountain. He looked at Kara. She looked back, and in the space between them passed all the things neither had time to say. "Present tense," she said. "Present tense," he answered. Jon marked the wall beside the dark opening with a chalk slash, then pressed the chalk into Kara's palm. The gesture was practical, but it felt like trust, because it gave her the next mark if he fell. She closed her fingers around it without comment. Elias watched the exchange and straightened a little, as if seeing 2 people decide to continue had lent him a piece of borrowed spine. The mountain sang on, but for once it did not get the last sound. Together, with Elias trembling behind them and the breathing shaft below, they stepped toward the dark door. The dark doorway did not breathe, and for that reason alone Jon trusted it more than the other 2. The greenlit passage glittered with a welcoming sheen, every vein in the walls shining as if a kind hand had placed lamps there for travelers. The mist-filled opening exhaled in soft curls that shaped themselves almost into faces before dissolving. The dark road showed nothing, offered nothing, and made no promise except the cold coming from inside. Kara stepped first because Kara treated danger like an unpaid debt and preferred to collect before anyone else did. Jon followed with the sample case tight against his ribs, and Elias came last, whispering the names of the people he had lost under his breath. The chalk mark on the wall behind them looked small and human against the shifting flesh of the mountain. The doorway closed after 6 steps. It did not slam. It did not scrape. Roots simply thickened across the opening with a wet, patient movement, sealing the room behind them, as if it had never been there. Elias made a thin sound. Kara turned, raised the empty rifle, remembered it was empty, and cursed in a voice low enough not to feed the tunnel. "That was expected," Jon said. "Expected does not mean acceptable," she answered. "No, but it means we do not waste breath being offended." He took out the small lamp and shielded it with 2 fingers. Amber light fell across a corridor barely wide enough for 1 person. The walls were not concrete anymore. Stone remained in patches, but most of the passage had become layered root and mineral, pressed together in bands like muscle around bone. Moisture trickled through pale grooves. Tiny crystals grew in clusters where the roots entered rock. Elias leaned forward, staring. "This was not here." "You took the green door?" Kara asked. "We thought it was safe." It had station markings on it, old paint, and painted arrows. Someone had scratched the word supplies into the frame. He wiped his mouth with a shaking hand. "We followed what looked like human advice. That was the first bad choice. The next 12 followed quickly." Jon studied the root seams near the closed doorway. The mountain used prior memory. It learned that people follow signs, so it made signs. "Plain version," Kara said. "It is using civilization as bait. I liked civilization better when it had toilets and medicine. It also had meetings. Then the old world was not perfect. The exchange should not have helped, but it did. Humor, even thin humor, created a pocket in the fear." Jon felt Kara's shoulder near his in the tight passage. The memory of her fingers touching his on the rooftop passed through him with dangerous warmth. He locked it away, not because it was unwanted, but because any feeling bright enough to matter could blind a man at the wrong second. They moved in single file. The floor had a slight downward grade, slick with translucent moss. Every 5th step, Kara scratched a mark into the wall with Jon's chalk, though the root tissue slowly puckered around each slash. Jon counted under his breath. Not distances exactly, but beats. The pulse from below came steady now, a deep pressure that entered the bones of the skull. It had rhythm, but rhythm did not make it music. A hammer had rhythm. So did a heart as it failed. At the first bend, the passage offered them Helen. Her voice came from the wall to John's left, clear enough to stop his foot in midair. "You forgot the kettle again." The lamp trampled in his hand. There were countless lines the mist could have stolen from his notebooks, his recordings, his muttered grief. But that one came from a morning before the world ended. Helen had stood in their kitchen with her hair wet from the shower, laughing because he had boiled water and walked away from it while explaining a grant proposal to the toaster. Mira had been under the table feeding toast crust to a dog they never owned but often borrowed. Kara saw his face and reached back without looking. Her fingers closed around his wrist hard enough to hurt. "Distance, not meaning," she whispered. John forced himself to inhale through the mask. "The source is inside the wall. 2 meters at most." Helen's voice returned, softer. "John, I asked you to save her." His knees wanted to fail. His mind tried to argue and lost. There were no clean defenses against the dead using ordinary words. Kara's grip tightened. "Say what is true," she said. He swallowed. "That is not Helen. Say the other thing." He knew what she meant. "Helen is dead." Again. "Helen is dead." The wall shuddered. The voice changed, stretching into something lower and wet. "Then come where dead things learn to grow." Kara pulled him forward before the roots behind the wall could complete whatever shape they were making. Elias stumbled after them, one hand pressed over his good ear. The corridor narrowed until their packs scraped both sides. The mountain seemed to listen to their bodies in contact with it. When Kara's injured arm brushed a pale vein, the vein brightened under the bandage. She jerked away. "It knows blood," she said. "It knows heat and chemistry," John replied. "Blood is only a convenient language. You can make any nightmare sound educated. That is my remaining professional skill." They came to a vertical shaft where an old maintenance ladder had been swallowed almost entirely by roots. Above, green light moved behind a membrane stretched across the ceiling. Below, the shaft descended into a dark throat laced with cables and vines. The air rising from it smelled of minerals, rot, and something sweet enough to be meat gone wrong. A narrow ledge continued around the shaft and entered another tunnel on the far side. Kara dropped to one knee and tested the ledge with the rifle barrel. It held, but the stone under it flexed. "One at a time," she said. "No arguing about who goes first. I go first because I have better balance. John goes second because he carries the case. Elias goes third, because if he panics, I want him between us, not behind us." Elias gave a weak laugh. "That is the kindest insult I have heard today. I am not at my best." She moved onto the ledge sideways, boots finding shallow cuts in the stone. John watched every step and hated the uselessness of watching. The shaft pulsed below her. Once, a vine slid upward from the darkness, tasting the air like a worm. Kara froze until it withdrew. She reached the far side and signaled. John went next. The sample case pulled at his balance. Halfway across, the membrane above brightened, and a child's voice drifted through it. "Daddy, I found a green door." "Mira." John stopped. He did not mean to stop. His body made the decision before his training could protest. The ledge flexed under him. Pebbles clicked into the shaft and vanished without a sound. Kara's voice cut across the dark. "She would not call you that in a tunnel." He closed his eyes. Mira had called him Dad when she was frightened, Doctor when she was teasing, and Baba only once, after Helen laughed at a language lesson. Daddy belonged to a younger child, a stranger, a guess made by something that had stolen shape, but not history. "It guessed wrong," John said. The voice above became pleading. "Please look at me." "It guessed wrong," he said again, and moved. A vine shot up from the shaft and wrapped the case handle. John slammed his elbow against the wall and held on. The ledge split under one boot. Kara lunged from the far side, grabbing the front of his coat. Elias shouted from behind, and another vine snapped toward him. John saw all of it in fractured pieces. Kara's teeth clenched, the root tightening, the case tipping over the dark, Mira's false voice crying from above. He let the strap slide off his shoulder and kept the handle in his fist. Kara pulled. The vine pulled harder. The latch creaked. If the case opened, samples would spill into the shaft and feed whatever waited below. Jon drew the machete with his free hand and hacked at the vine. The blade bit once, twice, then sank through. Sap sprayed across his mask. Kara hauled him onto the far side so hard they crashed together against the wall. For one breath, they were face to face, her hands on his coat, his body braced against hers, the false child still calling from above. Her eyes searched his with anger and something worse than anger because it cared. "Do not freeze like that again," she said. "I know. I am serious. So am I. Then stop carrying your dead where the jungle can grab them." The words struck deep because they were almost cruel and entirely true. He wanted to answer with science, with strategy, with any object he could hold between them. Instead, he nodded. Elias crossed last in a rush that nearly killed him. The ledge cracked beneath his heel at the final step, and Kara seized his pack with one hand, dragging him forward as stone tore away behind him. A rush of air rose from below. Something enormous shifted in the shaft, unseen but near enough that the warmth of it washed over them. They ran. The tunnel beyond the shaft sloped up instead of down. Old cable brackets reappeared along one wall, giving Jon hope that they were near human-built infrastructure again. Hope lasted until they found the first mirror tree. It grew from the center of a service alcove, no thicker than a man's torso, with bark black as burned glass and leaves shaped like open hands. On each leaf, a face shimmered in miniature. Some were strangers. Some had eyes closed in pain. One leaf held Elias's face. Another held Kara's. Another held Jon, older and more hollow, looking back with a knowledge he did not have yet. "Do not touch it," Jon said, though no one had moved to do so. The leaf with Kara's face opened its mouth. "Sifo is not in the pods." Kara's expression hardened. The leaf with Elias's face spoke next. "You left Lindy because you wanted to live." Elias recoiled as if slapped. Jon lifted the lamp. "This structure is reading recent auditory memory. It may be reconstructing speech patterns from residue in our nervous systems or from prior exposure." Kara stared at the leaves. "It is gossiping with a trunk." "That is also possible." The leaf with Jon's older face whispered, "Amina will tell you enough to make you useful. Then she will decide who gets to leave." The statement carried a different weight. Not accusation and not simple prediction. Jon stepped closer despite himself. The leaf's surface rippled, and beneath his own reflected eyes, he saw a lattice of tiny fibers moving in fluid. He remembered Amina's warning. Protist is not central. Protist is interface. A tree that mirrored faces might not be a lure. It might be an instrument, testing individual memory against the larger mind. Kara tugged his sleeve. "Doctor, your thinking face is too close to the nightmare plant. It is presenting a possible future. It is presenting rot with confidence." Elias pulled the cracked compass from his pocket and hurled it at the trunk. The compass struck a cluster of leaves. Faces split open. The tree screamed in 7 voices, and every leaf snapped toward them like a hand clapping shut. Thin needles shot from the bark. One sliced across Elias's cheek, opening a bright red line. Another lodged in Jon's sleeve. Kara fired the single round she had found in her pocket during the earlier scramble, saving it until fury made economy impossible. The trunk burst at its midpoint. Black sap and red fluid sprayed across the alcove. "That was my last bullet," she said. "It was persuasive," Jon replied. The mirror tree folded inward. The leaves curled, faces melting into green pulp. In the sudden silence, Elias touched his cheek and looked at the blood on his fingers. "It was right," he said. "About Lindy. I wanted to live." Kara shoved the empty rifle into its sling and faced him. "Wanting to live is not treason." It felt like it. "That is because guilt is a liar with excellent stamina." Jon looked at her, hearing his own lesson returned through another person's pain. She did not look back, but he knew she meant him to hear it. They continued through the rising tunnel until the walls changed again. Root tissue thinned. Human paint showed in flakes. A faded sign read, "Water pressure AC cess in English and Afrikaans, half consumed by pale growth." Beside it, someone had carved 3 marks into the wall, a circle, a slash, and a small sun. Elias touched the carving. Amina did that. She marked safe pockets with the sun. Kara studied the dark beyond the sign. Safe by whose standard? A woman's voice answered from the passage ahead. By the standard of people who are still alive enough to complain. Kara raised the empty rifle anyway. Jon lifted the lamp. A figure stood 30 paces ahead behind a hanging curtain of copper wire and dried salt cords. She was thin, brown-skinned, and wrapped in a patched expedition coat, too large for her body. Her hair had been cut short with a blade. One side of her face bore a branching green stain under the skin, like a fern pressed beneath glass. Elias took 1 step toward her. "Amina." "Stop there," she said. Her voice trembled, but not with weakness, with restraint. "All of you. If any of you crosses the copper before I test your eyes, I will flood this passage with lime dust and break my own lungs doing it." Kara glanced at Jon. "I like her already." Jon stared at the woman who might know more than any living person about the thing beneath the mountain. Dr. Amina Saeed. Formerly. Titles feel silly under a carnivorous mountain. "I am Jon Voss." Her tired eyes sharpened. "Cape Town Cellular Systems Group. You published on membrane signaling before the Karoo event. You read that?" "I argued with it in the margins. You were wrong about intracellular cascade thresholds, but charmingly wrong." For the first time in days, Jon almost smiled. "I have always aspired to charming errors." "Then you came to the right place." She lifted a cracked optical scope. "One at a time. Look at the light. Do not blink unless you enjoy being distrusted." The copper curtain chimed in the moving air, each wire touching another with a tiny metallic note. Jon saw how carefully it had been built. Not as decoration, not as superstition, but as an argument in physics. The wires crossed at uneven intervals to break pattern. Salt cords hung between them in bundles, and powdered lime had been pressed into the cracks along the floor. Amina had not merely survived under the mountain. She had studied the predator's senses and built a room that was hard to taste. Kara noticed the same thing in her own way. She examined the floor, the walls, the emergency path behind Amina, and the handmade traps hidden near the passage lip. One clay jar sat on a shelf above the corridor, balanced with a trip line no thicker than thread. Another line vanished under a fold of cloth. Amina watched Kara watching, and gave the smallest nod of respect. "You built a porcupine out of trash," Kara said. "The trash was cooperative," Amina replied. "How many people are with you?" Amina's face did not change quickly enough to hide the answer. "At present, whoever stands in this passage and continues breathing." Elias looked down. Jon heard the silence fill with names. 9 people had entered with him, and only 1 had stumbled back toward the dark door. Survival was never merely survival anymore. It arrived carrying the inventory of everyone who did not. Amina lifted the scope again. "We can mourn after I decide none of you are wearing the mountain behind your eyes." Amina tested Elias first. She made him stand before the copper curtain while she shone a narrow white beam into his uncovered eye. Elias flinched, but he held still. The green scar near his temple, left by some earlier contact with the mountain, pulsed faintly under the light. Amina watched longer than kindness allowed. "He is exposed," she said. Kara's hands tightened on the rifle. "Meaning what?" "Meaning the mountain has touched his nervous system. It has not ceded a route command." "Not yet." Elias swallowed. "That is the best news I have heard since I ran screaming through a sewer." "You always set modest standards," Amina said, and the corner of her mouth moved in exhausted affection. She looked at Kara next. "Your turn, rifle woman." "The rifle is empty." "Mine is not." Kara stepped forward with her chin lifted. The beam passed across both eyes, then paused near the fresh cut on her forearm. Amina leaned closer without crossing the copper. "That came from a small hunter." "Several small hunters," Kara said. "They were rude." "Did saliva enter the cut?" "Not that I noticed." People rarely notice the important droplets. Amina passed her a small paper packet through a gap in the wire. Open it and pack the powder around the bandage edge. It stings. That is how you know it is less bad than dying. Kara looked at Jon. She sounds like Nandi with a laboratory. I will accept that as praise from someone who still has both legs, Amina said. Jon was last. The beam burned his eyes until tears gathered. Amina studied him with uncomfortable focus. Her face remained controlled, but the green branching mark under her skin brightened as if his presence had called to it. You carry active material, she said. Contained samples. Contained is a word scientists use when we want the universe to admire our boxes. The case is shielded. Against ordinary contamination, yes. Against the thing using life as a broadcast medium, not enough. She lowered the scope. You brought proof and risk in the same handle. It is very like your papers. Kara made a soft sound. I am trying not to enjoy this. Jon held the case closer. If you have a better method, I will listen. Good. Listening is what brilliant men do after evidence humiliates them. Amina untied part of the copper curtain and gestured them through. Move quickly. The salt gives us minutes when the mountain is curious, seconds when it is angry. It has been curious since you chose the dark door. The safe pocket was not a room so much as a human argument against being eaten. It occupied a widened pressure chamber where old pipes entered the wall in rusted clusters. Amina had draped copper wire in loops from ceiling to floor. Salt lines crossed the concrete. Bags of lime dust leaned against the walls. A row of cracked jars held powders in different shades: white, gray, red, yellow. On a table made from 2 metal grates, instruments lay beside scavenged candles, medical wrappings, and a coil of root tissue pinned under glass. A small stove burned smokeless fuel. The heat felt indecently kind. A hand-drawn calendar covered one panel near the stove. The dates had stopped meaning what dates used to mean, but Amina had marked each day she remained herself with a small vertical line. Some lines were steady, some dragged down the page as if written during tremors or fever. Beside the calendar, she had written 3 rules in block letters. Verify voices. Break patterns. Save time, not pride. Jon read the rules twice. The third one stayed with him. Before the Verdant Mist, science had been allowed to be slow when it needed to be slow. They could repeat trials, review data, argue over language, and publish careful conclusions long after the first discovery. Here, truth had to run while still half-dressed. Amina had accepted the ugliness of that better than he had. How long have you been alone? He asked. Alone is imprecise. The mountain is very sociable. How long without human help? She tightened a strap on the pack. 9 days since Elias left with a map. 17 since Kojo stopped answering with Kojo's opinions. 23 since the last radio contact with the ridge. Longer than I recommend. Elias stared at the calendar. You kept marking days after we ran. Someone needed to keep a record. I should have come back sooner. Amina's expression became severe enough to be kind. You should have lived. You managed that assignment poorly, but successfully. He let out a breath that shook. Kara looked away, granting him privacy because mercy sometimes meant not watching a person receive it. Elias sank beside the stove and began shaking again. Amina gave him water with measured firmness, not tenderness, which was safer for a man near collapse. Kara stood near the entrance, watching the copper curtain as if she expected it to betray them. Jon moved toward the pinned root and stopped himself before touching the glass. You said the protist is interface, he said. Amina laughed once. It became a cough. She covered her mouth with cloth until the fit passed. When she lowered the cloth, Jon saw green specks in the blood. Kara saw them too. You are sick. Everyone under this mountain is sick. Some of us remain selective about who gives instructions. Amina took a notebook from under the table. The cover had swollen from damp. Pages inside were filled with cramped writing, diagrams, and stains that might have been chemical markers or blood. Your protist theory was half right. The mist contains a cellular agent. It enters plant and animal tissue, rewrites signaling, opens pathways that should not exist. But it is not the mind. It is the translator. Jon leaned over the diagram she pointed to. It showed a root cell, a nerve cell, and an angular shard at the center, all linked by threads. Translator for the meteor fragments. For what lives in the fragments, or what the fragments are. I stopped pretending there is a difference. Kara came closer despite herself. Plain version for people who did not lose arguments in scientific journals. Amina turned the notebook toward her. The meteor was not a rock carrying germs. It was a seed carrying instructions. Those instructions cannot speak directly to Earth life. The mist is the mouth. The protist is the tongue. The jungle is the body it is building. The stove clicked softly. Somewhere beyond the copper curtain, the mountain pulse deepened. Building for what? Kara asked. Amina's face changed. A world where its own biology makes sense. A world wetter, warmer, denser, with air rich in spores and signal. A nursery for whatever species designed the seed, or whatever species became the seed. It does not hate us. That may be the cruelest part. It treats us like soil with useful memories. Jon thought of the voices in the walls, the mirror leaves, the pod with Lindy from Elias's story. It harvests experience because behavior is adaptive data. Yes, skills, fears, language, habits. It learned doors because people use doors. It learned names because names move us better than claws. Amina's gaze slid to Kara. It learned your brother's name from someone, not necessarily him. Kara's expression went flat. Do not comfort me with uncertainty. I am not comforting you. I am warning you. If you hear Sifo, the voice may be a theft, a trap, or a living person carrying a trap in his mouth. You will not know from sound alone. The words hit Kara visibly, but she did not step back. Then how do I know? Amina's answer was quieter. You asked for a choice the mountain would not make. Jon looked up. A judgment, not a fact. Exactly. Facts are easy for a hungry intelligence with memory access. Judgment still belongs partly to the person if enough person remains. Elias whispered from the stove. Lindy said the soup had too much salt. Amina closed her eyes. That was hers. The next sentence was not. For a moment, no one spoke. The safe pocket felt smaller, held together by copper, powder, and grief. Jon opened his sample case on the table only after Amina laid a salt circle around it. She did not mock him when she saw the green film branching along the inside lid. That worried him more than mockery would have. She placed a strip of copper mesh over the case and watched the film recoil. There, she said. It dislikes conductive disorder. Electrical interference? More than that. The root network passes ionic pulses, chemical gradients, and something that behaves like low-frequency field communication. Copper mesh scrambles the local coherence. Salt dehydrates the interface layer. Lime burns it. Heat can rupture larger tissue if you get past the wet outer membranes. Jon remembered Kara pinning the root with sewing needles against metal. Copper and iron interrupt small branches. A thermal charge might rupture a node if placed against the membrane. Amina's eyes sharpened. You have a thermal charge? Kara answered before Jon could. We have one charge and a talent for terrible plans. Then we have a beginning. Amina turned to a larger sheet pinned on the chamber wall. It was a map of the mountain interior, drawn over old service diagrams. The central cavern was marked with a black circle surrounded by rings of roots. A vertical line rose from it toward a notation that read solar split. The node is not merely pulsing. It is preparing to open a crown chamber on the upper face. If it exposes the fragment core to direct sun for a full cycle, the mountain becomes a broadcast seed. Broadcast to where? Kara asked. To every active mist field in range. Maybe beyond range if the ionosphere behaves the way it did after the Karoo strike. I am guessing with incomplete terror, but the trend is clear. Local node becomes regional command. Regional command becomes continental pattern. Then the Amazon team you heard on the radio will not be synthesizing medicine. They will be negotiating with trees that know their childhood nicknames. Jon felt the map pull his attention toward the black circle. We need to destroy the core before sunrise. Not the core, Mina said sharply. You cannot destroy the fragment with what you have. You rupture the growth membrane around it and poison the interface while it is exposed. That may collapse this node and blind the fragment long enough for other teams to act. Poison. With what? Amina opened a metal box under the table. Inside were 6 glass ampules packed in straw. The fluid within was amber black and thick, a synthesis from mist tissue, salt-resistant algae, and my own failing blood. I call it counter serum because dramatic names made Elias less frightened for nearly 4 minutes. Elias managed a thin smile. It worked for 3. Ungrateful man. Amina closed the box. Injected into a major node membrane and forces the interface cells to signal incompatibility. They begin rejecting the fragment commands. The local network tears itself between instructions. Kara stared at the ampules. You made that down here? I improved it down here. The first version killed everything it touched, including 3 fingers of my left hand. She lifted her hand. 2 fingers were shortened and wrapped in dark cloth. The current version is less impolite. John studied the ampules with hungry caution. The Amazon group said they had an anti-venom. They need crater material for a broader synthesis. I know. Their signal reached us before the lower antenna grew teeth. This is not their final answer. This is a lever. Use it here, and maybe they get time to make the key. Kara leaned over the map. How do we reach the membrane? Amina tapped a passage marked with a sun symbol. Through the old pressure drains, then across the nursery garden. After that, an ascent along root ribs to the lower side of the crown chamber. Nursery garden, Carr repeated. That sounds deliberately horrible. It is where the node grows guardians. Of course it is. John looked at the map's narrow route. You said old pressure drains. Are they stable? Nothing here is stable. Some parts are spitefully predictable. Amina wrapped the ampule box in cloth and placed it in John's hands. You carry this. The case is already a beacon. One more temptation will not improve or ruin the moral equation. Kara gave John a look. I'm writing that sentence down if we live. He accepted the box. It felt too light for the weight it carried. Are you coming with us? Amina smiled without warmth. You cannot navigate the nursery without me. Also, I plan to die somewhere useful, and this room has grown tedious. Elias stood too quickly. You are not dying. That is sweet and not currently supported by evidence. Then change the evidence. Amina's expression softened. I have been trying. Kara interrupted before grief could thicken. How much time before the mountain notices we are cozy in here? As if answering, the copper curtain trembled. Beyond it, something dragged along the corridor. Not a claw, not a root. A heavy, wet scrape, followed by a breath that rattled through more than one throat. Amina snatched a jar of red powder. It already noticed. Pack what you can. Leave what you love. Burn what can speak after us. The curtain bulged inward. A human hand pushed through the wires, skin gray and veined green, fingers split by thin roots. Another hand followed, then a face pressed between copper strands. The face belonged to a man with one eye missing and his jaw stretched by root growth. He opened his mouth, and 3 voices came out. Amina, it said. You promised to show us sunlight. Elias went rigid. Peter. Amina threw the red powder into the stove. Flame rose with a roar of crimson sparks. Peter always did arrive late and make a mess. The copper curtain tore. Peter came through the copper in pieces of man and mountain. His shoulders still wore the remains of a survey jacket, but the fabric had fused to gray-green tissue that shifted under it like worms beneath mud. Roots exited his spine and trailed behind him, dragging over the salt lines with a hiss. Where his left eye had been, a crystal node glittered wetly. Blood leaked from splits in his lips each time the 3 borrowed voices spoke. Kara struck first because hesitation belonged to people with ammunition. She drove the butt of the empty rifle into Pieter's throat and forced him back against the copper strands. The contact made his skin smoke. He screamed in his own voice for half a second, which was worse than any borrowed chorus. John grabbed the ampule box and shoved it into his inner coat. Amina swept notebooks, powders, and a roll of copper mesh into a pack with one hand while holding the jar of lime dust in the other. Elias stood frozen, knife raised, looking at the man he had known. Elias, Amina shouted. He is wearing memory, not permission. That broke him loose. Elias lunged and slashed the roots trailing from Pieter's back. The knife was dull, but fury gave it force. Sap sprayed across the floor and over Elias's hands. Pieter turned with impossible speed. One root snapped around Elias's wrist and pulled him close. The man's split mouth opened beside Elias's ear. "Lindy said you ran," Pieter whispered in Lindy's voice. Kara slammed the rifle into the crystal node. It cracked. Green light burst from the socket, bright enough to paint the chamber walls. Pieter staggered. Amina threw lime dust into the exposed eye. The reaction was immediate and savage. Tissue foamed. Roots convulsed. Pieter's body hit the salt line and thrashed, slapping the floor hard enough to shake the jars. "Out," Amina said. Now, before his friends learned manners. They ran through a rear hatch hidden behind hanging cloth. Amina yanked a cord as she passed. The stove tipped, spilling crimson flame into the powders she had left. Behind them, the safe pocket erupted in sparks, dust, and a flash of white heat. The blast slammed the hatch shut and drove all four of them to their knees in the drain corridor beyond. For several seconds, Jon could hear nothing but a high tone in the drumbeat below. His mask had slipped. Kara shoved it back over his face with a gentleness too quick for anyone else to notice. "Still with us?" she asked. "More or less." "Choose more." Amina was already crawling forward. "Less can catch up later. Move." The pressure drains were round tunnels lined with old ceramic tiles. Most had cracked under root pressure, leaving jagged edges that tore at sleeves and skin. Water ran ankle-deep along the floor, except it was not water anymore. It carried pale threads that coiled around boots and recoiled from Amina's powder. She scattered pinches ahead of them as she moved. "Step where it smokes," she said. "If it does not smoke, it is waiting." "You make everything sound personal," Kara said. "It is personal. That does not make it emotional. Fungus is personal when it eats bread." The drain angled downward. Twice they heard movement in side tunnels and froze while heavy bodies dragged past unseen. Once a cluster of small translucent lizards scattered across the ceiling, each no larger than a hand, each carrying a single green eye, too large for its skull. Amina crushed one under her boot before Jon could object. "Scouts," she said. "I was not going to object," Jon lied. "Your face objected for you." Kara glanced at him. "His face is educated. It cannot help itself." Elias coughed and almost laughed. The laugh became a shiver. His wrist had a dark ring where Pieter's root had gripped him. Jon saw it but did not speak. Amina saw it too. Her expression tightened. They reached a grate at the end of the drain. Beyond it opened space large enough to swallow the lamp beam. Warm air rolled through the metal bars, carrying the smell of wet leaves, blood, flowers, and animal musk. Something chirped far below. Something else answered with a low bellow that vibrated in Jon's teeth. Amina crouched by the grate. "Nursery garden." Kara peered through. "I hate that you are accurate." The grate opened onto a ledge overlooking an underground cavern. The cavern had its own weather. Warm currents rose from the pools and condensed on the root ceiling, then fell in fact drops that struck leaves with soft taps. Each tap made some nearby organism answer. A pod tightened. A tendril curled. A cluster of tiny mouths opened in the moss and closed again around nothing. The place behaved less like a forest than a crowded room where every listener repeated the last word in a different language. Jon saw discarded bones near one pool, but even the bones were being used. Root hairs entered the marrow channels. Beetle-like workers carried chips of white material toward egg clusters. Nothing was waste here. Not bone, not voice, not pain, not love. The thought filled him with a clean, cold anger that felt healthier than to spare. The mist did not deserve worship for being efficient. A grinder was efficient. Kara's gaze moved across the rows of membranes. She did not say Sipho's name. She did not have to. Jon wondered if she was making bargains with herself, promising to look only as much as survival allowed. He wanted to tell her he understood, but he did not. Mira's absence was a blank space. Kara had been given 100 possible shapes of loss and told to choose which one could destroy her. Amina touched Kara's sleeve. "Eyes forward until you have a real choice. I am not good at leaving people in cages." Neither was I. The mountain counted on that. Kara swallowed once and kept moving. The mountain had hollowed itself into a greenhouse without sun. Columns of root rose from floor to ceiling. Bioluminescent leaves hung in sheets, giving off blue-green light. Pools steamed between banks of black moss. Along the cavern floor, hundreds of pods grew in ordered rows, some small as eggs, some large enough to hold oxen, some shaped around forms that pressed against the membranes from inside. Near the center stood a grove of armored saplings. Their trunks were ribbed like bone, and from their crowns hung clusters of embryos. Not dinosaur, not mammal, not bird, but pieces of all three arranged by an intelligence that understood function better than mercy. Tiny claws flexed under membranes. Beaks opened and closed in fluid. Spines twitched along half-made backs. Elias covered his mouth. "It is making them." Jon could not look away. Horror and scientific awe tried to occupy the same space in him and made him feel unclean. Accelerated gestation. External nutrient support. The pods are not random prisons. They are factories. Amina worked the great bolts with a scavenged wrench. The mountain grows defenders based on available templates. Some from fossils encoded in the seed. Some from living species. Some from us when it decides hands are useful. Kara's voice went thin. "Children." Amina stopped turning the wrench. Sometimes, that single word almost broke the group. But it was not a one-word reply. It carried the weight of every answer withheld. Kara looked down into the garden with a stillness Jon feared. Somewhere in that stillness stood a 12-year-old boy named Sifo, and every possible shape his fate might have taken. The grate gave way with a soft metallic groan. Amina caught it before it could fall and lowered it aside. They climbed onto the ledge and followed a narrow maintenance path along the cavern wall. Below them, the garden pulsed. The timing was not uniform. Different zones beat in different rhythms, as if organs worked at separate tasks. The egg grove quivered faster. The large guardian pods pulsed slowly. A line of human-sized pods near a pool flickered in patterns close to speech. Jon whispered, "Do those contain prisoners?" "Some prisoners. Some copies. Some attempts." Attempts at what? At walking inside human settlements without being shot. Kara's grip tightened on the rifle. "It makes people suits." Amina nodded once. "That is an ugly phrase, and not wrong." They descended by root stairs that had grown over old metal steps. Amina went first, touching each step with a copper rod before placing weight. If the rod sparked green, she chose another route. Twice she turned them aside from steps that looked solid and breathed through hidden mouths after she passed them. Jon committed the rod test to memory. Every useful habit felt like theft from the dying. Halfway down, a pod burst. It happened without warning. One of the guardian membranes on the cavern floor split open with a wet crack. A creature spilled out in a flood of fluid, unfolded, and stood nearly 3 meters tall. It had the hind legs of a heavy predator, forelimbs ending in hooked claws, and a plated head with frilled edges that sparked faintly. Its skin was raw in places, not yet hardened, and fluid sheeted from its body. It shook itself like a newborn calf and sent blood-colored slime across the moss. Kara said, "That one is going to be a problem." "It hatched early," Amina whispered. The safe-room blast accelerated the garden. The guardian lifted its head. The crystal patches along its frill brightened. It had no eyes yet, only pale films where eyes would form, but it turned toward the ledge with terrible certainty. Jon felt the ampule box against his chest and understood the route they had to cross. The path to the crown chamber ran along the cavern floor, past the pools and through the egg grove. There was no hiding from a creature built to protect that very route. "Can it hear?" Kara asked. "It can sense field changes," Amina said. "Heat, motion, electrical activity, and fear if fear changes your body enough. Fear changes everything. Then be boring." They moved again, slower now. The guardian below paced in circles, legs wobbling as muscles learned themselves. Each circle widened. The path brought them to a lower platform made from old maintenance decking. From there, they had to cross an open strip of moss to reach a cluster of pressure tanks that could hide them before the egg grove. Amina scattered powder across the moss. It smoked in small dots. When I say go, walk. Do not run. Running draws the tremor vines. Elias stared at the field. What draws the giant plated thing? Nearly everything else. That answer lacks kindness. Kindness stayed in the safe room. They crossed. Jon placed each foot carefully, feeling moss compress under his boots. Threads climbed toward the leather and withdrew from the powder residue. Kara walked beside him, empty rifle ready as a club. Amina moved ahead with the rod. Elias came behind, breathing too loudly. A pod to their left thumped from inside. Kara turned, despite herself. The membrane was human-sized, cloudy with green fluid. A hand pressed against it from within. It was small and brown. A strip of red cloth floated near the wrist. "Sifo," the pod whispered. Kara stopped. Jon's heart dropped. The guardian below lifted its head. Amina hissed, "Ask judgment." Kara's face had gone bloodless. She took one step toward the pod. Inside, the hand pressed harder. The red cloth drifted like a signal flag in murky water. "Sifo," she said, voice shaking but not broken. "When Mama said men should never cry in front of the shop, what did you tell her?" The pod's answer came in her own younger voice. "Men should cry where everyone can see so boys know how." Kara made a sound Jon had never heard from her. Not grief alone. Recognition sharpened into pain. Then the pod added, in a deeper voice, "Bring me warm blood, and I will remember the rest." Kara stepped back as if the floor had opened. Jon caught her elbow. She did not pull away. The guardian turned fully toward them. Its frill sparked. "It had something real," Kara whispered. "Yes," Jon said. "Something stolen or something trapped. That does not help." "I know." The guardian charged. The first steps were clumsy. The next were not. It crossed the moss with shocking speed, tearing pods from their stems as it came. Amina threw yellow powder into its path. The powder burst into choking smoke when the creature's wet feet struck it. The guardian screamed and veered, smashing into a row of egg pods. Half-formed creatures spilled across the ground in a slick mess of blood, clear fluid, and twitching limbs. Kara moved again because pain had found a task. "Tanks," she shouted. "Get behind the tanks." They sprinted despite Amina's warning. The moss answered, tremor vines rising and whipping arcs. One wrapped Elias's leg and dragged him down. He hit the ground hard, knife skittering away. Kara turned back. Jon was closer. He dropped the sample case, grabbed the vine with both hands, and felt it tighten with crushing strength. Amina shoved the copper rod into the vine beside his fingers. The vine spasmed. Elias kicked free. The guardian struck the pressure tank cluster a second after they reached it. Metal screamed. A tank the size of a small car tore loose from its mounts and rolled across the moss, crushing pods. Kara climbed onto a lower pipe, waited until the guardian's head swept past, and drove the rifle barrel into the cracked crystal patch Jon had noticed along the frill. Sparks leaped. The creature convulsed, flinging her sideways. Jon caught her badly. They both crashed into the mud. Her breath burst out against his shoulder. Blood ran from a cut above her eyebrow, bright against the green light. She tried to rise and nearly fell. "Stay down for 1 second," he said. "I dislike that advice. Dislike it while breathing." The guardian recovered and turned. Amina reached into her pack and pulled out a small flare sealed in wax. "Close your eyes when I throw." "Why?" Elias asked. "Because I said a sentence with the word flare in it, and you are clever enough to infer the rest." She struck it against the tank edge and hurled it under the guardian's frill. White fire exploded in the cavern. Jon closed his eyes late and still saw red through his lids. The guardian screamed. The sound became a signal. Across the nursery, pods began splitting. Small hunters spilled out. Root-limbed human shapes tore free from membranes. The garden had stopped growing and started deploying. Amina hauled Jon and Kara up. "Now we run. Tremor vines can send complaints to management." They ran through the ruined egg grove. Behind them, the blinded guardian smashed tanks and newborn defenders alike. Small hunters snapped at their heels, still slick from birth but already murderous. Elias found a length of pipe and swung it with both hands, knocking one aside before it could leap at Amina. Kara used the rifle like an axe. Jon carried the case in one hand and the ampule box against his chest with the other, useless for fighting until a small hunter jumped for a pod frame and landed on his back. Teeth scraped his shoulder guard. Claws tore through his coat. He slammed backward into a trunk. The creature shrieked. Kara ripped it free and drove it against the trunk, until its skull cracked and blood spattered the bark. "You attract admirers," she said, breathing hard. "I prefer quieter ones." "Then stop being warm." They reached the far side of the grove where root ribs climbed toward a fissure high in the cavern wall. Amina pointed upward. "There it is. Crown access." The route looked impossible. The ribs were slick, angled, and alive. They rose along the wall toward a narrow black gap where air flowed downward in cold pulses. Below, the nursery came apart in chaos. Above, the mountain song grew louder. Elias looked back once at the pod that had used Sipho's memory. Kara did not. Jon knew that cost her more. Amina placed a hand on Kara's shoulder. Real memories can survive inside stolen mouths. That does not mean the mouth deserves obedience. Kara's jaw trembled once before she locked it down. I will remember that later. Right now, I need something to hit. The first small hunter reached the base of the ribs. Kara obliged. They climbed through blood-wet green light while the nursery tore itself open beneath them. The root ribs flexed under their weight, each movement forcing Jon to decide whether the structure was supporting them or positioning them for a better fall. Amina climbed with one damaged hand and one grim purpose, copper rod hooked through her belt. Elias followed her, pale and sweating, the dark ring around his wrist now threaded with fine green lines. Kara came last, refusing to let anything reach Jon's back without going through her first. Small hunters leaped after them. Most missed and fell shrieking into the grove. Two found purchase on the ribs. Kara crushed the first one's forelimb under her boot and smashed its jaw with the rifle. It fell without ceremony. The second climbed above her and dropped toward Elias. Jon swung the sample case upward. The impact caught the creature in the chest and knocked it sideways. Its claws raked sparks from the root rib. Elias drove the pipe through its throat, pinning it long enough for Amina to pour lime dust into its open mouth. It thrashed, sprayed hot blood and green foam, then slipped away into the light below. Elias stared at the pipe in his hands. "I killed something." Amina pulled him onward. "You postponed being killed. Morality can write its essay later." The black gap drew closer. Cold air poured from it in regular bursts. With each burst, the ampules inside Jon's coat seemed to grow colder, though that was probably imagination, and imagination had become the enemy's preferred road. He focused on details that could be checked, the spacing of ribs, the drag of the case, the sound of Kara's breathing below him, the metallic taste of blood from where he had bitten his tongue. The final rib narrowed to less than the width of a boot. Amina crossed first and vanished into the gap. Elias followed. Jon turned to help Kara, but she shook her head. "Keep moving," she said. "You are bleeding." "You say that like it is rare. The cut above your eye is getting into your vision. Then stand where I can see you." It was a foolish line, almost flirtation, almost order. Holy Kara. He reached back anyway. She stared at his hand for half a breath, then took it. He pulled as she stepped from the rib into the gap. Their palms slid against blood, sap, and rainwater carried from earlier tunnels. She landed close to him in the narrow passage. Neither let go immediately. Amina's voice came from ahead. Romance is more efficient when whispered while walking. Kara released Jon's hand and moved past him. "I liked you better when you were threatening lime dust." "Many do." The gap led into a natural chimney lined with crystal plates. They hummed as the mountain poles passed through them. The sound vibrated in Jon's teeth and along the metal latches of the case. The crystals were not growing randomly. They formed arrays, angled toward the upper chamber like a biological antenna. Some plates held tiny inclusions of black material. Meteor fragment dust, perhaps, distributed through the node. Jon slowed. These plates conduct signal upward. Amina did not stop. Everything here conducts signal upward, including us, if we linger. I need a sample. You need to be alive long enough to use one. Kara turned back. Doctor, this is not the moment for collecting shiny death. He looked at the crystal array, then at the ampule box under his coat. Knowledge wanted to take. Love, or whatever stern cousin of love had entered the tunnels with them, wanted to leave. He forced his hand away. Later, he said. Kara's expression softened by a fraction. That sounded painful. It was. Good practice. The chimney opened into a chamber just below the crown. At first Jon thought they had reached the node itself. The space pulsed with enough force to turn breath uneven. Root columns curved inward from every wall, meeting around a suspended mass of translucent tissue wider than a house. Inside that tissue hung a black angular shard the size of a coffin, turning slowly in green fluid. Freds connected the shard to the membrane around it, and from the membrane, larger roots plunged down into the mountain. Amina whispered, "Interface chamber." Jon forgot to breathe for 2 seconds. The shard did not look like rock. It looked deliberate, without resembling any tool human hands would make. Its edges were too clean, its surface too deep, black, not as color but as the absence of permission. Pale symbols or cracks almost like symbols moved onto the surface. Kara stared. That is the seed. A fragment of it, Amina said. A splinter carried here through root migration or deliberate transport. It is enough. Elias backed against the wall. It is looking. Jon wanted to say the shard had no eyes. He did not because he felt it too. Attention filled the room. Not sight, not hearing. A pressure of recognition, as if the thing inside the membrane had found 4 troublesome patterns in a field of noise. The chamber floor had been grown into concentric ridges. Between the ridges ran channels of green fluid. A narrow path of old metal grating crossed toward the suspended membrane. The grating remained because roots had grown around it rather than through it, perhaps avoiding conductive interference. At the far end, 3 thick feeder veins entered the lower part of the membrane. Amina pointed to the central vein. Counter serum goes there. Thermal charge against the outer membrane after injection. The charge ruptures tissue and drives the serum inward. If timing is right, the interface rejects the shard commands as the crown opens. If timing is wrong, Kara asked. Then we do less damage than desired and die with educational expressions. You are terrible at encouragement. I have been saving my best work for the end. Jon took the ampule box from his coat and set it on the grating. His hands were steadier than he expected. He selected 3 ampules and placed them into Amina's injector frame. A device made from a syringe body, copper wire, and pressure tubing. Amina checked the seals. Kara unslung her pack and removed the thermal charge wrapped in oilcloth. It was squat, ugly, and heavier than it looked. Nandi had given it to her without ceremony, as if handing over a cooking pot. Jon now understood the tenderness of that lie. The device could erase a room if placed well, and a life if placed badly. Amina spread the remaining tools on the grating. Every object looked too small. A syringe frame, made from scavenged parts. A charge no larger than a lunch pail. Copper mesh, folded into a square. 6 ampules of dark fluid. Against a chamber that had rewritten a mountain, the kit seemed laughable, yet Jon knew history often turned on such insults to scale. A virus. A match. A grain of sand in a gear. A person saying no at the correct point in the machine's process. He checked the injector seal and found his fingers aching from tension. Kara noticed. She took his hand without asking and pressed his knuckles flat until the tremor eased. The gesture lasted only a second. It carried no softness the room could exploit, only practical faith. "You are allowed to be afraid," she said. "I am afraid." "Then stop pretending fear disqualifies you." "I was pretending it made me careful." "Careful is fine. Punished is different." He looked at her, and in that instant the roar of the chamber seemed to recede. "You keep finding the difference before I do. Someone has to supervise." Amina cleared her throat. "I remain in favor of whispered romance while walking, but whispered emotional repair before explosives is also acceptable if brief." Elias, pale and sweating, managed to smile. "I missed people." "Do not get sentimental," Amina said. "It makes you easier to aim at." "How close?" Kara asked. Amina pointed to the central vein. close enough to feel insulted by it. The shard moved inside the membrane. The room darkened. Then the voices began. They did not come from a wall. They came from inside the skull. Ellen spoke first to Jon, not with a line from memory this time, but with an exhausted patience she had earned over years of loving him. "You always choose the world when one person needs you." Mira spoke over her. I waited in the green place. Jon closed his eyes and nearly saw it. A child at the edge of a jungle path, arms wrapped around herself, anger keeping her warm. The image had enough detail to be dangerous. He gripped the injector frame until metal bit his palm. Kara staggered beside him. Whatever she heard hit harder than any creature. Her lips parted. No sound came out at first. Then she whispered, "Sifo would not beg like that." Elias dropped to his knees. Lindy's voice poured from him and into him. "Cold River. Left hand. Remember." Amina pressed both hands to her green-stained cheek. Her voice came rough. "It is using entry points. Speak judgments. Not facts. Judgments." Jon forced his eyes open. Helen would hate what used her voice. The pressure in his head sharpened. "Mira would be angry at me," he continued. Not sweet. Not waiting politely. She would demand why I was late and then ask what tool we had. The false child recoiled. The image cracked. Kara drew a slow breath. Sifo believed crying in public taught boys mercy. He would not trade anyone's blood for his own name. Elias sobbed. Lindy hated Peter's soup because he salted it before tasting. She said people who do that do not believe the world can surprise them. Amina laughed through pain. My mother said I argued with thunder because I did not respect loud things. This is a loud thing. The chamber convulsed. Fluid surged through the channels. The path under their boots buckled. The suspended membrane drew upward, pulling feeder veins tight. Above it, the crown chamber began to open. The ceiling split, not with collapse, but with growth. Root shutters peeled away from one another high overhead, exposing a vertical throat lined with crystal. Far above, a pale gray hint of dawn waited beyond stone. The mountain had not yet seen sun, but it was preparing its face. Amina shoved the injector frame into Jon's hands. Now. They ran onto the grating. Fluid splashed up through the gaps. Roots snapped from the chamber walls, striking at them with blind fury. Kara took the thermal charge and moved ahead, weaving between lashes. One root caught her pack and tore it open. Supplies spilled into the channel. She cut the strap and kept moving. Jon reached the central feeder vein and drove the injector needle into it. The vein resisted like dense rubber, then gave. He pressed the plunger. Amber-black serum entered green tissue in a slow line. The reaction began before the third ampule emptied. The vein turned gray around the injection point. Pulses stuttered. The shard inside the membrane spun faster. A root wrapped Jon's wrist and squeezed. Pain flared white. He gritted his teeth and kept pressing. Kara planted the thermal charge against the membrane beside him. The sticky clamps failed to hold on the wet surface. "It will not grip," she shouted. Amina threw her copper mesh. "Bind it with that." Kara caught the mesh, wrapped the charge and vein together, and twisted until copper cut into tissue. The membrane smoked where the metal touched. The shard's attention slammed into them. For a moment, Jon saw Mira not as a lure, but as a possible living girl somewhere beyond him. Older now, harder now. Surviving under leaves. He saw Kara standing in sunlight with blood on her face and mercy in her hands. He saw Mina dying furious and unpersuaded. He saw Elias choosing not to run. Then Elias did exactly that. He ran toward them, not away. A root had risen behind Kara, thick as a man's leg, tipped with a spear of crystal. Elias slammed his body into her and knocked her aside. The crystal drove through his shoulder guard and out red on the other side, missing the heart by some narrow grace that did not feel graceful. He screamed, but he stayed on his feet long enough to jam his pipe into the root's split tip. "I did not run this time," he said through clenched teeth. Kara grabbed him. "You idiot. I needed you alive to appreciate your growth." Amina reached the charge and armed it. Her damaged fingers moved with perfect certainty. Red lights blinked under a smear of sap. "How long?" Jon asked. "Long enough to regret poor planning," Amina said. "Short enough to make regret brisk." The crown overhead opened another meter. A blade of dawn touched the upper crystal throat. The shard drank the light. The membrane brightened from within, and every voice the mountain had stolen rose at once. The sound was not a chorus. It was a crowd trapped in a machine. Jon pulled the injector free. Gray rejection spread through the feeder vein, branching fast. The central membrane began to blister. Kara hauled Elias toward the exit path. Amina grabbed Jon's sleeve and dragged him after them. They had crossed half the grating when the path behind them rose like a living bridge and folded, blocking the way they had come. The only open route led upward along a fresh root ramp toward the crown throat and the incoming light. "It wants us higher," Kara said. "The lower exit is sealed," Amina said. "Then higher is our lie until it becomes true." The charge beeped faster behind them. They climbed. Elias left blood on every step. Kara kept one arm around him and one hand on the empty rifle. Jon carried the sample case and the remaining ampules. Amina followed last, scattering lime dust to slow the roots that chased them. At the first turn, Jon looked back. The membrane around the shard had swollen tight. The copper mesh glowed. Gray veins spread like frost through green flesh. For the first time since he had entered the mountain, the node looked less like a god and more like an animal that had discovered pain. The thermal charge detonated. The blast did not make a single sound. It made all sounds at once. Heat slammed up the throat. Green light turned white. The root ramp bucked beneath them, and the crown chambers screamed through stone, sap, stolen voices, and something older than language. Jon hit the wall, lost the sample case, caught it by one broken strap, and felt Kara's hand catch the back of his coat before the ramp split under his feet. Below, the membrane tore open. The blast also changed the voices. For a few seconds they lost their borrowed shapes and became raw signal, a vast wet static packed with fragments of terror and command. Jon heard languages he did not know. He heard animal distress. He heard something that might have been the memory of rain on a world with no human name. Then the human voices returned broken, overlapping, less persuasive because pain had made the mountain careless. Amina laughed once, wild and breathless. "There it is. That is the sound of a god discovering chemistry." "Still not a god," Jon shouted. "I know. I am being poetic under pressure." Kara dragged Elias up another step. "Be poetic, faster." Below them, the gray rejection spread from the torn membrane into the feeder roots. Some roots shriveled. Others swelled and burst, spraying fluid across the chamber. The shard did not die. Jon had not expected it to die. It hung exposed inside a storm of ruptured tissue, black and turning, but its command no longer moved cleanly through the mountain. For the first time, the node contradicted itself. Some roots reached for the intruders. Some tore at the damaged membrane. Some clamped around the shard as if to hide it from the sky. "It is fighting itself," Jon said. Amina pushed him upward. "Then do not interrupt." The shard spun in exposed fluid, wrapped in gray rejection and copper fire. The mountain pulse faltered. The opening above widened, revealing a slice of cold dawn sky over Table Mountain. For one impossible second, Jon saw outside air. The climb into the crown throat became a test of choosing what not to save. Jon's case banged against his knee, cracked at one corner, and leaked a smear of green film that curled away from the copper mesh Amina had shoved inside it. He wanted to stop and reseal it properly. He wanted to preserve every sample, every note, every small piece of evidence that could explain what had happened to the world. Then Kara slipped on a bucking root below him, and every academic instinct in him died for the length of one heartbeat. He caught her arm. She caught the side of the ramp. They continued. Elias was worse. The crystal spear had not stayed in him, but it had left a torn channel through his shoulder guard and the flesh beneath. Blood soaked his shirt and ran down his side in dark ribbons. Amina pressed powder into the gap while they moved, ruthless and efficient. Elias cried out, then bit the sound into smaller pieces. "Do not spend yourself heroically," Amina told him. "Heroism has a terrible exchange rate." "I am trying to spend slowly," he said. Kara shifted his weight higher against her. "You knocked me out of the way. I am angry enough to keep you alive, just to argue. That seems fair." Jon heard another crack above. A sliver of dawn widened from gray to silver. Cold air poured down, and for the first time since entering the mountain, he smelled something that did not belong to the node. Real wind. Wet stone. Distant salt from the sea. The scent nearly undid him. The outside world still existed. It had not become a memory yet. Kara lifted her face toward the air. Blood from her brow tracked along her cheek, but her eyes cleared. For a second she looked younger, not unharmed, not innocent, only less buried. Jon knew the look must have crossed his own face because she saw it and nodded once. No speech could survive in that noise, but the meaning did. "Keep going. The world is still there." Then the shard sent one command through the chamber, sharp enough to bend every root toward the intruders. Amina looked at the sky, then at Jon. "Now we find out whether your charming errors can run." The ramp broke behind them, and the four of them climbed toward the light while the damaged mountain reached up to drag them back. The ramp did not end where daylight touched it. That was the first cruelty. Jon had believed, for one fragile breath, that the silver brightness ahead meant open sky, clean wind, and enough distance from the mountain's pulse to make thought possible again. Instead, the fractured service ramp climbed into an upper gallery where daylight entered through a slit in the rock and broke across hanging roots like knives through green glass. Behind them, the lower passage tore itself apart. Roots snapped from stone and whipped upward, not blindly but with intent, hunting the heat of their backs and the salt of their breath. Amina climbed with one hand pressed against the wall, her thin body moving with a practiced economy that shamed Jon's heavier steps. Elias staggered behind her, one shoulder dark with sap and blood, his eyes fixed on the bright gap as if looking away from it would invite death. Kara came last, because she would not let anything touch Elias from behind, and because stubborn courage had become the shape her body took when fear tried to own it. Jon's ribs burned. The sample case battered his hip. The shard inside clicked with a precise sound, and every living wall seemed to know which of them carried it. A root lashed across the ramp and caught Kara's ankle. She slammed forward onto one knee, her empty rifle skidding up the incline. Elias reached for her and nearly lost his footing. Jon turned back before calculation could restrain him. "Keep moving," Kara snapped, though the root had already cinched tight enough to strain the leather of her boot. "That would be easier if you were moving with us," Jon said. He dropped beside her, braced one foot against the ramp, and drove the machete into the root. The blade stuck halfway. The root tightened. Kara's face went pale under grime, but she did not cry out. A second tendril rose from a crack near Jon's hand and opened at the tip like a wet flower, showing rows of small hooked teeth arranged in a perfect spiral. Amina saw it first. She hurled a tin of lime powder down the ramp. The powder burst against the root flower and filled the air with white dust. The thing convulsed, teeth snapping shut on itself. Jon tore the machete free and struck again. Sap sprayed in hot strings across his sleeve. The root went slack. Kara jerked her leg free and shoved him before he could help her stand. "Run first, argue after. You keep changing the order of operations. Then keep up with the curriculum." They climbed. The cracked ramp shifted beneath them, and a section collapsed into the breathing dark. Below, thousands of fibers dragged across each other as the mountain searched for another path. The gallery above opened wide enough for all four to stand shoulder to shoulder. Daylight entered from a fissure at the far end, but a net of green cords blocked the path. Each cord held pale bulbs the size of eyes, and they all turned as the group arrived. "Those were not here yesterday," Amina said. Kara bent to retrieve the rifle, checked the empty chamber with a habit that refused to surrender, and looked at Jon. "You have a scientist's face again. I'm deciding which bad news matters first. Start with the one that bites. The bulbs may be sensory organs. Light detection, heat detection, chemical sampling. Maybe all three. Plain version. The wall has eyes." Elias laughed once, a broken sound. "I miss walls that only held up roofs." Amina pulled a narrow glass vial from the inner pocket of her coat. The liquid inside was colorless but moved too slowly, like oil remembering it had been water. Condensed brine and ethanol. I used it on immature sensor cords before. It will blind a few of them, not all. After that, we cut fast and do not let the bulbs touch skin. Why skin? Jon asked. Amina met his eyes. Because one of my assistants still had thoughts for 6 minutes after a sensor root grew through his hand. He spent those 6 minutes telling me what the mountain could taste. Kara's jaw tightened. She held out her hand. Give me something sharp. Jon offered the machete. She took it, but her fingers brushed is longer than needed. Not romance exactly, not comfort either. It was a small proof that both were still alive and allowed to know it. Then the moment vanished into motion. Amina threw the vial. It shattered against the left side of the cord net. The liquid flashed white and hissed. Bulbs burst in a chain, spattering the floor with translucent jelly. The surviving bulb swung toward the sound. Kara charged the opening before the net could recover. She hacked through the nearest cords with brutal speed. Ilias followed with a rusted pry bar he had found in the lower passage, swinging in panicked arcs that became useful only because the target was everywhere. Jon kept the sample case tight and cut when he had space, trying not to look at the bulbs that split open and showed tiny black pupils inside. One bulb dropped from above and landed on Elias's shoulder. It flattened instantly, skinning itself across his shirt like a living patch. Elias screamed. The scream changed pitch halfway through, from pain to something dreamlike. Lindy is singing, he whispered. She is under the river grass. She says I can still reach her. Kara seized the bulb with her bare fingers. Jon shouted her name, but she had already ripped it off. It came away with cloth, skin, and a splash of red. Kara flung it against the wall and crushed it under her boot until it stopped moving. Her fingers smoked where its jelly had touched her. Elias sagged. Amina caught him by the collar and slapped his face hard enough to bring his eyes back. Do not answer what it offers, she said. I heard her, he breathed. You heard bait with a familiar accent. Move. They tore through the last cords and reached the fissure. Wind struck them full in the face. It came cold from the city side, carrying salt, ash, wet leaves, and the faint chemical reek of settlements burning trash for warmth. Jon nearly stumbled from the shock of real air. The sky outside was a low iron gray. Dawn had widened into a day without mercy. Beneath them, the upper slopes of Table Mountain had become a crown of violent green, layered with plants too large for any normal ecology, and animals moving through them with the heavy patience of siege engines. The fissure led to a narrow exterior shelf. Beyond it, the mountain dropped away toward the ruined city. Far below, Cape Town lay buried in foliage and broken concrete, with towers rising like drowned bones. The old cableway station was wrapped in vines thick as train cars. Birds circled above it, except Jon knew they were not birds because their wings had too many joints and their tails steered like hooked fingers. Kara stepped onto the shelf, then stopped. Her damaged fingers shook. Jon saw blisters forming where the sensor jelly had kissed her skin. Let me see, he said. It is ugly. That is not an answer. It is the answer you get while a mountain tries to eat us. Amina glanced back into the gallery where the cord net was already thickening again. 10 breaths, perhaps 15. Dr. Voss looked quickly or loosed the privilege. Jon took Kara's hand. The gesture would have been intimate in any other place. Here it was also triage. The skin across her first 2 fingers had lifted, red beneath, but the damage had not spread up her palm. He opened one of Nandi's powder packets and dusted the injury. Kara sucked air through her teeth, but did not pull away. You saved Elias, Jon said. He is annoying, but I am invested now. Elias, still trembling, managed to say, that is the warmest thing anyone has said about me since the weather changed. Kara looked at him over her shoulder. Do not get sentimental. It attracts fungus. Amina moved first along the shelf, keeping one hand on the rock. The path wrapped around the mountain's outer face before dipping toward a maintenance balcony half hidden by ferns. Jon followed Amina, then Elias, then Kara. The wind tried to pull them sideways while mist curled below, thin but watchful. Halfway along the shelf, the jungle showed them its new answer. Something below the balcony shifted, and a head rose from the leaves. It was larger than a rhinoceros head, plated in green-black armor with a broad mouth and two forward horns braided with living vines. Behind the horns flared a shield of bone and petals, each petal veined with pale electricity. The creature planted one forefoot on the cliff and climbed with impossible strength, talons punching into stone. Its hide carried scars where old bullets had flattened and been swallowed by new growth. "That is not in any fossil record," Jon said. Kara looked at the climbing beast. "Then file a complaint." Amina's voice dropped. "A frill guard, though my team named it badly, before it killed 3 of us. It conducts charge through the petals, so do not let it pin you against metal." The maintenance balcony ahead was made entirely of metal. "Of course," Kara said. "That would be too convenient otherwise." The frill guard climbed faster. Each movement made the cliff shake. Its nostrils opened and closed, tasting their fear, their blood, the chemical trace of the shard. Its eyes were not reptile eyes, not mammal eyes, but glossy green lenses set too deep in the skull. They fixed on Jon's sample case. "It wants the shard," he said. "Everything wants the shard," Kara answered. "You are very popular for a man with terrible social skills." Amina reached the balcony door and found it sealed by root knots. She drew a small acid ampoule and pressed it into the largest knot. "Hold it off for 60 seconds. Kara stared at her. "With what? Harsh language?" "If it works, continue." The frill guard lunged. Its horns smashed the shelf where Kara had stood a heartbeat earlier. Stone exploded. Jon dropped low as fragments ripped past his head. Elias swung the pry bar at the creature's snout. The blow rang uselessly and bent the bar. The frill guard exhaled a cloud of yellow spores. Amina shouted, and they turned their faces away. The spores struck the rock and sprouted hair-thin cilia that waved toward their boots. Kara, injured hand wrapped against her coat, grabbed a loose length of copper cable from Amina's pack and looped it around a root nub above the shelf. "Doctor, case to me." "Why?" "Because it wants the case." "That is not comforting." "It is not meant to be." Jon hesitated only long enough to hate himself for hesitating. Then he thrust the sample case into Kara's arms. She held it high and backed along the shelf away from the balcony. The frill guard's head followed the case with perfect hunger. "Kara," Jon said, and there was too much in her name. She did not look at him. Present tense. The phrase struck him harder than any plea could have. Present tense meant the living moment, the refusal to die before death arrived, the agreement they had made in dark places when memory tried to pull them under. He moved toward Amina and the door because Kara had chosen a task and trusted him to honor it by not wasting it. The acid hissed. Roots softened. Amina drove her knife into the seam and pried. Jon added his shoulder. Elias came beside him, face slick with sweat and sensor-burn shock. Together they forced a door open a hand's width, then a body's width. The frill guard charged Kara. She waited until the last instant, then threw the sample case not away from herself, but over the creature's head, straight toward Jon. The case spun through gray light. Jon caught it against his chest and hit the door frame hard enough to steal his breath. The frill guard tried to turn mid-charge, but its weight carried it forward. Kara dropped flat. Its horns scraped over her back and struck the copper cable. Electricity flared from the petal shield into the cable and up into the root nub. The mountain screamed through the wall. Every bulb in the gallery behind them burst. The frill guard convulsed, its petal shield flashing white-blue. Kara rolled beneath its chest, teeth bared, and slammed the machete into the soft joint behind its foreleg. Blood as dark as crushed grapes poured across the shelf. The creature reared. One hoof struck the stone near her head and shattered it. Jon ran back before thought formed. Amina shouted something, maybe his name, maybe an insult. He reached Kara as the frill guard recovered and lowered its horns again. Jon did not have strength enough to move the beast, but he had the case. He opened the outer safety clamp with one thumb and exposed the shard's housing. The shard clicked. The frill guard froze. Its petal shield dimmed. The creature's eyes rolled toward the fragment as if hearing a command older than instinct. Jon felt the same pressure that had passed through the chamber below, but smaller now, focused, a tuning fork inside the teeth. "Jon," Kara said from the ground, "whatever terrible idea is happening in your face, do it faster." He stepped toward the frill guard and tilted the housing so the shard faced the creature. The air between them tightened. The beast lowered its head, not in submission, but in confusion. Its horns trembled. Beneath the armor, its flesh rippled in waves, as if multiple instructions had collided inside it. Amina understood first. It carries node command tissue. The shard interrupts the relay. "Plain version," Kara said, trying to stand. "The monster is buffering." Kara laughed through pain. "I love science when it sounds stupid." The interruption lasted 3 seconds more. Then the frill guard shook itself violently and charged. Jon slammed the housing shut and dove aside. Amina seized his collar and dragged him through the balcony door. Elias pulled Kara in after him, both falling across the threshold as the frill guard struck the outer frame. Metal buckled inward. The door jammed on the creature's horn, trapping it for one savage moment. Kara scrambled up, grabbed a dangling emergency chain, and pulled. A rusted fire shutter dropped from the ceiling. It struck the frill guard's neck. The creature thrashed, electric petals flaring against metal. Sparks filled the room. Jon smelled burning hair, hot sap, and cooked meat. The shutter did not kill it, but it pinned long enough for Amina to guide them deeper into the station. They ran through old ticket windows and warped turnstiles past tourist signs and security scanners now filled with ferns. At the far end, Amina led them into a staff break room with no exterior window and a copper mesh nailed across the door. The mesh had been repaired many times with wire, belt buckles, and flattened ration tins. She slammed the door and wedged a steel chair beneath the handle. For several seconds, no one spoke. Outside, the frill guard battered the shutter, each impact traveling through the station like thunder under skin. Kara slid down the wall and sat on the floor. Her injured hand shook badly now. Jon knelt before her with the powder packet, but she caught his wrist. "I am alive," she said. "That is the minimum acceptable result. It is also the only one currently available." Elias bent over, hands on knees, and began to laugh. The laughter turned into a sob before he could stop it. Amina looked away, granting him the privacy of not being watched. Jon cleaned Kara's fingers with the last sterile water he had. The burns were ugly but shallow. Her back had been scraped when the horns passed over her. Cloth had torn and blood had spread across the fabric in a wide smear. He cut away the ruined section and checked the injury with hands steadier than his chest felt. "Not deep," he said. "That sounded like a gift you do not trust." "I trust very few gifts." Cora watched his face while he worked. "You came back. You had the case." "I had thrown the case away." Jon kept his eyes on the bandage. "Then I came back, because you were there." The rune changed around the sentence because everyone inside it heard truth arrive without armor. Elias looked away, and Amina sorted ampoules with too much attention. Kara's expression softened by a fraction, which for her was almost reckless. "That is a dangerous reason. Most reasons are dangerous now. Do not make me into a mission." He looked up. "I am trying not to." Trying is an old-world word for leaving room to fail. "Then I am learning not to." She held his gaze a moment longer, and whatever passed between them was not clean enough to be named romance, but it was warm, living, and full of risk. The mountain hammered the shutter again, reminding them that even tenderness had a predator outside the door. Amina closed her kit. "When your hearts finish inconveniencing the apocalypse, we need to discuss the node." Amina's hideout had once been a staff break room for cableway mechanics. The old refrigerator lay on its side, and strip lockers had been rebuilt into a narrow sleeping shelf. Notes in charcoal, grease pencil, and blood-dark sap surrounded a hand-drawn map of Table Mountain's interior. Jon rose from Kara's side slowly, his knees stiff from the climb and from the fear that had settled into his joints like winter. The map pulled him the way the shard pulled the jungle. It showed old tunnels, pressure lines, maintenance shafts, and beneath them a second anatomy drawn in green, root arteries, sensory cords, heat pockets, guard nests, and one immense oval under the mountain's central mass. The oval had been circled again and again until the paper was nearly torn. "The node," Jon said. Amina nodded. "The first one I found. Not the first on Earth, maybe not even the first in South Africa, but the one controlling most of the Cape growth. I called it a command organ before I understood how little that word explained." Elias wiped his face with both hands. "You have been living above it?" "Near it. Above is harder to define now. The mountain rearranges vertical distance when it grows. Tunnels that used to descend sometimes reach sky if the root pressure splits stone. A chamber I slept in last month became a throat yesterday." She tapped the map with one thin finger. "This part is old geography. This part is behavior. Do not confuse the two." Kara flexed her bandaged fingers. "Behavior can be killed. Sometimes. Sometimes it can only be interrupted." Amina looked at Jon's case. "You interrupted the frill guard with that shard. I felt the relay stumble through the wall. I have felt smaller stutters before when lightning hits the upper root fields or when copper strikes active tissue. But that was clean. It reached deeper." Jon set the case on the table and opened the outer clamp. The inner housing remained sealed, glass layered with foil mesh and salvaged ceramic. The fragment within looked like a sliver of dark crystal until light touched it, and then it shimmered with green points arranged in patterns that almost became letters before the eye rejected them. Amina leaned close, and for the first time Jon saw naked hunger on her face. Not greed, but discovery, the old human weakness that had carried them into jungles, oceans, space, and every catastrophe in between. "Where did you get it?" she asked. "From a growth cavity below the mountain?" "It reacted to the node pulse. When the chamber attacked us, the shard sent something back. Sent or echoed. I do not know." "Good, because people who know too quickly die usefully for things that lie." She straightened. "I have pieces of older node shell, but nothing like that. That fragment, maybe from a primary relay, maybe from the meteor itself, carried here through root transport. Or the node grew it as a key." Kara looked between them. "I need someone to say why the shiny splinter matters before the mountain remembers how to open doors." Jon closed the housing again. "If the node coordinates local growth through electrical and chemical pulses, the shard disrupts those pulses. It might let us get close enough to damage the node." "Damage how?" Amina answered before Jon could. "Thermal shock. The node's outer membrane is layered with moisture, mineral, and living cellulose. Heat it fast enough, and the layers separate. The pressure inside does the rest." She reached under the table and pulled out a metal cylinder wrapped in insulation and copper wire. One homemade thermal charge, ugly and temperamental, but more loyal than most governments were at the end. Kara stared at it. "That looks like a pipe bomb wearing a scarf." "That is rude to the scarf." Jon studied the charge. It had been built from industrial heating rods, battery packs, and a pressure canister meant for welding gas. Crude, but not foolish. Amina had insulated the activation grip and added a mechanical delay. If it functioned, it could rupture dense tissue. If it failed, it would cook whoever carried it. "Have you tested one?" he asked. Amina gave him a flat look. "Yes, I regularly test scarce explosives in my bedroom." Point taken. I tested the heating rod separately. The pressure vessel is stable and less punctured, burned, crushed, frightened, or insulted. The timer's less stable because I made it from a kitchen clock and pieces of a tourist camera. She glanced at Kara. "That part may deserve harsh language." Kara nodded once. "I will prepare something personal." The frill guard struck the outer shutter again. Dust fell from the ceiling. The copper mesh over the breakroom door hummed faintly. The bulbous root mass around the handle swelled, recoiled from the mesh, then settled like a thinking animal. Elias stepped away from the door. "It is learning the room." "Everything learns," Amina said. "The question is whether we learn faster." Jon traced the route on the map. "How far to the node? Distance or deaths?" "Start with distance. Perhaps 800 meters through old infrastructure and new tissue. Perhaps 2 kilometers if the mountain closes the short route. The final approach is through a hollow under the crown where the old reservoir used to be. Now it is a warm chamber full of feeder cords and guard embryos." Kara's face hardened. "Embryos of what?" Whatever the node decides it needs. Some never mature. Some mature too quickly. I once watched a rib cage form around empty air in less than 10 minutes. Elias slid down onto the sleeping shelf and stared at the floor. Why stay here? You could have run. Amina's mouth tightened. I did run. 3 times. The first time I reached Camps Bay, the mist used my cough to lure 2 children out of a drainage pipe. The second time I reached a convoy south of the city and warned them not to burn a spore field. Their commander called me infected and locked me in a truck. By morning, the convoy was a nursery. She paused. The third time I stopped pretending distance was escape. The room accepted her confession with the silence it deserved. Jon understood too well. Some failures settled under the skin and waited. Kara shifted on the floor. You said the mist used your cough. Does it read sound from exposure only? At first, I thought so. Then I realized it stores patterns the way forests store fire scars. Voices, routes, fear responses, prayer habits, lullabies. Anything repeated near active tissue can become bait. Amina looked at Jon. It used someone on you. My wife. My daughter. And you kept moving. Not quickly enough. Quickly enough to stand here. That is the only measurement that matters today. Jon wanted to reject the mercy because mercy felt like theft when his dead had none. Instead, he lowered his eyes to the map. Kara watched him but did not interrupt. He was grateful and ashamed of needing the space. Elias cleared his throat. If we destroy this node, what happens to the people in pods below? My group said some were still breathing. Some moved when we passed. Amina did not answer at once. Jon knew that pause. It was the pause of a scientist refusing to soften data and a human being hating herself for the refusal. Some may die, she said. Some may already be dead in every way except movement. Some may be connected to feeder cords the node uses as memory storage. If the node collapses, the attached tissue may fail. Elias stared at her. So we kill them. If we do nothing, the node keeps using them until their minds are scraped empty. Then it grows more guardians, more mimic voices, more traps. That is not an answer. It is the answer I have. Amina's voice cracked on the last word, and the crack revealed the years beneath it. Do you think I stayed beside this thing because I lacked imagination? I have counted the pods. I have named people I could not save because nameless guilt turns into fog. I wake up hearing them breathe through walls. If there was a clean road, I would have crawled down it until my nails came off. There is not. Kara stood, not fully steady, but steady enough. Elias, look at me. He did, reluctantly. Your sister may be dead. She may be alive in a way that needs saving. We do not know yet. But if we let the node keep everyone, so we do not have to make a choice, that is still a choice. It just lets the mountain sign our names for us. Elias looked smaller when he nodded. I hate all of you, a little. Reasonable, Kara said. Save some hate for the plant god under the floor. Amina opened a locker and removed 4 respirator filters, a coil of copper thread, 3 ampoules of lime dust, 2 jars of salt paste, and a bundle of cloth strips soaked in something sharp-smelling. We move when the frill guard stops hitting the shutter. Why wait? Jon asked. Because when it stops, the node will either recall it or send something better. We use that interval. She handed Kara the salt paste. For door seams and root mouths. Do not waste it on fear. Fear is too large a surface. Kara accepted the jar. You have a gift for morale. I used to teach undergraduates. This is gentler. They prepared in grim quiet. Jon checked the sample housing, tightened the straps, and secured the shard against his chest instead of at his hip. If the mountain wanted it, he wanted to feel the first pull. Kara wrapped her burned fingers with cloth and taped a broken kitchen knife to the rifle's barrel, making a spear from an empty firearm. Elias took the pry bar, despite its bent end, and asked Amina how hard to swing if a sensor bulb touched him again. Hard enough to remove what it is touching, Amina said. He swallowed. Including me? Ask someone else if you want a kinder lie. Jon expected Elias to collapse under that, but the young man only nodded. Fear had not left him. It had become denser, more useful. While Amina adjusted the thermal charge, Kara came to Jon by the map. She kept her voice low. Do you trust her? I do not trust her. Good, because I was worried grief had made you generous. I trust her knowledge. I trust her guilt. Both are real. And the parts she is not saying? Jon watched Amina's narrow back. Those may matter most. Kara leaned closer. Her shoulder touched his. If she tries to trade you for the node, I will object with enthusiasm. That is comforting in a troubling way. That is my range. He almost smiled. The almost was enough for her to see. She studied him with an expression that had survived too much to be gentle in any simple sense. When we get out of this, she said, do not become one of those men who only knows how to live while chasing penance. That assumes we get out. I said when, because if I say if, the mountain gets a vote. Jon looked at the map, then at her bandaged hand, then at her eyes. I do not know how to live without the chase yet. Then learned. From you? I am a terrible curriculum, but I have field experience. The shutter outside stopped shaking. Every head turned toward the door. Silence pressed against the break room. Not peace, not absence. An inhalation. The copper mesh gave one soft click as the root mass on the other side withdrew. Amina lifted the thermal charge and slid the strap across her chest. The frill guard has been recalled. That means the node has decided it needs the corridor clear. For us? Elias asked. Or for what is coming to collect us? Kara tightened her grip on the rifle spear. I preferred harsh language. Amina removed the chair from under the handle and opened the door onto a corridor that no longer looked like the one they had entered. The ticket windows were gone behind a curtain of pale green membrane. The turnstiles had opened like ribs. At the far end, the floor sloped downward where there had been a wall. The mountain had made them a road. Jon felt the shard click once against his chest, answering something too deep for human ears. It wants us close, he said. Amina stepped into the corridor. Then we disappointed by arriving prepared. The road the mountain made for them did not behave like mercy. It curved through the old cableway station with smooth, living confidence, bypassing collapsed corridors and sealed doors, offering a route so direct that every meter felt like an insult. Jon had spent years treating the Verdant Mist as an adaptive system without motive in the human sense. Now the walls opened ahead of him with deliberate patience, and the difference between strategy and invitation became too thin to trust. Amina led with a lime ampoule in one hand and a charcoal marker in the other. She marked each branch they passed, even though the tissue sealed the marks almost immediately. Kara walked behind her, rifle spear ready, shoulders loose despite the pain in her back. Jon followed with the shard housing strapped tight and the sample case empty at his hip, now repurposed for filters and powder. Elias came last, counting steps under his breath. The count steadied him until the mountain began counting back. 92, Elias whispered. The wall beside him clicked twice. He froze. Did anyone else hear that? Keep counting, Amina said. Change the pattern. Elias swallowed. 93, 100, 94, 12, 95. The wall clicked again, confused or amused. Kara glanced back. Now it thinks you are bad at numbers. Use that. I am bad at numbers. Then become heroic by accident. They descended into warmer air. The scent changed from mineral rot to wet animal musk. Jon heard fluid moving through channels in the walls. He heard distant thuds, irregular and heavy, like giants turning in sleep. The corridor widened until old tourist tiles appeared in islands beneath the living floor. A sign emerged from the tissue overhead, half of it still readable, R. Esser Vaceris AC Sas. Someone had scratched a warning beneath it long ago, but roots had swallowed all words except FOR Give US. Amina touched the scratched letters as she passed. Becky wrote that. He was our electrician. He carried a radio everywhere, even after all broadcasts died. Said silence was bad for tools. What happened to him? Elias asked. The node learned his radio static before it learned his voice. For 2 weeks, every passage near the reservoir hissed before an attack. Amina lowered her hand. Then one day the static stopped, and his voice began giving directions. No one asked more. Some stories were doors that did not need opening. The corridor ended at a vertical crack in an old concrete wall. Amina squeezed through first and signaled for quiet. Jon followed and found himself on a catwalk overlooking a chamber so vast that his lamp did not reach the far side. The reservoir had become a nursery. Warm vapor rose in slow columns. The water below, if water remained, was hidden beneath mats of thick green film. Dozens of translucent pods hung from braided cords. Some were small as barrels, while others were large enough to hold horses. Shadows shifted inside them, limbs unfolding against membranes veined with gold. Along the chamber walls, larger shapes rested inside mineral cradles, horned skulls still soft with growth, clawed feet twitching in chemical sleep, rib cages expanding around organs that glowed faintly blue. Elias made a sound of horror he could not contain. One pod near the catwalk turned toward them. It did not have eyes, not yet. Its face was a suggestion beneath skin. Still, Jon felt seen. A mouth opened in the membrane and released a stream of bubbles into the fluid around it. The bubbles rose and popped, each one making a faint syllable. "Do not listen," Amina whispered. "I cannot understand it," Elias said. "That is not protection." Kara's grip tightened on the rifle. "This is where it makes the big ones." "Some of them," Amina said. "Guardians, carriers, burrowers, flyers. The node does not resurrect dinosaurs exactly. It uses remembered structures and edits them for purpose. The old world gave it a library. The mist writes in the margins with teeth. "Can we destroy this chamber?" Kara asked. Amina looked at the thermal charge across her chest. "Not with what we have. The charge is for the node. Use it here, and the node grows another nursery. Then we walk past baby monsters and pretend that is a plan." "We walk quietly past unfinished monsters," Amina said. "Precision matters when morale is dead." The catwalk trembled. Far below, something immense rolled beneath the green film. A plated back surfaced, larger than a bus roof, then sank again. Jon felt the shard pulse against his sternum. The nearest pods shivered in answer. Amina turned sharply. "Cover the housing." "It is covered." "More. The embryos are relay sensitive before they have full nervous insulation. If the shard excites them, they may hatch badly." "Badly for them, or badly for us?" Kara asked. "A rare, shared outcome." Jon wrapped the shard housing in an extra foil blanket from the case. The pulsing dulled, but did not stop. The pods nearest them settled by degrees. One continued to twist, membrane thinning as a claw pressed from inside. They moved along the catwalk. Every step made metal complain. The railings had been wrapped with root tissue that recoiled from Amina's salt paste, but did not retreat far. Below, the chamber breathed in waves. Now and then a pod convulsed and shed fluid. The smell was overpowering. Blood, wet leaves, old eggs, heated copper, and the sweet decay of meat prepared for something other than eating. At the midpoint, they found the first human pod. It hung lower than the others, attached to the underside of the catwalk by feeder cords as thick as wrists. Inside floated a woman with shaved hair and a face so peaceful that for one cruel instant she might have been sleeping. Green fibers entered her arms, throat, and temples. Her eyes moved beneath closed lids. Elias stopped breathing. Amina closed her eyes briefly. "That is Naledi, our hydrologist. She mapped the reservoir levels before the mountain took the pumps." The woman in the pod opened her eyes. They were still human enough to ruin everyone. Her mouth moved. No sound came through the membrane. Then the feeder cords tightened, and her lips shaped words with terrible effort. "Leave me," Amina whispered, reading the mouth before the others could. Kara's face changed. "Can we cut her down?" "The cords go into her circulatory system and into the catwalk supports. Cut wrong and we kill her slowly. Cut right and maybe we kill her quickly. Wake the pod, and every unfinished guardian in this chamber will know where we are." Elias gripped the bent pry bar until his knuckles whitened. "How many people?" "In this chamber?" 17, when I last counted. "In lower storage, more. Some are memory anchors. Some are nutrient sources. Some the node keeps because it likes voices with local knowledge." Nalidi's eyes fixed on Amina. Her lips moved again. "Do it," Amina read. The words entered the warm air and stayed there. Amina reached for her knife. Jon caught her wrist. She looked at his hand, then at his face, and he saw fury in her that was not aimed at him alone. It was aimed at every second she had survived to stand before this request. "We cannot," Jon said softly. "Not now. You think I do not know that? I think knowing does not make your hand stop." For a moment he thought she would strike him. Instead, she released the knife so suddenly it clattered against the catwalk. The sound rang too loud. Pod stirred across the chamber. Nalidi's eyes filled with tears inside the membrane. She did not blink. Perhaps she could not. Kara stepped to the pod, close enough that the feeder cords twitched toward her warmth. She placed her bandaged fingers on the membrane, not pressing, only touching. "We are going to the thing that did this," she said. "I do not promise clean miracles. I promise we are not walking away because it is easier." Naledi watched her. Then, with visible effort, the trapped woman moved 2 fingers inside the fluid and pointed downward, not at the floor but through it. Amina inhaled sharply. "There is a service drop beneath this catwalk. I thought it had sealed. She is saying it is open. Or the node is using her to send us into a mouth," Jon said. Naledi's eyes moved to him. The look in them was weary, offended, and unmistakably human. Then her fingers pointed again. Kara looked at Jon. "I believe her." "So do I," he said, because he did, and because trust had to begin somewhere if it was going to survive the mountain. Amina retrieved her knife and moved along the catwalk until she found a maintenance hatch under a carpet of thin roots. Salt paste made them writhe back. Beneath them lay a rusted circular plate. Elias and Kara worked the pry bar into the seam. The metal resisted, then screamed open. Warm vapor billowed from below. A ladder descended through a shaft lined with old pipes and new veins. The path bypassed a long section of the catwalk that crossed directly over the largest embryos. It also descended closer to the node. "This is faster," Amina said, "and less mapped." "You could have stopped after faster," Kara answered. A clack sounded from the far side of the nursery. Every pod went still. Jon turned slowly. Across the chamber, a mature guardian lowered itself from a ceiling cradle. It had been hidden among cords, its body folded tight like a dead leaf. Now it opened. 6 legs, each ending in hooked talons. A long skull split into 4 mandibles. A sail of translucent tissue rose along its back, lit from within by blue veins. It did not roar. It clicked once. The embryos clicked back. "Down," Amina said. They climbed into the shaft. Amina first, then Elias, then Jon. Kara waited at the hatch, rifle spear ready, eyes on the guardian crossing the ceiling toward them. Its talons pierced pods as it came, spilling half-formed creatures into the reservoir below. It did not care. It had been born finished, and the unfinished were only obstacles. "Kara," Jon called up. "I am coming." The guardian leaped. Kara dropped through the hatch as its mandibles struck the rim. The impact folded metal inward. Jon caught her by the belt and helped her find the ladder. The guardian forced one talon into the shaft, scraping sparks from old pipe. Elias kicked at it from below. The talon caught his boot and tore the sole half free. He yelled, more anger than pain. Amina climbed down fast, reaching a side valve. "When I say breathe out, breathe out." "I hate instructions like that," Kara said, descending above Jon. The talon stabbed again. Jon flattened against the ladder. It sliced through the air beside his cheek. A drop of clear venom struck his sleeve and smoked. "Breathe out," Amina shouted. She opened the valve. Compressed air and ancient reservoir gas blasted upward through the shaft. The force nearly tore Jon from the ladder. He clamped one arm around a rung and felt Kara's boot slam against his shoulder as she fought to hold on above. The gas struck the guardian full in its open mandibles. Its sail flared, turned white, and ripped along 3 veins. The creature recoiled from the hatch, shrieking and clicked so fast they became a drill inside the ear. Amina slammed the valve shut. "Move." They descended the last stretch and spilled into a lower pipe gallery. Elias landed badly and rolled. Kara dropped beside him, breathing hard, and looked up as the hatch far above began to peel open again under the guardian's claws. "That thing is committed," she said. "So are we," Jon replied. "I preferred when you were gloomy." This motivational phase is unsettling. Amina pointed down the pipe gallery. The service drop leads to the thermal artery. It will be hot, narrow, and full of feeder cords. After that, the node chamber. Elias pushed himself upright. His boot flapped at the torn sole. My sister might be in one of those pods. Yes, Amina said. He looked back up the shaft. The Guardian's talons scraped closer. Then we finish this before I have time to think. Kara clapped his shoulder once, not gently but with respect. They ran into the pipe gallery while the nursery above awakened behind them, and Jon felt the shard beating under its foil wrap like a second heart, trying to teach his own a different rhythm. The thermal artery earned its name before they saw it. Heat rolled through the pipe gallery in thick pulses, carrying the mineral stink of boiled stone and the sweet rot of overfed roots. Condensation gathered on the ceiling and fell in warm drops. Old service pipes had burst years earlier, pried open by feeder cords that glowed dull red beneath translucent skin. Amina slowed at the entrance, one hand raised. The passage ahead was barely wider than a man with shoulders turned sideways. It sloped downward between two living walls, and inside those walls moved shadows that might have been fluid or muscle. The heat made the air shimmer. Masks tight, she said. No exposed skin on the cords. They carry nutrient flow and command signal. If they touch you, they may not let go. If you hear anyone you love inviting you to stop, disrespect them. Kara adjusted the cloth over her burned fingers. I disrespect most invitations. That may save you. Amina shifted the thermal charge against her chest. The node chamber is beyond this artery. Once we enter, we get one attempt. The charge must reach the membrane, not the feeder roots, not the mineral shell. If it detonates short, the node will close and flood the chamber with spores. If it detonates too late, it may adapt around the heat. How long is the timer? Jon asked. 4 minutes, if the kitchen clock is in a generous mood. 3 if it resents us. Elias stared at her. Can machinery feel resentment? Everything else does. The ceiling behind them rang with distant metal impacts. The Guardian from the nursery had found the lower shaft or another path. Its clicks traveled through pipes, scattered and multiplied until the whole gallery seemed full of insect thought. Jon unwrapped the shard housing just enough to check its glow. The green points inside had arranged into a spiral. When he moved the housing toward the artery, the feeder cords in the walls recoiled, then leaned closer. Uncertain whether to flee or feed, Amina watched. It opens the way. Or marks us, Jon said. Both can be true. Kara looked at the artery and then at Jon. Stay behind me. That is tactically unsound. The shard affects the cords. I did not say far behind me. You are injured. Everyone is injured. Some of us are simply stylish about it. He wanted to argue. Her eyes stopped him. Not because they demanded obedience, but because they asked him to understand the thing beneath the words. She needed to put herself between danger and someone else because when she failed to do that for Sifo, a piece of her life had stopped moving forward. Jon recognized the shape of it because he had built a shrine from similar failure and called it purpose. Close then, he said. Close works. Amina entered first, carrying the charge. Jon followed with the shard housing held low. Kara came behind him, her shoulder nearly touching his back, and Elias brought up the rear. The artery tightened around them as soon as they were inside. The feeder cords withdrew from the shard, creating a narrow seam of passage, but they trembled with appetite. Drops of hot fluid fell from above and spattered on Jon's coat. One landed on the floor and sprouted a thread that curled toward his boot before salt paste killed it. Voices began after 20 steps. Not Helen this time. Not Mira. The mountain tried smaller hooks. Dr. Voss, said a voice from his old laboratory in Cape Town, the voice of a department chair who had once told him his research lacked urgency. Your dataset is incomplete. Another voice followed, a Grat reviewer with nasal disdain. Interesting, but speculative. Then his own voice, recorded from some old lecture or stolen from memory. Systems under stress reveal governing law. Kara snorted behind him. It is attacking you with paperwork. It knows my weaknesses. You are stronger than peer review. Keep walking. The humor carried them several more steps. Then the mountain shifted to Kara. A young man's voice whispered from the right wall. Kai would have traded you. Kara's breath changed. Jon remembered fragments from their talks in Salt Mile. And on the road, Kai, the man she had loved before the fog, the man who had sold directions to raiders for antibiotics and vanished when the jungle took her brother. Kara had spoken of him without softness, which meant softness remained somewhere under the ash. The voice continued. Sifo called for you until his throat failed. Kara slammed the rifle spear into the wall. The blade sank into a feeder cord. Hot fluid burst out, splashing across the floor. The artery convulsed. Cords lashed inward. Jon raised the shard housing. The cords recoiled but did not retreat fully. Kara, he said, do not. That is not Sifo. I know that. Say it anyway. She trembled with rage, face turned away. That is not my brother. The wall whispered in Sifo's stolen voice, younger now. You promised. Kara's answer came like iron dragged over stone. I promised to find you. I did not promise to obey monsters using your mouth. The cords pulled back. Amina glanced over her shoulder. Good, because hate can be cleaner than grief if you keep it aimed. Kara yanked the blade free. Your compliments need medical attention. They kept moving. The artery narrowed until Jon had to turn sideways. The thermal charge scraped against the wall near Amina's chest, and the cords around it brightened. She muttered to herself in Arabic. Not prayers exactly, more like arguments with heaven conducted in a language the mountain had not yet learned well enough to mimic. Elias began to falter near the final bend. His torn boot dragged. The sensor burn on his shoulder had soaked through his shirt. When Jon looked back, he saw the young man's gaze fixed on the left wall, where a face had formed in the membrane. It was not a full face, only enough. A woman's mouth. A cheek. One eye, with lashes, clumped by fluid. Lindy, Elias whispered. The artery warmed sharply. The wall around the face stretched outward. Kara turned, but Jon was closer. He caught Elias by both shoulders and forced him to look away. Elias fought him, sudden and strong. She is there, Elias said. She is right there. She may be, Jon said, choosing truth because a lie would snap under the weight. But this is not the way to reach her. You do not know. I do not know. I know that wall wants you to stop. I know every living part of this mountain benefits if you stop. That is enough for the next 10 steps. Elias shook. Tears cut tracks through the grime on his face. 10 steps. 10 steps, Jon said. Then we choose again. Kara came beside Elias and put her injured hand against the back of his neck, careful despite the bandages. I will count with you, badly, because you are apparently a tactical genius at that. He laughed through the tears, a sound almost too small to survive. 96. 4, Kara said. 97. 11. 98. Fish. Amina looked back despite herself. That is not a number. The wall does not know that, Kara said. The left wall shuddered, its stolen face dissolving as if offended. Elias took the 10 steps. At the 10th, the artery opened. The node chamber lay beyond like a living cathedral. Jon had imagined mass. He had imagined a pulsing organ, a central growth, something monstrous but located. The reality defeated imagination by being both beautiful and obscene. The chamber had once been a reservoir vault, circular and high, with concrete pillars still visible beneath layers of luminous root. The node occupied the center, rising from a lake of black-green fluid as a vast translucent sphere veined with gold, red, and electric blue. It pulsed in slow contractions. With every contraction, light moved through thousands of feeder cords radiating into the walls, floor, and ceiling. Crystalline structures jutted from its surface like frozen lightning. Inside the membrane, shadows turned. Some were root masses. Some were organs. Some looked terribly like hands pressed from within. Around the lake stood guardians. Not many. 4 that Jon could see, and perhaps that was worse. The node did not need a crowd. One fro guard knelt near a feeder bank, its petal shield dim from the damage above but not dead. A 6-legged ceiling hunter crouched on a pillar. sail torn and mandibles flexing. Two smaller predators paced near the shore, lean as wolves, with fern-like sensory fans along their skulls and tails ending in bone hooks. Their bodies were streaked with black sap and dried red. The chamber floor around them was littered with bones, metal, old weapons, and the cracked shells of failed embryos. Elias exhaled. "That is a heart." Amina's face was gray with heat and fear. "No, it is a switchboard pretending to be a heart. Do not grant it poetry, it has not earned." The node pulsed. Every guardian turned toward them. Jon lifted the shard housing. The pulse faltered. For 1 second, the cords dimmed and the predators hesitated. The effect was weaker here. The node was too large, too close to its own power. The shard did not command this place. It merely introduced doubt. Amina seized the moment. "To the left. There's a maintenance lip around the fluid. I need to reach the membrane under that crystal shelf. It is thinner there." "How do you know?" Jon asked. "Because Naledi told me before the pod took her voice." That was enough. They moved left. The predators moved with them. The wolf things spread apart, trying to flank. The ceiling hunter climbed silently above. The frill guard rose slowly, petal shield sparking, its damaged leg dragging black blood across the floor. Kara stepped between the group and the nearest wolf thing. "I can slow them." "Slowing is not surviving," Jon said. "Today it is the same shape." Amina handed him the thermal charge. He stared at it. "Why are you giving this to me?" "Because I need both hands to guide it through the membrane shelf, and because if I carry it to the edge, the frill guard will follow my heat. Your shard by steps. My charge ends them. Kara keeps our backs." Elias watches the ceiling. Her eyes were sharp and merciless. "Do not drop it unless you mean to make us famous briefly." Jon took the charge. It was heavier than expected. The first wolf thing attacked. Kara met it with a rifle spear, driving the taped knife into the open fan along its skull. The creature twisted, bone hook tail slashing. The hook caught her coat and tore cloth away. She kicked its foreleg sideways and slammed the rifle stock into its jaw. Teeth burst across the floor like white seeds. The second wolf thing came for Elias. He swung the bent pry bar with both hands and struck its fan. Not enough to kill, enough to anger. It leaped. Jon raised the shard housing, and the creature jerked midair, legs folding as its relay misfired. It crashed into the floor and slid through old bones. The ceiling hunter dropped. Amina threw lime dust upward. The hunter hit the cloud and shrieked, mandibles snapping blind. One leg struck a pillar and cracked concrete. Another speared through Amina's coat near her shoulder, pinning fabric to the wall but missing flesh by a finger's width. She tore free, leaving cloth behind, and sprinted toward the maintenance slip. Jon followed with the charge against his chest and the shard housing in his other hand. Heat from the node pressed into him. "Timer," Amina said. Jon set the charge on the lip. His fingers found the mechanical switch. The kitchen clock mechanism began to tick with absurd cheerfulness. 4 minutes, he said. "Generous mood," Amina replied. "I am flattered." The frill guard charged. Its damaged leg made it slower, not slow. Kara saw it and broke away from the wolf thing, running toward Jon and Amina. "Move." Jon and Amina dragged the charge along the lip toward the crystal shelf. The frill guard's horns struck the stone behind them. The impact threw Jon forward. The charge slipped. For 1 terrible second it tilted toward the lake. A feeder cord snapped up and wrapped its lower bracket. Jon grabbed the handle with both hands. The cord pulled. The timer ticked. Amina drove her knife into the cord. It did not cut. Kara arrived and slammed the rifle spear through the cord, then twisted until fibers split. The charge came free, and all three stumbled toward the membrane shelf. The node pulsed again. This time the pulse carried voices. Not imitations in the walls. Not bait shaped by memory. The voices came from everywhere, layered by thousands, speaking in human tongues, animal cries, and vibrations that made Jon's teeth ache. He heard Helen. He heard Mira. He heard people from Salt Mile, the dead from labs, children, soldiers, doctors, strangers begging under rain. Under them all ran another signal, vast and patient, not speaking, but arranging speech the way a hand arranges tools. The shard in Jon's grip flared hot. He saw the crater without having been there since the first months. A black seed in desert glass, roots descending through stone, mist rising like breath from an old sleeper. He saw nodes waking across continents, not as isolated tumors but as listening posts. He saw Earth not conquered in anger, but prepared, cultivated, measured. A world assessed for conversion. Then Kara struck him across the face. The vision broke. Pain snapped him back to the chamber, to heat, to ticking, to Kara's furious eyes. "You left," she said. "Come back. It showed me the crater. It can show you a holiday after we live. Move." Amina had already found the thin point beneath the crystal shelf. The node membrane there was stretched almost clear. Shapes moved behind it, cords, fluid chambers, glittering seed structures. She smeared salt paste across the lip to hold back feeder cords and motioned for the charge. "Here," she said. Jon and Kara lifted it. Elias shouted from behind. The ceiling hunter had recovered and was crossing the pillars toward them, mandibles open. Elias hurled the bent pry bar. It struck the hunter's torn sail and lodged there. The creature veered, smashing into a pillar instead of dropping on Amina. "That was my only bar," Elias yelled. "It had a good career," Kara yelled back. They pressed the charge against the membrane. Amina drove 2 metal spikes through its brackets and into the soft shelf. The node surface recoiled around the spikes. The timer ticked loudly enough that Jon heard it through the chamber's roar. 3 minutes, perhaps less. The membrane under the charge changed color from green to gold to a deep angry red. It was not heat from the charge yet. The node was responding. "Back," Amina said. A feeder cord shot from the lake and wrapped her ankle. She fell hard. The cord dragged her toward the fluid. Jon grabbed her arm. Kara grabbed Jon's belt. The frill guard lowered its horns and came again, slower but unstoppable. The wolf thing Elias had knocked down rose behind him. The ceiling hunter peeled itself from the pillar. The node pulsed faster. Amina looked at the charge, then at the cord around her ankle, then at Jon. "Do not let it take the timer. I am not leaving you." That was not the instruction. Jon pulled with everything he had. The cord tightened and began to sink into Amina's boot. She did not scream, but the veins in her neck stood out. Kara abandoned the belt and hacked at the cord with the machete. The blade bit. The cord sprayed hot fluid and loosened, but 2 more rose behind it. The frill guard struck. Kara shoved Jon aside and took the edge of the impact on her shoulder. She spun, hit the floor, and slid toward the lake. Jon caught her coat with one hand and felt fabric tear under his fingers. Elias threw himself onto Kara's legs, stopping her inches from the fluid. A wolf thing leaped onto his back. He rolled beneath it, screaming through clenched teeth as its claws tore into his pack instead of his spine. Jon raised the shard housing and opened the inner shield fully. The chamber went white-green. Every guardian froze. Every feeder cord rose. The node's pulse stopped for one impossible beat. In that silence, Jon heard not Helen, not Mira, but the larger signal beneath them all. It was not words. It was assessment. It touched the shard, touched the charge, touched the chemicals in his blood, and understood threat. Then the node answered. A pressure wave struck the chamber. Jon flew backward, shard housing clutched to his chest. Kara and Elias rolled against a pillar. Amina vanished beneath a tangle of feeder cords, up to her waist, but held the charge spikes with both hands, keeping them seated as the membrane tried to spit the device away. The timer ticked on. 2 minutes. Amina looked at Jon across the heaving cords. Her face had gone calm in a way he hated, because calm sometimes arrived when a person had already stepped beyond bargaining. "You need a clear path out," she said. "We need you with us." Need is not command. She pulled one of the lime ampoules from her belt with shaking fingers. "When I break this, the cords will recoil. You take Kara and Elias to the north drain. It leads to an exterior fault. Amina. Dr. Voss, I have lived beside this thing long enough to know when it is counting. It is counting me already." She looked past him to Kara. "Make sure he does not turn guilt into religion again. It is tedious." Kara, struggling upright, shouted, Tell him yourself while running." Amina smiled, small and fierce. "I would enjoy that." The frill guard recovered first. It lowered its head for one final charge at the timer. Jon saw the line of it. If the beast struck the charge, it might knock it loose, might detonate early, might bury it in the lake where the heat would diffuse. The shard could interrupt for seconds, not enough. Kara could not reach it. Elias was trapped under the wolf thing's weight. Amina was half caught. Jon ran toward the frill guard. He did not think of bravery. He thought of angles, mass, timing, and the absurd fact that his body still obeyed him. He held the shard housing high. The frill guard's eyes locked on it, and its horns shifted a fraction. That fraction saved the charge. The frill guard hit Jon instead. Pain detonated across his side. He left the floor and struck the maintenance slip, sliding through old bones and hot fluid. The shard housing skidded from his grip, but did not open. The frill guard crashed past him, its damaged leg folding, its horns missing the charge by less than a meter and burying deep in the node membrane. The node convulsed. Amina broke the lime ampoule against the feeder cords around her. White dust erupted. Cords snapped back. Kara crawled to Jon, seized his harness, and hauled him toward the north side with a strength that seemed born from refusal alone. "Breathe," she said. He tried. Fire filled his ribs. No air came at first. Then a ragged breath tore through him. "That counts," she said. "Do it again." Elias, bleeding from scratches along his arms and face, stabbed the wolf thing with Amina's dropped knife until it released him. He staggered to Amina and tried to pull her free. She shoved the knife back into his hand. "North drain," she ordered. "Come with us." "I am coming, if the math allows it. I dislike bad math." 1 minute. The thermal charge began to glow. Heat shimmered around it. The node membrane under it blistered, layers separating, fluid boiling beneath the surface. The crystal shelf cracked. The sound was delicate and catastrophic. Amina got one leg free. Then the frill guard, dying but not dead, tore its horns from the membrane and thrashed. One horn caught the strap of the thermal charge. The device shifted. Jon saw it happen from the floor. Saw Amina see it too. Saw every possible escape narrow to a single terrible point. Amina lunged. She threw herself across the charge, pinned the bracket with both arms, and drove her shoulder into the device to hold it against the membrane. The frill guard shook its head. The strap snapped. The charge stayed. "Go," Amina shouted. Kara had Jon under one arm. Elias grabbed his other side. Together, they dragged him toward a dark opening behind a curtain of feeder cords. Jon fought them weakly. "No," he managed, not one word alone, but broken inside the breath that followed. "We cannot." Kara's face appeared above him, fierce and wet-eyed. Present tense means the living move. The north drain swallowed them. Behind them, the node chamber filled with light. Amina's voice followed, not a scream, not a prayer, but a laugh, sharpened by triumph and fury. Then heat slammed through the drain and threw all three of them into darkness. Jon did not know how long the world went away. When it returned, he lay on cold stone under rain. Real rain. Night had fallen or the sky had darkened with smoke. He tasted blood and ash. Kara was beside him on hands and knees, coughing so hard her whole body shook. Elias lay a few meters away, curled around Amina's knife, alive because he was crying. Behind them, Table Mountain groaned. The sound rolled through the city and across the sea. Green light burst from cracks along the upper slopes. Then the light went out. A wave of dying leaves swept down the mountain, turning black as it fell. Vines peeled from stone. Ferns collapsed into wet ash. Somewhere deep inside, the first heart of the Cape jungle tore itself apart. The mist recoiled. For one breath, the air cleared enough that Jon saw the old city below, under the rain, scarred, buried, impossible, and still present. Kara crawled to him. Her hair was pasted to her face. Blood ran from a cut near her temple, and dust had turned her skin gray. She pressed 2 fingers to his neck, found a pulse, and closed her eyes, with a relief too painful to hide. "Amina," he asked. Kara did not answer. Elias pushed himself upright, staring at the mountain as green light died in its cracks. She held it. Jon tried to sit up and failed. Kara caught him before his head struck stone. "Do not spend what you do not have," she said. He looked past her, to the mountain. Already the upper vines were shrinking. The monstrous canopy around the cable station sagged as if frost had touched it. Pods in the nursery, feeder cords, mirror trees, sensor bulbs, guard nests, all connected to the node's command pulse, all now receiving silence or chaos. Victory felt like a room full of names. A distant roar rose from the jungle below, then another, then many. It was not triumph, but pain, confusion, and rage. The Guardians were losing command, not life. Some would die. Some would become worse. Kara heard it too. "Tell me that means good news." Jon managed another breath. "It means the node is damaged or dead. It also means everything linked to it is panicking. I asked for good news. The mountain did not eat us. Your standards have declined." Elias crawled closer, Amina's knife clenched in one hand. "What now?" Rain fell harder, washing black sap from the stones. The mist below the mountain had pulled back in ragged sheets, revealing streets no human had walked openly in years. Farther out, beyond the city, other green glows pulsed on the horizon. Other nodes. Other hearts. The cape had not been the whole monster. It had been only one organ. Jon closed his eyes against the rain and saw Amina pinning the charge. He saw Naledi pointing downward from her pod. He saw Mira's false face in membrane, and Helen's voice shaped by root. He saw the crater vision, the black seed in desert glass, and a truth too large to carry while lying broken on stone. Kara touched his cheek, not gently enough to be dream, not hard enough to be command. "Stay with us." He opened his eyes. "I am here," he said. Below them, the jungle screamed as its first heart went silent, and somewhere beyond the cleared breath of the mountain, another pulse answered. Rain fell until morning, and then continued as if the sky had only just remembered how to mourn. Jon woke beneath a sheet of corrugated tin that had been wedged between two leaning stones. Each drop struck the metal above him with a dull, uneven tick. The rhythm might have soothed him in another life. In this one, every sound entered his skull carrying questions. Where was the next pulse hiding? How far had the mist retreated? Which of the screams below belonged to animals dying and which belonged to animals becoming something worse? He turned his head and pain moved through him like a hooked wire. The left side of his shirt was stiff with dried blood from a cut along his ribs. His right shoulder throbbed with a blast had thrown him against stone. His hands were swollen, scraped, and blackened by ash. He remembered the north train taking them into darkness. He remembered Kara crawling beside him in the rain. He remembered Amina laughing in the chamber as he'd arrived. Then the memory reached its point and stopped there because anything past that point became too large. Kara sat a few meters away with her back against a slab of concrete. Her rifle lay across her knees, cleaned and loaded now, though Jon doubted she had slept. Her hair had dried into wild ropes around her face. A strip of torn cloth crossed the cut at her temple. She stared down the mountain through a break in the stones, watching the jungle move, as if she had become a guard carved from hunger. Elias was between them under another tin sheet, wrapped in 2 blankets and shivering despite the humid air. The old soldier breathed in short pulls. Amina's knife rested against his chest under one hand. Nurse had stitched his side with fishing line from an emergency kit and had used boiled rainwater, old iodine, and words too sharp to be comfort. The result looked ugly, but held. Jon pushed himself upright. Kara heard the movement without looking back. Do that slowly unless you enjoy falling over in front of witnesses. How many witnesses are left? Enough to make it embarrassing. He followed her gaze. The slope below them was no longer the same world. Before the blast, green had owned every surface. Vines had draped over the cable station, roots had stitched street to cliff, and ferns the height of men had filled each crack. Now an uneven circle of death spread from the mountain's core. Leaves hung black and limp. Trunks had split open and spilled sap like tar. Smaller plants had collapsed into a gray paste that steamed whenever rain touched it. Beyond that dead ring, the jungle remained alive and furious. It shifted at the scar's edge, not advancing, not retreating, testing the silence where the node's command had once lived. branches trembled without wind. Ferns opened and closed. Farther down, something huge pushed through the canopy and vanished before Jon could fix a shape to it. The first heart had gone quiet, but the body around it had not died. It had lost instruction. That made it unpredictable. "How long was I out?" Jon asked. "Most of the night. You woke twice and tried to argue with people who were not there." "That sounds like me." It was less charming in person. Her voice held its usual dry edge, but it had been filed down by exhaustion. Jon looked at her hands. The knuckles were raw. A dark bruise climbed her forearm where a root had hit her. She had cleaned everyone else's gear before cleaning herself. That was Kara's version of fear. She made order around it until the order could almost pass for control. "Amina," he said. The rain answered first. Kara shifted the rifle on her knees. No one could go back into that chamber. Not last night. Not now. The upper passages caved in behind us. The vents are choked with hot ash and dead vines. McKay sent 2 scouts toward the old service tunnel at dawn. They came back with burned boots and spore rash on their hands. She knew the charge would need someone to hold it. "I know." "She did not tell us because we would have argued." "I know that too." He closed his eyes. Amina had moved through the mountain like a woman who had already signed her farewell letter and had no patience for sentimental delays. She had mocked, commanded, lied when necessary, and saved people who annoyed her. Jon had disliked her on first meeting because she saw too clearly. By the end, he had trusted her with more than his life. He had trusted her judgment of his cowardice. She said fire accelerates the mist, Jon said. Then she used heat anyway. She used it where the node could not turn it into growth fast enough. There is a difference. That sounds like something she told you. Kara looked at him then. It is something she made me understand while you were trying to stand upright and failing with dignity. Jon almost smiled. The expression pulled at torn skin near his mouth and failed. How far did the pulse reach? Mbeki thinks the dead ring runs nearly 4 kilometers on the west side and less than 2 on the east. The old city is exposed in strips. Some people want to move through it before the jungle corrects itself. Some want to stay because, for the first time in years, they can see streets without teeth. Staying is a mistake. I told them you would say that. The other nodes answered last night. I heard them. Everyone heard them. Jon looked toward the far horizon. In the damp morning light, beyond the ruined city, faint green flashes pulsed in the cloud base. They were not lightning. They beat too evenly. Call and reply. Injury and alarm. Table Mountain's node had been one organ in a system that could communicate across distance. The mist learned from the strike, he said. Every remaining node learned something with it. Then we move before the lesson spreads. Where do we go? Kara's eyes held his for a long moment. You know where. The crater waited in the Karoo, hundreds of kilometers away through changed country, broken settlements, waterless stretches, and green corridors where the old maps could not be trusted. Jon had seen it in the node's vision. A black seed in desert glass. The original place. The place where every pulse began before it became weather, jungle, tooth, and memory. His body wanted to lie down again. His mind had already started east. Elias stirred under the blanket. His eyes opened, cloudy and suspicious, as if waking had personally offended him. If either of you plan to walk to the desert, I request that you have the decency to wait until my stitches stop trying to leave without me. Kara leaned back against the concrete. Good morning to you too. It is not good, and it is barely morning. Elias tried to sit up. His breath caught. He stayed where he was, which counted as wisdom. Where is Amina? The question entered the small shelter and took all warmth with it. Kara looked toward the mountain. She held the charge. Elias understood faster than grief could accept. His mouth tightened. His fingers closed around her knife. For a moment he seemed much older than he had before the mountain, not because years had gathered in his face, but because another name had been added to the weight he carried. Of course she did, he said quietly. She always hated asking other people to pay the bill. No one offered comfort. There was none that would not sound cheap. A shout rose from below. Kara stood at once, rifle coming up as if sleep, pain, and conversation had been costumes. Jon forced himself to his feet. The shelter tilted around him. He caught the tin support, waited until the stone steadied, and followed. Becky's camp had formed on a flattened ledge below the blasted drainage mouth. It was less a camp than a triage line arranged by people who expected to run again at any moment. Families huddled beneath tarps made from old advertising vinyl. Fighters watched the dead ring. Children sat with ration tins between their feet and looked too tired to cry. The air smelled of rain, smoke, rot, and the bitter mineral bite of burned spores. At the ledge edge, 2 scouts dragged a shape across the rocks. It had once been a hyena, or something close enough to make the comparison cruel. Its shoulders were too high, its jaws split wider than bone chabalao, and fern-like filaments grew from its ears and spine. Black sap ran from its nostrils. Its hind legs kicked weakly as the scouts hauled it inside the dead ring. "Drop it," Becky ordered. The scouts let go. The creature struck the stone and rolled onto its side. It did not try to bite. That was worse. Its eyes tracked faces with a terrible effort, as if intelligence had been poured into a skull not built to hold it. Jon moved closer despite Kara's warning hand. "It walked out of the green and lay down," one scout said. "It did not attack." "Everything attacks eventually," another muttered. The creature's chest heaved. Its hide rippled. Jon saw small strands under the skin moving in separate directions. The node's command had fallen away, and the animal's altered tissues were arguing with themselves. Predator, plant, carrier, guardian. The categories had never truly been separate. Without the heart signal, each piece was fighting for ownership. "Do not touch the sap," Jon said. Becky gave him a flat look. "I was saving my handshake for later." The hyena thing opened its mouth. A sound came out that was not a growl. It was a cough, shaped around wet consonants. The filaments along its spine lifted. For a hideous second, Jon thought it might speak. Instead, the skin along its ribs split. Pale roots spilled out, searching blindly across stone. One scout cursed and stumbled back. Becky fired once. The shot took the animal through the skull and flattened it. The roots kept moving. Kara stepped in and dumped a jar of lime powder across them. The roots contracted, blackened, and lay still. Silence followed the shot. Jon crouched at a careful distance. "This is what panic looks like in an ecosystem." "I prefer panic with fewer tentacles," Kara said. Becky wiped rain from his face. "Can a dead ring hold them back?" "For now. Maybe for a day. Maybe less. The plants in the scar are dead, but spores outside it are still viable. The other nodes may send new instructions. They may regrow around the edge or use animals to bridge the gap. Then the argument is over." Becky turned to the camp. His voice rose with parade ground force. "Pack what you can carry. We leave before noon. Anyone who wants to pray can do it while walking." The camp erupted into weary motion. Jon remained beside the dead creature. The roots at its side had stopped moving, but the exposed fibers still twitched when rain struck them. He had destroyed one heart and created a new problem. That had become the moral pattern of his life since the meteor. Each answer opened into a larger guilt. Kara crouched beside him. "You are making the face again." "Which one?" "The one that says you have decided every bad thing is your signature on a document." He glanced at her. "I brought the shard into the node. Amina set the charge. I kept you moving. Elias carried the knife. Becky gave us fighters. Naladi pointed down. The mountain tried to murder all of us. Stop stealing credit from everyone else." The word should have stung. They did, but they also steadied him. "You make guilt sound arrogant," he said. "Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is grief pretending to be useful." Jon looked at the camp, at people folding tarps with shaking hands, at a girl trying to carry a water can nearly half her size, at Elias arguing with nurse because he wanted to stand. What do we do with them? We get them somewhere the jungle has not learned to hate yet. And then? Kara's expression changed, not soft, but honest. "Then you go east. I go with you." He wanted to refuse before the fear showed. "You do not owe me that. I am not paying a debt. You have people here. Becky trusts you. Elias needs you." Elias needs fewer opportunities to pretend he is indestructible. Mabeki needs every person who can shoot. The world needs someone to reach that crater before the mist figures out how to protect it better. And you? Rain slid down her cheek like a tear she would never permit. I need my brother's death to mean more than a story I tell myself to survive. I need Amina's choice to lead somewhere. I need to know whether Mira is gone or whether the mist is wearing her face because it found something alive enough to copy. I need to stop seeing children pulled into green and calling it weather. The answer stripped the argument from him. Below, Elias finally succeeded in sitting up and immediately regretted it. Nurse barked at him. A child laughed once, quickly, as if surprised the sound was still possible. Jon watched Kara, watching the camp. In the old world, he might have mistaken the heat that rose in him for love too quickly, or buried it under shame because Helen's absence still occupied so much of his inner life. The new world had no patience for clean categories. There was grief. There was desire. There was duty. There was the unbearable fact that a person could lose nearly everything and still be drawn towards someone who made breathing feel less like surrender. I am afraid of wanting you beside me, he said. Kara looked at him sharply, and for once she did not answer with a blade. He forced himself to continue. Not because I doubt you. Because everyone I've loved has become a voice the mist can use against me. Her eyes held the rain and the gray light. Then love louder than it can imitate. He had no defense against that. The jungle beyond the dead ring shifted, and something inside it clicked with many teeth. Kara rose first. Jon followed. The moment did not close. It entered him and remained there, a small living thing in the ruins. By noon, the survivors left the mountain behind. They moved through streets revealed by the dying green, past cars filled with soil, past apartments whose balconies sagged under blackened vines, past shop signs in languages the mist had never learned to read. Table Mountain loomed above them, its upper slopes scarred and smoking, its first heart silent. Jon walked near the rear with Kara, Elias limping between them despite Nurse's fury. Meki led the column along an old service road that bent east. Children rode in handcarts. The injured were carried on doors torn from abandoned flats. 2 scouts swept lime powder across root bridges before the column crossed. As they passed the edge of the dead ring, the mist thickened in the trees. For a moment, Jon heard Amina's laugh behind him. He did not turn. Kara's hand found his wrist, not gripping, just present. Together, they walked out of the quiet after and into the country that still wanted them dead. The road east had once been marked by signs, painted lanes, petrol stations, school crossings, and names that promised destination. Now it existed in fragments. Some pieces lay exposed under gray ash where the Table Mountain scar still held. Other pieces vanished, beneath roots, fat as water pipes. Whole intersections had become shallow ponds, glittering with oily pollen. A bridge that old maps insisted should carry them over a drainage canal had sagged into a green throat filled with reeds that whispered when no wind moved. Becky refused the main highway after the first hour. He said roads remembered traffic, and the mist preferred places where humans used to gather. Jon did not know whether that was superstition or field science. In the New World, survival had made scholars out of anyone who kept breathing long enough to notice patterns. They moved through industrial blocks and then along the margins of suburbs swallowed by fruit trees that produced nothing edible. Houses stood with roofs split open by trunks. Living rooms were carpeted with moss. A church steeple had become the support for a nest the size of a bus, its woven ribs made from telephone wire and thornvine. Something inside clicked softly as the column passed, but it did not descend. "Do not look up too long," Kara told a boy near the middle of the line. "Looking curious makes you look edible." The boy lowered his eyes at once. "How does it know?" "Everything knows when you are small and impressed." Elias, walking with a stick cut from dead branch, gave her a sour glance. "That is not doctrine I remember from any field manual." "Your field manuals are extinct. I kept one as tinder." "That is the highest purpose most manuals can hope for." Jon walked beside them with the sample case strapped under his coat. He had wrapped it in cloth to muffle the faint click of glass against metal. The ampule inside was too little to save the world and too important to discard. It was material from the node's membrane, altered by the obsidian shard, changed at the instant of injury. If he understood it, he might learn how the pulse translated chemistry into obedience. If he failed, it would become another relic of a dead chance. The survivors gave him space. Some watched with gratitude, others with suspicion. He had helped kill the mountain's heart, but people had died in the doing. Hope was not trusted after 5 years of green weather. It had too often entered camps wearing a soldier's uniform, a government seal, a laboratory badge, or a preacher's smile. Near midday they reached a schoolyard where the dead ring finally thinned. The outer walls were cracked but standing, and the playground had rusted into strange silhouettes. Vines clung to the swings but had not yet grown new leaves. Mekki called a halt inside the fence. Guards took positions along the classrooms. Nurse set up a treatment corner under a mural of children, holding hands beneath a painted sun. Jon sat in the shade of a classroom doorway and opened his field kit. The kit was a tin lunchbox from a museum gift shop, battered and scratched, filled with scavenged tools, a hand lens, alcohol burner, broken pipette, copper wire, sewing needles, plastic strips cut from old packaging, and a small microscope that needed a cracked phone screen for light. It was not a laboratory. It was what remained when laboratories became nests. Kara dropped beside him with 2 tins of beans. Eat before you start cording the sample. Cording the sample? You look at that case with more patience than you look at living people. The case rarely interrupts me. The case also will not drag you away when your bad idea grows legs. He accepted the tin. The beans were cold and metallic, but his body received them like grace. Across the yard, Elias sat with his back against a tire swing while Nurse changed the dressing at his side. He kept his face still, which meant it hurt badly. 2 children knelt nearby, watching with the grim interest of those who had seen enough violence to treat blood as weather. "He should not be walking," Jon said. "Tell him that, and enjoy the performance. You could make him stay on a cart." Kara snorted. "I could also teach the Mist table manners." Jon looked at her over the tin. "You sleep yet?" I blinked several times in a row. "That is not sleep. It is the military version. You are not military." "No, I just inherited their habits and their weapons after they died badly." She said it without self-pity, which made it hurt more. Kara rarely offered past events unless they were practical. Jon knew pieces. A younger brother taken near a vineyard settlement. Parents gone before that. A year with a militia that called itself a defense league until food ran short and defense became raiding. She had left before becoming what they admired. The details sat behind her eyes like locked rooms. "Tell me about him," Jon said. She stiffened. "About who?" "Your brother. Only what you want to tell." Kara stared toward the mural. A painted girl in a yellow dress smiled beneath flaking sun rays. One eye had been eaten by mold. "His name was Timo," she said at last. He hated being called Tim. Said it sounded like an old man who owned too many shoes. He was 14 when the mist came. Fast mouth, faster hands. He could steal batteries from a radio while you were thanking him for fixing it. Jon waited. "After my parents died, I tried to become his whole world." Terrible idea. No one person can be an entire world without turning into a prison. He wanted friends, music, trouble, and girls who had more sense than he did. I kept thinking if I could just keep him close, I could keep him alive. Her fingers tightened around the tin until the metal dented. The jungle took him because he went back for a girl from our camp who slipped during a water run. He got her out. He did not get out. For 2 days after, the vines outside camp spoke with his voice. Not words at first, only laughs. Then my name. Then things only he knew. Jon felt the old chill rise in him. "I am sorry." "So am I. Sorry I did not trust him to be brave without me managing it. Sorry I hated the girl for surviving. Sorry I still wanted to cut her loose from the camp even after she cried herself sick every night." "Did you?" "No, and that is the part I allow myself to keep." A silence settled between them, not empty but full of witness. Jon looked down at his hands. Mira wanted a microscope for her 8th birthday. Not a toy one. A real one. Helen said most children wanted bicycles. Mira said bicycles could not show her pond monsters. Kara's mouth moved faintly. Pond monsters sound important. She collected water from every place she could find. Puddles, drains, bird baths. She labeled jars in terrible handwriting. Helen threatened to make the jars pay rent. The memory opened so vividly that for a second the schoolyard vanished. He saw Mira at the kitchen table, hair in her face, one eye squeezed shut over the microscope. He heard Helen pretending outrage as a jar of green water took the best spot by the sink. He felt the warmth of a house that had believed itself ordinary and therefore safe. "The day we lost her," he said, "I had already lost the argument that mattered. Helen wanted to leave earlier. I said we needed data. I said the coast routes were unstable. I said waiting one more day gave us better odds. I made fear sound rational because I understood instruments better than people." Kara did not absolve him. He loved her for that and hated the need in himself that wanted it. "What happened?" she asked. "The mist came in from the water at dawn. Not over the mountain. From the sea. It rolled through the streets as if it had learned patience. Helen's lungs were already bad. We tried to move inland. Cars jammed the road. People ran. Plants started growing through asphalt under their feet. I carried Helen for a while. Mira carried the bag with my notebooks because she thought they mattered." He stopped. The schoolyard blurred. He blinked until it returned. There was a crowd at the underpass. Something hit the far side. People pushed back. I had Helen's hand. Mira was behind me. Then she was not. Kara's voice went quiet. "You looked." I looked until Helen could not breathe, and I had to choose movement, or both of them dying in my arms. I chose. Then Helen died anyway, 6 days later, in a storage room that smelled of mold and petrol. The tin of beans had gone cold in his hands. He set it down carefully because shaking would spill it. Kara leaned her shoulder against his. The contact was light. No demand. No cure. Human warmth against the damp air. "The mist uses their voices because it finds the places we still answer," she said. "Yes, that is true. That does not mean the answer is wrong." Before Jon could reply, a shout cut across the yard. A guard near the fence pointed toward the classrooms. Becky ran past the mural with 3 fighters behind him. Kara was up before Jon had closed his kit. He shoved the sample case into his coat and followed. The disturbance came from a classroom at the far end of the block. Inside, desks had been stacked against one wall. Ferns pushed through cracked floor tiles, but they were gray and brittle from the mountain's dying pulse. A woman named Sana stood in the center of the room, clutching her daughter to her chest while staring at the blackboard. On the board, written in pale green residue, were words. "Come home, E. Mora." Jon stopped so abruptly Kara nearly collided with him. The letters were uneven, dragged by something without a proper hand. They glowed faintly in the dim room. Beneath them, smaller marks pulsed like veins. No one spoke. Kara turned slowly to Jon. "Tell me you wrote nothing in here. I have never been in this room." Becky's voice hardened. "Who is Mira?" Jon could not look away from the board. "My daughter." The room seemed to shrink. Sana backed toward the door, pulling her child with her. "It was blank when we came in. I swear it. My girl was drawing in dust." Then the board began to sweat. Jon stepped closer. Kara caught his sleeve. "Do not. I need to test it. You need to not put your face near glowing plant handwriting that knows your dead child's name. We do not know she is dead." The words escaped before he could soften them. Kara's grip loosened, not because she agreed, but because she heard the fracture underneath. Elias appeared in the doorway, pale and furious from moving too fast. "Is that residue active?" "Probably," Jon said. "Then burn the board. Fire may accelerate growth if the tissue can metabolize heat." That was not a philosophical question. Jon opened his kit with stiff fingers and took out a needle fixed to a strip of plastic. He scraped the edge of one letter. The residue recoiled from the metal, drawing back into itself like a slug touched with salt. Not enough to be root. Not enough to be animal. A messenger tissue, perhaps, grown from lingering spores and pushed into form by a distant pulse. The letter changed under his eyes. "Come home Emire" became "Come home Jon." A child began to cry in the hall. Kara raised the rifle. "We are done here." Wait for me. No, because it is writing your name in slime. The discussion is finished. Jon took one more sample. The residue stiffened. A thin sound filled the room, almost too high to hear. Then, every dead fern in the floor cracks turned its dry tips toward him. Mbeki fired into the blackboard. The shot shattered slate and plaster. Kara yanked Jon backward as green vapor burst from the letters. Elias threw a jar of lime powder from the doorway. It struck the vapor and turned it into falling ash. They stumbled into the yard. McKay slammed the classroom door and wedged a desk leg through the handle. "We leave now," he said. "Rest is finished." No one argued. As the camp broke apart around them, Kara pulled Jon behind the mural wall. Her face was tight with more than anger. "The mist knows your daughter," she said. "It knows what I carry. That is not the same. It may have copied her from my memory through spores. It may have reconstructed her name from the node chamber. It may be bait. And it may mean something worse." He looked at her. "Say it. It may mean Mira reached the system somehow. Alive, dead, changed, trapped, copied, I do not know. But the mist is not guessing anymore. It is speaking to you with precision." The words struck harder because they were exactly what he feared. Kara stepped closer. "You cannot chase every voice it throws ahead of you. If it is her, I cannot ignore it. If it is her, reaching the crater may be the only way to find out. If it is not, the crater is still the only way to stop it. Either road points east. Do not let grief make you walk in circles." Jon breathed through the tremor in his chest. The ruined classroom behind him clicked softly as cooling ash fell from the board. "You make it sound simple. I make it sound survivable." Simple died with the old maps. Becky called for the column to move. The survivors left the schoolyard under low clouds, faster now, eyes on every wall and window. Jon did not look back at the classroom. He did not need to. The words had already written themselves inside him. Come home. By evening, the road delivered them to the edge of a rail yard where freight containers sat stacked like tombs. Beyond the tracks, the land opened toward hills dark with new forest. Somewhere inside that forest, the other nodes pulsed. Somewhere beyond it, dry country began. Somewhere farther still, the crater waited. Jon walked with the sample case against his ribs and Kara beside him, and every step east felt like answering a message he did not trust. The rail yard became their shelter because every other option looked hungrier. Freight containers formed rusted corridors under a roof of tangled cables. Many had been broken open long ago. Others remained sealed, their contents rendered sacred by uncertainty. People used to fear empty storage. Now sealed doors felt like promises. Becky sent scouts through the lanes with mirrors and hooked poles before allowing children inside. 2 containers held spoiled grain, 1 held office chairs, furred with mold, and 1 held cartons of medical gloves that had survived 5 years of heat, damp, and rats. Nurse claimed that container as if she had personally conquered a kingdom. Jon cared most about the refrigeration unit on a container near the eastern fence. Its power was long dead, but its insulated walls kept the interior cooler than the yard. He turned it into a temporary laboratory with Kara's help and Elias's commentary from a folding chair he had no permission to occupy. "Temporary laboratory," Elias said, looking at the cracked microscope, candle stub, scavenged glass, and row of marked plastic strips. A phrase with the optimism of a drunk architect. "You volunteered to rest," Kara said. "I was captured by Nurse and abandoned here. That is not abandonment. That is supervision. Supervision usually comes with less contempt, not when earned." Jon almost enjoyed the exchange despite himself. The sample from the classroom board sat under his lens, suspended in a drop of boiled rainwater. When he angled the phone screen beneath the microscope, the residue revealed itself as a lattice of cells arranged in branching strokes. They were not plant cells, not exactly. Each cell contained dark granules that drifted in rhythmic loops. At intervals, neighboring cells flashed in sequence, passing a pulse from one side of the sample to the other. A message tissue. He made notes in the journal he had nearly burned in the bus weeks earlier. His handwriting had worsened since the mountain. Some lines slanted. Some words crowded each other. He wrote anyway because records were a form of defiance. Residue responds to metal scrape. Active pulse after node death. Possible remote signal from secondary node network. Carries personalized memory markers. Not random mimicry. He stopped over the last phrase. Not random. Kara stood across from him, cleaning a knife with a cloth. She watched his face rather than the blade. Bad news? Specific news. That sounds like bad news that went to school. He slid the microscope toward her. Look through the lens. She bent awkwardly, one eye narrowed. I see dots pretending to be important. Those dots are packets. The cells move them in rhythm. It is communicating internally even after being separated from the board. Like nerves. Like nerves, but not animal nerves. More like a colony coordinating itself through chemical pulses. The mist's core may not need a single brain. The nodes amplify command, but memory might be distributed. Elias shifted in the chair. Translate for those of us educated by panic and artillery. Jon leaned back, rubbing his eyes. Killing a node can collapse local coordination, but it does not erase what the whole system has learned. The network may store patterns across spores and tissues. Faces, voices, names, routes, fear responses. It remembers. Kara straightened. Can it remember enough to predict us? It already anticipated the mountain strike once it sensed the shard. After the blast, it may be revising defense around other hearts. And around the crater. Yes, that is true. Elias tapped Amina's knife against his palm. Then speed matters. Speed in misdirection, Kara said. If it expects us to take the old highway east, we do not. If it expects us to avoid the highway, perhaps we should take it, Elias said. That is the kind of clever that gets people eaten. All plans get people eaten. Better to be eaten with intellectual integrity. Kara looked at Jon. Please tell him science has limits. Science has limits, Jon said. Elias has fewer. The old soldier's mouth twitched. I accept the compliment. A knock struck the container wall. Becky entered without waiting. He carried a map case and looked as if every hour of leadership had taken rent from his bones. Behind him came Sana, the woman from the school, with her daughter sleeping against her shoulder. We have a problem, Becky said. Kara set the knife down. Only one? Becky ignored that. He opened the map case on a crate. The paper inside was stained but usable. An old provincial route map overlaid with pencil marks, charcoal X's, and strips of tape covered in field notes. The cape lay behind them. The inland routes crawled across the page toward dry country. We cannot take everyone to the Karoo, he said. Half the children cannot walk that far. Elias should not cross a yard, much less a province. Food is thin. Water is worse. I can move the group north to the reservoir settlements der Parol. If those people still hold the concrete towers, they can shelter families. And us? Kara asked. Bachi tapped 2 fingers east of their position. Small team. You, Jon, whoever insists on dying usefully. Cut across the service farms, avoid the old towns, reach the rail maintenance road beyond the green belt. From there, if vehicles remain, you make speed toward the interior. Elias raised his hand halfway. I insist. Kara did not look at him. That request is denied. You lack rank. I incense. It outranks you. Elias turned to Jon. Doctor, tell this tyrant that I am essential. Jon studied the map because looking at Elias's face would make the answer harder. The old soldier had become more than an inconvenient companion. He carried history, skill, gallows humor, and Amina's last knife. He also had stitches that could tear open under one bad step and a fever beginning under his skin. You are essential, Jon said. That is why you should help Becky keep the survivors alive. Elias stared at him with theatrical betrayal. I expected treachery from her. You disappoint me on a professional level. You taught me that survival includes knowing where a person is most useful. I said many things while bleeding. Not all should be used as policy. Sana shifted in the doorway. Her daughter murmured and pressed her face deeper into Sana's neck. The people are already arguing, Sana said. Some say the doctor brought the writing. Some say the mountain died because he angered the green. Some want him gone before night. Kara's expression cooled. Give me names. That will not help. Fear has too many names. And Becky looked at Jon. She is right. We need separation before fear chooses a target. The dead ring gave them hope. The school board took it back. Jon closed his journal. Then we leave before dawn and do it quietly. Not alone, Kara said. I assumed you had already decided. I enjoy being formally acknowledged when making reckless decisions. Becky pointed to the map. There is an old vineyard service track here. It runs toward Worcester if the bridges stand. Before the mist, one of our scouts kept a hunting cabin in the hills above it. He says there is a shortwave set there, maybe intact. The Amazon transmission you found months ago may not repeat, but if any research team is still broadcasting, that cabin gives you better ears. Jon felt the word Amazon shift something in him. In the original outline of his desperate plans, the Amazon team had been a rumor pulled from static, researchers who claimed to have synthesized an agent from mist biology. He had dismissed the signal as likely outdated because the world had taught him not to trust rescue from distant places. Now the classroom board had made distance irrelevant. If the network could speak from node to residue, perhaps human voices could still cross continents too. I need the crater sample, he said. But if the Amazon team has a stabilizing agent, we need their formula before we reach the origin. We cannot improvise a global answer with one ampule and hope. Then go hear them, Becky said. And when you reach the crater, make Amina's death expensive. Kara's eyes flicked to him. That is a prayer I can respect. The meeting ended with grim efficiency. Becky left to arrange the split. Sana returned to the families. Elias remained in the chair, staring at the map after everyone else moved away. Jon packed his samples. Kara checked ammunition. The container hummed with rain on metal and the far-off calls of creatures moving beyond the yard fence. You are angry, Jon said to Elias. I am many things. Angry is merely the one with the loudest boots. You know why you cannot come. I know why you think I cannot. Knowing is not the same as accepting. Kara looked up from the rifle. Your side leaks when you laugh. You are not crossing hill country. Then I shall refrain from laughing. You have never managed that under pressure. Elias leaned back, pain tightening his mouth. Amina would have gone. Amina could have argued a locked door into shame, Kara said. You are not Amina. His eyes sharpened, then softened in a way Jon had not seen before. No, I am what remains to remember her accurately. That silenced them. After a while, Elias reached into his coat and withdrew a small cloth bundle. He unwrapped it on the crate. Inside lay 3 items: Amina's service patch, a dented compass, and a folded strip of waterproof paper. She gave me these in the mountain before we descended, he said. I thought she was merely distributing weight. It appears she was distributing instructions. He slid the paper to Kara. Kara opened it. Jon watched her face change as she read. She handed it to him without speaking. The note was short, written in Amina's spare block letters. If I do something heroic, do not make it pretty. I am doing arithmetic. Get Voss to the crater. Keep Kara from confusing grief with punishment. Tell Elias he is not allowed to follow me until he has been unbearable for at least 10 more years. Jon folded the paper carefully. His throat hurt. Elias looked toward the container door. 10 years is an ambitious sentence. She had faith in your capacity to annoy, Kara said. A touching epitaph. Kara returned the note to him. Their fingers met over the paper. For a moment, neither moved. Outside, the yard alarm sounded. It was not a bell. Bells had become luxuries. It was 3 rifle shots spaced evenly, then a shout carried through metal corridors. The container became motion at once. Kara grabbed her rifle. Jon snatched the sample case. Elias tried to stand and nearly collapsed before Jon caught him. Chair, Kara ordered. History will judge you. History can help you sit. They spilled into the yard. At the eastern fence, green vapor rolled between containers and low sheets. It did not come from outside. It seeped from drains, vents, seams in concrete, and the mouths of dead rats. People coughed and covered their faces. Becky's fighters shouted for masks and lime. Children were herded toward sealed containers. Jon saw the pattern before anyone named it. The mist was not attacking the fence. It had germinated inside the yard from spores carried on shoes, clothes, hair, and perhaps lungs. The school message had not only threatened him, it had marked the group. A man near the fence dropped his pack and stared at the vapor. His face went slack. "Mama," he whispered. Kara struck him across the shoulder with the rifle stock hard enough to turn him. "Move now." He blinked, horrified, and ran. The vapor thickened. Shapes formed inside it. A child's hand, a woman's braid, a dog limping with one ear torn, a table set for dinner under impossible sunlight. Not full bodies, but impressions. Bait assembled from memory fragments drawn from everyone in the yard. John's mask hung at his neck. He dragged it up and tasted charcoal and old rubber. "It is using hallucination spores." "I guessed that from the ghost banquet," Kara said. Becky appeared through the vapor with a scarf across his mouth. "Can we kill it?" "Not with bullets. Lime slows it. Heat may feed it if the concentration is high enough. Ventilation helps. Get everyone to the west containers and open both ends. Move air through." The west exits faced the old orchard. A scream rose from that direction. Kara swore. Of course they do. Through the drifting vapor, John saw movement beyond the western gate. The orchard trees had not been part of the dead ring. Their branches bent under fruit that pulsed red beneath thin skins. Shapes crawled among the trunks, low and fast. Not hyena things this time, but smaller and many. Mabecki's face hardened. "It wants us between vapor and teeth." "Not wants," John said. "It coordinates. That distinction can die later." The first orchard creature cleared the gate. It had the body of a baboon stretched wrong, arms too long, jaw ringed with leaf-like plates that snapped open as it leapt. Becky fired. The creature spun, hit a container, and left a smear of blood and green sap. 3 more came after it. The rail yard became chaos. Kara moved like the center of a storm, firing in controlled bursts, shouting people away from open lanes. Elias, against every order, had dragged himself to the container doorway and was handing ammunition to fighters with the sour dignity of an injured king. Nurse shoved masks onto children. Sana carried 2 toddlers under her arms. Mackey's people formed a broken line between the west gate and the families. John had no rifle. He had science, lime powder, and the bitter knowledge that the spores were learning the camp's fear faster than bodies could flee. He ran to the refrigeration container, tore open his kit, and grabbed the alcohol burner, copper wire, and a sealed jar of node membrane wash. Kara saw him from across the lane. "That is a bad idea, Face," she shouted. "It is a controlled bad idea. Those are extinct too." He poured the membrane wash into a shallow metal tray and stretched copper wire across it. The residue responded to the wire with a faint pulse. He had noticed it under the microscope. The cells aligned around conductive paths. The mist used chemical signaling, but the nodes also reacted to mineral charge. Table Mountain's crystalline structures had carried rhythm like a nervous system grown through stone. If he could create a false pulse, perhaps he could draw the vapor away from the families. It might work. He lit the burner and warmed the tray from below, not enough for flame to touch the residue, only enough to quicken activity. The cells flashed. John tapped the wire with the compass casing, once, twice, then in the irregular rhythm he had recorded from the dying node's aftershock. The tray pulsed green. The vapor in the lane hesitated. Kara saw it. "John, keep tapping." "I know." The vapor turned toward him. That was success. It was also stupid. He lifted the tray with cloth-wrapped hands and backed down an empty container lane, tapping the wire. Mist rolled after him, low and eager. Faces formed inside it. Helen, first, coughing. Mira next, older than she had been when he lost her, eyes bright with accusation. Amina last, smiling as if she had found his trick amusing. "You always need proof," the vapor said in Helen's voice. John kept tapping. "Not today." Kara appeared at the lane mouth. "I'm going to be very angry if this works and kills you." "That seems fair. Where are you taking it?" "Drain channel behind the north stacks. If we flood it with lime, we can trap enough of the spore mass to clear the yard. You planned that in the last 10 seconds? I am more frightened than usual." It improves focus. A baboon thing sprang onto a container above him. Kara shot it mid-leap. It struck the ground near Jon, claws skidding inches from his boot. Blood sprayed across the tray. The membrane residue flared brighter. The vapor surged. Jon ran. The north stacks narrowed into a corridor slick with moss. The drain channel lay ahead, a concrete trench half filled with rainwater. Fighters had once used it for refuse. Now it would hold a different kind of filth. Jon reached the edge and dropped the tray into the trench. The vapor poured after it, folding into the channel like water seeking depth. "Lime," he shouted. Kara and 2 fighters arrived with sacks. They tore them open and dumped white powder along the trench. The reaction was immediate. Vapor condensed into pale strings, then into clumps that writhed on the water. The smell became unbearable, acid and meat and crushed leaves. Jon gagged behind his mask. Then the trench erupted. A spore mass shaped itself upward, not a body, but a column of faces layered over each other. Mouths opened across it. Voices came from every side. The voices said Mama, Timo, and Jonathan. Kara fired into the mass. Bullets passed through with wet pops. Jon grabbed another sack and threw it with both hands. The bag split against the column. Lime burst across the faces. They collapsed into the trench, hissing. A tendril snapped from the water and struck Jon's chest. His back hit concrete. The sample case took part of the impact. Glass cracked inside. Kara reached him as the tendril wrapped his coat. She drove her knife through it, pinned it to the ground, then kicked lime across the severed strand. The thing dissolved into black threads. "Get up," she said, voice raw. He tried. His legs obeyed on the second attempt. Behind them, the yard gunfire thinned. Becky's line had driven the orchard creatures back from the containers. The vapor had lost density. People were still coughing, still screaming, but the camp was not lost. Jon looked down at the sample case. One corner had split. Inside, the ampule from the node remained whole. A smaller vial containing classroom residue had shattered, staining the padding green. Kara saw his face. "Tell me the important ones survived." "The node ampule did. The message sample is gone." "That is good. I hated that sample. It was valuable. It wrote your daughter's name on a school board and tried to gas a rail yard. I am comfortable with its loss." He wanted to argue. He did not have the strength. Becky found them at the trench 20 minutes later, face streaked with soot and sap. 7 dead. 19 with heavy exposure. 2 children missing, found hiding in a container. They are alive. Kara closed her eyes for a second. "The orchard? We can hold until dawn. Not longer. The split happens tonight. Families north. You east before first light." "We should leave now," Jon said. Becky looked at him. "You can barely stand. The mist marked us. It will follow the strongest signal. That may be me, the ampule, or both. The longer I stay, the more danger they face." Becky did not like it. That did not make it false. Elias limped up with Nurse behind him, who looked ready to murder him in a medically responsible way. He held Amina's compass. "Take this," he said to Jon. "You need it. I need to stop being dramatic at doorways. The compass is less essential to that project." Jon accepted it. The metal was warm from Elias's hand. Elias turned to Kara. His humor faded. "Bring him back if possible. If not possible, bring back whatever answer makes this ugliness cost something." Kara's jaw tightened. "You are speaking as if we are leaving you behind forever. Everyone is left behind eventually. I prefer doing it with style. You still owe Amina 10 unbearable years. Then I shall start with Mbeki. He looks underserved." McKee sighed. "I heard that." For a moment, despite blood on the concrete and spores dying in the trench, laughter moved through the small group. Not much, but enough. Night came with preparations made in whispers. Jon packed the surviving ampule, his notes, the compass, the shard fragments, and 3 days of food. Kara took ammunition, lime tins, water tablets, and a coil of cable. Mbeki gave them a route marked in charcoal. Nurse gave Jon a packet of pills and told him which ones would keep him moving and which ones would make him useless if he took them at the wrong time. Elias gave him no more advice, which was perhaps the kindest gift. Before dawn, the survivors gathered in two shadows, north and east. Families clung to those leaving on the smaller road because it is difficult not to see every departure as abandonment. Sena pressed a cloth packet into Kara's hand. Dried fruit, hard as stones, sweet as memory. For the road, Sana said. And for the board. I was afraid of you yesterday. I am still afraid, but not of you. Jon did not know what to do with that distinction. He thanked her badly. She accepted it anyway. Elias stood beside him, Becky, pale but upright. Amina's knife hung at his belt now. Her compass was in Jon's pocket. Her note was with Elias. Her death had divided itself into objects because people needed things to hold. Kara stepped close to Elias. Do not die while I am gone. Do not make impossible requests before breakfast. I mean it. His smile softened. So do I, child. She embraced him carefully, avoiding his injured side. He froze, then returned it with one arm. Jon looked away because some moments deserved privacy even in the open. Then the Eastern team left. It was smaller than Jon expected. Himself, Kara, and two scouts from Mbekki's people, twins named Ruan and Lodi, who had spent their youth hunting feral pigs in country that no longer existed. Ruan rarely spoke. Lodi spoke enough for both and had a laugh that sounded reckless until Jon saw how carefully she watched every leaf. They slipped through a service gate as the first gray light touched the container roofs. Behind them, the larger group began moving north with carts and children and the slow courage of people who had not agreed to die. Ahead, the vineyard track curved into hills wrapped in fog. Kara walked beside Jon. Still with us. He touched the compass in his pocket and the sample case under his coat. I am here. This time the answer felt less like survival and more like a vow. The vineyard track climbed through hills where grapes had given way to stranger fruit. Old trellises lined the slopes in broken ranks. The posts remained, gray and leaning, but the vines that once twisted around them had been replaced by thick green cords whose leaves shone with a waxy sheen. From those cords hung clusters of translucent bulbs filled with red fluid. Inside each bulb floated seeds shaped like tiny curled fists. Lodi called them devil grapes and warned everyone not to break them. Ruan added that birds which pecked at them flew crooked for an hour, then returned to feed until they dropped. Good vintage, Kara said. Lot grinned. Pairs well with regret. Jon marked the plant in his notes without slowing. The track was narrow and slick from rain. Below, the rail yard had vanished behind folds of mist. He could not see Mbekki's group, which was good and terrible. Separation had achieved its purpose. It had also made every person left behind feel like an unfinished sentence. They moved in single file through the trellises. Kara led when the path tightened. Ruan took rear guard. Lodi ranged ahead and returned every few minutes with small hand signals. Jon walked in the middle, which he disliked because it made him feel like cargo. The others did not pretend otherwise. He was cargo. So was the ampule. So was whatever knowledge had survived in his damaged head. By mid-morning, the first hallucination came. It did not arrive as a voice. It came as smell. Jon stopped with one boot on a stone and one in mud, because the air had filled with cinnamon and hot sugar. For a moment, the vineyard vanished. He stood in his old kitchen on Mira's birthday morning. Helen had burned the first batch of pancakes and insisted they were rustic. Mira had declared rustic to mean black, but edible if buried under syrup. The smell was so complete that Jon's body turned before his mind could object. Kara caught his coat. What do you smell? He swallowed. I smell breakfast. I smell petrol, Lottie said from ahead. Ruan tapped his mask. I smell smoke. Kara's eyes moved across the trellises. Different bait for each of us. Masks up. They pulled masks over their faces. Jon hated the mask because it muffled the world and trapped his breath, but the cinnamon dulled behind charcoal. The path ahead had changed. Pale flowers had opened on the devil grapes, and pollen drifted in gold threads. We go around, Carr said. The slope north is unstable, Lodi warned. Then we go carefully around. Carefully lasted 12 meters. The hillside gave under Ruan's feet. He slid, caught a trellis post, and pulled it loose. The green cords snapped tight across the slope. Bulbs burst one after another with soft pops, spraying red fluid into the air. Lotte shouted. Chera dragged Jon behind a stone wall as the spray hit the mud and began to smoke. Ruan hung from the slope with one hand buried in roots, boots kicking over open air. Below him, a gully steamed with red mist. Kara went for him. Jon grabbed the cable from her pack and looped it around a stone post. Lotte anchored it with him while Kara slid down the slope on her hip, one hand wrapped in the cable, the other reaching for Ruan. "Do not touch the red fluid," Jon shouted. "I had planned to bathe in it," Kara called back. The trellis cords reacted to motion. They lifted from the posts and turned toward Kara, leaves flattening like ears. Jon saw tiny cilia along their edges. They felt vibration. He snatched a loose stone and threw it down slope away from her. The cord snapped toward the impact. Kara seized Ruan's wrist. Ruan's grip failed. For one horrible second both of them slid. Lottie braced the cable and screamed through clenched teeth. Jon threw his weight backward until his shoulder struck the stone post. Pain flashed white. The cable held. Kara dug one boot into mud and shoved Ruan upward. Lot hauled. Jon hauled. Ruan came over the lip coughing, one sleeve smoking where red fluid had touched cloth. Kara followed, face splattered with mud, eyes bright with fury. "Everyone alive?" Lotte gasped. Ruan looked at his sleeve. Mostly alive. Kara cut the smoking fabric away before it reached skin. Underneath, the flesh was red but intact. Jon poured clean water over it, then lime wash. Ruan endured the treatment without a sound. "What is it?" Lotte asked, staring at the bursting bulbs. "Digestive lure," Jon said. "The pollen draws memory. The fruit releases acid and spores when disturbed. Animals approach what they desire, break the bulbs, and die where the roots can feed." Kara wiped mud from her cheek. "A vineyard that eats nostalgia." "The mist is becoming poetic," Lotte said. "I hate that." They lost an hour finding a safer route along a dry irrigation canal. By the time they reached the ridge, the sky had turned white and hot. The rain had ended. Steam rose from leaves. In the distance, the land beyond the hills changed color. The dense green belt thinned into patched scrub and thorn trees twisted by mutation. Farther east, under a haze of heat, lay the approach to the interior. Kara stood on the ridge and looked back only once. Jon noticed. "You can still turn north. I thought we had retired that argument. It keeps returning to work without permission. Then fire it more decisively." He stood beside her. Below, the route to the rail yard was hidden. "I do not want you here because you are useful. That is fortunate, since I am also charming. I mean it." Her face changed. The humor remained near her mouth, but her eyes listened. "When Helen died," he said, "part of me decided wanting anything after her was betrayal. Then another part decided feeling nothing was proof I had become what the world required. Both parts were wrong. I know that in theory. Living with the knowledge is harder." Kara looked out over the changed slopes. "After Timo, I thought grief should make me clean and purposeful, like a blade. Instead, it made me petty, hungry, angry, and terrified of silence. I wanted people close and hated them for needing me. I wanted to be touched and flinched from every hand. There is no noble version of being left behind. There is just the next choice. And this is yours. Standing here, yes. Walking east, yes. Wanting you to survive, also yes, though you make it inconvenient." He let himself laugh. It came out rough, but real. Kara glanced at him. "Was that joy, Dr. Voss? I should record the event. It was probably structural failure. I will take it." For a moment, the ridge gave them a view wide enough to hold both ruin and possibility. The old world had not vanished completely. A power pylon still stood on a distant hill, tilted but stubborn. The line road beneath it cut east through scrub, an old maintenance route that might still take them toward the hunting cabin and its shortwave set. The mist had changed the living country, but concrete, steel, and stubborn human paths remained, damaged yet not erased. Kara's hand slid into Jon's. It was not dramatic. It was not safe. It was a choice made in daylight with acid fruit behind them and a desert ahead. He closed his fingers around hers. Lottie cleared her throat from the canal. I adore emotional development, but the plants are beginning to lean this way. Kara released him with a look that promised the conversation was not finished. Move now. They reached the hunting cabin near sunset. Cabin was generous. It was a stone hut, tucked under a ridge, roof, patched with metal sheets and solar panels clouded by dust. A water tank leaned beside it. Thorn scrub crowded the doorway, but Lodi found the old access path and Ruan cut it clear with quiet efficiency. The inside smelled of rodent droppings, dry leaves, and old smoke. Better than rot. Better than spores. Better than most palaces left on Earth. The shortwave set sat under a tarp on a wooden table. It was older than Jon expected, built to survive rough hands and bad weather. The battery bank beneath it had corroded terminals but remained connected to the solar panels. Lut whooped softly when the power light flickered under her thumb. "My uncle was a paranoid genius," she said. "Mostly paranoid. Occasionally genius." Jon approached the radio as if it were a relic. "Can it transmit?" "If the antenna is intact and the battery holds. Receiving is more likely." Kara checked the windows. Rowan set a perimeter of tin noisemakers and fishing line. Jon unpacked his notebook and the frequency scraps he had copied months earlier from the Amazon transmission. The numbers were smudged. Some might be wrong. He had written them during a fever in a basement outside Pretoria, while rainwater dripped onto the page. The radio hissed to life. Static filled the cabin, vast and intimate. It was the sound of a broken planet trying to speak through its teeth. Lotta adjusted dials. Jon read frequencies. Kara stood behind him, rifle in hand, every sense on the darkening world beyond the walls. For 20 minutes they heard nothing useful, only static and faint tones. A burst of music so distorted, it might have been a generator. A voice speaking Portuguese too broken by distance to understand. Then a rhythmic pulse entered the speaker. 3 short bursts, 1 long, 3 short again. Lotte froze. "That is not weather." Jon leaned close. "Can you isolate it?" "I am trying." The signal slipped, returned, then sharpened enough to carry speech. "Any station receiving. This is Manaus Biocontainment Relay. Repeating emergency research bulletin. Verdant agent remains responsive to crater origin substrate. Synthesized inhibitor unstable without primary seed sample. Do not deploy broad dispersal without origin binding. Repeating warning. Do not deploy broad dispersal without origin binding." Jon's pulse hammered. "Record it." Lodi shoved a tape recorder under the speaker. The cassette inside squealed, then turned. The voice continued, female, exhausted and formal in the way people become formal when fear would otherwise break them. Node collapse observed in sectors after localized membrane rupture, but secondary blooms adapted within 72 hours. Hallucinogenic spore phase indicates distributed memory retention. Serum candidate V13 slows cellular rewrite in exposed mammalian tissue. V13 requires catalyst from original meteor substrate for systemic reversal. Without catalyst, treated zones relapse and become resistant. Kara looked at Jon. "That is your crater." He nodded once. The voice dissolved in static, returned harder. "To any South African station, if Karoo origin site is accessible, retrieve black glass from central seed chamber. Avoid fire. Avoid open blood contact. Avoid vocal response to familiar apparitions. The system learns through answer behavior. Repeat, it learns through answer behavior." Jon felt the classroom board again. The voices in the rail yard. Helen, in the vapor. Mira, written in green. "Answer behavior," he whispered. The radio crackled. Another sound emerged beneath the woman's voice. A low pulse. Green rhythm translated into radio noise. The cabin lights flickered, though. There were no lights, only the red power lamp on the set. The voice changed. Not the woman's accent. Not static. Mira spoke from the speaker. "Dad, I found the pond monsters." Jon stopped breathing. Kara's hand closed around his shoulder, hard enough to anchor him. The radio hissed. The girl's voice continued, bright and near and impossibly ordinary. "You have to come see. They glow when they are hungry. Mom says do not bring jars into the house, but you always let me. Lot stepped back from the radio. Ruan lifted his rifle toward the set as if it had become an animal. Kara moved between Jon and the table. "Do not answer." The voice softened. "Dad, are you there?" Every cell in Jon's body leaned toward that word. It was not just sound. It carried kitchen warmth, wet jars, birthday mornings, the exact little lift Mira put into questions when she already knew the answer and wanted him to admit she was right. He bit the inside of his cheek until blood filled his mouth. Pain helped. He did not speak. The radio crackled. The voice shifted again, older now. "You left me in the underpass." Kara reached past him and turned the volume down, not off. "It wants reply. Starve it." The voice grew faint but remained. I waited. Jon gripped the table. His knuckles went pale. He stared at the scratched wood rather than the speaker. If Mira was alive somewhere inside the network, silence felt like abandonment repeated. If the voice was bait, speech was surrender. The system learned through answer behavior. The Amazon researcher had used the exact warning because someone had already paid for that knowledge. He forced his mouth to stay closed. The radio shrieked. Outside, every tin noisemaker along the perimeter rattled at once. Ruan fired through the window. Something screamed in the scrub. Lotte killed the radio power. Darkness crashed into the cabin with the smell of dust and hot metal. Kara shoved Jon toward the back wall. "Masks," she snapped. Green light seeped under the door. The first shape struck the cabin hard enough to shake dust from the roof. Stone held. The second hit the window frame and pushed a hooked forelimb through the gap. Ruan smashed it with the rifle stock. Black sap splattered across the floorboards. Lottie dragged a table against the door. Jon's mind wanted to remain with the radio, with Mira's voice, with the impossible sentence about pond monsters. Kara slapped the side of his mask. "Here," she said. "You are here." The words did what grief could not. They found the part of him still capable of obedience. He opened the sample case and checked the ampule. It was whole. The node membrane glowed faintly, pulsing in time with the green light under the door. The mist had followed the signal, or the ampule, or him, perhaps all three. "We cannot stay," he said. "The night outside is full of whatever just hit the wall," Lottie said. "The cabin will become a trap if they root under the stones." A tendril slid through a crack near the hearth and curled across the floor. Kara pinned it with her knife and Ruan poured lime. The tendril blackened but more probed behind it. "He is right," Kara said. "Back exit?" Lot pointed to a storage alcove. "There is a goat hatch, small and undignified." "Elias would hate missing it," Jon said. Kara looked at him once, quick and fierce, as if relieved humor had survived. "Move now." They crawled through the goat hatch into thorn scrub while creatures hammered the front wall. The night smelled of acid fruit and hot dust. Green light pulsed among the bushes. Ruan led toward the ridge path. Lottie followed, carrying the tape recorder against her chest. Kara pushed Jon ahead of her and came last, firing at movement behind them. They did not run down the trail. Running invited falls, and falls invited roots. They moved fast enough to hurt and slow enough to live. Behind them, the cabin roof gave way with a crunch. The radio burst into static one final time, loud enough to follow them into the dark. Mira's voice came through the ruined speaker, distant now. "Dad, please." Jon did not answer. By midnight, they reached the pylon road and collapsed beneath a tilted steel tower. The sky had cleared. Stars showed above the haze, hard and cold and indifferent. Far to the west, the cape glowed faintly green where other nodes watched their first heart's absence. Far to the east, lightning flickered over dry country. Lotte checked the cassette with shaking hands. "I think we got enough." The Amazon part before the interference. Jon nodded. His throat felt scraped raw, though he had not spoken. Kara sat beside him under the tower. She did not touch him at first. She let the silence settle. When she finally spoke, her voice had lost all edge. "You did not answer. It felt like killing her. I know. If any part of her is in that system, she heard me refuse, or she heard you survive long enough to reach the place that might free her." He looked at her. Starlight made her face almost unfamiliar, all angles, dirt, and resolve. "Do you believe that?" I believe useful things when truth is unavailable. That sounds like faith. Do not insult me." He laughed once, quietly, and then the laugh broke into something close to grief. Kara put her arm around him. He leaned into her because pride had finally become too heavy to carry upright. The pylon creaked above them. Ruin kept watch. Lalt rewound the cassette by hand to preserve battery. The ampule pulsed inside its case, not with the same rhythm as before. Slower now, as if the membrane had heard the Amazon warning, too. Jon stared east until his eyes burned. The road ahead would take them toward Worcester. Then beyond old farms, dry riverbeds, military checkpoints, and country where the mist had learned to survive without jungle density. The crater was no longer merely a theory or a vision stolen from a dying node. It was a requirement. The Amazon team had confirmed it. Origin substrate, black glass, central seed chamber. The meteor had not brought disease. It had brought architecture. Somewhere under the Karoo, the first seed waited at the center of that design. Jon closed his hand around Amina's compass. The needle trembled, then steadied east by southeast. At dawn, they would follow it. Behind them, the cabin burned without flame, green light eating its stones from within. Ahead, the desert began to dream in pulses. Dawn found the pylon road under a thin lid of smoke-colored light. Jon woke with Amina's compass pressed into his palm so hard that the brass rim had marked his skin. The needle still pointed east by southeast, quivering as if the world beneath it had developed a second magnetic heart. Around him, the others stirred in the gray before sunrise. Mahdi slept curled around the cassette recorder like a child guarding a toy. Rowan sat against the tilted pylon with his rifle across his knees and his eyes fixed on the west, where the cape's green glow had faded into morning haze. Kara had not slept at all. She stood beyond the tower, her silhouette narrow and stubborn against the pale sky. Kara heard him rise. She turned without surprise. "You look like a man preparing to make a heroic speech before falling over." I was preparing to stand quietly. That would be a first. He came to her side. Below them, the pylon road bent away between low hills. Farther east, the land opened into a brown and gold plain that should have looked empty. It did not. The mist had learned subtlety here. Instead of towers of green, there were pale mats of lichen spread across abandoned vehicles, thorn bushes with swollen seed pods, and grasses that all leaned in the same direction, though there was no wind. "It is watching differently," Jon said. "Everything watches differently after you stab its first heart." That was not exactly a heart. "Jon, please let poetry survive one morning." Kara looked away first. "Becky wants to split the column at the old filtration plant. Families north toward the reservoir tunnels. Fighters east with us until Worcester. Then each group chooses. That will cause arguments. Everything causes arguments. The world ended and people still debate seating arrangements. You sound fond of them. I sound tired of them being alive in inconvenient ways." "That is close enough." They walked back to the pylon together. Elias was awake, pale under his dark skin, fighting with the blanket as if it had insulted his rank. Nurse had tied him into it with strips of canvas during the night to keep him from wandering, while fever made him brave. He glared at Jon and Kara when they approached. "Untie me," he said. Kara crouched beside him. "Say please. Untie me before I become unreasonable. You became unreasonable sometime before I met you." "We leave in 10 minutes, Mbeki said. "The dead ring around the mountain is shrinking. Scouts saw new growth crossing the ash at 3 places. It grows slower than before, but it grows." Jon had expected that. Expecting, it did not lessen the cold that moved through him. The other nodes are compensating. They may be sending instructions through remaining root networks. Can they reach this far? They reached into Lotte's radio. They reached into my head. Distance may not mean what we want it to mean. Lotte looked up from the recorder. She was 16 at most, with cropped hair, hollow cheeks, and hands quick enough to repair wires with almost no light. She had survived the cabin transmission because she knew when to duck and because Ruin had thrown himself over her when the wall filled with green fire. She now wore the recorder strap across her chest like armor. "The Amazon signal repeated at dawn," she said. Only 3 words came through clearly. Origin sample required. Then static, then a voice saying crater access compromised. Compromised how? Jon asked. Static did not explain itself. Ruan managed a thin smile. She gets that tone from listening to you. Everyone gets that tone from listening to me, Jon said. Lotte rewound the cassette with care. There was another sound, under the static, like something tapping glass. I try to clean it up, but the battery is low. Elias stopped wrestling the blanket. Tapping how? She tapped 3 times on the recorder case, paused, then tapped twice more. Like that. It repeated. Jon felt the compass shift in his palm. He opened his hand. The needle trembled harder. Kara noticed. That is bad. It could be a coded signal, Jon said. Your face says it is bad. My face has become unfairly honest. Icky turned toward the east. Whatever it means, we cannot answer from here. Move. The column left the pylon as the sun rose red behind a film of mist. There were 43 survivors when they started, counting children and the injured. By mid-morning, 2 had turned back to search for family in the coast ruins despite every warning. No one stopped them after the 3rd plea. The group watched the pair walk west along the road until the haze took them. A child asked whether they would find who they loved. Her mother said yes because truth had limits around children. Jon walked near the center with Kara, Elias, Lotte, and Ruan. The ampule from the dead node rode inside a padded ammunition case strapped to Ruan's back. Every hour, Jon checked it. The membrane sample no longer glowed steadily. It pulsed in uneven contractions, as if dreaming. When he held the case too long, he heard a faint pressure in his ears, not quite sound and not quite thought. The first attack came shortly before noon. It began as a rattling in the grass on the south side of the road. Mbeki raised one fist and the column stopped. The sound moved ahead of them, then behind, then under the culvert where old stormwater pipes crossed beneath the asphalt. Grass lay flat in a widening circle. A goat skull rolled from the ditch with green moss threaded through its eye sockets. Children down, Kara said, not shouting, because shouting taught fear where to stand. Mothers pulled children behind a rested delivery truck. Fighters fanned out. Jon knelt beside Elias, who had insisted on walking despite fever. Lotte crouched with the recorder under her jacket. The rattling stopped. For 3 breaths, the plane held still. Then the road burst open. A creature came through the asphalt in a spray of tar, dust, and old bone. It was long and low, built like a crocodile redesigned by hunger and drought. Its hide was plated with gray scales split by seams of green light. Thorn-like growths ran along its spine. Its mouth opened sideways as well as down, revealing rows of small black teeth wet with sap and blood. It had no eyes that Jon could see. Pale tendrils waved from the hollows where eyes should have been, tasting heat. The first fighter fired too early. Bullets cracked against the plates and skipped away. The animal slammed into him chest first and carried him into the ditch. His scream became a wet choke. Red sprayed across dry grass. The creature shook him once. Flesh tore. The grass shrank fast. Becky shouted orders. Gunfire battered the road. The creature rolled with impossible speed, its plated tail cutting a man's legs out from under him. Kara advanced instead of retreating, firing low at the softer seams near the front limbs. Jon grabbed a child, who had frozen in the open, and dragged him behind the truck as a second shape erupted from the culvert. This one was smaller, faster, with a head like a shovel and forelimbs ending in hooked claws. It skittered across the road toward Lotte. Ruan stepped between them and fired 3 shots into its mouth. The first shot vanished in black tissue. The second struck the back of the throat. The third burst through the skull in a shower of dark sap and pale root fibers. The animal collapsed at his feet, legs still scraping. Behind you, Lotte shouted. Ruan spun too late. A vine hidden under dust snapped around his ankle and yanked. He hit the asphalt hard. The recorder flew from Lotte's hands. Jon saw the vine pulling Ruan toward the ditch where the first creature fed. He ran without thinking, slid on one knee, and drove Elias's borrowed knife into the vine. The blade stuck in rubbery tissue. The vine tightened around Ruan's leg until he grunted through clenched teeth. Kara appeared beside Jon. She did not waste bullets. She poured lime powder from a pouch directly onto the vine. It convulsed, releasing Ruan as if burned. Jon hauled him backward. The vine thrashed, splattering green fluid across the asphalt. Wherever drops landed, tiny hair-like roots tried to enter cracks. Becky climbed onto the delivery truck and fired down into the big creature's exposed mouth as it lifted its head from the dead fighter. The shots were muffled by meat. The animal reared. Kara threw a flare into the ditch. For one instant, the thing turned toward brightness like a plant seeking morning. Becky used that instant. He dropped from the truck, landed badly, shoved the rifle barrel under a loose plate near its throat, and fired until the weapon clicked empty. The creature collapsed across the ditch. Its tail hammered the road. Its jaws opened and closed around nothing. Blood, sap, and half-digested leaves spilled from its mouth. The smell struck the column like a wall. No one moved until the tail stopped. Then everyone moved at once. Nurse ran to the torn fighter and stopped after one look. Another woman vomited into the grass. A boy cried without making sound. Lodi picked up the recorder with trembling hands and stared at the cracked casing as if it were a dying friend. Jon checked Ruan's ankle. The skin was crushed and dark, but not broken. You can walk if we bind it. Not well, but you can walk. Ruan exhaled hard. I was hoping for dancing. You were poor at that before today, Lotte said. He smiled at her because she needed him to. Jon recognized the exchange and looked away. Love in this world often wore cruelty as a coat because tenderness drew predators. Kara stood over the dead burrower, breathing hard. Her face and shirt were streaked with black sap. Blood flecked her cheek. She wiped the rifle grip with a rag until her hand stopped shaking. Jon joined her. This is new. You say that too often. I mean it too often. He crouched near the creature's head. The plates along its skull were not random growth. They overlapped with architectural precision, each seam lined with fine sensory hairs. It had been built for dry ground. No canopy, no dense vines, no green wall. A desert guardian grown for ambush under roads, culverts, and riverbeds. The mist does not need jungle density anymore, he said. It is adapting to arid country. Smaller surface area, armored hide, root systems hidden below ground. It can cross places we thought were safe. Becky came to stand behind him. Can we still reach Worcester? Jon looked east. Heat shimmer had begun to rise from the road. The faint mist in the ditches seemed to breathe with it. We can reach it, he said. The better question is what Worcester has become. By late afternoon, the column reached the filtration plant. Its concrete basins lay dry under nets of thorn. Rusted pipes rose from the ground like organ tubes. Beyond the plant, the road divided. North led toward reservoir tunnels and rumors of stored grain. East led to Worcester, the military gate, and then the Karoo road. Becky gathered the survivors in the shadow of an empty clarifier tank. He did not make his voice gentle. He made it clear. Families go north with nurse and 8 fighters. The old reservoir has stone walls, water filters, and only 2 entrances if the reports are true. Anyone who cannot walk fast goes with them. Anyone who can shoot and chooses east knows what that means. I will not drag children toward the crater. You are welcome to lead better, Becky said. The young man looked at the rifle, then at the children, then at the east road. He handed it back with shame bright in his eyes. When she returned, Jon was waiting by the cracked wall. You could go with them, he said. You keep offering people exits after they have chosen. It is rude. It is fear. That, too. He looked at the north road. The families were already forming a line under nurse's command. If I ask you to stay safe, will you ignore me? With great discipline. I thought so. Kara stepped closer, not touching him, though the space between them tightened. If I ask you not to disappear inside your guilt when the mist uses Mira again, will you ignore me? He had no clever answer. I will try not to. That is the first useful thing you have said all day. She will keep them alive, Jon said. She will terrorize them into health, Elias replied. There are worse forms of leadership. The East group numbered 16. Becky, Jon, Kara, Elias, Lotte, Ruan, 4 fighters from the mountain, 3 scouts, and 3 civilians who had reasons they did not explain. They made camp inside the filtration plant, under concrete thick enough to muffle the pulse that traveled through the ground after dark. Jon lay awake beside a dry basin, staring at stars through a broken roof. The ampule case rested near his hand. Inside, the membrane beat 3 times, paused, then twice more. 3 taps, then 2. Lodi had heard the same rhythm in the Amazon static. Kara settled beside him, near midnight. "You are not sleeping. Neither are you. I asked first." He smiled faintly. "The signal has a pattern. The sample is answering it, or repeating it. I cannot tell which. Does that mean the crater knows we are coming? I think the crater has always known the world was here. Now it may know we have learned to answer back." Kara was silent for a while. The night insects had returned in strange forms, clicking from the thorn nets above the basins. Somewhere outside, a burrower scraped under dry soil. "I kissed a man once because I thought the city would be gone by morning," she said. Jon turned his head. That is not where I expected the conversation to go. Neither did he. Despite everything, Jon laughed softly. "Why tell me?" "Because if I touch you, I want it to be because we chose it, not because the world is ending loudly nearby." The honesty moved through Jon more sharply than desire. He thought of Helen. He thought of the last morning he had seen her alive, how she had tried to fold Mira's sweater with hands that shook from coughing, how he had promised he would find medicine he never found. Grief did not loosen its hold. It shifted, making room for another truth beside it. "I loved my wife," he said. "I know. I still do. I know that too. And I'm afraid that wanting anything after her means I am leaving her behind." Kara's face was hard to read in the dark, but her voice was careful. "The dead are not luggage, Jon. You do not abandon them by walking." He closed his eyes. The words entered quietly and stayed. After a while, her fingers found his hand. No drama, no claim. Just warmth in the dark, offered without demand. He held on. Beyond the plant, under the old road, something answered the ampule with 3 faint taps, then 2 more. The desert had heard them. The Worcester Gate appeared at noon the next day, as a line of concrete teeth across the highway. Quarantine zone. No in-try, without blood test and ass scan. Someone had added underneath in smaller script, "God has not filled the right paperwork ether." Kara read it and snorted. "I already like whoever painted that." McKee did not slow until a warning shot cracked into the asphalt 10 meters ahead of him. Dust jumped. The east group stopped. Rifles rose on both sides, some from the road, many from behind the gate. Jon counted at least 20 defenders before he stopped counting because his pulse had become too loud. A voice boomed from a speaker mounted on an ambulance roof. Hands visible, weapons down. Approach no farther. Mbeki raised his empty hand but kept his rifle slung. "We are survivors from the Cape Corridor. We need passage east, water, batteries, and information. You and everyone else. We carry a sample from the Table Mountain node. We have proof the Mist network can be disrupted." Silence followed. It moved along the wall like a rumor. A figure appeared on the central container bridge. She wore faded camouflage trousers, a white shirt under body armor, and a red scarf tied around her upper arm. Her hair was silver black, cut close to the scalp. Binoculars hung at her chest. She did not look impressed by the end of the world or by Mbeki. "Name," she called. "Sergeant Mbeki, South African National Defense Force, Cape Remnant Command." "There is no Cape Remnant Command." "There is when I am standing in it." A few defenders laughed despite themselves. The woman did not. "Captain Sorrel DeWet," she said. "Worcester Civil Defense. Your group will place weapons on the road and step back. One at a time, you will come through the ash frame. Anyone with active spores gets turned away or burned if they run. Anyone hiding a bite, needle mark, seed rash, or fever gets burned if they lie. I have buried too many polite infections to negotiate." Elias muttered, "Charming place." "A live place," Kara said. "We go first," Mbeki said. "Jon, Kara with me." The sample stays sealed until they stop pointing nervous men at it. I heard that, someone on the wall shouted. Then stop pointing nervous men at it, Mekki called back. Kara leaned toward Jon. Diplomacy is going well. Stop, a medic said from behind a plastic shield. Jon stopped. 2 guards lifted flame rods. Kara shifted, empty hands still visible, but her weight moved forward in a way Jon recognized. Captain DeWitt descended from the wall and entered the frame without hurry. Boot off, she said. Jon removed it. The medic scraped the sole with a blade and dropped the flakes into a glass dish. A second medic added clear fluid. The flakes fizzed green, then blackened. Only dead residue, the medic said. No active root. The flame rods lowered a little. DeWitt studied Jon's face. You are the scientist? Dr. Jon Voss. I worked in microbial ecology before the strike. Everyone worked in something before the strike. I had a sister who sold wedding cakes. Now she knows how to amputate infected fingers with garden shears. Your old title does not buy passage. I narrate. Do. The sample does. Her eyes sharpened. Show me. Ruan came through the frame next with the ammunition case, limping hard but refusing help. Lote followed so close behind him that the fans pushed ash into her hair. The case was placed on a steel table under DeWitt's watch. Jon opened the outer latch, then the padded inner box. The ampule lay in its cradle, sealed glass fogged from within. The membrane pulsed 3 times, paused, then twice. The medic crossed herself. 1 guard whispered a curse. DeWitt did not step back. Is it alive? Yes, Jon said. Is it contagious? Not in this state, if the glass remains intact and no one breathes vapor from it. That is a beautifully narrow reassurance. It is the only honest kind I have. She looked from the ampule to him. What does it do? It was cut from the first node we disabled. The Amazon research team believes a compound derived from node tissue can interrupt the mist's cellular control. They need origin substrate from the Karoo crater to synthesize something stronger. We are trying to reach that crater. You and 16 half-dead people are walking to the most protected point on the continent. That is the shape of the plan, yes. DeWitt stared at him for a moment, then laughed without humor. At least you did not dress it up. Jon saw more living people in one place than he had seen in months. The sight should have comforted him. Instead, it made him anxious. Dense life attracted the mist. Hope made a brighter target. Kara walked beside him, reading the town with a scavenger's eye. They are organized. They are under siege. Those are often the same thing. A boy of about 10 ran past carrying a tray of empty syringes. He slowed when he saw Kara's rifle scars and Jon's bloodstained shirt. Did you come from the Green City? Kara looked down at him. We came from what is left of it. Did you see dinosaurs? I saw things that would make dinosaurs feel underdressed. The boy grinned until a woman called him back to work. DeWitt led them to the church tower. Inside, maps covered the walls. Some were military issue. Some were hand-drawn, patched together from convoy reports, drone crashes, traveler testimony, and the desperate geometry of survival. Red lines marked roads, lost to growth. Black circles marked settlements gone silent. Green thread connected suspected nodes. The thread converged in the Karoo-like veins toward a bruise. Jon stepped closer despite himself. You have node mapping. We have guesses with pins in them, DeWitt said. Do not flatter the map. This is more than we had. Then your situation was worse than I thought. Lottie moved to the radio table, where 2 operators monitored static through scavenged headphones. Her fingers twitched toward the equipment. One operator frowned. Do not touch. Lotte lifted her chin. Your carrier wave is drifting because that battery bank is dirty. Also, your ground wire is attached to painted metal, which is like praying into a pillow. The operator stared. DeWitt's mouth twitched. Let the child offend the machine. I am not a child, Lotte said. Then offend it as a professional. DeWitt pointed to the map. We still receive fragments from Amazon Station Arowana when the sky is clear and the mist is not screaming through the band. Their last complete transmission said the anti-agent fails without original crater material, not ordinary node tissue. Not surface spores. The meteor glass. They called it seed sheath. Did they say why? Something about command proteins, alien mineral lattice, and a lot of words my radio officer wrote down phonetically before deciding science is witchcraft with better handwriting. John almost smiled. They may need the original template. The note sample shows how the mist expresses itself after adaptation. The crater may hold the unaltered form. Then I have bad news. DeWitt tapped the Karoo Center. 3 convoys tried to reach the outer crater rim this year. 1 military, 1 civilian, 1 mixed. The military convoy sent back 6 minutes of video. The desert moved under them. Not plants in the usual sense. The sand lifted. Vehicles sank. Men fired into ground that opened like a mouth. The second convoy vanished. The third returned with 1 driver, no tongue, and seeds growing under his fingernails. He wrote the same phrase on the wall until he died. Kara's voice was quiet. What phrase? DeWitt looked at John. It remembers extinction. The room seemed to shrink around the words. Elias, who had been sitting on an ammunition crate pretending not to be dizzy, opened one eye. That sounds like a warning made by something dramatic enough to be shot. It may be literal, John said. The mist carries ancient genetic structures. It rebuilds forms from Earth's past and modifies them. It may hold a record of extinction events, or it may be interpreting them. DeWitt crossed her arms. Can interpretation bite through steel? In my experience, yes. A shout rose outside before she could answer. Bells began ringing along the wall. Not one bell. Many bells answered across the wall. DeWitt ran for the stairs. South Barrier. The town transformed in seconds. Civilians moved indoors. Children disappeared into basements. Fighters sprinted along catwalks. John grabbed his rifle from the rack where it had been held during processing. Kara was already ahead of him. Becky and Elias followed, the latter moving too quickly for a man whose fever had not fully broken. The South Barrier faced old vineyards and a dry drainage canal. At first, John saw nothing except grass waving beyond the cleared kill zone. Then the grass parted in rows. People emerged. Dozens of them walked from the fields toward the wall. Men, women, and children in ruined clothes. Their faces were gray with dust. Their eyes were open. Their mouths moved in unison, though the sound did not arrive until they were closer. Let us in, they called. Let us in, let us in, let us in. A young defender on the wall made a broken sound. Refugees. DeWitt raised binoculars. Her face hardened. Not refugees. John looked again. Their feet did not move correctly. Some dragged toes through the dirt. One woman's head sat at an angle that no living neck would tolerate. A child near the front had green filaments moving under the skin of his cheeks. They walked because roots moved them from inside, puppet steps made from stolen muscle. The wall fell silent except for the approaching chant. Kara's jaw tightened. That is cruel even for the mist. Cruelty may be incidental, John said, hating the clinical reflex as soon as it left his mouth. It learned the shape of mercy at gates. Then it learned cruelty. DeWitt lifted one hand. Hold until my mark. No one fires early. They are already dead. Remember that, or they will make you waste bullets on grief. The procession reached the ash trench. The first bodies stepped into it. Gray powder rose around their legs. Green fire ran across their skin in branching lines. The mouths kept moving. Let us in. A woman on the wall began to sob. Another defender held her upright. The front row opened. Their chests split, not with the clean violence of a blade, but with the wet tearing of tissue pushed aside from within. Pale vines shot out across the trench toward the wall. DeWitt dropped her hand. The barrier erupted. John fired until his magazine emptied. Each shot struck meat that had been stolen from personhood. Blood misted the ash. Sap steamed. The chant continued under the gunfire, softer now, as mouths burned. Then, one of the walkers exploded. Shoot the swollen ones before they reach the trench, he shouted. They are spore sacs. When it ended, the south field was a carpet of burning remains. No one cheered. DeWitt stood with both hands on the rail, breathing hard. Her eyes moved over the kill zone, counting cost. 3 defenders were dead. 5 had spore burns. 1 had been pulled from the wall by a vine and cut apart before anyone could reach him. Jon watched medics carry bodies away and felt the old helplessness open in him. Kara touched his arm. "Do not go where your face is going." They used human bodies as delivery systems. I saw. That means they understand gates. They understand hesitation. They understand us. Then we understand something too. He looked at her. Her eyes were wet, furious, and steady. We understand that every hour we wait makes them better at murder. Captain DeVetch joined them. Ash streaked her face. A cut near her ear bled down her neck, bright red against gray dust. "You want the crater. I can give you a truck, fuel for 200 kilometers, batteries, and a route that may still exist. In return, you take something for me." Becky frowned. "We are not a delivery service." "Today you are." DeWitt pointed toward the church tower. "Our Rowana station sent a partial synthesis protocol before the attack. We could not decode all of it. Your girl may be able to clean the signal with our equipment and carry the corrected tape east. If you reach a transmitter beyond the Karoo rim, broadcast it. If you reach the crater, use it. If you die, die with the tape hidden well enough that someone better can find it." Jon looked toward the burning field. "What about Worcester?" DeWitt laughed once, bitter and small. "Worcester will do what it has done for 5 years. Hold the line and pretend holding is the same as winning." Lotta appeared at the stairwell, face pale with discovery. "Dr. Voss. The tapping is coordinates. Not exact but repeated with signal drift. 3-2 is not a count. It is a route marker. Sector 3, Relay 2. There is an old astronomy station north of the N1. If we can reach it, I can boost the Amazon band." DeWitt looked at Jon. "There's your transmitter." Kara looked east, past the smoke, past the gate, past roads that had learned to open beneath feet. "There is our next bad idea." Jon closed the ampule case. Inside, the membrane pulsed against glass as if approving. That night, Worcester gave them a truck painted matte brown, 6 cans of fuel, 2 crates of ammunition, lime powder, medical supplies, and more farewell than anyone wanted to accept. The vehicle had once carried municipal repair crews. Steel mesh covered the windows. A plow blade had been welded to the front. Someone had painted a saint on the passenger door and then given the saint a rifle. Elias inspected it with grave suspicion. "This truck has been repaired by optimists and criminals." DeWitt handed him the keys. "Those are the only mechanics left." Before departure, Jon returned to the south wall alone. The field still smoked. Medics had covered the dead defenders. Beyond the ash trench, the burned walkers lay in tangled heaps. He tried not to see them as people. He failed, which was one of the few failures he still trusted. DeWitt came to stand beside him. "You think if you had understood sooner, fewer would have died." "Yes, I do. That thought is a parasite. Starve it when you can. Work when you cannot. Is that how you survive command? No. That is how I survive breakfast." He looked at her then, seeing the grief behind the discipline. "Your sister." Jon had no answer large enough. DeVet handed him a folded paper sealed in plastic. "Route notes. Water points. Places not to stop, no matter who calls your name. Especially if the voice sounds loved." His fingers tightened around the packet. "You heard someone," she said. "My daughter." DeWitt nodded once. "Then decide now which truth you will obey when she calls again. Deciding in the moment is how the mist wins." The truck left Worcester before dawn. The gate opened just wide enough to let them pass. Fighters on the wall lifted hands. No one cheered. The road east lay pale under morning dust, bordered by fields where the burned walkers had come from. Kara sat beside Jon in the rear compartment with the ampule case between their boots. Lot and Ruan rode near the radio pack. Elias drove despite medical objections, claiming that if he died at the wheel, at least everyone would complain less about his speed. Becky took the passenger seat with the route notes open on his knees. As Worcester receded, the south wall bells rang once behind them. Not alarm. It sounded like farewell. Jon listened until the sound faded. Ahead, the Karoo waited in heat and silence. By the second day beyond Worcester, the world had become too wide. The coast had pressed close from every side. Ruins, vines, fog, and broken buildings had crowded vision until distance became a memory. The Karoo offered the opposite cruelty. It opened itself under a hard blue sky and dared the living to cross. Brown plains rolled toward low mountains. Dry riverbeds cut pale scars through the land. Wind moved dust in long veils across the road. The mist was thinner here, but not absent. It lay low in hollows, silver-green at sunrise, almost invisible by noon. At dusk, it rose from cracks like breath from buried mouths. The truck rattled along the old highway at a speed that made every loose bolt announce itself. Elias drove with one hand on the wheel, and the other pressed against his side whenever the road grew rough. Mekki pretended not to notice. Kara noticed everything. Jon noticed the way the ampule pulsed faster whenever the truck crossed dry stream beds. Lotte had turned the rear compartment into a moving radio nest. Wires ran from the cracked recorder to the Worcester battery pack, and then to a salvaged antenna strapped through a roof hatch. Ruan held parts steady whenever the road lurched. Their heads bent close together over the equipment, arguing in whispers that sounded more alive than anything outside. "You two should sleep," Jon said after their third hour of adjustments. Lotte did not look up. "The signal will not sleep politely until I do." Ruan grinned. "She means thank you for your concern." "I mean he is blocking my light," Lotte said. Jon moved. Kara, seated opposite, raised an eyebrow. "Do not smile," Lotte added. Kara looked innocent, which on her was an act of aggression. Becky studied the sign. "Friendly or honest?" Kara said. "Lift your shirt," she said. "Buy me dinner first. I will feed you your own boot if the stitch is opened." Elias lifted his shirt. The stitched cut along his side was angry but holding. Kara cleaned it with boiled water and iodine. He hissed through his teeth. "Bravery does not require commentary," she said. "I am not being brave. I am being chemically attacked." Jon checked the surrounding flats while they worked. The petrol station stood beside a shallow basin filled with dry reeds. At first, the reeds looked dead. Then he saw the seed heads turn together, each one angling toward the truck. "Everyone inside," he said. Carr heard the change in his voice and moved without questions. "Pack, now." The reeds began to click. "Spore launchers," he said. "Do not shoot them." One of the fighters fired anyway. The bullet struck a reed cluster. The basin erupted. Kara yanked him inside and slammed the mesh door. "Drive." Kara pulled Jon's collar down and inspected the back of his neck. "Hold still." "I am trying." "Try with less movement." She scraped at the skin with a sterilized blade. The thorn came free, smaller than a splinter, its tip glistening. She dropped it into alcohol. It curled like an insect. "Did it enter deep?" Jon asked. "No. No." "You are sure?" "I am sure because I enjoy not lying to you when your life is being rude." He tried to laugh and found himself shaking instead. Kara saw. She pressed a cloth to his neck and leaned close enough that only he could hear. "You are here," she said. "Not back there. Not with Helen. Not with Mira. Here." The names hit him harder than the thorn. "I know." "Say it." "I am here." "Again, but mean it enough to annoy me." He closed his eyes. The truck rocked under him. Diesel fumes mixed with hot dust and iodine. Kara's hand was firm at the back of his neck. "I am here." She held the cloth a moment longer, then let go. "That is good. Stay that way." Their next stop was an abandoned rail siding marked on DeWett's route notes as "Mercy if empty, death if sing." No one liked the phrasing. The siding consisted of 3 freight cars, a collapsed water tower, and a maintenance shed half buried in drifted sand. There was no singing. That did not comfort anyone. Mekki sent 2 scouts around the perimeter. Kara took the roof of the truck. Jon checked the ground. The sand near the tracks had melted in places into glossy black patches. Not from recent fire. It was glass. Meteoric mineral dust fused with soil perhaps carried by storms from the crater over years. The ampule pulsed faster when he brought it near. "This is not ordinary contamination," he said. Elias stood nearby with one hand on the truck. "You have a talent for making dirt sound guilty." This dirt may be guilty. He scraped a sample into a vial. Under the hand lens, the black grains were not smooth. Each piece held fine internal lines, lattices arranged with the precision of engineered crystal. When sunlight hit them, the lines flashed green, then vanished. Loti climbed down from the truck holding the repaired recorder. I have Amazon again. Weak, but real. Everyone gathered in the shed because its metal walls shielded the worst interference. Loti connected the antenna wire through a bullet hole and adjusted the dial with the patience of a surgeon. Static filled the room. Then a voice emerged, distant and distorted but human. Arowana to any station receiving. I repeat, anti-agent incomplete. Node tissue confirms secondary control proteins. Origin sheath required for primary interrupt. Do not expose unshielded skin to black glass. It carries memory enzymes. The voice broke into a shriek of static. Lottie adjusted. Another fragment came through. Crater guardians are not random phenotypes. They are selected from extinction record and local fear response. I repeat, local fear response. Visual and auditory lures are adaptive. Do not trust familiar dead. Do not trust. The signal vanished under tapping. 3 taps sounded, then 2 more, then 7. Lottie froze. That last number was not in the first pattern. Jon felt the room tilt, though he had not moved. It may be adding location layers. Or correcting us. Kara's hand tightened on her rifle. Correcting us toward what? The recorder answered with a child's voice. Dad. Every person in the shed looked at Jon. His breath stopped. The voice was not merely similar. It held the small upward pull Mira had used when trying to be brave and failing. It held the rasp from the cough she had fought during their last week together. It held the exact shape of need. Dad, please. I am cold. Kara stepped between Jon and the radio. Lottie, cut it. Lot reached for the switch. The voice sharpened. Do not turn me off. He left me in the green. He always leaves when it hurts. Jon could not move. The words entered places science did not guard. Helen's final breath. Mira's small hand slipping from his grip in the evacuation crush. His own cowardly survival, dressed for years as inability. The mist did not need truth. It needed edges. Kara caught his face in both hands and forced him to look at her. Decide now. Remember what DeWitt said. Which truth do you obey? The radio sobbed in Mira's voice. Dad, she is hurting me. Jon's eyes burned. My daughter is gone. Say the rest. His throat fought him. The mist is using what I love. Again. The mist is using what I love. Kara held him until the sentence became stronger than the voice. Lot switched off the radio. Silence slammed into the shed. Jon staggered back and sat on an overturned crate. His hands shook so hard he had to tuck them under his arms. No one spoke for a long moment. Even Elias had no joke ready. Finally Ron said very softly, It learned that from the sample, did it not? From you carrying it. From the cabin. From the node. Maybe, Jon said. Or it was already in the network, and the signal gave it a mouth. Becky looked toward the black glass outside. Can we continue using the radio? Lottie wiped her cheeks with the heel of her hand, angry at the evidence of fear. Yes, we keep using it, but we do not let it talk first. I can build a filter. Not perfect, but enough to cut voice frequencies outside the carrier range. Do it, Becky said. Kara sat beside Jon after the others dispersed. She did not ask whether he was all right. They had both grown tired of useless questions. I nearly answered, he said. You did not. I wanted to. Of course you did. That is why I chose her. He stared at the dark doorway of the shed. Outside, wind moved sand over glass. Part of me thought if I said the right thing, if I apologized correctly, she might stop hurting. How insane is that? It is not insane. It is fatherhood, with a knife against it. The phrase should have sounded harsh. It sounded merciful. Jon looked at her. You asked me to say the truth. You knew I could not find it alone. You never told me. I did not enjoy looking foolish. You are many things. Foolish is rarely one. Kara's mouth curved faintly. That is almost romantic for you. iron working with limited supplies. Near sunset, Loti finished the filter. She had built it from a cassette head, copper wire, a cracked circuit board, and spite. The next transmission came through thinner but cleaner. No voices intruded. Arowana repeated the synthesis protocol in fragments. Jon copied every word he could. Primary. Interrupt tube requires origin Seth. Dost must be activated was hostile node signal. Sample must remain viable. Do not kill all nodes before delivery or gent cannot propagate. That last line chilled him. Kara read it over his shoulder. We cannot just destroy them one by one. No. The network is the delivery system. If we sever it fully before releasing the anti-agent, the cure may not travel. So we need the thing we hate to carry the thing that kills it. Or changes it. She looked at him sharply. Changes it into what? Jon had no answer. The Amazon scientists might not either. The word anti-agent had sounded clean over radio. In practice, biology rarely offered clean endings. Interrupt control. Collapse invasive command. Preserve viable tissue where possible. Those phrases meant that somewhere between victory and failure lay another category entirely. At dusk, the rails began to sing. It started as a low hum through the metal, almost below hearing. Ruin felt it first through his injured ankle. The black glass patches brightened. Sand lifted from between the tracks in fine spirals. Truck, Mbeki ordered. They moved fast. Too fast. Fear made hands clumsy. A fuel can tipped. A fighter cursed. Lotte nearly dropped the recorder. Jon grabbed the ampulla case and felt it beating so hard that the glass rattled against padding. The ground under the rear wheels softened. Elias hit the engine. The truck lurched, sank, lurched again. Sand around the tires rippled like skin over muscle. Kara and Mbeki shoved from behind while Ron threw boards under the wheels. Jon saw a line forming in the sand 10 meters away, a seam opening with wet darkness beneath. Now, Kara shouted. Elias slammed the accelerator. The truck jumped free just as the rail siding collapsed behind it. The maintenance shed folded into the ground. Freight cars tilted, groaned, and vanished, nose first into sand that had become a throat. Black glass flashed along the edges. Something huge moved under the surface following. The chase lasted 12 minutes and felt longer than years. The road buckled behind them in waves. Sand geysers burst where the buried thing struck. Twice, a plated ridge rose beside the truck, each segment larger than a manhole cover and edged with crystal growth. Becky fired from the passenger window. Bullets sparked and vanished. Kara clipped herself to the rear hatch and hurled lime charges at the ridges whenever they surfaced. One charge burst against crystal. The ridge recoiled, leaving a trench full of black fluid. Lotte screamed coordinates over the engine noise. Left in 50 meters. Old service road. There, take it there. Elias took the turn so hard the truck rode on 2 wheels. Everyone slammed sideways. The buried Guardian overshot beneath the highway, tearing a 30-meter gash through asphalt where they would have been. The service road climbed onto rocky ground. The thing struck the stone once, hard enough to crack it, then withdrew onto the sand. No one spoke until the hum faded. Elias kept driving with both hands locked on the wheel. I would like the record to show that I dislike the desert. Rlan, lying on the floor under 2 packs and one furious Lotte, coughed dust. The record is very complete. They stopped only after darkness fully claimed the plain, and the service road reached high ground among broken rocks. Below them, the highway lay under moonlight, split and silent. In the distance, faint green pulses marked something moving beneath the sand. Jon stood beside the truck with the ampule case in both hands. The membrane inside had settled into a new rhythm. 3 taps, 2 taps, then 7. Lotte joined him, wiping blood from a cut over her eyebrow. Sector 3. Relay 2. Marker 7. The astronomy station is real. It is calling through the sample now. Or the crater is calling us through it. Kara came up on his other side. Does the difference matter? Jon looked toward the dark east where the land rose into low black hills. Above them, stars burned with cruel clarity. Somewhere beyond those hills, an astronomy station waited with a transmitter strong enough to reach the Amazon. Beyond that, the crater held the origin sheaf, the first seed, and the answer to whether Earth could be saved without becoming something unrecognizable. Yes, he said, but we are going either way. The desert answered with a pulse underfoot, faint but deliberate. It had learned their names. Now it was learning their route. The astronomy station stood on a ridge where the old world had once looked upward for meaning. Its main dome had cracked open during some past storm or attack, leaving the telescope tilted toward the horizon instead of the stars. Smaller buildings clung to the rock below it. Dormitory, generator shed, instrument bunker, water tanks, and a communications mast, held upright by cables that sang in the wind. Solar panels flashed on the slope like broken black scales. Around the perimeter, someone had built a fence from antenna struts, razor wire, and thorn branches dried hard as bone. No smoke rose. No voices called. No birds circled overhead. Maggie stopped the truck behind a line of rocks, half a kilometer out. We go in on foot. Elias looked at the steep road and then at his own bandaged side. That is wonderful. I was worried the day might contain dignity. You stay with the truck, Kara said. I reject that command on emotional grounds. Your emotions can guard the fuel. He opened his mouth, saw her face, and closed it again with the bitter wisdom of a man who preferred continued breathing. I will guard it resentfully. John, Kara, Mbeki, Loti, Ruan, and 2 fighters climbed toward the station. The ampule case hung from John's shoulder. Each step made the sample tap against his hip in time with the pulse he felt through the soles of his boots. The ridge rock was dry and sharp. Clumps of gray-green moss grew only in cracks shaded from noon sun. John avoided them. The moss avoided nothing. Its tiny tendrils leaned toward passing ankles. At the gate, they found bodies. 3 people lay just inside the fence, dried by sun and stripped by insects. Their clothing marked them as station staff or refugees, not soldiers. No roots grew from them. No green fire moved under the skin. Their hands were tied behind their backs with electrical cord. Each had been shot once in the head. Lotek turned away and pressed a fist to her mouth. Ruan stepped near her, but did not touch until she leaned back against him. Becky crouched beside the bodies. Human work. Kara scanned the buildings. Maybe old. Maybe not old enough. John forced himself to look closely. The skin was dry, the blood dark and flaked. But scavengers had not taken much. The bodies had been here days, perhaps a week. The mist often consumed the dead quickly where active growth was dense. Here, the ridge was too dry, or the local system had another purpose. No spore bloom, he said. No root entry. Whoever killed them may have been trying to prevent infection or silence them. Comforting range, Kara said. They entered through a gap cut in the fence. The station yard held more signs of human violence. Spent casings near the water tanks. A broken radio handset crushed under a boot. Drag marks leading toward the generator shed. On the wall of the dormitory, someone had written in black grease pencil, "Do not answer the chilled." John stopped in front of the message. Kara read it and looked at him. We are not the first. No. The main communication room had been barricaded from inside. Becky knocked. No answer came. He tried the handle. It was locked. Kara pointed to the lower hinge, and one of the fighters wedged a pry bar into it. The door resisted, then cracked. The smell rolled out first: human waste, stale sweat, old blood, and electronics cooked hot. A man sat in the corner with a pistol in his lap. He was alive, barely. His beard had grown wild. His lips were split. One eye was swollen shut. He raised the pistol with both hands, but weakness made the barrel tremble. Do not speak in her voice, he whispered. Mbeki kept his hands visible. We are not the mist. That is what it says when it wants the door open. Loti stepped forward before anyone could stop her. We heard a Ruana. We followed the 327 marker. We need the relay. The man's good eye moved to her. Ruana still transmits? Yes, I do. The pistol lowered a fraction. Name: Lotte van Niekerk. This is Dr. Jon Voss, Sergeant Mbeki, Kara, and Ruan. We came from Table Mountain. The man made a sound that might have been a laugh if his throat had remembered how. Table Mountain went quiet 4 nights ago. We thought the network swallowed the signal. We helped make it quiet, Jon said. The pistol lowered fully. The man's shoulders collapsed. Then, God forgive me for almost shooting the first good news in years. Jon crouched beside him. The message on the dormitory wall. No one spoke. Wind moved through the broken dome above, a low, mournful tone. Lot wiped her face and stood straighter. Can the relay still transmit? Nod looked at the radio racks. With power, alignment, and someone better than me at lying to old equipment. I am excellent at insulting old equipment until it cooperates. For the first time, Nod looked almost alive. Then let us offend the dead together. Repairing Relay 2 took the rest of the day. He recorded everything in a notebook Nod had kept dry under his shirt. Kara entered quietly while he worked. She had cleaned the sap from her face, but not the exhaustion from her eyes. You have the expression of a man about to ruin dinner. The black glass is not just contaminated material. It may be part of the Mist's communication architecture. The mineral lattice stores or amplifies biological signals. The meteor could have arrived as a seed package, organism, genetic library, and signal substrate, meaning the crater is not only where it began, it is the main transmitter. Yes, or the main memory. Maybe both. She leaned against the bench. The relay technician said the voice was not his child. Why would that be worse? Kara's face tightened. That makes it sound intelligent. It matters to you. He looked at her. Yes, I do. Why? Kara's eyes did not soften. It used children's bodies at Worcester. I know. It took Tomas. It took Mira. It took Amina. It took cities, farms, languages, graves, and every ordinary morning people thought they had earned. Do not give it nobility because it has a signal. The words struck him where doubt had tried to dress itself as ethics. He met her gaze. I am not trying to forgive it. Then what are you trying to do? Avoid becoming so eager to kill it that I destroy whatever Earth can still be after it. Kara held his stare for a long moment. Outside, a cable tapped the mast in the wind. Finally, she nodded once. That is fair. Annoying, but fair. I will accept that, as praise. Do not become greedy. Loti called from the comm room before he could answer. We have carrier lock. Dr. Voss, bring the notes. Also bring your terrible handwriting because Arowana may need proof you are really a scientist. The station gathered around the transmitter as evening fell. Noddy sat at the main console, hand shaking from weakness but still precise. Lottie stood beside him wearing headphones, too large for her head. Ruan managed the battery feed. And Becky watched the door. Kara stood behind Jon with one hand near her rifle. Lottie opened the channel. Relay 2 to Arowana Station. Relay 2 to Arowana Station. We have Table Mountain node sample and partial protocol. Seeking confirmation. Repeat, seeking confirmation. Static answered. Then tapping. 3 taps, 2 taps, then 7. Lottie adjusted the filter. The tapping thinned. A woman's voice emerged, broken by distance. Relay 2, this is Arowana. Identify biological lead. Jon leaned toward the microphone. Dr. Jon Voss. Former University of Cape Town Microbial Ecology. We disrupted Table Mountain node in a recovered viable membrane sample. We are en route to Karoo origin crater. We need the complete anti-agent protocol and crater access guidance. The pause lasted too long. Dr. Voss, the woman said, we have your name in pre-strike literature. You published on cooperative protists in drought-stressed soils. Jon almost laughed from the shock of being known by something other than failure. That was a long time ago. It may be why you are alive now. Listen carefully. The Mist organism behaves as a distributed colonial intelligence built on cellular consensus. It does not simply control hosts. It negotiates with altered tissue through signal dominance. The anti-agent is not poison. It is a false quorum command. It persuades the network to release control. Jon gripped the microphone. Release into what state? Unclear. In small trials, infected plant tissue became inert or reverted to local growth patterns. Animal tissue failed if alteration was extensive. Early exposure subjects sometimes survived with partial cellular damage. We cannot promise restoration. Kara's hand touched John's back once, steadying without display. "What do you need from the crater?" he asked. "Origin, sheath glass, and seed core fluid. The sheath carries the base quorum language. Node tissue carries dialect. Without origin material, the false command works locally only. With it, the command may propagate globally through remaining nodes. We received the warning not to kill all nodes before delivery. Confirm." "Confirmed. The network must remain connected enough to distribute the command. Destroying nodes now may slow spread but will also reduce delivery range. Your Table Mountain strike proved vulnerability but accelerated adaptation." Becky swore softly. Arowana continued. "Crater guidance follows. Outer rim exhibits mobile substrate, heat lures, voice lures, and guardian phenotypes selected from local memory and extinction archive. Avoid open sand. Travel on basalt ridges where possible. Do not enter during daylight thermal rise. Do not trust water sources inside 30 kilometers. Do not use explosives near central seed. Fire accelerates defensive growth." John wrote until his hand cramped. Lottie glanced at him. "Signal degrading." John spoke quickly. "How do we activate the command?" "You must combine viable node membrane, origin sheath powder, seed core fluid, and catalyst. The catalyst can be produced from your blood if you have carried the node sample close for more than 72 hours. The room went still. Kara's voice sharpened. "Why his blood?" The Arowana scientist answered after a burst of static. "The sample adapts to the carrier. Proximity creates immunological bridge. A living carrier may be required for full activation. We do not know the dose. We do not know survival odds." Kara moved toward the microphone. "That means he might die. Say it plainly." Static hissed. Then the woman said, "Yes, he might die." John looked down at his notes. The words blurred. He had imagined sacrifice in abstract terms since the crater vision, but abstraction had no weight. Blood did. A body did. Kara standing beside him did. The voice from Arowana softened without becoming less urgent. "Dr. Voss, there's more. The network has been trying to identify suitable carriers. If it has used your daughter's voice repeatedly, it may have mapped your grief response. That makes you vulnerable, but it also means the sample has mapped you in return. You may be able to enter the central chamber without immediate rejection." "You are telling me my weakness is access," John said. "I am telling you the system mistakes attachment for compliance. That error may be humanity's opening." The signal cracked. Lot fought the dials. "Arowana, repeat final instruction." "Do not go alone," the woman said through static. "The carrier must be contradicted by someone the network cannot fully predict. Emotional disruption may break lure compliance. Repeat, do not go alone." Kara let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "I was born to be emotional disruption." The room might have laughed if fear had not been standing in it. Arowana's voice faded. "Transmitting full protocol now. Preserve every line. If you reach the central seed, broadcast before activation. We will relay worldwide. Relay. 2. You may be the last clean bridge. Hold as long as." Static swallowed the rest. No one spoke until a comroom speaker clicked on by itself. A child's voice whispered, "Dad, I know what you are planning." Lade ripped the cable from the speaker. The whisper continued from the drain in the floor. "I can let you see her if you bring me the glass." Kara fired into the drain. The shot deafened the room. The whisper stopped. Nod stared at the smoking hole. "That will damage the return line." Kara lowered the rifle. It was rude. Mbeki recovered first. "Pack the protocol. We leave before whatever herd that decides to climb the ridge." They moved under red emergency lights. Ruwan sealed the tapes in oilcloth. Lottie made 2 copies on separate cassettes and tucked one under her shirt. John packed the notes, black glass sample, ampule case, and microscope slides. Node insisted on coming despite being too weak to stand without help. "I know the ridge roads," he said. "I know where the basalt runs toward the crater. I am finished being haunted in one room." Becky looked at him, then at John. "Can he travel?" John considered lying kindly. "He can travel badly." Nod smiled with cracked lips. "Badly is still travel." They found Iyalis exactly where they had left him, guarding the truck with a pistol, a fever, and a pile of spent cigarette filters he had not smoked because there were no cigarettes left. He looked at Nod being helped into the rear compartment. "We are collecting damaged men now," Elias said. "Wonderful company. I was lonely as a category." Nod settled onto a blanket. "Do you complain professionally?" "I did many things professionally before civilization became unreasonable." When the ridge road leveled out, John opened DeWett's route notes and the Arowana Protocol side by side. The path ahead narrowed into choices that were not choices. Basalt ridges. Night movement. No open sand. No trusted voices. No clean water. No fire near the seed. His blood as catalyst. His grief as door. Kara leaned close. "Tell me what you are thinking before you make it noble and stupid." He folded the note. "I am thinking that if I die at the crater, the command still has to broadcast. You, Lotte, and Ruan need to know the sequence. Meki needs to know the route. Elias needs to know when to drag everyone away from whatever is left of me. That is partly useful, and partly noble and stupid. Continue. I am also thinking I do not want to die." Her expression changed. Not relief. Something deeper. "That is good. Hold on to that. Martyrs are unreliable planners. Arowana said the network mistakes attachment for compliance. It will use Mira again. It may use Helen. It may use Amina. It may use you. Then I will have the pleasure of insulting myself from outside my own mouth. Kara." She took his hand in the dark where the others could not easily see. "I know. If it wears my voice, look at what I do, not what it says. I will never ask you to surrender the world for me. I may ask you to save yourself after, if there is an after. That will be me." The truck bounced over a rut. Their hands held. Hours later, the first crater glow appeared on the horizon. It was faint at first, a green shimmer low against the eastern dark. Then the road rose and the land beyond opened. The glow spread across the sky from below, not like dawn but like light rising from under skin. Black hills stood before it in jagged rows. Above them, clouds turned the color of old bruises. The compass needle spun once, twice, then fixed dead ahead. The ampule began to beat so hard that everyone heard it tapping the glass. Nod whispered from his blanket, "There it is, origin country." No one answered. The truck stopped on the last ridge before the descent. Below, the Karoo basin stretched toward the crater, silver with low mist and veined with black glass. In that vastness, things moved. Some were small as cattle. Some were not. One shape crossed a distant rise with a sail along its back and a crown of pale horns. Another dragged itself through a dry riverbed, leaving sparks where its belly touched stone. Farther still, at the center of the glow, something pulsed beneath the earth with the slow authority of a buried sun. John stepped down from the truck. Heat rose from the basin though night had settled. The air tasted of metal, dust, and green rain that had not fallen yet. In the distance, a voice carried across the basin, impossible and clear. "Dad, I can see you." Kara came to stand beside him. Becky joined them. Lot held the protocol case. Elias leaned against the truck, face gray but eyes hard. Rowan lifted his rifle. Nod looked toward the glow as if seeing both doom and purpose. John closed his hand around the compass until the brass bit into his palm. "That is not my daughter," he said. The basin answered with 1,000 rustling movements. Kara raised her rifle. "Then let us disappoint it." They descended toward the crater before sunrise, carrying the sample, the protocol, and the terrible hope that the thing waiting below had learned everything about human grief except how stubborn it could become. The descent began as a thin gray line scratched across black stone. John walked ahead of the truck for the first quarter mile because the road had stopped pretending to be a road. The old highway had buckled, lifted, and split until it looked like a riverbed after an earthquake. Sheets of tar stood upright like broken plates. Glassy roots crossed between them. Thick as anchor chains and slick with the sap that smoked when cold air touched it. The Karoo basin below shone with low green light, and every step down made that glow stronger, as if they were climbing into the belly of something awake. Behind him, the truck crept in first gear. Its tires ground over grit and shattered stone. Elias drove with both hands locked around the wheel, jaw tight, eyes fixed on the narrowest safe path. Rowan walked on the passenger side with his rifle ready. Becky moved on the left with his old military pack cinched high, and his gaze searching every fold of ground. Lot carried the protocol case against her chest, not because it was heavy, but because every person there understood that the case mattered more than any of them. Kara stayed near Jon. She did not crowd him. She did not touch him. She kept close enough that he could hear the quiet scrape of her boots and the small click she made with her tongue whenever she saw movement in the brush. It was a habit from her scavenger years, a sound too low to carry far, yet enough to warn a partner who had learned to listen. A single click meant stop. A pair warned of danger on the left side, and 3 clicks meant something alive had drawn near. The basin was alive everywhere. At first, Jon tried to separate the movements into plants and animals, predators and harmless growths, sentinels and background life. That had been his old mind at work. The scientist who wanted categories before fear could make him stupid. The crater refused the favor. Stalks leaned away before he passed, then leaned toward his back. Stones shifted and showed legs. Thin reeds opened black eyes along their sides. A patch of moss rose from a boulder and breathed through hundreds of tiny mouths before flattening again into stillness. The mist did not drift here. It crawled. It moved along the ground in strings and veils, pooling in the cracked places, sliding around their boots like a searching animal. Each time Jon lifted his foot, pale threads clung to the sole for a heartbeat before snapping. The air smelled of copper, crushed leaves, and something sweet enough to make his stomach tighten. He had smelled death with less kindness in it. Masks sealed, and Becky said. Everyone checked again. Jon pressed 2 fingers along the edge of his mask and felt the rubber grip his skin. The filter rasped with each breath. Sweat gathered under the strap, though the morning remained cold. Nod sat in the back of the truck under a blanket, eyes open, face waxy from fever and blood loss. He had refused to stay behind at Relay 2. He had also refused to let anyone pretend that refusal was bravery. I am coming because the truck is the softest place to die, he had said. Now he watched the mist sliding past the tailgate and mouthed silent arithmetic. Perhaps he was counting breaths. Perhaps he was counting sins. Jon did not ask. The voice came again when the first edge of sun touched the ridge behind them. A child's voice said, "Dad." It rose from the basin, clear enough to cut through engine noise, mask rasp, and the scrape of boots. It did not echo. Echoes belonged to empty places. This voice arrived as if someone stood 10 feet ahead, hidden just beyond a curtain of vapor. Jon stopped. Kara stopped with him. The truck brakes gave a soft cry behind them. "Do not answer it," Becky said. Jon had not meant to answer. He believed that. He believed it until his throat tightened around a word that almost escaped. The voice had Mira's shape, not simply her tone, not a trick of pitch and memory, but the little strain she used when she wanted to sound braver than she felt. He remembered her using it the night the power failed to cross Cape Town. She had been 11 then, sitting under the kitchen table with a flashlight, asking if the green lightning over the mountains was part of the storm. It had not been lightning. "Dad, please. I am cold." Kara turned toward him. Her eyes, visible through the mask glass, sharpened with alarm. Jon forced his hands open. He had clenched them without noticing. "Mira never called me Dad when she was afraid," he said. The voice paused. The pause was worse than the plea because it felt like listening. It felt like calculation. Then Mira's voice said, "Papa." Jon's knees nearly failed. Kara's hand caught his sleeve. Not his wrist, not his hand, just the fabric at his arm, giving him something outside himself to feel. "Jon," she said, low and hard, "look at me." He looked. "What did you tell me in the truck?" He swallowed against the mask. "Look at what it does, not what it says." Then look. The mist ahead lifted in strips. At first, the shapes within it were only dark knots. Then the knots opened into bodies. Small figures stood along the road, shoulder to shoulder, half made from shadow and half from green light. They were children, yet not a single child and not Mira alone. Dozens stood there. Their faces shifted as Jon stared. One became Helen's face with a child's height. Another became Elias's lost wife, though Jon knew her only from a photo tucked into the man's sun visor. Another wore Amina's smile and Kara's eyes. The mist had taken grief from the living and dressed itself in it. Ruwan swore under his breath and raised the rifle. "No firing at ghosts," Lotte said quickly. "Do not shoot images. Save ammunition for teeth." The line of children opened their mouths together. This time the sound was not a voice. It was a layered cry, too many throats forced through one note. The glass roots around the road quivered. The reeds with eyes flattened. From somewhere below the road came the heavy thud of feet. "Back to the truck," Mbeki ordered. "No," Jon said. Mbeki's stare cut toward him. "This is not a debate. It wants us to bunch up. The road is a throat. If we crowd the truck, it closes behind us." Kara clicked twice, warning him about the left. A stand of bone-white shrubs trembled on the slope. Their stems bent outward, revealing a gully almost hidden beneath hanging strands of fern. Inside that gully, something large moved parallel to them, slow and patient. Elias killed the engine. The sudden silence fell hard. Another thud shook dust from the raised slabs of tar. Jon studied the ground ahead. The false children still stood there, but their feet did not touch stone. The mist curled beneath them as if holding up puppets. Beyond them, the road dipped through a narrow pass between black glass ridges. A perfect place for a charge. The hidden thing on the left could drive them toward the pass. Something ahead could meet them there. "It is hurting us," he said. "Then we do not go where it points," Kara answered. Becky looked toward the gully. "Can the truck fit?" Elias leaned from the cab and scanned it. "Not unless it learns to pray and lose weight." "Then we walk," Lottie said. No one liked it. The truck held water, batteries, extra filters, tools, charges, cable, the stretcher, and Nod. It was shelter and escape in a country that had made both rare. Leaving it felt like stepping naked into winter. The thud came again, nearer. Nod pushed himself upright in the bed. "Do not make faces. I can still walk if the alternative is becoming garnish." "You can barely sit," Elias said. "I did not claim I would walk well." The false figures of children turned their heads in perfect unison toward the gully. The thing hiding there had been noticed by its own side or summoned by it. Branches snapped. A low breath rolled up from the slope. The sound had weight, like air forced through furnace vents. Jon saw the plan then. Not the whole plan, never the whole plan, but enough. The jungle wanted the truck because the truck carried the protocol case. It wanted them divided, because divided humans made simpler meat. It wanted Jon conscious and afraid because it still believed fear could open a door. "We take only what we can carry," he said. "Case, ampuli, 2 charges, filters, water, ammunition, satellite set. Leave the rest wired." Elias stared at him. "Wired how?" Jon looked at the glass roots curling under the front axle. Amina built a dead man's switch into the old mining charge. Did she leave the remote? The key's mouth tightened. She left 3. Kara's eyes flicked toward Jon. Amina's absence passed between them like a cold draft. The woman had survived Table Mountain, but not untouched. At Relay 2, she had stayed behind with shattered ribs, a patched lung, and the bitter courage of someone who knew that moving on would make her a burden. She had kissed Kara's cheek once, pressed the detonators into Mbeki's hand, and told him to use her ugly little toys with respect. "Then we make the truck bait," Jon said. Ruwan gave a humorless laugh. "I invite you to nation. I invite you to nation." They moved fast. The false children watched without stepping closer. That made Jon more uneasy than a rush would have. The mist could afford patience here. This was origin ground. Everything belonged to it. Elias and Mbeki rigged the truck with 1 thermal charge under the engine block and another against the rear frame. They covered the work with a torn tarp and roots scraped from the roadside. Lodi strapped the protocol case to her back with 2 belts and wrapped the ampule container inside a padded pouch against her ribs. Kara took extra magazines and a coil of line. Ruwan divided water. Jon took the satellite set and the brass compass because he could not explain leaving it. Nade climbed down with Elias on one side and Ruan on the other. He made it 3 steps before pain bent him over. He breathed through it with his forehead nearly touching Elias's shoulder. "Leave me a pistol and a noble speech," he whispered. "No, I refuse," Elias said. "You could at least listen to the speech before insulting it." Still refused. Kara moved to Nade's other side. "We carry you when we must. You walk when you can. That is the speech." The false Mira smiled. "You always leave people," she said. Jon felt the word strike deeper than he wanted. He did not answer. He lifted the satellite set and started toward the gully. The hidden animal burst from cover before they reached it. It came up the slope sideways, not charging at first, but rolling its massive shoulder through brush as if testing the ground. It resembled no clean memory from old fossil plates. Its body had the low bulk of an armored herbivore, but its head was narrow and cruel, crowned with antler-like growths that dripped green sap. Plates along its back opened and closed, venting steam. Its mouth held flat, grinding teeth in front and hooked tearing teeth along the sides, a design that made no evolutionary promise except violence. Ruin fired first. The shot cracked across the basin. The creature's head snapped aside, but the bullet only punched a dark pit through a cheek plate. It roared, and the false children dissolved into streamers of mist. "Move," Mbeki shouted. They ran for the gully. Jon slid down first, boots skidding on loose gravel. Kara dropped behind him and turned at once, firing short bursts toward the animal's eyes. Elias half dragged Nod over the lip. Lut stumbled, caught herself, and nearly lost the case before Mbeki seized the strap and hauled her down. Ruin backed after them, firing as the creature slammed into the abandoned truck. Metal screamed. The truck lurched sideways. One tire burst under the pressure of the thing's jaw. Glass roots tightened around the axle and the frame with eager speed, as if trying to hold the prize in place. Mbeki thumbed the remote. For 1 second, nothing happened. Elias looked up. I knew she overcomplicated everything. The basin flashed white. Heat punched into the gully and shoved everyone flat. The blast was not large enough to tear the slope apart, but it was focused and cruel. The truck vanished behind fire. The creature's roar became a weak metallic shriek. Burning sap rained over the lip in shining drops. The glass roots recoiled, blackening where flames licked them. Jon lifted his head. His ears rang. His mask had held. Kara was on one knee beside him, shoulder smoking where sap had splashed her jacket. She slapped dirt over it and looked angry enough to bite the earth. Amina, Mbeki said from the dust, remains a deeply unpleasant genius. Noddy coughed and managed, I withdraw every complaint I made about her personality. The gully sloped downward beneath hanging ferns. Its floor was dry and littered with small bones polished green. Above, the burning truck roared. Ahead, the gully narrowed into darkness. Jon looked back once. Through smoke, the false Mira stood where the road had been, untouched by heat, her face turned toward him. She raised one small hand. Not a farewell, not a greeting, a measurement. Jon turned away and followed the others into the throat of the basin. By mid-morning, the gully had become a tunnel without a roof. Black ridges rose on both sides until only a blade of sky remained overhead. The sunlight that entered did not warm the stone. It broke against the glass walls and scattered in green shards across their masks, hands, and weapons. Every person wore the color of infection. Every breath sounded too loud. The gully floor twisted in ways no floodwater had carved. It dipped suddenly, rose again, doubled back, and opened into pockets where the air hung still and heavy. Jon saw layers in the walls, old sediment, volcanic glass, root growth, and something else that looked almost like tissue laid in sheets. The meteor's first violence had melted Earth. The mist's second violence had taught the melt to live. This was river cut once, Loti said. Her voice trembled with effort more than fear. The case on her back pulled at her shoulders, but she had refused offers to trade it. Then the impact fused the sides. After that, root pressure reopened the path. You sound impressed, Rowan said. I am terrified. That does not make it less impressive. Nade walked between Elias and Mbeki, teeth set, one arm slung over each man's shoulders. Every few minutes they stopped so he could gather himself. He never asked to stop. That made the pauses worse. Kara watched the high edges. Nothing above us for 200 meters. I do not like that. You dislike empty ledges? Elias asked. In this country, empty ledges are full ledges that are hiding better. Jon almost smiled. The expression died before it reached his mouth. The satellite sat crackled against his hip. He lifted one hand, and the group stopped. Static hissed. Beneath it came 3 clipped tones, then a burst of broken Portuguese, then a Ruana's voice, thin and battered by distance. Relay 2, respond. Karoo team, respond if moving. Signal window, unstable. Repeat, signal window unstable. Jon unclipped the handset. Karoo team receiving. We are inside the basin. Truck lost. Personnel alive. 1 severe injury, still mobile. Protocol case intact. Ampule intact. A long sheet of static answered. Then a Ruana said, "Your signal is bending. I hear you twice. Do not trust delayed audio. The network can capture fragments. Speak in agreed structure only." Jon looked at Lotte. She nodded at once. "Structure confirmed," Jon said. Question 1. The crater sample. Must it be liquid, tissue, or mineral? The answer came broken. Origin substrate. Not surface growth. Not defender blood. Need seed contact matrix. Black glass with living green internal thread. Minimum 100 grams. Keep cold if possible. Do not expose ampule before mixing. Repeat the last instruction, Jon said. Static tore through the reply. A second voice entered under our Ruanas, faint and childlike. "Dad, she is lying." Jon shut his eyes once, then opened them. Becky lifted his weapon toward the walls, as if a voice could be shot from glass. Ariana's real voice fought through. "Do not answer unauthorized voice. Your protocol is incomplete without matrix. The ampule is not cure. It is recognition key. Matrix is knife. Together, perhaps antivenom. Alone, perhaps death." Lottie's face tightened behind her mask. Recognition key. She did not say that before. The signal before Relay 2 was partial, Jon said. A Ruana continued, each word clipped by static. Listen carefully. The network may allow you near origin because it wants access to ampule. The ampule teaches it how we break its cohesion. If captured intact, it adapts. If you cannot complete mixing, destroy ampule. Confirm the order. No one spoke. The ampule container against Lotte's ribs gave a tiny rhythmic tap. "Confirm," Jon said. "Jon," Arowana said, and the use of his name outside structure made everyone tense. "There's another issue. We decoded more from your node data. The origin is not simply central. It is archival. It stores models of everything the mist has consumed, copied, or studied, people included. It does not only mimic memory, it tests possible futures with those models. It may predict you better than you predict yourself." "Comforting," Nod muttered. "What weakness?" Jon asked. "Novelty and contradiction," Arana said. "Humans acting against the pattern it selected for them. Love helps only when it creates unexpected action. Grief helps only if not obeyed. Rage helps almost never." Kara looked at Jon. "I dislike being reduced to math." "Math dislikes you back," Elias said. Arawana's voice thinned. "Signal closing. Get matrix. Mix only when readings match packet 3. Lotte knows. Jon, the voice wearing your child will become kinder as you get closer. Do not wait for cruelty to prove it false." The radio clicked twice. Then Mira whispered from the speaker, "Papa, I learned to be kind." Jon ripped the battery out. Silence returned, but it was no longer empty. The gully held the words and seemed pleased with them. They moved. The first glass beast found them at noon. It came from under the ground. One moment the floor ahead looked like cracked stone with a lace of green veins. The next, a section of it lifted on 6 jointed limbs and unfolded a body the size of a horse. Its hide was transparent in places. Jon saw organs pulsing inside, suspended in green fluid. Shards of impact glass grew along its spine and shoulders like armor. Its head had no eyes, only a wide vertical slit that opened to taste the air. Everyone froze. The creature turned slowly toward Lotte, not toward movement, not toward noise, toward the ampule. It senses the key, Jon said. The beast moved. Kara fired into its front joint. Ruin hit the same place half a second later. The limb cracked, spraying green fluid and bright black splinters. The creature did not fall. It lunged low, fast enough that Lotte barely twisted aside. Its shoulder clipped her hip and slammed her into the wall. The case struck glass with a sickening crack. Jon felt his heart stop. Becky stepped between Lotte and the beast and fired 3 rounds into the slit in its head. The bullets vanished into darkness. The creature made no sound. It swept a hooked limb and struck Becky across the chest, throwing him into Elias. Kara dropped to one knee, pulled the coil of line from her shoulder, and flung the weighted end around one of the beast's rear legs. Rowan, anchor. Ruin understood at once. He caught the line, looped it around a glass spur, and hauled with his whole body. The beast surged for Lodi again, but the line snapped tight. Its rear leg jerked backward. Elias, despite Nod's weight, fired into the damaged joint. Becky rose with a grunt and drove his knife into the same break, twisting hard. The leg came away. The beast finally screamed. The sound was not animal. It was the grinding shriek of glass under pressure. Jon dragged Lotte clear. Her mask had cracked at the edge, but not through. The case had a gouge along one corner. She clutched it with both hands, wild-eyed. "Is the ampule intact?" Jon demanded. She checked the pouch beneath her jacket. The tapping continued, frantic but whole. "It is intact." The beast thrashed. Its transparent sides clouded. Green fluid thickened to black as air touched it. New limbs began to push from the stump of the severed one. "That is unfair," Elias said. "Heat," Jon said. "Use heat." The key pulled one of Amina's palm charges from his vest. It was smaller than the truck charges, a brutal little cylinder with a magnetic strip and a manual fuse. He slapped it against the beast's exposed inner body where the leg had torn free. Everyone down. They dropped behind a shelf of stone. The charge burst with a harsh white cough. No grand explosion. No rolling fireball. Just a focused flash and a punch of hot air. When Jon looked again, half the creature had fused into the wall. Its limbs scraped weakly. The green threads inside its body burned from within, curling into ash. Naudet stared at it, breathing hard. "I should like to record a formal objection to everything created after the meteor." "Denied," Kara said. "Keep moving." Lot did not move at once. Jon crouched beside her. "Are you hurt?" She looked offended by the question, then frightened by her own delayed trembling. "I am functional." "That is not what I asked." "It is the answer that matters." He almost argued. He did not. She was pale, but the case remained sealed, and their path did not allow tenderness to become a chair. He helped her stand. The gully widened after the attack. They passed through a field of fused vehicle shells half swallowed by root growth. Old military transports. Civilian cars. A helicopter crushed nose first into glass. All of them pointed toward the crater as if they had tried to reach it in the first months after impact. Jon imagined crews in clean suits, soldiers with orders, scientists with bright theories, all swallowed before the world learned the proper size of its mistake. Near one transport, Kara found a crate of old flares sealed in wax plastic. Most had spoiled. 5 had not. She tucked them into her pack with reverence. "No speeches about luck," she said when Jon looked at her. "I was going to say preparedness. That is luck wearing boots." They reached the basin floor in late afternoon. The crater dominated the world. It rose ahead not as a pit alone, but as a ring of lifted land 10 miles across, its rim jagged with black glass towers and living green ribs. Mist poured from breaks in the ring and slid down into lower channels. At the center, hidden by distance and vapor, light pulsed every few seconds. Each pulse made the veins in the ground answer. Each answer traveled under their boots like a heartbeat. Between the gully mouth and the rim stretched a plain of silver grass. Every blade stood waist high. Every blade was edged with black. Wind moved across it in slow waves, though the air around the group remained still. Jon crouched and touched the nearest blade with the back of his glove. It recoiled, then leaned toward him again. A bead of clear fluid gathered along its edge. It hissed when it fell onto stone. "Acid," he said. Ruan looked across the wide plain. "Of course it is acid grass. Why would the last field before the alien death hole be normal grass?" There, by the fence line, Kara pointed. A line of old fence posts crossed part of the field almost buried. Beyond them, a service road or maintenance track rose from beneath the grass in patches. The tar had resisted growth where it was thickest. Not safe, perhaps, but less deadly than walking blind through cutting plants. "We follow the road," Mbeki said. "Single file. No brushing the grass." "And if something comes through it?" Elias asked. Becky checked his rifle. "Then we become memorable." The crossing took an hour and felt like a day. The grass whispered constantly. Sometimes it said nothing that language could hold. Sometimes it copied the radio static. Twice it spoke in Amina's voice, telling them the charge timing was wrong, and they needed to turn back. Becky did not react, but Jon saw the muscle in his cheek jump. Once it spoke as Helen. Jon kept walking. Kara's hand brushed his elbow by accident, and he flinched before he could stop himself. She did not apologize. Neither did he. The field had made them all too raw for soft rituals. Halfway across, Nod collapsed. Elias caught him before he touched the road. The grass leaned inward at once, blades angling toward exposed skin at his collar. Rand kicked them back with the flat of his boot and cursed as acid smoked from the leather. "He cannot continue like this," Loti said. "I am delighted by your optimism," Nod said faintly. "It implies I was continuing before." His eyes rolled once. Elias slapped his cheek, not hard enough to injure, hard enough to call him back. Jon knelt. Nod's pulse raced under thin skin. Fever had climbed. The bandage beneath his jacket was soaked through with dark brown. Jon did not use the word he was avoiding, even in thought. The injury was not a hole in their plan. It was a person. It was a man who had chosen to keep walking while his body argued for the ground. "We carry him," Kara said. "Across acid grass?" Ruan asked. "Yes, across acid grass," Kara said. Nod tried to laugh and failed. "I'm about to become very heavy in a moral sense." Makey and Elias made a seat with crossed arms. They lifted Nod between them. Progress slowed to a crawl. The grass whispered praise. That was worse than threats. It admired sacrifice because sacrifice made patterns. It understood burdens. It wanted to know which burden each person would drop first. Jon watched the ground and the glow ahead. The compass in his pocket grew warm. Near the end of the field, the service road disappeared beneath a fan of silver blades. Only 20 meters of grass stood between them and a strip of bare stone leading to the crater rim. Ruan exhaled. "We go straight?" Kara pulled one of the old flares. "No," we asked politely. She struck the flare. Red fire hissed into the green afternoon. The grass recoiled with a sound like 1,000 knives leaving sheaths. Kara swept the flare low, opening a narrow lane. Acid droplets popped in the heat. Smoke rose in bitter ribbons. "Move," she said. They moved. The grass surged behind them. Blades slashed at packs, sleeves, boots. Jon felt a cut open along his outer thigh, hot and immediate. But the fabric held enough to spare him worse. Lot stumbled. Ruan shoved her forward. Beaky and Elias carried Nod through the last meters as the grass snapped at their legs. They spilled onto bare stone under the crater rim. Kara threw the dying flare back into the field. Fires spread in a ragged line not far, but enough to make the silver grass scream in Helen's voice, Mira's voice, Amina's voice, and voices Jon did not know. He stood shaking, not from exhaustion alone. Above them, the crater rim rose like a wall built by impact and taught by time to hate. A crack split the black glass face from base to crest. Inside the crack, green light pulsed. Lotet checked the protocol case again. "We need origin substrate." Arowana said black glass with living green internal thread. Jon looked at the glowing crack. "Then we climb into the mouth," he said. No one replied. There was nothing left to say that the crater would not steal and use. The crack in the crater rim was not a cave, though it tried to appear as one. A cave belonged to rock, water, pressure, and time. This passage belonged to decision. The walls had been pulled apart from inside, stretched until black glass thinned into ribbed sheets. Green veins ran through them in branching patterns that reminded Jon of lungs, leaves, and city maps. Warm vapor seeped from tiny pores. When his light swept across the surface, the veins tightened away from the beam, then relaxed once darkness returned. "The wall sees," Loti whispered. "The wall samples," Jon said. Seeing would be more honest. They entered in single file. Kara led with a flare unlit in one hand and rifle in the other. Jon followed, then Lot with the case, then Nod supported by Elias, then Mbeki and Ruan guarding the rear. The passage sloped upward first, as if making them climb away from the thing they sought. After 20 meters it turned sharply and descended. The air changed there. Outside, the basin had smelled of metal and green rain. Inside, the air smelled human. The scent of soap came first, then warm dust, old cotton, and a kitchen after toast had burned. Jon stopped so abruptly Loti bumped into him. "What is it?" she asked. He could not answer at first because the smell had taken him somewhere no map could survive. Helen, standing by the stove in a shirt too large for her, laughing because the toaster had failed again. Mira, at the table with homework spread everywhere, and one sock missing. Morning light on chipped tile. News murmuring from the radio before news became only body counts and instructions. Kara's voice came from ahead, calling his name with warning in it. He forced himself forward. Memory aerosol. Chemical trigger. Keep moving. "You can name anything," Elias said behind him. "Does that help?" Not enough. The passage widened into a chamber shaped almost like a station platform. That was not natural either. The floor flattened. The walls smoothed. Columns of fused glass stood in rows, each wrapped in roots that pulsed faintly. Between the columns hung strands of mist, vertical and still, like curtains. On the far side stood Mira. Not false Mira made from vapor. Not a shifting child among many. This one had weight. Her bare feet touched the glass floor. Her hair fell in the uneven braid Helen used to make when the morning rushed them. She wore the yellow raincoat Jon had packed for their flight from the coast, the one with a tear near the pocket from when she had caught it on a fence. Her face was 12 years old and solemn. Too solemn. Mira at 12 had been all quick questions, sly smiles, and sudden storms of feeling. This child had her features arranged by a careful hand. Kara raised her rifle. The child looked at her. "You do not have to point that at me." Kara did not lower it. "You do not have to wear a dead girl's face." Mira's eyes returned to Jon. "I am not dead." Jon's tongue felt thick. "You are not Mira. I am what the world kept of her." Loti inhaled sharply. Mbeki moved to the side, searching the chamber for threats. The glass columns continued to pulse. Behind one curtain of mist, a shape drifted and vanished. Ruan's rifle tracked it. "What does that mean?" Jon asked, though he hated himself for asking. The child tilted her head. "The network does not waste. It saves. Every voice, every nerve pattern, every fear, every love. When her body ended, the mist copied what it could before rot took the rest. She is not gone. She is here, in archive. I can let you speak with her." Kara's voice hardened. "That is bait." "Yes, that is bait," the child said. The honesty struck harder than a lie. Mira took one step closer. No one fired. Jon felt the chamber, noticing that. "Bait is not always false," she said. "You use bait when you fish. You used grief as bait to bring yourself here. You used hope as bait to bring them. Why should I be ashamed of a tool your species respects?" "Because you are using a child's face," Kara said. "He responds to it." Kara stepped forward. "He also responds to me, and I am telling you to choose another face before I remove that one from your body." The child studied her with open curiosity. "You threaten what you do not believe is alive. That is contradiction. You grieve a brother and love a man who grieves a daughter. That is contradiction as well. You prefer truth, Yet you protect him with silence. That is another contradiction. Kara's eyes narrowed. Good, keep counting. Jon finally found his voice. Why meet us here? Because the archive predicted you would reach this chamber in 71% of viable paths after Relay 2. In 52%, you attempted to take Matrix by force and failed. In 19%, you damaged the outer archive and were repurposed. In 11%, you destroyed the ampule and made the Amazon protocol impossible. In 3%, you spoke before acting. This is one of those. It interests us. Us, Latte said. The child smiled, and for one terrible instant it was Mira's smile exactly. You use I for bodies. We use I when focus narrows. The difference is less important than you need it to be. Nodi leaned heavily against Elias. Sweat shone on his upper lip. Ask it why it has not killed us. Villains love that question. Mira looked at him. You are already dying. Killing you would waste information. Your pain has made your humor more precise. We are studying it. Nodi blinked. I feel seen and deeply insulted. Elias tightened his grip on Nod's arm. Stop entertaining the plant ghost. Jon forced himself to look past the child, beyond face and coat and remembered braid. The chamber walls pulsed in slow waves. The mist curtains were not decorative. They were filters, or sensors. The 4 veins all ran toward a narrow opening at the far end. Origin substrate would be deeper in. The child stood between them and that opening because conversation itself was a barricade. You want the ampule, Jon said. Yes, it wants the ampule. Why does it want the ampule? Because you made the first true interruption at Table Mountain. The local heart collapsed. The network adapted, but adaptation without source data wastes energy. The ampule contains a grammar of interruption. Give it to us, and we will spare selected settlements. Refuse, and the archive predicts near total human collapse within 3 growth cycles. Ruin laughed once, sharp and angry. It is bargaining now? It has always bargained, Becky said. Before, the price was invisible. The child held out one small hand to Jon. You came to save what remains. I offer remains. Not victory, only continuance. Your species is good at accepting reduced terms after pretending it will not. Jon thought of Salt Mile, Relay 2. The people under roofs that leaked spores, children learning not to cry loudly because predators followed distress. He thought of the settlements that would accept almost anything if almost anything came with one more year of breath. The offer was monstrous because it understood mercy as leverage. Selected by whom? He asked. By usefulness, genetic diversity, labor capacity, compliance probability, emotional influence. Kara would be kept. Lottie would be kept. Beaky would be kept for a short term. Elias would be uncertain. Ruan would not. Nod would be archived. You would be kept until no longer persuasive. Woan's mouth twisted. I am offended but not shocked. Kara's rifle remained steady. My brother? The child turned to her. Archive trace partial. Body not recoverable. Model unstable. We can let you hear likely speech if that comforts you. Kara went very still. Jon saw the trap open under her. Not because she believed it. Because belief was not required. The offer of a voice could cut even when the hand holding it was fake. No, Kara said. You answered too fast. That is because the answer is old. For the first time the child's expression faltered. Not emotionally. It happened mechanically. A tiny mismatch moving across her features before it smoothed away. Novelty and contradiction brought Arowana's warning back to Jon with new weight. The network predicted patterns. It struggled when humans refused the bait they had every reason to take. Jon stepped closer to the child. Kara shifted and said, Jon, be careful. I know. He stopped 5 paces away. The child's eyes were brown, but too glossy. Her skin had pores, but they repeated in faint, mirrored patterns along her cheeks. The yellow raincoat had no dirt on the hem. The mist could copy memory, but it still misunderstood where. It made grief clean. You copied my daughter, he said. You studied my choices. You built a room to turn love into surrender. You know much about us, but you keep making the same mistake. Name it. You think pain is a handle. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is an engine. The child lowered her hand. Poetic statement. Low practical value. Kara's flare struck red behind Jon. He had not signaled her. They had not planned it. That was why it worked. Kara hurled the flare into the nearest mist curtain. Fire ripped upward. The curtain shrieked in a dozen borrowed voices. Ruan fired into the second curtain. Makey fired into the third. Elias shoved Nod down behind a column and covered Lottie as she ran for the far opening. The child turned toward Kara too slow because it had expected Jon to begin the action. Jon tackled the child. The body felt light, warm, and terribly real. They hit the glass floor. The yellow raincoat tore under his hands. Beneath it was not flesh but packed green fibers around a brittle frame. The child's mouth opened against his ear in Mira's voice. "Papa, it hurts." Jon slammed his elbow into the frame under her ribs. It cracked. He hated the sound. He hated that he made it anyway. Kara was there at once. She drove a knife through the creature's shoulder and pinned it to the floor. "Do not listen." "I am not," Jon lied. The chamber convulsed. Glass columns split. Shapes spilled from behind them, half-formed animals, root-limbed men, pale birds with hands instead of feet. Not defenders built for open ground. Archive keepers, Jon thought. Bodies assembled fast from stored plans, imperfect but numerous. Ruan fired until his magazine clicked empty, then drew his sidearm and fired again. Becky moved with frightening calm, dropping each creature that came too near Lota's path. Elias dragged Nod behind a column, then used the column itself as a brace while shooting over it. Lotte reached the far opening and stopped. "Jon, the veins lead down." "Go," he shouted. "Not without you." That was not a request. Kara ripped her knife free from the pinned child thing. Jon rolled away as it tried to grip his mask. Its hand split into tendrils, each tipped with tiny hooks. Kara fired once into its head. The face burst apart in green-black spray. For one heartbeat, Jon saw not Mira, not a child, but the plant-crafted puppet beneath. Then the pieces began to crawl toward one another. "I hate this place," Kara said. "That is reasonable." They ran. The far opening narrowed into a slanted chute. Lotte went first, sliding on one hip with the case clutched tight. Jon followed. Kara dropped after him. Behind them, Becky and Ruan came down hard. Elias hesitated at the top with Nod. Nod looked down the chute, then at the creatures flooding the chamber behind them. He seemed suddenly clear. "Elias," he said, "do not insult me by making this sentimental." "No," Elias said at once. "No speeches." Kara said so. Nod shoved a small object into Elias's hand, one of Amina's palm charges. Elias stared at it. "You cannot carry me down that slope fast enough," Nod said. "We both know it. I know because I am the inconvenient cargo. You know because you are not stupid." I said no. "You say many things. This once, listen." Jon tried to climb back up the chute, but Kara grabbed his pack. "You cannot reach them." Jon shouted, "Elias, get down here." At the top, Nade leaned his head briefly against Elias's forehead. Whatever he said next was too low for Jon to hear. Elias's face changed. It did not soften. It emptied. Then Nod pushed him. Elias fell into the chute and slid down toward them, screaming one raw denial that filled the passage. At the top, Nadi turned to face the archive keepers. He stood crooked, one hand pressed to his side, the other holding the armed charge. The creatures slowed. Perhaps the network predicted surrender. Perhaps it wanted his last words. Nod lifted his chin. "For the record," he said, voice carrying with strange dignity, "your hospitality is terrible." The charge flashed. White fire filled the top of the chute. The blast rolled over them as heat and pressure. Jon covered his mask with both arms. Kara's body pressed against his back. Glass cracked overhead. Something heavy collapsed, sealing the chute behind Elias in a grinding fall of black shards and root matter. Darkness swallowed them. For several seconds, no one moved. Elias lay at the bottom of the chute, hands clawing at the blocked passage. He made a sound Jon had heard only once before, from a man trapped under concrete after the first green quake in Cape Town. a sound the body made when the mind had no language left. Mechi crawled to him and gripped his shoulders. Elias fought him without seeing him. He chose, Mbeki said. Elias tried to surge upward again. He chose, Mbeki repeated, louder, and the words struck like a command and a mercy at once. Elias sagged. Kara turned away, breathing hard. Ruan stood with his face in shadow, both hands shaking around an empty rifle. Lotte pressed her forehead against the protocol case and whispered a prayer or an equation. Jon could not tell which. Behind the sealed chute, the archive burned. Ahead, the passage led down into deeper green light. Jon looked at the block stone where Nade had vanished. Grief rose, looking for a place to go. There was no place. Not yet. The crater did not allow rooms for mourning. We keep moving, Elias said. His voice was ruined, but steady enough to frighten Jon. Elias, Kara began. We keep moving, he repeated. Ori spent himself on a closed door. No one argued. They gathered what had survived the slide. The case was intact. The ampule still tapped, slower now, like a nervous heart. Their ammunition was reduced. Their water was low. One flare remained. 2 palm charges remained. Norde was gone. The passage sloped downward. As they entered it, Mira's voice whispered from the walls, softer than before. That was unexpected. Elias looked up. For a moment, Jon thought the man would waste a bullet. Instead, Elias said, "Learn slowly." They descended beneath the crater rim, leaving the archive chamber burning above them and carrying one more absence into the green light. Below the archive, the crater stopped imitating the world. The passage opened into a cathedral of impact glass and living root, so vast their lights could not find the far side. The ceiling arched hundreds of feet overhead, not stone, but fused earth held together by green tendons as thick as train cars. Vapor rose from cracks in the floor and gathered in luminous clouds under the roof. In that suspended glow hung shapes Jon could not understand at first. They looked like seed pods, then embryos, then maps of continents curled into fists. The original crater was not an empty bowl. It was an organ. Every vein in the walls fed toward the center, where a mound of black glass rose from a lake of pale fluid. The mound was not large compared to the chamber, perhaps the size of a 2-story house, but the attention of the entire place bent toward it. Green light pulsed inside it through branching threads. Each pulse traveled outward through the floor, up the walls, into the ceiling tendons, and out beyond the rim to the basin and the world. Lottie whispered, "Origin substrate." Jon nodded, though the sight made speech difficult. Aruana had said black glass with living green internal thread. She had not said it would look like a heart taught to become a mountain. The path down to the lake curved along shelves of glass. There were no defenders in sight. That absence frightened Jon more than a horde would have. The chamber had not missed them. It had admitted them. Elias walked behind Mbeki with a mechanical steadiness. Since Nod's death he had said nothing beyond necessary words. His silence had edges. Ron kept glancing at him, wanting to speak and lacking the courage or the right. Kara had tried once. Elias had only shaken his head. Jon understood the need to postpone collapse. He had lived there for years. The satellite, set in his pack, clicked. He stopped and pulled it free. He had removed the main battery earlier, but the backup indicator glowed green. Lada stared. That should not be on. The speaker crackled. Arowana's voice came through impossibly clear. "Karoo team, stop. Do not approach center without readings." No one breathed. Becky aimed his rifle at the radio. Jon held up a hand. "Structure check. Arowana, if packet 3 checksum." The speaker answered at once. "Glue 17, Cedar 9, empty chair." Lotus' eyes widened. "That is correct." "Could it have taken that from previous transmission?" Kara asked. "Not unless it captured encrypted burst content before we decoded it," Loti said. "Possible, but not easy." Arowana continued. "Your signal is coming through the network itself. I do not know if it allows this or cannot prevent it. I have seconds at a time. Readings now." Lot opened the case with careful hands. Inside, wrapped in foam and sealed packets, lay the tools that had become myth in their journey: reagent vials, microfilter, hand centrifuge, thermal sleeve, coated strips, and the little analog meter Mina had mocked until she admitted it worked better than half the digital devices in Heavy Mist. Jon and Lut knelt on the glass shelf. She drew air through a sampler. The strip turned green, then blue, then almost black. Spore density high, she said. Neural alkaloid beyond surface readings. Cohesion enzymes present. Conductivity unstable. Packet 3, Aruana said through the radio. You need matrix from active edge, not central mound. Do not puncture central mound. Repeat. Do not puncture central mound. It is not source alone. It is interface. If ruptured uncontrolled, it may seed atmosphere faster. Royan looked at the mound. So the giant glowing heart is also a bomb. Everything here is both biology and insult, Loti said. Jon scanned the chamber. Active edge. The shelves around the lake held smaller glass protrusions, each threaded with green light. Some pulsed in sync with the mound. Others lagged. One near the fluid's edge flickered irregularly, a damaged branch where previous movement or internal pressure had cracked the glass. There, near the damaged edge, he said. The route to it crossed a narrow spine of glass over the pale lake. The fluid below was not water. It had a skin that tightened with each pulse. Small bubbles rose and opened like eyes before sealing again. Kara saw his gaze. Of course it is over the lake. You are welcome to choose the safe crater organ. I will save my complaint for the next apocalypse. Aroana's voice broke, returned, and spoke faster. Sample tool must not touch fluid. Matrix should resist cutting. Heat blade before contact. Seal immediately. Lotta, after extraction, test with reagent 6. If violet, usable. If gold, destroy. If clear, run. Run where? Ruin asked. The radio gave only static. They prepared at the shelf. Meki and Ruan set a guard line. Elias stood near the passage behind them, watching the darkness they had come from. Kara checked the remaining flare and handed it to Jon. For the crossing, she said. You keep it. You are carrying tools. I am carrying irritation and bullets. The flare suits me. He looked at her a moment longer than necessary. She noticed. Not now. I know. After, maybe. The word after hung between them, dangerous because it contained a future. Jon wanted to touch her face, but masks and gloves and the crater stood between them. He settled for pressing his shoulder briefly against hers. She pressed back. They crossed the glass spine together, Jon in front, Kara behind him, Lot behind her with the seal canister. The spine flexed under their weight. The pale lake tightened below. Every pulse from the central mound traveled through Jon's boots and into his bones. Halfway across, the lake spoke with Helen's voice. You never told her the truth. Jon kept moving. You let Mira think I died because the air changed, Helen said. You did not tell her you chose the tunnel road. You chose the road where the mist was thickest because you thought the army would clear it first. You were wrong. Kara's voice behind him was soft. Do not answer. I am not. But the word struck true enough to draw blood no blade could find. He had chosen the tunnel road. Helen had argued for the coast road. The army had not cleared either. There was no clean version of the memory, only the one he carried and the 1,000 punishments he had invented around it. The lake shifted. Helen's voice became Mira's. I waited for you. Jon reached the far shelf and gripped the protruding glass with both hands until he steadied. The active edge rose waist-high, black and glossy, with green threads moving inside like worms under ice. Lot handed him the heated cutter. Its blade glowed dull red. Small piece, she said. 100 grams if we can manage. Less if we must. The cutter touched the glass. The entire chamber inhaled. Not metaphor. Air moved inward from every passage. Vapor pulled toward the center. The green threads in the mound flared bright. Far above, suspended pods twitched. Fast, Kara said. Jon pressed harder. The glass resisted like cartilage under stone. The heated blade sank a fraction, then stuck. He twisted. A crack spread through the protrusion, glowing around the edges. The matrix did not break away. It clung. It is tightening, Loti said. Jon, more heat. Kara turned toward the chamber. "We have company." From the far side of the lake, shapes lowered from the ceiling tendons. They hung on root cords at first, curled tight. Then they opened. Winged creatures with translucent skin and long blade tails dropped into the air. Not birds, not bats, not anything Earth had authored without nightmare. Their heads split into 4 petals lined with teeth. Ruan opened fire from the shelf behind them. The first creature spun into the lake, where pale fluid rose around it and drank it down. The others scattered. Jon thumbed the cutter higher. The handle grew hot through his glove. He pressed again. The matrix piece began to separate. The radio, still on Loti's belt, screamed static and then Aruana's voice. "Do not let fluid touch sample. It will invert the reaction. Do you hear me? It will invert." The first winged creature struck Kara. She fired as it hit, blowing part of its petaled head apart, but the force drove her sideways. Her boot slipped off the shelf edge. Jon dropped the cutter and grabbed her harness with one hand. Pain tore through his shoulder as her weight snapped against him. Below, the lake skin rose toward her dangling foot. Lottie seized Jon's belt and said, "Hold on." Kara kicked the creature away. Its tail slashed her jacket and sparked against the glass. She swung one-handed, caught the shelf edge, and dragged herself up with a snarl that sounded more angry than frightened. Ian Feinchen said, before anyone asked. "You are bleeding," Lotte said. "I am still fine." Jon did not look at the injury. He could not spare the second. He snatched the cutter and drove it into the crack. The matrix chunk came loose with a sound like a tooth pulled from a giant jaw. The mound pulsed once, violently. Every light in the chamber went out. Darkness slammed down. Not ordinary darkness. A thick absence that swallowed even the glow of instruments. For 2 seconds, Jon could see nothing. Then emergency lamps on Loti's case flickered red. "Seal," she said. Jon dropped the matrix into the canister. Lottie snapped the lid shut and twisted the lock. The canister hissed cold. "Testing," she said, voice shaking. Kara fired twice into darkness. Something shrieked past Jon's head. He smelled acid and burned hair. On the far shelf, and Becky shouted, "Return now." Lottie broke the reagent capsule against the canister's side port. The little window clouded. Color spread slowly. The little window showed green at first, then blue, then violet. Lotte laughed once, almost a sob, and said, "It is usable." The lake erupted. Pale fluid rose in columns around the glass spine, each column twisting into human shapes as it climbed. Jon saw Nod first, then Amina, then Helen, then Mira, then people he did not know. Their bodies were made from lake fluid and green light, but their mouths opened with familiar need. "Cross," Kara shouted. They ran the spine. The human shapes reached for them. Jon kept his eyes on the far shelf. One fluid hand closed around his ankle. Cold punched through his boot. He kicked free, but numbness crawled up his leg. Kara shoved him forward. Lode clutched the sealed matrix canister with both arms. A winged creature slammed into the spine behind Lotte and cracked it. The glass sagged. "Jump," Kara said. Jon jumped. He hit the far shelf hard and rolled. Lottie landed beside him, case crashing under her. Kara leaped last as the spine broke behind her. Ruan caught her arm and nearly went over with her before Becky grabbed both of them and hauled them down. The broken spine fell into the lake. Pale fluid rose over it, boiling. For a breath, they had the sample. They had crossed. They had survived. Then Elias fired. Not at the lake. Not at the winged creatures. At Lotte. The shot struck the protocol case and punched through its outer shell. Lotte screamed and fell backward. Jon turned, stunned beyond thought. Elias stood near the passage, rifle raised, face white and empty. Green light shone behind his eyes. Becky swung toward him and shouted, "Elias, stop." Elias's mouth moved, but the voice that came out was Nod's. "He chose," it said. Elias fired again. Kara slammed into him before the shot could center. The bullet sparked off glass. They hit the ground together. Elias fought like a man drowning, all strength and no recognition. Kara pinned his rifle, but he drove his forehead into her mask and cracked the outer lens. Jon lunged for Lotte. The case smoked. One compartment had shattered. Reagent packets spilled across the glass. The ampule pouch under Lotte's jacket still tacked, frantic. "Are you hit?" "No," she gasped. Case took it. "Centrifuge damaged. Filters, maybe. Check protocol packet. Can we still mix?" She looked at the broken case, then at the sealed matrix canister. Fear passed over her face. She hated showing it. Maybe, but not here. Becky helped Kara subdue Elias. Ruan grabbed the rifle and threw it away. Elias bucked once, then went limp. The green light faded from his eyes, leaving horror behind. "I heard him," Elias whispered. "I heard Node. He said you were leaving him in the dark. He said the case was the door. I knew it was wrong. I knew." Kara crouched over him, cracked mask lens glittering. It got inside through grief. That is not the same as choosing. Elias stared at her as if he wanted to believe and would never allow himself the comfort. The chamber answered with a deep pulse. All around the lake, more winged creatures unfolded from the ceiling. On the shelves, glass beasts began to pull themselves from the walls. The central mound glowed brighter with each beat. Jon lifted the matrix canister. "We have what we came for." The radio crackled again. Aruana's voice was faint. "Leave center. Mix at cold edge. Do not remain. The archive is waking defensive tiers. Repeat, leave center." "What path?" Jon demanded. Static answered. Then another voice came through. Not Mira, not Helen, not Nod, but Amina. "Left passage, you stubborn fools. The old drainage line. If you waste my charges, I will haunt all of you with lectures." Becky looked at the radio, then laughed once, disbelieving and broken. Was that real? Kara pointed to a side opening half-hidden behind a curtain of roots. "I do not care. It is left." They ran. Mekki dragged Elias. Ruan covered the rear. Kara stayed close to Jon and Lotte, her cracked mask making each breath whistle. The case leaked small pieces of plastic and broken glass, but Lotte held the canister against her chest with the desperate focus of a mother carrying a child through fire. Behind them, the origin chamber came alive. The winged creatures struck the passage mouth as they entered. Ruin fired into the cluster, walking backward. One creature's tail speared the wall beside his head. He broke it with his rifle stock and kept moving. Mbeki slapped a palm charge onto the root curtain as they passed. "Last one," he said. "Make Amina proud," Kara snapped. The passage curved sharply. Mbeki triggered the charge. The blast sealed the entrance behind them with falling glass and burning root. Hot air chased them down the drainage line. For several seconds the world was noise, heat, and stumbling bodies. Then the passage plunged into cold. Real cold. Jon felt it through his gloves. The walls here were not green-veined. They were old stone, cracked but not alive. Water dripped somewhere ahead. The mist thinned until their lights could reach 20 feet, then 30. They stopped only when the passage opened into a low cavern where frost silvered the floor. No one spoke at first. Kara replaced her cracked mask with a spare from Ron's pack, hands steady until the seal clicked, then shaking after. Elias sat against the wall with his wrists tied in front of him by his own request. Ruan pretended not to watch him. Mekki checked the passage twice, then a third time. Lotte spread the damaged protocol kit on a flat stone and began sorting what remained. Jon stood over the sealed matrix canister and listened to the faint tap of the ampule. They had crossed the basin, entered the archive, lost Nod, faced Mira's borrowed face, and taken a piece of origin from the crater heart. The price had not finished collecting itself. He could feel that. The mist had not been beaten in the chamber. It had been educated. Lotte held up the cracked hand centrifuge. "I can repair part of this. Maybe enough. The filter assembly is damaged, but not ruined. Reagent 6 survived. Reagent 9 did not. We need cold and time. We have cold." "How much time?" Ron asked. From far behind them, through layers of stone and glass, came a low sound. Not a roar. A call. The crater was summoning everything it owned. Jon looked at the team. Kara with acid scars on her jacket and eyes still fierce. Loti kneeling over broken tools as if willpower could solder them. Mbeki standing like an old wall that refused to fall. Rowan pale, but ready. Elias tied and shattered. Node absent. Amina far behind with her voice perhaps real, perhaps stolen, still pushing them forward. "We make time," Jon said. The ampule tapped faster. Deep in the cold cavern, the sealed matrix began to glow violet through the canister wall, and from the dark drainage line ahead, something answered in the same color. Kara saw it first. She lifted her rifle but did not fire, because the glow did not move like an animal. It pulsed from a seam in the stone far ahead, hidden behind curtains of mineral frost. Each pulse matched the canister on Loti's tablestone, not the beat of the crater behind them. Violet to violet, question to answer. "Cold edge," Lade said. Her voice carried a wonder she had no strength to hide. "Arwana told us to mix at cold edge." I thought she meant any cold place. She meant a boundary where the matrix loses network heat. The reaction may need separation from the main signal. Jon crouched beside the canister. The violet light showed the lines in his gloves and the grime in the cracks. It made his hands look older. Can the network reach us here? Less easily, perhaps. Not never. Elias laughed without humor from the wall. His tied hands rested in his lap. Nothing here is never. Kara looked at him. "You are still here. That counts." He did not answer. His eyes kept returning to the drainage line behind them, to the direction of Nod's last stand, as if grief could walk back through sealed stone if he watched hard enough. Jon knew that stare. He had worn it after Helen. He had worn it after Mira. The body remained in one room while the mind searched another, forever arriving too late. Beaky knelt in front of Elias and set a knife on the floor within reach of his own boot, not Elias's hand. "The thing used your dead friend because it knew he mattered. That is not forgiveness, and it is not blame. It is a fact. I need you to understand the fact before the next voice comes." Elias swallowed. "If it speaks as him again, gag me." "If it speaks as him again, you will look at me," Mbeki said. "You will not look at the dark. You will not look at the case. You will look at me until it passes. If you cannot do that, I will tie your eyes shut and carry you like luggage." Rowan gave a tired snort. "That is the warmest speech I have ever heard from you. I am growing as a person. Do not make it unpleasant." The small exchange should not have helped. It did anyway. A little human friction entered the cavern, ordinary and stubborn, and the cold seemed less absolute. Kara eased down beside Jon while Latte sorted the damaged kit. She kept one hand near her rifle and the other pressed against the torn place in her jacket. Jon noticed the shallow line along her side where the winged creature had struck. She noticed him, noticing. "Do not start," she said. "I was not starting. Your face was starting. My face has been through a long day. It may be acting without permission." Her eyes softened despite the cracked mask she had discarded at her feet. "When this is over, I am going to sleep for 2 days, eat something that did not come from a packet, and let you say whatever worried thing you were holding back." That sounds dangerously close to a plan. I am allowed one. He wanted to tell her that he loved her. The words rose with frightening ease, not dramatic, not polished, simply true. He held them back because the crater had spent the day wearing love as a tool, and he refused to give the network another fresh sound to practice. Kara seemed to understand anyway. She touched 2 fingers to the back of his glove, quick and private, then looked away before tenderness could slow either of them down. Lot spread the remaining parts in careful rows, though the arrangement never became a list in Jon's mind. It became a field hospital for tools. The cracked centrifuge could turn if held upright. One filter membrane remained sealed. The thermal sleeve still warmed. The analog meter had lost its glass, but not its needle. 3 reagent capsules survived, enough for 1 attempt and no graceful failure. "We can mix a trial dose," she said at last. "Not a full dispersal agent. Not the global antivenom Arwana wants. A proof of reaction. If the proof works, we carry the instructions and a stabilizing sample out. If it fails, we may not need to worry about carrying anything." Rowan rubbed both hands over his face. "I miss problems that had doors and hinges. The violet seam ahead brightened. This time the pulse brought sound with it, a low vibration like a giant tuning fork buried in ice. The ampule answered inside its pouch. Lottie went very still. "Jon," she said, "the key is synchronizing without exposure. That should not happen unless the seam contains the same substrate, but colder, older, or isolated. We may have found a pocket the main network cannot fully rewrite." "A refuge?" Kara asked. "A flaw," Jon said. The word changed the room. Everyone heard it. Even Elias lifted his head. A flaw was not salvation. It was not safety. It was a crack in a god's mask, and that was more than they had carried into the basin. Behind them, the distant call sounded again, louder through the sealed passage. Stone dust fell from the ceiling. The defensive tiers were moving. The crater had lost patience or learned enough to spend force. Mbeki stood. "How long for your proof?" Lot looked at the broken tools, the violet seam, the sealed canister, and the pouch holding the ampule. "Longer than we have unless no one interrupts me." Kara rose beside Jon. Then nobody interrupts her. Jon lifted the canister and started toward the violet seam. The cold bit through his gloves with each step. The glow ahead deepened, and within it he saw shapes trapped in the mineral frost. Tiny green threads curled inside black glass, dormant but not dead, waiting with a patience older than language. For the first time since the basin had spoken in Mira's voice, Jon felt something other than dread answer inside him. It was not hope exactly. Hope was too clean a word for what remained after so much loss. It was defiance with a pulse. It was grief refusing to become a leash. He set the canister beside the violet seam. Lotta joined him with the ampule, her hands steady now that steadiness mattered most. Kara, Mbeki, Rowan, and Elias faced the dark behind them. The crater called again. This time something in the cold seam called back louder. The answer from the violet seam did not sound like a voice at first. It began as a pressure behind Jon's eyes, a slow thrum that made the bones of his face ache and sent glittering frost down the wall in small broken sheets. The cavern listened with them. Every thread of mineral in the stone gave back a faint purple gleam, and the sealed matrix in the canister flashed as if some part of it had recognized a lost relative. Lotte caught the canister before it could roll away from the vibration. Her fingers tightened around the shell, and for one frightening second Jon thought the casing had cracked. It had not. The light inside changed from a steady pulse to two crossing rhythms, one from the crater sample and one from the cold seam, beating against each other until a third pattern formed between them. "There," Lotte whispered. "That is not network command. That is reaction." Kara stood with her rifle aimed at the dark passage behind them. She kept her face turned forward, but Jon saw the way her shoulders shifted when the light changed. The glow made everyone look half-buried, as if the cavern had already begun carving them into memory. Mbeki moved 3 steps nearer the sealed entrance, one hand on his rifle, the other hovering near the charge clip to his belt. Wren crouched close to the floor and watched the cracks between the stones for anything small enough to crawl through. Elias sat against the wall with his wrists still bound, though the knot had loosened when Mbeki put a knife near his own boot. He looked less like a prisoner now and more like a man holding himself together with borrowed wire. Jon knelt beside Lotte. "Can you separate the two signals?" "Not cleanly. I can make them argue." "That may be enough." That is a sentence spoken by men who do not own the equipment they are about to ruin. Her attempt at humor trembled, yet her hands remained steady. Jon respected that more than calm. Calm could be ignorance. Steady hands in fear meant discipline. She laid the cracked centrifuge against a flat piece of stone, wedged 2 cartridges under one side to level it, and ran a stripped cable to the small power cell she had saved from a truck. The cable sparked once. Ruan flinched, then pretended he had not. Behind them, the sealed passage shuddered. The crater's defenders were on the other side. Jon could hear claws on stone and the rough scrape of something larger testing the barrier. The slab they had dropped would not hold forever. Nothing did under enough pressure. The jungle had learned the shape of patience before humans ever named time. Lot opened the pouch that held Aruana's ampule. The glass within was no longer green. It had darkened to a thick amber streaked with violet threads. Jon leaned closer, careful not to touch the glass. The material inside did not flow like liquid. It turned slowly on itself, folding and unfolding, almost muscular. "That is new," he said. "Everything is new if one survives long enough." Lotte glanced at the sealed entrance. "I need the seam scraped without heating it. Very little, no more than a grain of rice. The clean blade, not the knife used on anything alive." Kara turned her head. "I have it." Jon almost told her to stay on defense. The words reached his teeth and stopped there. Kara did not need him to place her inside safety like a fragile thing. She had crossed dead cities, jungle roads, and the mind games of the basin with less protection than most people needed to cross a marketplace. He nodded instead and took her place at the line of fire. Kara came to the seam with a thin surgical blade wrapped in cloth. She crouched near the violet glow and studied it before cutting. The light painted the scar near her eyebrow and the dried blood along her jaw in colors that made her look carved from dusk. "It is pulsing faster when the canister gets close," she said. Lot lifted her eyes. "Move the canister back 1 meter." Jon did. The seam slowed. He brought it forward again. The pulse quickened. "Like a heart answering another heart," Kara said. "Like chemistry pretending to be romance," Lotte answered. Kara gave her a look over the mask. "You really know how to keep wonder alive. Wonder is what people call danger before it eats them." The sealed passage boomed. Dust leapt from the ceiling. Elias closed his eyes not in prayer but in calculation. When he opened them, he looked at Becky. "Untie me." Becky did not move. "Give me a reason that is not emotional." Nod taught me the old mind braces. "The slab will break at the lower left first. I can set a support charge to collapse the throat instead of the room." Elias swallowed hard. "He taught me, and then the crater used his face, because I forgot that what a person teaches you can save you after the person is gone. I will not forget again." Licky studied him for 2 breaths. Then he cut the binding. Rowan shifted uneasily. "That is either trust or madness." "Most operations are both," Becky said. Elias flexed his hands, rubbed raw rings around his wrists, and accepted a small charge from Becky. He did not take a rifle. Jon noticed. So did Kara, who scraped one tiny violet flake from the seam and lifted it on the blade like a speck of captured night. The cavern brightened at once. Jon felt the network notice. Not hear, not see, not smell. Those words belonged to bodies with edges. This was attention without direction. The entire mountain seemed to turn a thought toward them. His filter rasped. His pulse climbed. For half a second, the cave wall in front of him became Helen's kitchen wall, painted yellow, with a cracked tile near the stove and Mira's paper stars hanging from string. He blinked and saw mineral frost again. "It is trying to open us," he said. "Masks sealed," Becky called. "Not through the lungs, through memory." Kara carried the violet flake to Lotte and laid it into a shallow metal cup. The amber in Arana's ampule recoiled before Lotte broke the seal. It drew away from the seam sample as if offended by the cold. "Good," Lotte said. "Repulsion means boundary. Boundary means we can force exchange." "Explain that in words for people who did not flirt with microscopes for a living," Rowan said. "The crater's signal writes over cells by convincing them it is home. This cold substrate is too old or too isolated to agree. When the two touch, the newer signal wastes itself trying to dominate something it cannot read. If we carry that disagreement into active mist, it might make the network stutter." "Stutter is not death," Becky said. "No, stutter is a doorway." Another boom hit the slab. This time a crack opened down the lower left exactly where Elias had predicted. He crawled toward it with the support charge tucked beneath his jacket. Rowan covered him. Becky watched both men with the hard expression of someone prepared to kill a friend if friendship failed the room. Jon returned to Lotte's side. "What do you need from me?" "Your old arrogance," she said. "Tell me how far I can push this before it kills us." He looked at the cup, the ampule, the canister, and the seam. He thought of Pretoria's dead laboratory and the models he had built on cracked screens. He thought of the first node under Table Mountain folding inward when its chemistry lost cohesion. He thought of the black sap that had appeared afterward, the mutation that had followed their victory, like a lesson learned by an enemy with too much time. Do not mix for destruction, he said. Mix for confusion. If the network senses an attack, it adapts. If it senses a contradiction inside its own language, it may pause to solve it. How long a pause? Long enough to run if the world has any mercy left. Kara looked over from the seam. The world has been stingy lately. Then we steal the mercy, Jon said. Lottie cracked Aruana's ampule. The smell should not have passed through Jon's mask. It did anyway, arriving as an idea of damp soil after rain, hot metal, and flowers rotting under snow. The amber mast stretched toward the violet flake in the cup. Thin threads touched. They turned white, then black, then transparent. The canister slammed against Jon's boot. He grabbed it before it rolled into the cup. The matrix inside had gone pale. Its pulse faltered, recovered, faltered again. In that falter he felt the crater far above them recoil, not in pain, but in surprise. Lotte stared at the cup with a look that erased every year of exhaustion from her face. It works. Not enough, not stable, but it works. The lower left crack burst open. A root as thick as a man's thigh forced through the gap and split into grasping tendrils. Ruan fired until the tendrils tore apart in wet green ropes. Elias shoved the support charge into the crack and rolled away as Mbeki grabbed his collar. Down, Meki ordered. The charge punched inward instead of outward. The sealed throat collapsed with a roar that filled the cavern and threw everyone into darkness. Stone hit stone. Something alive shrieked on the far side. Dust swallowed the violet glow and made every breath taste ancient. For several heartbeats, no one spoke. Then Elias coughed and said, Nod hated quiet endings. He would have approved of the noise. McKee's voice came from the dark. Do not spend his approval too quickly. Lottie's lamp flickered back on. The cup still glowed. The reaction had not died. It had settled into a small bead of milky light that trembled but held itself together. Jon looked at it and felt the shape of the next terrible truth. We cannot pour that into the crater and expect the world to change. No, Lotte said. We need a carrier, a living sample from the origin layer, something the global network accepts as itself. Kara came to stand beside him, her eyes turning toward the drainage line where the violet seam continued into dark. The origin layer is not behind us anymore, is it? Jon lifted the lamp and followed the seam with his gaze. It ran deeper under the crater, away from the defenders, away from the road, down into a cold artery the network had failed to warm. No, he said. It is below us. No one moved at first. The statement had the weight of a verdict, and every person in the cavern understood what it demanded before Jon found enough courage to say it plainly. The crater had brought armies to the surface. The road behind them had burned. The passage above them had collapsed under stone and roots. The one path that remained pointed beneath the enemy, not away from it. Ruan wiped green fluid from the side of his rifle with a strip of cloth. I would like to register a preference for any direction that includes sunlight, distance, and a meal that does not taste like old cardboard. Registered and denied by geology, Lotte said. I hate geology. Elias looked toward the collapsed throat. Dust still drifted from it in slow curtains. He had lost Nade there in everything but memory, and the crater had tried to turn that memory into a leash. Jon expected anger from him, perhaps refusal, perhaps the wild need to punish himself that often dressed itself as courage. Instead, Elias picked up the dropped coil of line and checked the knots with tired precision. If the cold channel runs under the basin, the old mining surveys may connect to maintenance works, Elias said. The Karoo was drilled and mapped before the impact because half the country wanted to know what lay under the ground and the other half wanted to sell it. There may be shafts, pump rooms, service trenches. Mbeki studied him. You know this from maps or from hope. From Nod talking too much when he thought no one listened. Elias paused, then added, from maps that may no longer exist. From hope, if we run out of maps. That answer satisfied Mbeki more than bravado would have. He nodded once and began redistributing ammunition. He gave Kara the cleaner magazines, Ruan the heavier pack because Ruan's legs remained steadier than his arm, and Jon the satellite set despite its awkward weight. He did not ask anyone whether the arrangement felt fair. Fairness had left the world before many other luxuries. Kara stepped close to Jon while the others prepared. The violet glow softened the hard line of her mouth. "You are thinking about sending me back." "I'm thinking several foolish things. Keep them thoughts. Do not let them become orders." He looked at her, and the old instinct rose again. Protect her by distance, love her by denial, spare her by making choices she would hate him for. It had never saved anyone. It had only made loneliness look like duty. "I will not order you away," he said. "Good, because I would ignore it, and then we would have to waste energy fighting each other." The honesty between them should have frightened him more than the cavern. It did frighten him, but it also steadied him. She did not ask him to stop being afraid. She asked him not to let fear pretend to be wisdom. Lodi sealed the proof bead and carrier notes in the padded shell, then tucked the shell into the inner harness beneath her jacket. "If I fall, you take this before you take me." Kara's eyes narrowed. "Do not make that instruction too comfortable. I am making it useful. Comfort is not in my field." Becky checked the dark channel with his lamp. "We go in pairs, no more than 10 steps apart. No one answers a voice unless the living person is in sight and breathing. If you see someone dead, you report it as an image, not as a person. Words matter here. The seed uses sloppy words. We will not help it." Jon absorbed that. Image, not person. It was a small discipline, almost cruel in its cleanliness, and perhaps that was why it could save them. The cavern shook once more as something on the far side of the collapse struck stone hard enough to make the floor jump. The crater had not abandoned the hunt. It had merely been delayed. Jon lifted the canister, Kara lifted her rifle, and together they entered the cold artery. They moved deeper because staying still had become another way to die. The drainage line angled under the basin in a narrow cut of black stone. It had once carried water, perhaps when the Karoo still remembered dry seasons and honest rain. Now it carried cold air and faint violet light. The floor dipped in uneven shelves. Frost clung to the walls in feathery growths that broke under the brush of a sleeve and chimed when they fell. Jon led with the lamp low. Kara followed close enough to take the light if he dropped. Lottie carried the cup inside a double shell of glass and cloth. Her body bent around it as if protecting a newborn flame. The silence changed as they descended. Above the collapse, the crater had spoken in voices, impacts, root scrape, and the screaming alarm of unfinished guardians. Here the quiet had layers. Water ticked somewhere beyond the wall, one drop at a time. Their boots crushed old mineral feathers. The proof bead gave off a faint electrical purr, so soft Jon could only hear it when no one breathed. Each small sound reminded him that they had not escaped the enemy so much as moved into a place the enemy disliked. That difference mattered. A room a predator dislikes is still inside the predator's country. The cold brought back Jon's fatigue with cruel patience. His thighs shook on the steeper shelves. The strap of the satellite set cut into his shoulder. His hands had not stopped trembling since Lotte cracked the ampule, and now that the battle's first urgency had passed, his body began sending reports from every bruise, scrape, and old ache. He ignored most of them until Kara reached around him and tightened the loose strap without comment. "Thank you," he said. "I am not carrying that thing after you drop it. Practical kindness remains kindness. Do not make it sentimental. It will get embarrassed and leave." Behind them, Ruin gave a quiet laugh. Even Mbecky's mouth shifted almost enough to count as amusement. Lotte did not laugh, but some of the rigidity left her neck. Elias, walking in the center, looked back once toward the collapsed passage they could no longer see. He would have hated this channel, Elias said. Everyone knew he meant nod. No one asked. Too narrow for his ego, Ruin said. Elias blinked hard, and for a moment grief nearly took his knees. Then he nodded. Yes, and he would have complained about the workmanship too. Said the drainage angle was lazy. Said whoever cut it deserved a shovel to the head. A precise man, Mbeki said. A miserable one. Elias breathed in and kept walking. I missed the misery. Jon understood that more than he wanted. The dead were not only loved for their best hours, they were loved in their irritating fullness, in the habits that scraped, in the jokes repeated too often, in the morning noises and stubborn opinions. Loss did not polish them into saints unless memory grew lazy. Real grief remembered the whole person and suffered the absence of every part. Becky and Ruan brought up the rear with Elias between them. Elias had refused the hand bindings when Becky offered them again. Becky had looked at him for a long time, then placed the coil in his pack instead. Trust, Jon had learned, sometimes arrived without kind words. Sometimes it arrived as rope not used. The collapsed passage behind them still groaned. The defenders were not gone. They were digging, cutting, chewing, or growing through. The crater did not run out of hands. It could make more. "How much time did the collapse buy us?" Kara asked. Becky listened to the stone. "Minutes if it is only muscle. Less if it uses acid. More if it gets curious. I preferred your speeches when they were mean. Accuracy is mean." The drainage line narrowed until they had to turn sideways. Jon's pack scraped the wall. His mask glass fogged at the lower edge, and the cold pinched the sweat on his face until he felt feverish and frozen together. Once, the lamp caught a shape embedded in the mineral frost, and he stopped so abruptly Kara bumped his shoulder. It was a leaf. Not a fern, not a thorn, not a mutated blade from the new jungle. It was small, oval, and delicate, trapped inside the frost as if a tree that no longer existed had shed it yesterday. Jon stared at the veins within it. They were brown, not green. Dead before the meteor. Dead before the mist. A relic from the old world preserved under the enemy's heart. Kara saw what held him. Is it important? Maybe not. That means yes, but you hate saying yes without proof. He almost smiled. It means the cold layer predates the network spread. The crater grew around it, not through it. Lottie leaned nearer and gave the trapped leaf one quick glance. Old organics. Isolated substrate. That may be why the seam resists rewriting. The seed never fully digested what was already dead. Seed, Elias said behind them. The word rolled down the tight passage with more weight than it deserved. Jon had used it only in thought for days. The outline of it had grown clearer since Table Mountain, since the nodes, since the basin's voices, a meteor that did not merely carry life but arranged it. A mist that did not poison but revised. Guardians shaped from old blueprints. Forests built with strategic rage. It was not infection in the ordinary sense. It was colonization by biology so old or so distant that human science had mistaken purpose for accident. Yes, Jon said. It is a seed. Elias was quiet for a few steps. Seeds are for planting. Or for invasion, Ruan muttered. Those can be the same thing if the field already has people living in it, Kara said. The passage opened into a chamber bright enough that Jon switched off the lamp. Violet light rose from a field of glass needles across the floor. Each needle stood no taller than his hand, thin black at the base, clear at the tip. Inside each clear tip floated a fleck of green. The flecks drifted in tiny loops, though the air was still. The chamber looked like a frozen grassland grown under the world. Lottie forgot to breathe for 2 seconds. Then she corrected herself with an audible rasp through the mask. Origin layer. Or part of it. Jon crouched at the edge and studied the nearest needle. Not active, mist. Not dormant either. Embryonic, Lodi said. Storage state. The seed keeps templates here. Kara's rifle moved slowly across the chamber. Templates for what? A shape shifted beyond the glass field. Everyone froze. At first, Jon thought it was another predator, but the scale was wrong. The thing stood knee-high and moved with delicate, uncertain steps. Its body was covered in moss-colored down. Its head carried the suggestion of a beak, but the mouth split too wide when it turned. Tiny forelimbs flexed against its chest. Behind it, a tail dragged through the glass needles without breaking them. It stared at Jon with bright black eyes. Ron whispered, "That is almost cute in a way that makes me hate it." Juvenile guardian, Lotte said. Or unfinished. Another shape appeared behind it. Then another. 10 small bodies gathered at the far side of the field. They did not attack. They watched the cup in Lotai's hands. Kara lifted one palm slightly, not lowering her rifle but slowing her breath. Jon knew that motion. She used it around frightened animals, frightened children, and frightened men pretending to be neither. "They are not guarding us from the seed," she said. "They are guarding the seed from us." "Same problem from our side," Mbeki said. Jon stepped into the glass field. The needles chimed under his boots but did not break. The flecks inside them spun faster. He moved slowly, palms open. The juvenile creatures backed away in a ripple, not with fear exactly, but with command held in reserve. One hissed. Its mouth showed rows of translucent teeth like splinters of ice. "Jon," Kara warned, "the network is paused here. If they were fully linked, they would already be on us." That sentence has too much faith in already. He stopped near a cluster of taller needles at the center of the chamber. They grew around a black lump half buried in stone. It looked like burnt coral fused with metal. The violet seam ran through it in branching cracks. Lottie approached, moving even more carefully than Jon. "That may be a carrier body. It has both matrices, old cold substrate and active seed material. Can you take a sample? If everyone protects my hands." Kara and Becky moved to opposite sides of the field. Rowan kept his aim on the juveniles, though he looked deeply unhappy about it. Elias stood near Lotte and held the lantern high. "I have no gun," he said softly. Makey glanced at him. "Then be useful with the light." Lottie set the reaction bead beside the black lump. The bead brightened. Every glass needle in the chamber answered, and the juvenile creatures opened their mouths together. No sound came out. Instead, Jon heard Mira laugh. It arrived inside his head with cruel clarity. Not the false voice from the basin road. Not the pleading trap. This memory was exact because it came from him, not from the mist. Mira at 9, stealing his reading glasses and declaring herself professor of the household. Helen, laughing from the counter. Rain on the windows. The smell of garlic and warm bread. His eyes burned. He clenched his jaw until the memory passed, but it did not pass completely. It changed shape. Mira stood in the glass field. She was not mist. She was not there. Jon knew both facts and still nearly reached for her. She wore the blue jacket from the day they fled Cape Town, the one with a rip near the pocket. Her hair was tied back badly because he had tied it for her in a hurry. She looked at the black lump, then at him. "Papa, why did you stop looking?" she asked. Kara's voice cut through the chamber. "Jon, talk to me." He forced himself to look away from the image and toward Kara's real face behind mask glass. It found another door. Not lungs, not ears. The reaction is waking stored memory. Lotte kept working, blade trembling only once as she shaved a fragment from the black lump. Do not let it choose what the memory means. Memory is material, not master. Elias made a strangled sound behind her. Nod stood in front of him now. Not alive, not physical, but terrible with familiarity. Jon could tell from Elias's face that every detail was correct. "You left the lower brace too shallow," Nod said, his old dry voice full of annoyance. "I told you not to show off." Elias shook once. His hand tightened around the lantern until metal creaked. Becky stepped between Elias and the image. "Look at me." Elias did not. "Look at me," and Becky said again, louder. Elias dragged his gaze away from Nod with visible effort. Nod's image smiled. "He never liked you either." Begui did not turn. He liked competent people. "That is why he suffered you and tolerated me." A cracked laugh escaped Elias. It turned into a sob and then into breath. The lantern steadied. Lottie slipped the fragment into a sealed vial. The reaction bead flared bright white. The juvenile creatures screamed at last. The sound hit the chamber like knives drawn across glass. Every needle rattled. The images of Mira and Nod vanished, torn away by the force of the living alarm. From the ceiling, dark roots uncoiled through cracks that had not been there a second earlier. "Sample sealed," Lotte shouted. "Then relieve," Kara answered. The juveniles charged. They came low and fast across the glass field, tiny claws finding paths between needles without a single stumble. Ruan fired once, twice, then swore and shifted to short strikes with the rifle stock because the creatures were too close and too small for clean shots. One leapt at Jon's mask. Kara caught it midair with the side of her weapon and slammed it down hard enough to break the glass needles beneath it. Green fluid splashed across the floor and smoked in the cold. Jon grabbed Latte's pack and pulled her backward as roots dropped between them and the exit. Meki cut one root with a machete, but the severed ends split into smaller strands and whipped toward his face. Elias stepped in with the lantern and smashed the hot metal cage against the strands. Fire kissed the root tips. They recoiled. "Heat works," Elias shouted. "Then spend it wisely," Mbeki said. Kara fired into the ceiling where roots thickened around a crack. Stone chips rained down. Jon saw the exit narrowing under a curtain of black tendrils. Beyond it, the drainage line glowed with an uglier green now. The crater had found them. Lodi clutched the vial against her chest. "If this breaks, there is no second scrape." "Then you are the center," Kara said. "Everybody else is walls." They formed around her and fought toward the exit. Jon had been in firefights before the world changed, and after it had changed, he had survived things that would have sounded absurd in any sane century. Yet the glass chamber was different. It was not a battle for ground or food or revenge. It was a battle over meaning. The seed had stored its future here in small green sparks. They were stealing a contradiction from that future, and the future fought back. A juvenile guardian latched onto Ruin's sleeve. Its teeth punched through fabric and into flesh. He cursed in a long, furious stream and struck it against the wall until it let go. Blood darkened his forearm. Jon looked for a serious injury and saw pain, not a fatal breach. "Keep moving," Ruin snapped before anyone could ask. They reached the exit as the roots closed. Meshi threw his last small charge into the ceiling crack. No one admire this and everyone run. They ran. The blast behind them did not sound like Amina's clean truck fire. It sounded like a mountain coughing up teeth. The drainage line bucked. Jon hit one wall, bounced off, and kept moving because Kara's hand found the back of his jacket and drove him forward. Lottie stumbled, but did not fall. Elias caught her by the pack and earned a look of startled gratitude he did not seem ready to receive. The way behind them collapsed in a rolling crash. Violet light went out piece by piece. Ahead, the drainage line climbed. Cold air became warmer. Violet became green. The safe flaw narrowed to a thread. Jon's chest tightened with the knowledge that they were leaving the one place the seed could not easily rewrite, carrying proof small enough to fit in a vial and heavy enough to decide the rest of the world. At the top of the climb, the passage opened into a maintenance hollow beneath a cracked research station that should not have survived. Its walls were concrete. Its ceiling sagged. Faded numbers marked an old pump control panel in Afrikaans and English. A dead satellite dish cable hung through a hole like a black vine. Ruan stared at the cable. "Please tell me that ugly thing still talks to the sky." Jon touched the casing, then followed the line with his lamp. Maybe not to the sky. Maybe to something that once tried. Loti set the vial on the control panel with both hands, as gently as prayer. The proof works. The carrier exists. Now we need to tell someone who can make more than a miracle and a broken cup. The distant crater answered to the floor. The maintenance hollow trembled. Dust fell over the old panel. Somewhere, far above, something enormous moved across the basin. Slow and deliberate, searching for thieves. Kara looked at Jon. "How good are you with dead radios?" "Better than I am with mercy." "Then fix the radio." "We already stole the other thing." The station had been built for a world that believed concrete could outlast weather and cables could make distance obey. It crouched under the crater's southern lip, half buried in mineral growth and collapsed soil. The maintenance hollow fed into 3 rooms. One held pumps that had not moved water in years. One held shells of cracked batteries and tools laid out in dust by hands that never came back for them. The last room held the radio console. Its metal face was dented. Its screen had gone blind. A white gecko skeleton rested on the keyboard as if it had died trying to send a final complaint. Jon cleared it away with 2 fingers and felt a surprising sting of sadness. You mourn everything, Kara said from the doorway. He glanced back. That sounded like criticism. It was observation. Criticism would have more teeth. She stayed near the entrance with Mbeki, while Ruan helped Elias drag a filing cabinet across the maintenance corridor. They turned the cabinet on its side and jammed it under the half-broken hatch. It would not stop the crater's defenders, but it might slow smaller things. At this point, time did not come in generous amounts. They took it in scraps. Lot sat at the corner of the radio room with a vial in a padded case between her boots. She had wrapped the proof bead, the carrier fragment, and the reaction notes in layers of oilcloth, tape, and prayerful profanity. Her hand shook now that the immediate work was done. Jon pretended not to notice until the shaking worsened. "Eat," he said. She looked up with open offense. "I am not a child. Neither am I. And Kara makes me eat when I start looking like a corpse with opinions." Kara spoke without turning. "She does that often." Lottie accepted the packet he offered. She tore it open and took 2 bites with the grim discipline of someone obeying a medical order. Then she leaned her head against the wall and closed her eyes for 5 seconds. Jon opened the radio panel. Inside, half the wiring had corroded into green dust. The other half had been invaded by roots thin as hair. He used tweezers from Lotte's kit to pull them free. Each one curled around the tool as if offended by removal. "No active sap," he said. "Old growth only." "Old growth still hates us," Ruan called from the corridor. Elias laughed once. It sounded rusty and wrong, but alive. "Everything hates us. Some of it is only slower about it." Becky's voice carried back. Less philosophy, more furniture. The banter helped, because none of it denied the fear. It placed fear in a room with other things: hunger, pain, exhaustion, the ridiculous dignity of a dead gecko at a keyboard, the sour smell of old batteries, the sound of Kara checking the corridor and tapping 2 fingers on the doorframe each time she returned from looking. 1 tap meant clear. 2 meant movement far off. 3 would mean run. Jon listened for 3 and kept working. The console's primary cell was dead. The backup cell had swollen until its casing split. The cable to the dish had been bitten through where the wall cracked. None of that surprised him. What surprised him was the protected analog transmitter under the main console, sealed in a lead-lined box with a hand crank folded beside it. Someone expected the fancy system to fail, he said. Lottie opened one eye. Someone competent? Someone paranoid. That is better. Jon lifted the transmitter out. Its label had faded, but the frequency range remained readable. He ran his thumb over the scratched plate and felt memories stir, not from the mist this time, but from his own training. Before the world fell under green, he had hated emergency equipment because administrators loved buying cheap versions and calling it preparedness. Now the old ugly transmitter looked more beautiful than any polished device in Pretoria. Kara stepped into the room. Can it reach the Amazon team? Not directly. Too far, too much interference, wrong antenna angle. But if Relay 2 still has a listening loop, we can send to them. They can bounce itself to the coastal archive, and the archive can push it through old maritime bands. That might reach Arowana's people. Might, she said. Might is the only currency left. Lotte forced herself upright. We should transmit 3 things. The proof method, the carrier description, and a warning that the network uses personal memory more effectively near active origin material. And that we need extraction, Rand said from the doorway. Mbeki appeared behind him. No one is extracting us from the crater rim. We need directions out, not fantasy. I enjoy fantasy. It has beds. Elias entered last, wiping dust from his palms. There may be another way out. The station map shows a service trench toward the old astronomy road. If the road still exists, it runs away from the basin before turning west. Becky gave him a flat look. He found a map and did not immediately say so. I was moving the cabinet you told me to move. I am becoming obedient and find it personally tragic. Kara took the map from him and spread it across the radio table. The paper had softened with damp and age. Old contour lines crossed the crater lip like fingerprints. Red pencil marked routes that probably no longer existed. A maintenance trench ran from the station toward a utility tunnel beneath a ridge labeled with a number, not a name. Jon traced it with one finger. If this trench is intact, it skirts the basin's southern nerve and comes out near the dead observatory array. Lottie leaned over the map. Observatory equipment means power storage, hardened cables, maybe a better dish. Also high ground, Becky said, and visible from everything below. The fjord trembled. Not a boom this time. A step. Dust whispered from the ceiling. The radio room lights had been dead for years, but the violet sample in the padded case pulsed once, then dimmed. The crater was near enough that even the stolen flaw felt it. Kara turned toward the corridor. 2 taps would be too generous. Something scraped along the outside wall. Everyone went still. A thin shape slid across the broken window. It looked like a vine until the end opened and showed an eye the size of a coin, glossy and green. The eye rolled inside its socket and focused on the room. Rowan raised his rifle. Jon grabbed the barrel and pushed it down. No shot. It already knows we are here, but sound brings the larger ones. The eye blinked sideways. Then it pulled away. That is comforting, Rowan whispered. It saw us and decided to go tell management. We transmit now, Laudet said. Jon hooked the transmitter to the old cable. The connector did not fit, so he stripped both ends and wrapped copper to copper while Elias cranked the generator. The first turn produced only a groan. The second produced a click. The third sent the transmitter needle jumping. Again, Jon said. Elias cranked harder. Sweat shone on his forehead despite the cold. If I die powering a radio, tell people I was killed heroically by machinery. You are not dying, Becky said. You keep denying everyone noble exits. It is selfish. The transmitter coughed static. Jon set the frequency for Relay 2. This is Voss at Crater South Station. Relay 2, respond if receiving. Relay 2, this is Voss. We have proof reaction and carrier sample. Respond if you receive. Static filled the room. Outside, something heavy dragged across concrete. Kara touched the doorframe once. Clear for the corridor, not outside. Jon repeated the call. The transmitter needle trembled. Elias kept cranking, teeth clenched. A voice broke through. It was distant, buried under storms of static, but human. This is Relay 2 receiving fragments. Say status. Jon closed his eyes for half a second. Relay 2, we have confirmed cold edge reaction. Arowana's ampule reacts with isolated violet substrate and active carrier from origin layer. It disrupts local command coherence. We need message relayed to Amazon team immediately. Lottie leaned over his shoulder and spoke with clipped precision. She gave ratios by approximation, visual markers, reaction behavior, temperature dependence, and failure risks. She avoided saying anything twice the same way, because the network had learned from patterns. Jon followed with the biological interpretation. He explained the seed model, the stored templates, the living carrier, and the memory intrusion. Kara added what mattered for survival. Do not answer voices, do not trust dead faces, do not gather around vehicles when the mist tries to herd. The voice from Relay 2 faded in and out. Once, Jon heard Amina in the background, furious and alive, demanding the microphone. His chest tightened with relief so sudden it nearly hurt. Then Amina's voice cut through. Jon, if that is really you, say something annoying only you would say. Kara glanced at him. This should be easy. Jon pressed the transmit key. Your detonator design was effective but inelegant. A burst of static nearly swallowed Amina's laugh. Confirmed, that is him. You sound terrible. You sound alive. I make a habit of disappointing enemies. Listen carefully. We got Arowana's longer message in pieces. Amazon confirms your theory. They can synthesize a dispersal agent if they have a stabilized carrier and a fresh origin catalyst. The carrier you scraped may teach them the lock. The catalyst has to come from the seed core. Not near it. From it. No one spoke. The heavy dragging outside stopped. Jon felt the room shrink around the words. From it. Not the cold seam, not the origin layer, not the black carrier lump. The seed core itself, the thing that had fallen from the sky and spent 5 years teaching Earth how to become another world. Kara's eyes found his. He saw the fear there because she trusted him enough not to hide it. Amina continued, her voice breaking under interference. There is also another problem. Relay 2 picked up movement north and east, not random migration. It is coordinated. The nodes are feeding the crater. If you stay, you will have a continent walking toward you. If you leave without the catalyst, the Amazon plan is a theory with no teeth. Lottie pressed the transmit key before Jon could answer. Arawana needs to know the reaction is not poison. It is linguistic interference at a cellular level. Tell her not to overstrengthen it. Stronger may look better in a flask and fail in living mist. It must be subtle enough that the network invites it in. Static snapped across the speaker. A second voice, distant and accented, cut through for 3 clipped words before vanishing. Jon could not tell whether it belonged to Arawana or another scientist on the chain. Then Amina returned. Amazon copy says they understand. They also say you are insane, but that sounded affectionate by their standards. Tell them affection is premature, Loti said. The proof feed destabilizes under heat above body temperature unless bound to the carrier fragment. If they synthesize from cold substrate alone, it will collapse. If they synthesize from active seed alone, it will become another invitation. Both halves matter. Make them write that down. Amina repeated the warning to someone away from her microphone. Jon heard frantic voices, the clatter of a dropped tool, and then a burst of cheering so brief and exhausted that it hurt to hear. Somewhere in the Amazon, people who had never seen his face were receiving the first useful answer the world had managed in 5 years. The thought nearly broke him. He had lived so long inside failure that success, even partial and fragile, felt indecent. Kara must have seen it in him. She leaned near his shoulder. Do not apologize to the radio. I was not going to. Your face was preparing a speech. Amina's voice returned, sharper now. Jon, listen. Arawana says the carrier sample is enough to build a key, not enough to turn it. The catalyst has to carry active core consent. Those are her words, not mine. Active core consent. I hate every syllable. Jon closed his eyes briefly. Consent from a thing that had remade continents was not consent as humans used the word. It meant recognition. The dispersal agent had to look like something the core accepted as its own command. They were not simply stealing blood from an enemy. They were stealing a signature. Becky exhaled through his nose. Of course. Ruin rubbed his injured forearm. I was hoping for a lesser problem, like the moon falling. The transmitter squealed. Elias cranked faster, but the needle dipped. Amina's voice returned faintly. Service trench to observatory may still be open. Old maps show a survey bore beneath the dish field. It was drilled during meteor studies before the evacuation. If the bore survived, it may lead closer to the seed core than the crater floor. You need the bore. You need the catalyst. You need to live long enough to hate me later. Jon gripped the microphone. Amina, can Relay 2 guide us? For a while. We will keep the loop open until the jungle cuts us or the battery dies. One more thing. The mist around you is not only defending now. It is broadcasting. Settlements west of the basin report dreams of dead relatives, false evacuation calls, children crying from empty wells. Whatever you woke down, there is reaching farther. You need to hurry. A crack split the outside wall. The vine eye returns through the window, joined by 3 more. They opened like a cluster of green beads. Mickey raised his rifle and did not fire. Jon, now? Jon transmitted the last coordinates and signed off as the wall cracked wider. Elias gave the crank one more turn. The transmitter sparked and went silent. For a moment, the room held only breathing. Then the wall came in. A root mass punched through concrete and tore the window frame away. Tendrils lashed toward the radio table. Kara fired first, not to kill, but to sever the grasping ends. Ruin joined her. Meshi dragged Lot and the sample case toward the corridor. Elias grabbed the map. Jon ripped the transmitter free, because leaving a working frequency table for the network felt like handing knives to a child with no mercy. The root mass struck the radio table and crushed it flat. They ran into the maintenance corridor as the station began to fold inward. The filing cabinet barricade held for one precious second, then skidded aside under pressure from outside. Smaller tendrils spill through the hatch, carrying iPods that blinked in rapid sequence. "Service trench," Kara shouted. Elias pointed left. "Past pumps, down ladder, through the red door." "Red is my least favorite color today," Ruan said. They sprinted past the dead pumps. The room shook around them. Jon looked back once and saw the radio room filling with green light. In that glow stood Mira again, older than before, almost the age she might have been if the jungle had not taken her. She did not plead. She said, "You are coming to the center." Jon kept running. The red door opened onto black air and a ladder that dropped farther than the lamp could show. Kara grabbed the side rail and looked down. "After you," she said. "That is romantic only in our lives," Jon answered. "I know, so move before I change my mind." He climbed down into the dark with the stolen transmitter strapped across his back, the map in Elias's hand above him, the carrier sample in Lote's case, and the sea core waiting beneath the world like a judge that had mistaken itself for a gardener. The ladder ended in a trench that smelled of rust, cold mud, and old electricity. Jon stepped off the final rung and sank ankle-deep into silt. The service trench stretched ahead in a concrete channel barely wide enough for two people to stand shoulder to shoulder. Overhead, metal grates sagged under roots that pressed down like fingers testing a throat. Pale daylight fell through cracks in thin strips. Beyond those strips moved shadows too large to belong to clouds. Kara dropped beside him and turned at once to help Lottie. The sample case came down between them, with more care than any human body could demand. Lotte followed, white-faced and tight-jawed, then Elias with the folded map in his teeth, because both hands were needed for the ladder. Ran came after him and Becky descended last, pausing twice to fire upward through the hatch. The hatch above screamed as something forced it wider. "Move," Becky said. They moved. The trench ran beneath the old station yard, turned west, then sloped toward the observatory road. The concrete walls bore names scratched by workers who had believed the marks would be temporary. Sabello, Ingrid, Pieter, and Amen, 2031, had left their marks there. Someone had drawn a crude sun with a smiling face. Someone else had written, in English, "We saw the rock before the generals did." The letters were half hidden under mineral bloom. Jon ran his gloved fingers near the words without touching them. The first people who studied the meteor had known enough to build survey bores and sealed stations, yet not enough to save themselves. Perhaps no one could know enough at the beginning of a catastrophe. Knowledge arrived late, wearing blood on its boots. "Do not drift," Kara said behind him. He looked back. "I am here. Part of you was reading wall ghosts. Keep all of you walking." "Yes, I will." The simple answer seemed to please her, or maybe surprise her. She stepped closer while the others passed a broken pipe. "When we get out of this trench, I need you to make me one promise. Only one. Do not make jokes because you are afraid of the promise." That silenced him. The trench shook. Dust fell over Kara's hair and mask. She ignored it. "Promise me that when the seed shows you Mira again, you will not go alone." "It will try. You know it will. It has been shaping the knife for days. Promise me you will reach for me or Becky, or anyone real before you reach for her." Jon wanted to say that he knew better. He wanted to say that the trick had lost power because he had named it. But Kara was asking for truth, not performance, and the truth was uglier. The seed did not need him stupid. It only needed him human at the wrong second. "I promise," he said. She held his gaze through mask glass. "Say the whole thing." He swallowed. "When it shows me Mira, I will not go alone. I will reach for someone real first." Kara nodded once. "Good, because I am someone real. Do not forget that because grief has better lighting." He felt the words settle inside him, painful and necessary. "I have not forgotten. You forget when you hate yourself." There was no gentle answer to that because she was right. He stepped closer, lowering his voice so the trench would not carry all of him to the others. "I do not know how to forgive myself for living past them. Then do not start with forgiveness. Start with staying alive without turning your life into punishment." A root snapped through the grate overhead, cutting off anything he might have said. Kara shoved him forward and the root struck the wall where his shoulder had been. Ruan fired up through the grate. The root recoiled, leaking black sap that hissed on the concrete. "Romantic conversations are officially moved to safer rooms," Ruan called. "Find one and I will continue," Kara answered. The trench climbed. At the top, it joined a utility tunnel lined with ceramic conduits. Several had cracked open, exposing cable bundles wrapped in old foil. John slowed when he saw faint LEDs blinking on a junction box. "Power," he said. Mbekki's eyebrows rose behind his mask. Useful power or interesting power? Possibly both. Lottie looked like she might object to stopping, but then she saw the junction box and changed direction. Observatory backup grid. If it still holds charge, the dish field may move. We could re-aim a transmitter or power a lift. Or trigger every old alarm in the basin, Elias said. "That would be interesting power," Ruan replied. John opened the junction box. The wiring inside had avoided root intrusion, protected by ceramic seals and dryness. He found a manual breaker, a row of fused links, and an old diagnostic port. It was absurdly ordinary. For a moment, he could imagine a technician cursing over it with coffee breath and a late shift badge. He reset the manual breaker. Somewhere ahead, machinery groaned awake. The sound rolled through the tunnel and came back to them from multiple directions. Lights flickered overhead. 3 dim amber bulbs in a row, then 2 more farther ahead. The utility tunnel revealed itself in pieces: dust, cable trays, a maintenance cart, a painted arrow reading OBS array, and under it another arrow added in marker, Core Survey. Lottie stared at the second arrow. Amino was right. The bore is real. Elias unfolded the map. Core Survey branches off before the observatory. It drops under the dish foundations. The notes say, "Sealed shaft, restricted access, thermal hazard." Rowan looked at John. "Thermal hazard sounds friendly compared with everything else." "It means the meteor stayed hot long after impact," John said. "Or it generated heat of its own. Less friendly." The amber lights dimmed. The sample case pulsed violet under Lottie's hand. Then a voice came through the tunnel speaker system. It was old, warped, and mostly static, but the words were clear enough to stop every person in place. "Personnel are advised to evacuate the survey bore. Biological contamination detected. This is not a drill." The recording clicked, rewound, and played again. Kara looked at the speaker. Old warning. John listened to the timing, the static, the even decay of the phrase. Old system. Maybe old warning. The speaker clicked a third time. Mira's voice came from it. "Papa, I found the way." Kara gripped John's sleeve before he moved. She did not yank. She did not scold. She became the real thing he had promised to reach for. He put his hand over hers. "I am here," he said. "Good," Kara answered. Becky raised his rifle toward the speaker. "We are done listening." "No shots," John said. "The system may still help us. The seed is using the channel, but it did not build the channel. We can use it too." Lottie nodded slowly. "If the old contamination warnings are stored, there may be logs, early readings, images, sample notes, things recorded before the network understood human data." "And where are those logs?" Ruan asked. Elias pointed down the Core Survey arrow. "Restricted access would have a local archive near the shaft." Becky looked at the dark branch. Naturally, it would. They followed the marker. The Core Survey tunnel dropped in a long curve. Heat gathered as they descended, first as relief from the cold, then as discomfort, then as sweat under the mask straps. The walls changed from concrete to fused stone reinforced by steel ribs. Old scorch marks streaked the ribs. Some bent outward as if pressure from inside the wall had tried to unfold them. The first body appeared at the edge of the light. Not fresh, not mismade, but human. A skeleton in a degraded containment suit, seated against the wall with one hand still fastened around a data slate. Roots had grown around the legs, but not to the sealed torso. The helmet visor was opaque with dust. Ruin went quiet. Becky crouched and checked the suit without touching the bones. No breach visible. "Then why did they die here?" Elias asked. John looked down the tunnel. Maybe because the door ahead locked. The local archive door stood 20 meters farther on. It was round, thick, and sealed with mechanical clamps. Above it, a faded sign read, "Core Survey ACCess." Under the sign someone had painted, in red letters now turned brown, "Do not teach it names." No one joked. Lottie knelt beside the skeleton and eased the data slate from its hand. "Battery is dead. Maybe recoverable later." Kara read the painted warning twice. They knew. They knew enough to be afraid of recognition, Jon said. Maybe not enough to stop it. The archive door had a manual wheel. Becky tested it. Nothing moved. Elias studied the clamps. If the backup grid woke the motors, we might release it from the panel. If the motors are dead, we cut. Cutting makes noise, Becky said. Everything here makes noise eventually. Jon found the panel under a cracked cover. The controls lit when he pressed the test key. A line of text crawled across the tiny screen AC says Restrosted. "Be Hollow, engage." Lottie leaned close. "Biolock after contamination. It may require a clean human sample." Kara laughed under her breath, but there was no humor in it. Clean human is an extinct category. Jon stared at the paddle. The old system wanted proof that the person opening the door had not been rewritten. It had no way to understand 5 years of slow exposure, sealed masks, grief, fear, love, compromise, survival. It wanted a binary answer from a world that no longer offered one. The speaker above them clicked. Ellen's voice said, "Jon, let me help you." He closed his eyes. Kara's hand found his arm again. He did not move toward the voice. "Not clean human," he said. "Contradiction may be the answer." The old system flagged rewritten tissue. The cold edge reaction may look like rejection. Lotta's gaze sharpened. Use the proof bead as a negative control. Maybe, if we put the bead near the scanner, it may register active biology that refuses the seed signature. Or it may lock every clamp permanently. We are collecting maybes. Lot opened the padded case. The proof bead glowed softly in its shell. She held it near the scanner slot. The panel flickered. The old system clicked, hummed, and displayed a word none of them expected. Anomaly AC Sapin. The clamps released. The round door groaned open. Inside, the local archive waited in stale air and red emergency light. Rows of sealed drives lined the walls. A central table held printed photographs under cloudy plastic. The first photograph showed the meteor 3 days after impact, black and veined with green fire. The second showed scientists in silver suits standing near it. The third showed a hand pressed against the meteor's surface from the inside. Kara stared. From the inside? Jon picked up the photograph and felt the room tilt. The hand was not human. It had too many joints, too many thin fingers. It pressed against the inner wall of the seed as if something within had awakened when Earth touched it. Lottie whispered, "Terraforming device is too small a word." Elias looked through the remaining photographs, face straining of color. There are more. The pictures showed the first fog spill, the first plant growth, the first animal reconstruction, the first human memory response. Notes in the margins described pattern acquisition through sound, heat, electrical signaling, and grief markers. Someone had underlined one line again and again. It does not copy life. It negotiates with life until life agrees to become useful. Another folder carried the name Dr. Murray, lead xenobiologist, written in block capitals by someone whose pen had dug through the paper. Inside were field notes that began with professional restraint and ended in a handwriting that slanted harder with every page. Murray's had recorded that the seed did not spread randomly from the impact point. It tested directions. It abandoned dry mineral bands that offered no useful material, thickened around animal trails, and learned power grids by following the faint heat of buried cables. When researchers played birdsong near a sealed sample, the sample produced feather structures within 46 hours. When they played human speech, it produced nothing for 2 days, then formed a membrane that responded more strongly to names than to numbers. Lottie read over Jon's shoulder and went still. Names as anchors. That is why the warning says not to teach it our names. Kara looked at the photographs of the early team. Their names were printed under their faces, badges clear, smiles formal and tired. They did not know the badges mattered. No one would, Jon said. He turned another page. Murray had described the first memory incident without dramatic language, which made it worse. A technician heard his mother calling from inside a clean room. The mother had been dead 12 years. He opened the inner door before anyone stopped him. The sample did not attack. It only filled the room with a pale mist, touched the technician's exposed skin, and withdrew. 6 hours later, the sealed plant tray in the next room grew leaves in the shape of the mother's favorite houseplant, though no one had told the system such a plant existed. Ruan read enough to understand and stepped back. That is not science anymore. That is theft with roots. Science can describe theft, Lotte said quietly. It cannot make theft less ugly. In the final note, Murray had written a sentence so heavily underlined that the paper had torn in places. The entity does not hate us, and that may be the worst part, because hatred would mean it sees us as separate. Jon folded the note with care and placed it in the map case. The words explained too much. The seed was not cruel in the way a person was cruel. It was worse in another way. It was intimate without empathy, curious without restraint, purposeful without guilt. It did not destroy humans because they were enemies. It revised them because they were material in the field it meant to cultivate. Jon found the final folder. Inside was a map of the bore beneath the crater. A red line ran from the archive to a vertical shaft labeled Core Obesterbation WNL. At the bottom of the well, the old survey team had drawn the meteor seed as a black oval with a hollow center. Beside it, in handwriting that looked rushed and angry, someone had written, Core membrane accessible only during thermal contraction cycle. Cycle repeats at dawn and after major network expenditure. Kara looked at the map, then at the ceiling as another distant impact shook dust from the archive. Major network expenditure. Like moving half the basin to kill us. Jon nodded. It may contract soon. Lot held up the carrier vial. Then we have our path. Core well, contraction, catalyst scrape, then out through the observatory if the road exists. Ruan stared at her. You say that like a plan and not a funeral with errands. Meki turned toward the archive door. Take the maps. Take the logs if they are light. Leave the dead their photographs, unless the photographs help the living. Kara selected the core map and 3 images that showed the seed's surface. Jon loaded 2 sealed drives into his pack with the transmitter. Lottie copied keynotes onto waterproof paper in fast, cramped handwriting. Elias took the dead scientist's data slate despite its silence. The speaker clicked again. This time, the voice was not Mira, Helen, Nod, or any of the dead. It was Jon's own voice. They will die because you need to be right. Everyone looked at him. The voice continued from the speaker, calm and exact. Kara will die first. Lot will die carrying your proof. Becky will die pretending duty is enough. Ruan will die joking because silence scares him. Elias will die trying to pay a debt no one asked him to pay. You'll survive and call it science. The words were too precise. Not bait for one person, but knives made for each of them. Ruan's face tightened. Lot looked down at the case. Elias shut his eyes. Kara stepped under the speaker and looked up at it. You forgot me, she said. The voice stopped. Jon stared at her. Kara kept looking at the speaker. You spoke as him, but you forgot me. Jon does not call survival science when he is ashamed. He calls it a debt. He carries it badly. He gives it ugly names. You have his sound. You do not have him. The speaker hissed. Kara raised her rifle and fired 1 shot through it. No one objected this time. The red emergency light flickered. Somewhere below the archive, deep under the core survey shaft, a low, hollow beat began. It was slow at first, then slower still, as if a giant heart had decided to hold its breath. Lottie looked at the map. Thermal contraction. Becky checked his weapon. How long? Jon studied the old notes, the cycle estimates, the tremor interval. Not long enough. Then we stopped discussing enough, Carr said. They left the archive and entered the descending shaft tunnel. Behind them, the old door tried to close but jammed on broken concrete. The red light spilled out across the floor like a warning that could no longer keep anyone safe. Ahead, heat rose in damp waves. The bore angled down toward the seed core, toward the place where the meteor had not merely brought a mist, but carried an intention older than human language. Jon walked with Kara at his side, Lotte behind him with the case, and Becky and Ruan guarding the rear. Elias holding the map, and the dead slate. Each of them carried fear. Each of them carried proof. Each of them carried at least one voice the seed could steal. The hollow beat below slowed again. A gap was opening in the heart of the enemy. They went toward it because the world above had no other road left. The descending shaft did not feel like a tunnel made by human hands anymore. It had begun as concrete, old steel, and warning paint scoured by years of damp heat. But the deeper Jon went, the more the walls changed into something that had only borrowed the shape of a mine. Roots thick as fire hoses pressed through the seams. Translucent green tissue filmed the ceiling. Veins carried slow pulses of pale light down the bore, each pulse matching the great held beat that came from beneath them. The mountain above had been cold. The archive had been stale. This place was alive in a way that made his skin crawl because it did not rage, did not rush, and did not need to hurry. Kara moved at his left with her rifle tucked close against her shoulder. She had not spoken since leaving the archive, but her silence had weight. She kept glancing at the map in Elias's hand, then at Jon's face, then at the pulsing wall. Jon wanted to ask whether she was afraid. The question would have been useless. Fear had come with them like another member of the team, breathing in every pause. What mattered was what they did while carrying it. Lottie walked behind them with the carrier vial locked inside a padded metal case. The case had 3 seals, 2 clamps, and a strap looped around her wrist. She had wrapped the strap twice, as though the object might decide to flee. Ruan guarded her right side and tried to keep his shotgun aimed forward while watching the rear. Mickey came last, heavy rifle up, face stern under his cracked visor. Elias held the map against his chest with one hand and the dead scientist's slate in the other. The old survey marks still line up, Elias whispered. That is the first kind thing this place has done for us, Ron said. Do not thank it, Mbeki told him. It may hear manners as consent. Ruan gave a strained laugh that died before it became a joke. I was raised better than that, Captain. I only thank murder holes after we leave them. The bore steepened. Warm vapor rolled up the incline, carrying a smell of wet stone, sap, iron, and something sweet enough to turn Jon's stomach. He took readings with the old sensor unit he had kept alive through 6 broken settlements. The numbers fluttered and then steadied. Spore density had dropped. Electromagnetic interference had climbed so high the unit showed warnings in 3 languages. Thermal contraction is real, Jon said quietly. It is pulling its tissue inward. The local haze is thinning because the core is protecting itself. That sounds helpful, Kara said. It is helpful in the same way an animal opening its mouth is helpful if you plan to remove a tooth. She looked at him, and for the first time since the archive, the corner of her mouth shifted. You always know how to make hope sound diseased. I trained for years, Jon said. The faint, almost smile faded from her face. Then trained faster. I need to believe this is more than a walk into a grave. He wanted to answer with science because science had weight he could measure. Instead, he looked at the map line vanishing into the shaft and gave her the truth he had left. It is more than that because we are choosing it. Graves do not ask. This place does. Kara held his gaze a second longer than safety allowed. Then we make it regret asking. They kept going. The old bore passed through a service station carved into the rock. The sign over the entrance had peeled until only fragments remained. Respiratory lock, Core WLACCs, CES, authorized personnel. A row of orange suits hung from hooks behind cracked glass. The suits had not rotted. They had transformed. Fin stems had threaded through the sleeves and legs, holding the shapes upright like men waiting for orders. Pale buds clustered inside their helmets. When Jon's light passed over them, the buds turned in unison. Becky raised a fist and everyone stopped. The suits made no sound. The buds opened with the slow patience of eyes. Each bloom had a dark bead at its center. Pollen trembled along the petals. No shots, Jon whispered. Heat and air burst them. Then how do we pass? Lotte asked. Jon studied the locker room, the floor grate, the service gap beneath the hanging rail. The roots had avoided a narrow strip near a refrigeration pipe where frost still clung in white scales. Cold was not safety, but here it was friction. He pointed to the strip. Single file. Slow steps. Do not touch the suits. Do not breathe hard when the pedals move. Not breathing hard is the part I will fail, Ruin muttered. Kara went first. She eased along the frost strip, shoulders angled away from the hanging suits. The buds followed her. Jon felt their attention in the small hairs along his neck. It was not an animal's attention. It was a sensor ray, reading temperature, breath, salt, fear. Kara reached the far door and signaled. Jon went next. Halfway across, a droplet fell from one suspended glove and struck his sleeve. It hissed through the fabric, smoking, but did not reach skin. He kept moving. Behind glass, one suit shifted. The stems inside it tightened. The helmet leaned closer. Inside the cloudy faceplate, a bloom pressed against the plastic and opened wide enough to show a ring of hair-like spines. Helen's voice came from inside the suit. "Jon, you forgot the blue cup." He stopped before he could stop himself. The phrase was small, absurd, and devastating. A morning in another life flashed bright behind his eyes. Mira had been furious, because the blue cup was hers and the yellow cup made water taste wrong. Helen had laughed, not at their daughter, but at the impossible scale of childhood grief. Jon had forgotten the cup when they fled the coast. Mira had cried until the sky turned green over the highway. The suit leaned closer. "Jon," Helen's voice said through wet petals, "you forgot the blue cup." Kara's hand closed around the back of his jacket and pulled him across the frost line. She did not pull gently. He stumbled into the doorframe beside her, breath ragged. "That was not her," Kara said in a low, fierce tone. "Do not give it the dignity of your guilt." He nodded because speech would have broken something in him. The rest crossed. Lotte's lips moved as she counted steps. Elias stared at the suits as though he could memorize them into surrender. Ruan nearly brushed a sleeve, and Mbeki caught his packstrap with one gloved hand, holding him back from a cluster of opening petals. They passed through the service door and sealed it with a wheel that screamed in the frame. On the other side, the corridor narrowed into old steel stairs, spiraling down around a vertical void. The core well opened beneath them. Jon's light fell away without finding a bottom. The well was wider than a church nave and deeper than his lamp could own. Steel platforms clung to the sides in broken rings. Cables hung through the center, some man-made, some grown. The grown cables were translucent and full of moving sparks. Far below, a black oval gleamed inside the rock, but it was not solid black. It was a skin stretched over something vast, breathing inward, each slow contraction drawing the surrounding roots tight against stone. The meteor seed. Jon had expected awe. He had expected terror. What came first was anger so clean it steadied him. This thing had arrived in silence, had lifted forests from roads, had turned grief into bait, and bodies into tools, had worn his daughter's voice as casually as rain wore glass. It was beautiful in the way a blade could be beautiful. That did not make it innocent. Lotte stepped beside him and looked down. Her face went pale. "There is the membrane," she said. "During contraction, the outer shell thins along those silver lines. If I can get the carrier near one of them, you can scrape enough catalytic tissue for the Amazon formula." "You said if," Ruan said. "I am a scientist," Lotte replied. "Every honest plan has an if." Becky leaned over the railing and scanned the platforms. "The old lift is dead. We descend by stairs." "The stairs are half gone," Elias said. "Then we descend by the half that remains." The well answered with a deep thud. Not a heartbeat now, but something like a door being struck from the other side. Lights flared in the grown cables. Somewhere below, metal shrieked. A shape moved across the far platform. At first, Jon thought it was a man in a suit. Then it placed two extra hands on the railing and lowered its long head into the light. It had once been human enough for boots, belt, and a torn name patch, but the torso had opened into rib-like wood. Ferns grew from its shoulders. Its face had flattened behind a mask of green cartilage, yet two eyes remained, clear and miserable. Ruin lifted his shotgun with shaking hands. "Is that one of the survey crew?" he asked. The creature opened its mouth. No words came out, Only a spray of dark sap and a thin, hungry clicking. More shapes climbed after it, some on hands, some on knotted limbs, some using the cables like vines. The dead project had not left its workers behind. The seed had stored them. McKee's voice cut through the well. Move now. Fire only when they cross a platform. Save ammunition for the bridge sections. The first creature leapt. Kara fired before it reached the stairs. Her shot tore through its chest and burst a cloud of red-black fluid across the railing. The body hit the stairwell 2 levels below and kept moving, dragging itself with fingers that had grown into hooks. Becky fired after her, controlled and brutal. The thing jerked, broke against the rail, and fell into darkness. The well erupted. Figures crawled from maintenance doors and cable nests. Some wore laboratory tags. Some carried bits of old equipment fused into their arms. One had a flashlight still embedded in its chest, beam flickering with every spasm. They did not attack like predators. They attacked like a system trying to reclaim misplaced parts coordinated by the pulse below. Jon ran down the stairs with the others. Gunfire cracked around him, too loud in the shaft. Sparks rained from railings. Green tissue burst under bullets, spraying hot fluid that steamed on the metal. A creature slammed into Elias, knocking him against the wall. Elias drove the dead slate into its face with both hands. The glass shattered. The creature recoiled, and Kara shot it through the temple before it could recover. "You are welcome," she snapped. Elias stared at the leaking body. "I was about to win. You were about to become furniture. Then I am deeply grateful for the interior design advice. The old humor should have been absurd. Instead, it kept them moving." They reached the first broken platform. A gap 10 feet wide separated their stairs from the next ring. The old service bridge had folded down, hanging by one cable. Below the gap, the well fell into breathing black light. Becky looked back. The stored workers climbed faster now. "Across the cable," he said. "That cable is alive," Lotte said. "So are we, and I prefer us." Kara clipped a rope to the railing and shoved the coil into Jon's hands. "I go first. If it pulls, cut the line. I will not cut you loose. Then do not make me waste time arguing while things with office badges try to eat us." She stepped onto the slanted cable before he could answer. The grown surface flexed under her boots. Sparks moved inside it, gathering beneath her like fish beneath ice. She crossed with both arms out, rifle slung, jaw tight. Halfway across, the cable tightened. The seed felt her weight. It sent a tremor up the line. Kara dropped low and pressed one hand to the cable. "Not today." She moved again, slower, and reached the far platform. Jon exhaled only when she locked the rope on the far rail. One by one they crossed. Ruin nearly slipped, but Lotte caught the back of his vest, and he clutched the rope with a curse he turned into a prayer before it fully formed. Becky came last, firing one-handed at the first stored worker that reached the gap. The creature sprang for him. He stepped aside. It struck the rope, spun once, and fell toward the core, clicking until the darkness swallowed it. By the time Becky reached the far side, blood ran from a cut above his eyebrow, and his breathing had grown rough. "Captain," Jon said. "Later," Becky answered. "That is a bad answer from a man who usually gives orders. Then take this as an order. Later." The second ring descended closer to the membrane. Heat thickened until every inhale felt boiled. The seedskin below had drawn back along its silver seams. Thin cracks opened, not into empty space but into a light so deep violet it seemed almost blue. A sound rose from those cracks. It was not a voice. It was a choir of pressure, memory, root, storm, and hunger, threaded through every metal beam. Jon's sensor died in his hand. Lot checked the carrier case. The indicator had turned amber. "We have a window," she said. "Maybe 8 minutes. Maybe less." Ruan looked over the rail at the growing light. "I have known Mabes that were kinder than yours." Kara wiped sweat from her face with the back of her wrist. "Jon, can you do it?" He looked at the membrane, the moving defenders, the broken stairs, and the people who had followed him this far because some part of them had decided the world was still worth the price of courage. "I can do it," he said. "Getting back is the part I cannot promise." Kara stepped closer so only he heard her. Then promise the part you can control. Promise you will not freeze when it wears Mira's face again. He swallowed. I promise I will keep moving. That is not the same promise. It is the honest one. Her eyes softened, not with forgiveness but with recognition. She touched his sleeve just once, a brief pressure that said more than the moment could carry. Below them, the membrane opened another inch. The core well filled with green light, and something huge began climbing from the far side. The thing climbing from the far side of the core had not been made from a person. It carried no badge, boot, belt, or trace of laboratory cloth. It belonged to the Mist's older imagination. 4 massive limbs gripped the rock with claws that split stone. A plated skull rose through the vapor, crowned with forward horns and a shield of living crystal that caught the violet light from the seed. Its shoulders were layered with mossy armor. Its long mouth opened, and heat rolled from it in a wet roar that carried the stink of fresh blood and crushed leaves. That, Ron said, voice thin, is not a stored worker. Guardian strain, Jon said. Probably grown for core defense. Kara gave him a sharp look. Probably. I did not have time to name it politely. The Guardian slammed one horn into the platform across the well. Metal buckled. Stored workers clinging to the rails burst under the impact, spraying dark fluid across the ring. The creature did not notice. Its attention fixed on Lotte's carrier case. The case held the counter-agent vial, and somehow the seed knew which object threatened it most. Mbeki saw it at the same moment. Lotte, center line. Jon, with her. Kara, left rail. Ruan, Ilias, keep the small ones off our backs. I will take its eye, if it gives me one. You make that sound achievable, Ruan said. I make it sound necessary. The Guardian charged along the far ring, too large for the platform yet moving with horrifying balance. The ring groaned under its weight. Kara fired into its face. Bullets sparked against crystal, chipped horn, and tore wet pits into the softer tissue along its jaw. It roared again. The sound hit Jon's chest like a hammer, and sent old dust spinning from the beams. Lotte grabbed his arm. The access spur is below us. We need to reach that ladder. A narrow service ladder dropped from their platform to a lower arm that extended over the membrane. The arm ended in an observation cage built for old instruments, now webbed in pale roots. The silver seam in the seed's surface pulsed directly beneath it. Jon looked at the ladder, then at the Guardian. You go first. I need both hands for the scrape tool. The case is heavier than my pride, Lotte said. Help me clip it. He clipped the case to her harness. The amber light on its side brightened toward red. Time was leaving them. Kara moved beside him, firing in measured bursts. I will keep its head up. Do not look back, unless I call your name. Kara. Ara. Not like that. The Guardian struck the far ring again, then leapt. For one impossible second it hung over the well, all horn, crystal, muscle, and dripping sap. Mbeki fired into the softer membrane under its throat. The shot punched deep. Blood exploded across the air in black ropes. The Guardian crashed against the platform 20 feet from them, half on metal, half on cable. The platform tilted. Lot slid toward the rail. Jon caught her harness and slammed his shoulder against a support beam. Pain burst across his side, but he held. Ruan and Elias fired at the stored workers scrambling through the service door behind them. A former technician with roots for hands took 2 rounds and kept coming until Elias drove a flare into its open mouth. Fire bloomed inside the thing. It staggered backward into 3 others, all of them shrieking with a sound made of steam and splintering bark. I liked the archive better, Elias said, voice shaking. The archive was trying to kill us with conversation, Ruan answered. This is more honest. The Guardian dragged itself fully onto the platform. Its injured throat pumped blood down its chest. It lowered its skull and charged. Kara did not retreat. She ran toward the left rail, drawing its head. Jon's heart lurched as the horn swept where she had been. She dropped under the swing, rolled across metal slick with fluid, and came up firing into the seam below its eye. The shot found meat. The Guardian screamed and slammed its head sideways. Kara hit the rail hard enough to bend it. Jon started toward her. Do not, she shouted. "Move, John." The command cut through him. He turned, shoved Lottie toward the ladder, and followed. The ladder was hot enough to burn through gloves. Below them, the observation spur trembled with every pulse from the seed. The grown cables around it tightened and loosened, like tendons testing a joint. Lottie reached the cage and kicked through a curtain of roots. Pale filaments recoiled from her boot. John dropped beside her and unpacked the scrape kit. The kit had been assembled from stolen surgical steel, mining blades, and a little desperation. A long-handled scraper folded open with a ceramic edge. A suction tube ran from the edge into a sealed ampoule. Lottie opened the carrier case and removed the vial of Amazon counteragent base, its liquid clear except for silver particles moving against gravity. "When the tissue enters the ampoule, it will react," she said. "The reaction will be hot. It may foam. It may try to grow. If it grows past the inner seal, drop the tool. Into the core. Into anything that is not us." The membrane below them drew tight, silver seam narrowing. The window was closing. John lay flat on the observation spur and reached down with the scraper. Heat rose around his face. The seed surface was not smooth. It had pores, fine ridges, tiny translucent hairs that leaned toward the tool. The violet crack under the seam flashed, and for an instant John saw not tissue but distance, stars over a planet, with copper clouds, towers grown from living stone, oceans full of green lightning. The image hit him without language. It was not memory exactly. It was instruction embedded in matter. Grow, adapt, prepare, restore, replace. "John," Lottie said, "your hand." His fingers had relaxed around the scraper. He tightened them and lowered the blade. The membrane touched the ceramic edge. The well vanished. He stood in his old kitchen with morning sun on the floor. Mira sat at the table, swinging her legs, hair tied badly because he had tied it, and Helen had not fixed it yet. The blue cup was there. Helen stood at the counter, her back to him, humming under her breath. "You came back," Mira said. John knew the scene was false. He knew it with a part of his mind that measured data, counted years, remembered graves without markers. Yet the lie had warmth. It had the exact crooked tilt of Mira's smile. It had the chipped tile by the sink, the smell of toast, the tiny scrape of Helen's ring against a mug. "I am not here," John said. Mira frowned. "You could be." Helen turned. Her face was not accusatory. That hurt more. "You could stop now. You have carried enough. This is not mercy." "It feels like mercy because you are tired," Helen said. The words were perfect. The seed understood exhaustion. It understood grief as a door. It did not understand consent. Kara's voice cut through the kitchen, distant and furious. "Jon Voss, keep moving." The kitchen shattered into heat. His hand drove the scraper across the membrane. The ceramic edge peeled a strip of silver-green tissue from the seam. The tissue screamed, not metaphorically. The sound blasted up through the tool, through John's wrist into his teeth. He clamped down on his own breath and held the blade in place as the suction tube pulled the strip into the ampoule. The reaction came instantly. White foam filled the chamber. The silver particles in the base swarmed the tissue and turned emerald. The ampoule bucked in the tool housing like a trapped animal. "Seal it," Lottie shouted. John twisted the lock. The first seal snapped shut. The second jammed. Above them, the Guardian hit the platform again. Metal shrieked. The observation spur dropped 3 feet and caught on a grown cable. Lottie slammed into the cage wall. The carrier case flew open. The vial housing jerked toward the edge. John lunged and caught it with both hands. The second seal clicked. The ampoule went dark. For 1/2 second the well was still. Then the seed understood what they had taken. Every cable in the shaft lit at once. Stored workers convulsed on the platforms. The Guardian threw back its head and roared with a sound that belonged to the thing beneath it. The membrane below swelled outward, ending the contraction. The silver seam closed like a mouth snapping shut. Lottie grabbed the sealed ampoule and shoved it into the carrier vial. "We have it." John stared at the small metal cylinder as though it could not possibly contain the price already paid for it. "Check the seal." The seal is clean. The sample is viable. We have it, Jon. From above came a cry. Not a roar. A human cry. It was Rowan. Jon climbed first. His injured side burned. Lot followed with the case pressed against her chest. When he reached the upper platform, he saw chaos in pieces. Becky braced against a rail, firing at the Guardian's head. Elias dragging a bleeding Ruin away from 3 stored workers. Kara, on one knee near the far support, rifle jammed, knife in hand as a 4th worker crawled toward her. Rowan's left leg was pinned under a torn sheet of platform plating. Blood pooled beneath him in a dark, glossy spread. He had both hands around the barrel of a shotgun, using it as a lever while Elias tried to lift the plating. The sample? Ruin shouted when he saw Jon. We have it, Jon called back. Rowan's face changed. Relief came through the pain like sunlight through smoke. Then stop looking at me like I am the mission. We are not leaving you. You keep saying things like the world is shaped by what you want. It is not. The Guardian swung its horn at Mbeki. He ducked too slowly. The horn clipped his shoulder and sent him skidding across the platform. His rifle clattered away. Kara sprang in, knife flashing, and drove the blade into the torn tissue under the Guardian's jaw. Hot blood sheeted over her arms. The creature shook its head, flinging her against a cable nest. Jon ran too. It was Rowan. He and Elias lifted together. The plating shifted an inch, not enough. Rowan hissed through his teeth and gripped Jon's sleeve. Listen to me, Rowan said. There's a charge pack in my vest. The red trigger, not the yellow. Yellow is for doors. Red is for arguments that have become final. Do not ask that. I am not asking. I am telling you I finally found a job where cowardice would be rude. Elias shook his head hard. You will not make that joke into a farewell. Ruin looked at him with sudden tenderness. I was making farewells into jokes long before you met me. It is the only skill I brought with me besides cheating at cards. The stored workers poured onto the ring. Makey had regained his feet, but his right arm hung useless. Kara fired with Rowan's spare pistol now, every shot buying seconds that vanished as soon as they appeared. Lot seized Jon's shoulder. The stair behind us is tearing loose. If we do not move now, no one carries the sample out. Jon looked at it was Rowan. Rowan's hand tightened. You are a father, Rowan said. That means you know this already. You do not save a child by lying down beside the first body in the road. You carry what can still breathe. You hate yourself later if you must. Later is a luxury. Use it. Jon could not make his mouth form an answer. Rowan shoved the charge pack into Elias's hands. Arm it for me. My fingers are not being diplomatic. Elias stared at him. Please, Rowan said, voice breaking but still more than a single word. Let me choose one useful thing. Elias armed the charge with trembling hands. Mbeki reached them, face gray. He took in the plating, the blood, the flood of creatures, and Rowan's eyes. For a second, the soldier and the young man looked at each other without rank. You hold until we clear the bend, Mbeki said. Rowan nodded. I can be stubborn for that long. You were stubborn the day I found you stealing condensed milk from my supply shed. I maintain that was redistribution. Mbeki placed his good hand on Rowan's shoulder. Then, redistribute hell. They left him because the alternative was to make his choice meaningless. Jon moved because Kara seized the front of his jacket and dragged him backward. Elias stumbled after them, face ruined by grief. Loti clutched the carrier case. Mbeki fired his sidearm with his left hand. They ran toward the next stair bend as the platform behind them filled with stored workers, and the Guardian lowered its head to crush the pinned man who waited beneath it. Rowan's voice rang through the well. Captain, you still owe me for the milk. Mbeki did not turn. Det noted. The red charge detonated. The blast tore the platform open. Fire climbed the cables. Stored workers burst apart in sprays of sap, bone, and black blood. The Guardian's front half vanished into flame. Its rear claws scrabbled once against broken metal, then fell into the seed light below. The shock hit Jon's back and hurled him into the stair rail. The carrier case slammed against Lote's chest, but the seals held. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then the well began to collapse. The explosion had not killed the seed. It had made it angry enough to stop conserving itself. The membrane below swelled. Cables snapped free from the walls. Platforms peeled away and dropped, ringing the shaft with impacts that echoed up from darkness. The stairs shuddered under their boots. Mekki looked at the torn ring where Ruan had been. His jaw flexed once. "Move," he said, and this time the word did not feel like command alone. It felt like tribute. They climbed through heat, smoke, and falling pieces of the old world. They climbed until the well became a furnace beneath them, and the bore above became the only promise left. Jon's lungs burned. His side throbbed with every step. The sample case knocked against Latte's ribs as she ran, each metallic tap louder to him than gunfire, because that sound meant the future had not yet been lost. Behind them, the core well screamed. Metal tore. Stone cracked. The seed sent pulse after pulse through the roots, and each pulse carried a pressure that tried to turn thought into memory, and memory into obedience. Mira called from below. Not as a child this time, as she might have sounded if the years had not been stolen. Older, breathless, almost laughing because she had always laughed when she ran. "Dad, you are going the wrong way. I am down here." Jon gripped the rail until the rust cut his palm. Kara caught his wrist before he turned. "You promised to keep moving," she said. "I hear her older. Then it is using your imagination, now. That means it is running out of facts." The brutal kindness of that sentence saved him. He stepped upward. Mira's voice changed behind him, becoming younger, then Helen, then his own. The voices overlapped until there were only sound. Lotte stumbled ahead of him. Elias caught her before she fell. "I am fine," she said, and then coughed blood into her glove. Jon saw the red on the white fabric. "You are not fine. I am upright, and the case is sealed. Today, that is my definition." McKay brought up the rear, moving with his injured arm pinned against his body. The blast had peppered his cheek with metal flecks. Blood ran down one side of his neck. He had not slowed until the stairwell forked into a service passage that the map called Ventilation Return B. The main route had collapsed under a tangle of cables. Hot vapor blasted through the gap where stairs had been. Elias spread the map against the wall. His hands shook so badly the page rattled. "Return B runs to the old coolant galleries," he said. "From there, an incline tunnel reaches Relay 2, if the relay still exists." "Relay 2 exists," Lotte said. It answered a ping in the archive. Weakly, but it answered. Kara looked back down the stairs. The glow below had grown brighter. "How far?" 2 kilometers of service tunnel, and whatever nightmare has rented it since collapse, Elias replied. "Then we should not be rude to the tenant," Kara said. "We will pass quickly." The line almost sounded like it was Ruan. No one said so. The absence where his voice should have been made the passage feel larger and colder despite the heat. They entered Ventilation Return B. The tunnel had once carried air out of the core facility. Now it carried whispers. The walls were plated with ribbed metal, but roots had threaded through every vent slit. The roots were thin here, silver-white and dry, and they clicked together when the team passed. They were not strong enough to grab. They were sensitive enough to listen. Jon tried to focus on the route. Left, at the broken fan. Down 6 steps. Duck, under the collapsed baffle. Avoid the slick patches where the roots had bled resin. Each task kept the voices at the edge of hearing. Elias moved beside him. Ruan should have had a better death. Everyone should. That is not comfort. I do not have comfort that is not dishonest. Elias looked at him with wet, furious eyes. Then tell me something useful. Tell me whether what he did mattered beyond giving us minutes. Jon wanted to say yes quickly, but the young man deserved more than a reflex. Minutes are not small when extinction is counting. He did not die for an idea, Elias. He died for a chain of events. The sample moves because he held the ring. The signal may go because the sample moves. The counteragent may exist because the signal goes. Nothing that happens after this is separate from him. Elias wiped his face with the heel of his hand. I hate that answer because it helps. I hate it too. Ahead, Lodi stopped so suddenly Kerr nearly walked into her. A row of names covered the tunnel wall. They had not been painted. They had grown. Thin stems had risen from the seams and formed letters in pale leaves, each name written in a different hand. The names were written in harsh living capitals: Mira, Helen, Theo, Amina, Nod, and Ruan, whose fresh leaves unfurled around the letters as though the tunnel had been expecting him. Kara stared at Theo. Jon had heard her speak, the name only twice. Her younger brother, taken by the jungle near the first settlement that had fallen after Cape Town. She had hunted for him until hunger nearly finished what grief had begun. She had joined Jon because his work offered a route into the system that had stolen him. Now Theo's name glowed on a wall under the earth. "It does not have him," Kara said. No one answered. A child's voice came from the ventilation slits. "Kara, I waited." Her face changed in a way Jon could not bear to watch. Her rifle lowered an inch. "Kara," Jon said. "I know." The voice came again, closer. "You said you would come before dark. You said I should hide under the blue tarp. I stayed there until the green rain came through." Kara's breath hitched. Her brother's last hours had been a locked room inside her. The mist had found the door. Mackie lifted his pistol toward the wall, but Jon caught his arm. "A shot may spread spores. Then what do we do?" Kara answered before Jon could. "We walk." She raised her rifle and forced her feet forward. The leaves of Theo's name trembled as she passed. From the slits came a small sob. "Kara, I am cold." She stopped. Jon stepped beside her. "It is a theft. I know that. Knowing does not make it quiet. Nothing has made it quiet for 5 years." The honesty in her voice struck harder than any scream. Jon wanted to touch her, but the tunnel had turned every feeling into a target. He chose words carefully. "When Mira calls, part of me wants to go even while I know it is a lie. That does not mean I believe the lie. It means love still has a living shape. The seed is not making that. It is stealing from what was already good." Kara's eyes shone in the green light. "I hate you for making sense when I want to be ruined. I can stop making sense." "Not yet," Theo's voice whispered again. "You left me." Kara flinched, then looked straight at the letters. "I did not leave you by choice, and I will not let the thing that took you use your mouth to teach me otherwise." The leaves blackened. The name curled in on itself and fell away in dry flakes. All the names along the wall reacted. Helen withered. Mira withered. Amina burned from the edges inward. Juan's new leaves stiffened, then cracked into dust. The tunnel shook with a sound like breath drawn through teeth. "It did not like correction," Lottie said. "Good," Kara replied, but she had to lean on the wall as she said it. They kept moving, and the tunnel punished them for it. The roots in the vent slits began to move faster. Fine tendrils shot out like wires, testing air, cloth, skin. One brushed Elias's cheek and left a red line behind. He sliced it with his knife. More followed. Becky fired once into a ceiling joint, not to kill, but to collapse a sheet of old insulation. The insulation fell in a dusty curtain and slowed the tendrils long enough for the others to duck beneath. At the broken fan, they found the stored animals. They were small at first glance, perhaps dogs once, perhaps antelope young, but the seed had remade them into lean, thorn-limbed things with leaf plates along their backs and translucent jaws. They hung from the fan blades in a sleeping cluster. Their ribs moved without sound. The passage under them was barely wide enough for one person at a time. "Cold light only," Jon whispered. "No muzzle flash unless they wake." "They will wake," Becky said. "Likely, but let them be late." Kara went first again, not because she was fearless, but because she refused to let anyone else carry that role while she could. She crouched under the fan, boots silent on damp concrete. One creature opened an eye, a milky green slit. She froze. It closed again. Load followed with the case. Her breath came shallow and wet. Jon watched her hand tremble near the strap. Halfway under, the case scraped against a fallen bolt. The sound was tiny. The cluster woke as one. Thorn-limbed bodies dropped from the fan. Kara spun and fired 2 suppressed shots, tearing the first apart in midair. The rest hit the floor running. Their jaws opened sideways, showing teeth like clear glass. One slammed into Lottie's back and knocked her down. The case skidded under the fan. Jon drove his boot into the creature's ribs. It folded around the impact and snapped at his leg. Elias stabbed through its throat, pinning it to the floor. Blood sprayed across his sleeves in bright arterial bursts. The creature kept biting until Mbeki crushed its skull under his heel. Kara grabs the case and rolled away as another animal leapt at her face. She met it with her knife. The blade entered under its jaw and came out through the top of its head. Hot blood ran down her hand. She shoved the body aside and threw the case to Lotte. "Run," she said. The tunnel became a blur of teeth, thorns, gun smoke, and footfalls. Jon fired until his pistol clicked empty. Elias smashed one creature against the wall with the dead slate, which finally broke into glittering pieces. Becky moved like a man built from damage and duty, killing with pistol, boot, and shoulder despite the useless right arm. Lotte clutched the sample case and ran with a limp that worsened by the minute. They reached the 6 steps, tumbled down them, and slammed a service grate shut behind them. The thorn creatures crashed against the grate. Clear teeth snapped through gaps. Kara jammed a metal rod through the latch. Becky kicked a fallen pipe into place as a brace. For the moment, the grate held. Lot slid to the floor. Jon knelt beside her. "Let me see." "Not now." "Do not say that to a man who spent 5 years losing people after they said, 'Not now.'" She opened her coat. The creature's claws had torn through the fabric and left 4 deep gashes across her side. Blood soaked her shirt and darkened the strap of the carrier case. Jon pressed a field pad against the injury. Lotte sucked in a breath but did not cry out. "It missed the lung," Jon said. "I think." "You think. I am an honest doctor under poor lighting." Her mouth twitched. "Then be honest faster." He wrapped the pad tight. It would not be enough for long, but it might be enough for the relay. Their lies had narrowed to enough repeated over and over until the word lost shame. Elias crouched beside her, face streaked with blood that was not all his. "We should rest." "We should reach relay 2, Lotte said. "If I die before transmitting the sample data, I will haunt every one of you with peer review comments." "That is the cruelest threat made in this tunnel," Elias said. But Becky leaned against the wall, breathing through clenched teeth. "How far?" Elias picked up the map, now spotted red. "Coolant gallery, then incline. Maybe 20 minutes if nothing else wants us." Kara looked through the grate at the snapping animals. "Everything wants us." Jon tied off Lotte's bandage and looked at the carrier case. The seal indicator remained green. The sample lived. Rowan did not. Amina did not. Nod did not. Countless names on the wall did not. Jon felt the chain Elias had demanded he explain, every link slick with blood. He wondered how many links a person could carry before he stopped being a person and became only a handle for the next hand to grip. Kara crouched beside him while the others gathered themselves. "You are drifting," she said softly. "I am here. Your body is." The rest of you was counting ghosts. He looked at her hand, still stained from the Guardian. "I keep thinking there will be a number that makes the sample not worth it." "There is. We just do not know if we passed it yesterday or will pass it tomorrow. That is why someone has to carry it anyway." "That sounds like something I would say." "I know." It annoyed me as soon as I heard it. The tender edge beneath the words nearly undid him. He wanted another life in which the warmth between them could be given time instead of stolen between attacks. He wanted to tell her that wanting itself felt like betrayal beside Helen's memory. He wanted to tell her that Helen would have hated that thought because she had loved life too fiercely to make a shrine of absence. The tunnel gave them no room for all that. Kara gave him a smaller truth. "When this is over, if there is any over left, we will talk without running." Nod nodded. "I would like that." "Then stay alive rudely. I will try to be offensive about it." Behind the grate, the thorn animals suddenly stopped biting. They backed away from the metal in a single coordinated motion. Their heads turned toward the ceiling. The roots in the vent slits went still as the Becky straightened. "That is worse." A low tone moved through the tunnel. The seed had stopped calling with stolen voices. Now it called to its own. Far ahead, in the direction of Relay 2, something answered with a long metallic groan. Lotte pushed herself upright, pale and sweating. If it takes the relay before us, the Amazon team will never know what we found. Jon lifted the carrier case and handed it back to her because she had not given him permission to make her less necessary. Then we reach it first. They forced the brace loose, opened the grate just enough to slip through, and entered the coolant gallery at a run. The gallery was a long concrete artery lined with dead pipes and old heat exchangers. Cold water once moved there. Now silver roots filled the pipe mouths, drinking condensation and humming with signal. Frosts clung in strips along the floor where ancient coolant still leaked from cracked tanks. The seed disliked the cold but had learned to use the edges around it. Its roots ran just above the frost, never touching, close enough to watch. Halfway through the gallery, the floor changed. It softened under Jon's boots. He looked down and saw faces beneath the translucent film. They were not whole faces, only impressions, cheekbones, mouths, closed eyes, hands pressed upward from under a layer of living gel. The names from the tunnel had not been the only record. The seed kept patterns in flesh and plant. Memory stored as pressure, grief stored as shape. Elias gagged and turned away. Kara stopped at one face near the wall. It was too blurred to identify, but something in the line of the jaw caught her. Jon saw the danger and stepped beside her. "Do not give it your full attention," he said. "I am not." "You are." She clenched her teeth. "Then help me stop." He took her hand. She held on hard enough to hurt, and together they walked over the soft floor while the faces beneath them opened their mouths in silent appeal. It was the cruelest corridor yet, because no weapon could answer it. The only defense was refusal. At the far end, Relay 2 waited behind a steel blast door warped by root pressure. The door had no power. Becky set his shoulder against the manual wheel, but his injured arm failed him. He growled in pain and tried again. "Let me," Kara said. "It needs 2 hands and stupidity," Becky replied. "You have only the hands. I have plenty of stupidity when cornered." Elias stepped in without speaking. He and Kara took the wheel together. Jon joined them. The wheel turned 1 inch, then another. The roots around the frame tightened. Lotte, leaning against the wall, opened a small bottle from her kit and poured clear reagent onto the root cluster. The roots hissed and shrank. The wheel spun free. The door opened into stale air and darkness. Relay 2 was still alive. Barely, but alive. Relay 2 occupied a chamber built at the edge of the old crater control system, a room the size of a small chapel filled with radio racks, cracked monitors, and a central dish assembly aimed through a vertical shaft toward the surface. The shaft had once been clear. Now roots crossed it in layers, but the dish still turned by tiny increments, stubborn as an old animal refusing to die. Emergency batteries blinked in a cabinet along the wall. A green status light flickered beside a label that read, "External Burst Link." Lodi looked at the light and laughed once under her breath. The sound was almost a sob. "It held," she said. "The ugly little miracle held." Elias shut the door behind them and set a bar through the inner brackets. The blast door thudded as something struck it from the gallery side. Dust jumped from the hinges. "Miracle should hurry," he said. Jon helped Lotte to the central console. Her blood had soaked through the bandage. Her face had taken on a waxen look that frightened him more than the attacks outside. She set the carrier case on the console with reverent care and opened it. The ampoule sat inside its cradle, dark metal sweating condensation. "I need power to the analyzer," she said. Then the burst array. Then the old satellite handshake. "The Amazon frequency is in the notes. If their team is still alive, they will hear the packet. If they are not, we still send it until the batteries die." Mbeki checked his pistol magazine. "How long to transmit?" "To send the data, 6 minutes. To receive confirmation, unknown. To send the full reaction profile, 12 minutes. The blast door shook again. Kara looked at the hinges. "We may have 6. We do not have 12. "Then I send the bones first and the organs, if time behaves," Lodi said. Jon connected the analyzer leads with hands that wanted to tremble. He forced them steady. Lotte slid the ampoule into the cradle. The machine whined, coughed, and came awake one grudging light at a time. Data crawled across the cracked monitor. Spectrographic lines, protein signatures, alien organelle clusters. The meteor seed's core tissue rendered into numbers human minds could carry. Outside, the tunnel filled with movement. Not scratching. Not random impact. Organized pressure along the door, root, and body testing the frame. The seed had learned their barricades. It no longer wasted fury. It applied force where history said metal was weak. Becky took position 10 feet from the door. Elias, left side. Kara, right. Jon, after the data starts, you help Lotte. If the door opens, do not come to us unless the case is moving with you. I am tired of orders that make sense, Elias said. I am tired of giving them. We both suffer. Lot typed with 2 fingers, jaw clenched against pain. The relay accepted the first file. The old dish overhead turned another fraction, grinding against roots. Through the shaft, far above, a thin blade of pre-dawn gray appeared between leaves. Burst link ready, Lotte said. Jon, read me the Amazon call string. He opened the waterproof notes. AMZ 7. Research Enclave Santorim. Repeat packet on 30-second interval. Authentication phrase green fire, remembers rain. Kara glanced back. That is dramatic for scientists. Scientists become poets when paperwork dies, Jon said. Lasse entered the phrase. The monitor flashed amber. Then green. The cracked monitor displayed transmitting. No one spoke for the first minute. The door groaned. The analyzer hummed. The dish fought roots in the shaft. Jon watched the progress bar creep forward and hated how small progress looked when measured against claws at the door. A voice came to the relay speaker in a hiss of static. Cape node, identify. Lotte froze. Jon leaned over the console. Santorim, this is Jon Voss transmitting from Karoo core relay. We have original seed tissue data and catalytic sample profile. Authentication phrase sent. Confirm reception. Static surged. The voice returned, distant but human. A woman's voice, hoarse with disbelief. Voss, is this Dr. Jon Voss? Yes. Confirm reception. This is Dr. Aneka Rao, Santorim Enclave. We thought the southern arrays were dead. They are mostly dead. We are not far behind them. Confirm reception. A pause followed, full of digital stutter. Packet 1 received. Spectral data incomplete. Continue burst. Lotte closed her eyes for 1 second, then opened them and typed faster. The blast door bent inward at the center. Kara raised her rifle. Becky's pistol tracked the seam. Elias gripped a fire axe he had taken from the wall. Packet 2 transmitting, Lotte said. Rao's voice returned. Your sample profile shows original terraforming seed tissue, not surface mist. This can unlock the inhibitor. We need the physical catalyst if possible, but the data alone may let us synthesize a partial counteragent. Partial is not enough, Jon said. The nodes adapt. Surface inhibitors fail. The core has to be forced into systemic contraction. Another impact hit the door. The bar bent. We reached the same conclusion, Rao said. Our formula needs a live core catalyst, heat shock, and delivery into the seed's main membrane during a global expenditure event. Do you have the catalyst? Jon looked at the carrier case. Yes. The room went quiet in a way that had nothing to do with silence. Rao spoke carefully. Then you may be closer than anyone alive to ending this. The catalyst cannot be stored long. It will decay or grow. You have days, not weeks. Lotte stared at the ampoule readings. How many days? 4 if kept cold. Less if the seed can signal through it. Jon's stomach tightened. Can it? We do not know. Treat it like a captive animal pretending to be a medicine. Kara looked over her shoulder at him. That sounds familiar. Rao continued. We are sending the inhibitor recipe and thermal trigger sequence. You must inject the prepared agent into the core membrane, not a branch node. A branch will only burn local tissue and teach it again. The original crater is the only place to force cascade failure. We are already at the crater, Jon said. Then God help you move faster than we did. The transmission distorted. Lotte cursed under her breath and adjusted the dish control. The root layer in the shaft tightened, blocking the gray slit of sky. Signal strength fell. Dish is choking, she said. I need the shaft cleared. Makey looked up. The shaft climbed 40 feet through the roof, crossed by roots thick as wrists. A maintenance ladder ran along one side. I can cut them, Kara said. You cover the door, Mbeki replied. Your rifle still has range. My pistol has argument left, and my arm is already useless for polite tasks. Jon understood before the others did. Captain, no. Mbeki did not look at him. The shaft needs clearing. The door needs holding. I can do one useful thing badly or two useful things for a shorter time. I choose the latter. You are hurt. Everyone in this room is hurt. Some of us simply make less conversation about it. He handed his remaining ammunition to Kara, kept 2 magazines, and moved to the ladder. Elias stepped in front of him. Ruan paid already, Elias said. You do not have to follow him. Becky's face hardened, then softened in a way Jon had never seen. I am not following him. I am making sure his payment clears. Elias could not answer. Makey climbed. The door burst inward before he reached the first root layer. Kara fired into the opening. The first stored worker folded backward. The second came over it, arms split into branching blades. Elias swung the axe and severed one limb. Green-black blood sprayed across his face. He swung again, screaming now, not from fear alone, but from every loss he had held behind his teeth. The blade bit into the creature's neck. Kara shot it through the eye and shoved Elias back before the body fell on him. Jon stayed at the console because leaving would have betrayed everyone at the door. His world narrowed to Lotte's hands, the progress indicator, and Rao's broken voice. Packet 3 received, Rao said. Scenting inhibitor procedure now. You need silver binding salts, formal thermal shock, and a carrier base with living catalyst. If you lack binding salts, use old battery silver from pre-collapse relay cells, but purify the residue. Do not use copper. Copper accelerates growth. We have relay batteries, Lotte said. We can strip them. Her voice slurred on the last word. Jon caught her shoulder. Stay with me. I am at the console, Jon. Stop saying obvious things with tragic eyes. Your bleeding is worse. Then type faster. He did. The recipe file began downloading. Every second stretched. Above, Mbeki hacked at roots with a short machete, his injured arm tied to his chest, boots braced on ladder rungs. Sap rained down on him. It smoked where it touched his face. He did not stop. Light widened in the shaft. The dish turned another degree. Signal strength climbed. At the door, Kara and Elias fell back step by step. Stored workers crawled over the threshold in torn clusters. Thorn animals slipped between their legs. Kara fired until her rifle ran dry, then drew Ruan's pistol. Elias swung the axe with less skill than rage, cutting tendons, roots, fingers, anything that reached for the case. One thorn animal leapt past them toward Lotte. Jon kicked a chair into its path. The animal hit the chair, rolled, and sprang again. He grabbed a broken rack rail and met it midair. The impact drove him backward into the console. Teeth snapped inches from his throat. Its claws raked his coat. He jammed the rail through its mouth and into the floor. Lotte, pale as paper, reached for a screwdriver and drove it into the creature's ear canal. It spasmed once and went still. You should have been resting, Jon said breathlessly. You should have been more impressive with the chair. The absurdity dragged a laugh from him that nearly turned into grief. The download hit 70%. Then the speaker changed. Rao's voice cut out. Mira's voice replaced it. Dad, I am not a trick this time. The room seemed to tilt. Jon's hand stopped over the keyboard. The voice continued, older again, almost grown. Some part of us remains in it. Patterns and echoes. You know that now. The faces under the floor, the names, the stored workers. What if I am an echo that wants to come home? Kara shot a creature at the door and shouted without looking back. Jon, that is bait. What if bait is made from something real? Mira's voice asked. Does that make leaving easier? Jon's eyes filled despite everything. The seed had learned the better attack, not a lie that could be dismissed, but a possibility that hurt because science could not entirely disprove it. Patterns could exist. Echoes could exist. Human continuity could be reduced to forms in tissue and signal. A copy could suffer. A copy could plead. Lottie gripped his wrist with bloody fingers. "John, the living need your hands." Mir whispered, "I am living in here." John looked at the progress bar. 81%. He closed his eyes. For 1 second, he let himself love the voice. Then he opened them and chose the child who might never be born if he failed, the settlements that had not yet fallen, the strangers who would never know his name. Choosing them did not mean he loved Mira less. It meant love had to travel forward or become another trap. "You are made from what I lost," he said to the speaker. "You are not the one I lost." The voice broke into static. The download resumed. In the shaft, Mbeki severed the last root layer. Dawn light stabbed down through the opening, pale and cold. The dish locked on. "Procedure received," Rao's true voice said. "Voss, listen carefully. Once you prepare the inhibitor, the seed will sense it. It will pull every local defender to the core. You cannot fight through that twice. You will need a diversion large enough to force network expenditure. Burn a node, break a relay, or make it believe the catalyst is escaping." Kara looked at the carrier case. John saw the thought, before she hit it. "Do not," he said. She turned back to the door. "I did not speak. You did not need to." Rao continued. "We are sending global timing estimates. Several nodes are already unstable after your Table Mountain strike. If you force the crater during the next dawn cycle, cascade odds improve. Miss that cycle, and the seed may harden the membrane for months." "How long until dawn cycle?" Lotte asked. "Local dawn plus 1 day. Maybe 30 hours. Less if the crater system is already contracting." John looked at the ruined room, the failing team, the carrier case, the door packed with bodies. 30 hours might as well have been a lifetime. The blast door frame tore completely free. A mass of roots punched into the room, not in tendrils this time, but braided cables with hooked thorns. One wrapped Elias around the waist and lifted him from the floor. He screamed and hacked at it with the axe. Kara fired twice, severing one strand, but 3 more snapped around his legs. John ran for him. Elias looked at the carrier case on the console, then at John, and his expression changed from terror to decision. "No," John shouted. "Do not you dare learn from it was Rowan." Elias slammed the axe head into the root around his own waist, not cutting free but pinning it to the floor for 1 precious second. "I learned from all of you, which was clearly dangerous." The roots yanked him toward the door. He grabbed a loose cable from the relay rack and wrapped it around his wrist. Sparks leapt from the exposed end. Lotte understood. "That cable feeds the dish motor." "Then tell it thank you," Elias said. The roots pulled him through the doorway. As he disappeared, he jammed the live cable into the wet mass outside. Blue-white light exploded in the hall. The root braid convulsed. Stored workers shrieked. The entire relay system surged, lights blazing bright enough to blind. Elias's scream merged with the electrical roar and then vanished. The dish motor died. But the transmission had completed. For 3 stunned seconds, no one moved. Rao's voice came through one last time, thin and fading. Data received. Procedure sent. Voss, if you can hear this, you have 1 chance. Prepare the inhibitor. Deliver at core membrane. Do not preserve the seed. Do not negotiate. It is a gardener, not a judge. It will turn every plea into soil. The relay went dark. Emergency lights failed one by one. Above, Mbeki descended the ladder too fast, slipped near the bottom, and landed hard on the floor. He struggled to rise. Kara helped him up. For a moment, there were only 4 of them breathing in the dead relay: John, Kara, Lotte, and Mbeki. Then the roots outside began to withdraw. That frightened John more than another attack would have. "Why are they leaving?" Lotte whispered. The answer came from the shaft overhead. The dawn slit darkened as something enormous passed across it. Not a bird, not a canopy shift, but a body moving with purpose. Outside the relay, the crater basin had awakened. Becky checked the door. The hall was choked with dead and burned tissue, but a narrow path remained. We move now. To where? Lotte asked. Jon lifted the relay battery cabinet open. Inside, silvered cells sat in cracked rows. Binding salts. Carrier metals. Enough for a desperate synthesis if they could find cold, heat, and time. We strip the batteries, he said. We take what Rao sent. We get out of the relay and find a place to prepare the inhibitor before the next dawn cycle. Kara looked toward the passage. The seed will hunt the carrier. Yes. Then it needs to think the carrier went one way while the real sample goes another. Jon's throat tightened. Kara. You heard Rao. A diversion large enough to force expenditure. No. That is not a plan. That is a refusal. Then I refuse with conviction. Lottie closed the carrier case with shaking hands. Argue while walking. It will kill us if we stay poetic in a dead radio room. They stripped the battery cells, packed the silvered plates, copied the procedure onto 2 waterproof sheets, and moved into the burned hall. Elias was gone. Not dead in any visible way, which was worse. The roots had taken him into the gallery. Only the axe remained, fused to the floor by melted sap. Mbeki paused beside it. He did not touch it. Det noted, he said, the same words he had given Ruan, now heavier. They pushed through the hall and into an emergency incline that led toward the basin rim. Dawn had grown stronger above. The seed's local tissue recoiled from the cold edge of morning, but only slightly. It was adapting even to that. The incline opened onto a cracked service road under a sky the color of ash. The crater stretched below them, impossibly vast, filled with green vapor and moving canopy. At its center, the core vent pulsed under layers of living armor. Around the rim, guardians moved in herds, drawn by the theft, the transmission, the deaths, and the tiny sealed cylinder in Lotte's case. For one fragile moment, no defender saw them. Then the carrier case chirped. The seal indicator shifted from green to amber. Jon grabbed it. The ampoule inside trembled. The catalyst had heard the seed calling back. From the basin below, every guardian lifted its head. Kara looked at Jon with a calm that made him afraid. Give me the empty case, she said. No. Put the ampoule in your inner pack. Wrap it cold. Give me the case with a heat cell and a little of the reagent smell. It will follow me. It may not. It will. This thing understands desire better than truth. Make the case look desired. Becky stared at her. I can carry the decoy. You can barely lift your pistol. Do not insult me by pretending otherwise. I have been insulted by better. Then live to complain about it. Lotte's eyes filled. Kara, a decoy runner will not outrun the basin. I do not need to outrun it forever. I need to pull it long enough for Jon to get the real catalyst into hiding. Jon stepped between her and the road. We find another diversion. There is no other one large enough. You know that. You hate it because this time the person saying it is not Rowan, not Elias, not a soldier you can file under duty. It is me. The cruelty of her accuracy left him silent. She softened then. She touched his face with fingers still stained from the core well. We said we would talk without running. I am changing the terms. We talk now while running begins. I cannot lose you too. You are not losing me like a dropped tool. I am choosing where to stand. There is a difference and you have to respect it, or everything we said about consent was just pretty noise. He flinched because she was right. Below, the guardians began to move up the basin road. Kara continued, voice low and fierce. Theo is gone. Ymira is gone. Helen is gone. Ruan and Elias are gone. I am not them. Do not make my life a memorial before it is finished. Then do not make it finished. I will make it useful. I will try to make it survivable. Those are the promises I can control. His own words from the well came back to him, sharpened in her mouth. The honest promise. The one that did not lie to grief. He took the carrier case from Lotte. His hands moved with a precision that felt monstrous. He removed the ampoule, wrapped it in cooling cloth, and placed it inside his inner pack. Lotte added 2 coolant capsules and sealed the pack lining. Becky loaded the empty carrier case with a cracked heat cell, a smear of reagent, and a small sensor loop that would mimic the ampoule signal for minutes if the seed was furious enough to believe it. Kara took the decoy case. The basin road shook under the first Guardian's weight. Jon caught Kara's hand before she stepped away. He did not care that Mbeki and Lode saw. He did not care that the world had become teeth and fog and impossible choices. He kissed her, not gently enough for peacetime, not desperately enough to make it a farewell, but with all the words the tunnel had stolen from them. She kissed him back for one fierce second, then pressed her forehead to his. "Stay alive rudely," she whispered. "Come back offensively," he said. She almost smiled. "That is terrible. You started it." She pulled away and ran down the service road in the wrong direction, holding the decoy case high enough for every awakened thing in the crater to want it. The seed believed desire. The basin turned toward her. Guardians roared. Vines surged. The green vapor bent like weather in pursuit. Kara fired as she ran, not to kill but to enrage. She struck a growth node on a roadside pillar. It burst in a spray of luminous sap. The roar from below deepened. More defenders broke from the central road and chased her toward the ruined observatory spur. Jon, Lot, and Mbeki ran the other way. Every step away from Kara felt like betrayal, wearing the mask of strategy. Jon heard gunfire behind him. He heard a Guardian scream. He heard Kara shout something he could not make out. He did not turn because turning would slow the ampoule, and the ampoule was now every maim they had carried. They reached a drainage cut beyond the service road and slid down into shadow. McKean nearly fell. Jon caught him with one arm and Lot with the other. They crawled through a culvert slick with moss and old rain, putting stone between themselves and the basin. Behind them, the chase rose toward the observatory. Then came the sound Jon had feared, the heavy, electric crack of a Guardian horn striking metal, followed by Kara's cry. He stopped dead in the culvert. Lodi grabbed his pack straps. "No, she is alive. For this second." She bought the second. "Do not spend it backward." The words were unforgivable and true. Another crash shook dust from the culvert roof. Then a burst of gunfire, 3 shots, 2, 1. Silence followed. Not full silence. The basin still roared. Vines still thrashed. Guardians still moved. But Kara's rifle no longer answered. Jon pressed his fist against the stone until pain cleared his sight. Mbeki's voice came from ahead, ragged. "Doctor, carry the war. Grieve when it cannot hear you." Jon moved forward. They emerged from the culvert into a dry wash beyond the crater rim. The sky had brightened to a hard, pale morning. Far behind them, green vapor climbed around the observatory spur, and something horned dragged a small, dark figure into the living canopy. Jon did not know whether Kara was dead. The uncertainty was a hook the seed could use forever. He turned away before it set fully into him. Lot stumbled after another 100 yards. This time, she did not get up. Jon and Mbeki carried her beneath a shelf of cold rock where frost still clung from the night's desert chill. Jon checked her bandage. Blood had soaked through every layer. Her pulse fluttered. "Do not make that face," she said. "I only have this face left. Then improve your inventory." Mbeki lowered himself against the rock, breathing with difficulty. "Can she travel?" Jon looked at the wash ahead, the open desert, the crater behind, the pack against his chest holding the live catalyst. He looked at Lode, who had sent the data that made the catalyst more than a trophy. Lot answered for him. "Not far? We can rest," Jon said. "We can prepare," she corrected. Rao sent the procedure. "You need silver binding salts. You need heat shock. You need the carrier base. You have all 3 if you stop looking at me like I am a door that closed. I will not leave you here. You may not have to. I am too stubborn to die while your technique remains questionable." The attempt at humor failed. Her eyes drifted toward the crater. Kara pulled them far. "She may have given you the only quiet you get. Use it." Jon opened the pack and removed the wrapped ampoule. It pulsed faintly against the cooling cloth. Inside the metal, the catalyst stirred as if listening. Mbeki took first watch at the edge of the rock shelf. Lot talked John through the purification steps in a fading voice. They scraped silver from the relay plates, crushed it with sterile grit, washed it through old filter cloth, and mixed it with the base from her kit. John worked because work was the only bridge left over the drop inside him. Every motion held a name. Ruin in the charge fire. Elias in the electrical. Kara running with a decoy case. Lot bleeding under cold rock. Becky standing guard, though his body had every right to quit. The mixture turned cloudy, then clear, then pale green. Loti smiled faintly. That is right. Ugly, but right. How will I know when it is ready? When the catalyst stops fighting the carrier and starts teaching it, the color will go almost black. Then you heat shock it and pray, if you have any vocabulary left for that. Science can describe prayer, John said softly. It cannot make prayer less ugly, she replied, echoing herself from the archive. For a while, the only sounds were wind and the far angry movement of the crater. Then the radio in John's pack crackled. He snatched it up. Static rolled out, followed by a burst tone in Rao's voice, weak but clear enough. Karoo relay, this is Santarem on repeat. Voss receives, acknowledge. We have your data. We are broadcasting synthesis corrections on loop. Delivery must occur at next dawn contraction. The seed will harden afterward. Repeat, next dawn contraction. John pressed the transmit key. Santarem. Voss receiving. We have catalyst. Team reduced. Preparing inhibitor. Static swallowed half the reply. Voss, listen. Our models changed after your packet. The inhibitor may not kill all growth. It will sever command cohesion. Local jungle collapse will follow. Some adapted life may survive without network signal. Do not wait for a clean Earth. There will not be one. John looked across the wash. Even here beyond the basin, tiny green shoots pushed through cracked earth. The world would not return to what it had been. Maybe it never had. The goal was no longer restoration. It was liberation from a gardener that mistook every living thing for clay. Understood, he said. Rao's voice softened. You have done the impossible part. Survive the necessary one. The radio fell back into static. John lowered it. Lade had closed her eyes. Lotte, he said. She opened them with effort. Do not sound so tragic. I invite you. About what? About naming the inhibitor. Every decent paper needs a name. You are naming it now? If I do not, you will call it Compound 4 or some other emotional crime. Becky turned from the watch with the ghost of a smile. She has you there. Lottie breathed shallowly, considering with theatrical seriousness despite the blood under her. Verdict sounds too proud. Mercy sounds too soft. Reckoning sounds like what the world is already doing. John looked at the darkening mixture in the vial. Verdant reckoning. She opened one eye. Obvious but acceptable. The vial turned almost black. The catalyst had taken hold. A roar rose from the crater, deeper than the rest. The seed had discovered the decoy. John felt it through the rock, not just anger, but recalculation. The basin would turn again. It would look for the real theft. It would look for him. Mbeki, check the horizon. We have company coming from the East Wash. Smaller shapes. Fast. Lotte struggled to sit. John tried to stop her, and she glared until he helped instead. She pressed the procedure sheets into his hand. You know the steps, she said. Heat shock before ejection. Direct membrane contact. Do not let it aerosolize. Do not spill it on yourself unless your plan is to become a cautionary tale with poor posture. You can tell me again while we move. She looked at him, and the last of the jokes left her face. John, listen to me. He hated the gentleness more than warning. Meki limped to them and handed John his pistol. Take it. I slow you both. Not you too, John said. Not me too. Me now. There is a difference. The fast shapes appeared along the wash, thorn animals, dozens running low through dust. Behind them, vine cables dragged themselves over the ridge, like snakes made from hunger. Becky put his good hand on John's shoulder. I can hold the shelf for minutes. You need minutes. I am tired, doctor. Let an old soldier spend what remains in a currency he understands. Jon looked from him to Lot. Lottie's hand closed over his. "Carry it. I cannot keep being the one who leaves." "You are not leaving," she said. "You are delivering. Stop confusing motion with abandonment." The thorn animals reached the lower rocks. Becky fired Jon's spare pistol once, then twice, dropping the first two cleanly. "Go now." Lot held the vial of Verdant Reckoning out to Jon. Her fingers shook, but her eyes were steady. For Ruan, who bought minutes. For Elias, who bought signal. For Kara, who bought distance. For everyone whose name it tried to keep. Jon took the vial. He wanted to say he would come back. He wanted to say they would all see the end. He had no right to spend lies on people who had paid so much for truth. "I will make it count," he said. Becky nodded. Lottie closed her eyes in acceptance or exhaustion. He could not tell. Jon ran. Behind him, gunfire cracked under the rock shelf. Becky shouted orders to an army that was no longer there. Lottie's voice rose once, sharp and commanding, telling him to keep the vial cold, even as the wash filled with attacking bodies. Jon ran until tears blurred the desert, and breath tore at his chest. He ran with the black vial against his heart, and the dawn deadline ahead. By midday, he was alone in the Karoo scrub beyond the crater rim. By sunset, the radio was silent. By nightfall, the mist began speaking with Kara's voice. It did not ask him to turn back. It told him she was still alive. That was worse. Jon walked under a sky veiled in green stars, carrying the only weapon that might free the world and the one uncertainty that could still break him before he used it. By midnight, Jon understood that the mist had changed its method. It did not crowd his path with walls anymore. It did not throw beasts at him in a blind rush, as it had done at the rock shelf where Mbeki and Lottie had made their stand. It cleared narrow ways through the scrub, opened gaps in the thorn growth, and let him see the crater under the green stars as if the whole basin had turned into a corridor built for one exhausted man. That mercy frightened him more than pursuit. He walked with the vial packed inside the cooling sleeve against his chest. Every hour he stopped, checked the seal, checked the blackness of the inhibitor, and forced his shaking hands to obey the procedure Lottie had written in her cramped, stubborn script. Heat shock before delivery. Direct membrane contact. Do not release into open air. The words had become a prayer that could survive in the mouth of a man who had outlived most of his gods. Kara's voice came from the fog at his left. It moved with him, neither near nor far, soft enough to sound real and patient enough to sound cruel. "You always leave people behind, Jon. You call it duty when you need the word to hurt less." He tightened his grip on the rifle Kara had taken from Salt Mile and later forced back into his hands when she gave him the decoy case. He did not answer at first. Speech wasted moisture. Speech made the impossible feel invited. He kept walking until a low green flame spread across the stones ahead and shaped itself into the outline of a woman. It was not Kara, not truly. The height was right, the shoulders were right, and the tilt of the head had been stolen with obscene care. Her hair moved as if stirred by wind, though the air around Jon hung still. The face was almost hers. The mistakes were small enough to hurt, the mouth a little too smooth, the eyes too reflective, the expression holding no fatigue where Kara always carried her history, like another weapon. "She ran for you," the false Kara said. "She screamed when they took her. She is not dead. You can hear the truth of that if you stop pretending you are made of stone." Jon set his back against a slab of shale and drew a breath through the filter mask. The device rasped. Its cartridge had begun to fail. Green vapor gathered in faint strands beyond the visor. "You know her voice," he said. "That does not mean you know her." The false Kara smiled. "I know what she wanted and what you were too afraid to touch. I know how her hand stayed near yours when the cold came into the archive. I know she looked at you as if grief could become a country worth crossing. I know you waited because you thought love was theft from the dead." That struck cleanly enough to stop him. Helen's face rose in memory, not as the mist showed her, not as fever had once shaped her in ruined windows, but as she had been before the sky turned green. She had laughed with flour on her cheek in a kitchen with broken tiles. She had cursed the old kettle, kissed Mira's hair, and told Jon that his worst habit was mistaking silence for strength. He had loved her. He still loved her. The world had not asked his permission before adding more pain, and it had not asked before leaving room for one fragile thread of warmth beside it. The false Kara stepped closer, bare feet touching dust without disturbing it. "Come back to the shelf. Give me the vial. I can return them. Not as they were, perhaps. Nothing returns clean. But I can keep them. I can keep all of you." Jon gave a dry laugh that scraped his throat raw. "That is the first honest thing you have said. Keeping is all you understand." The image flickered. For an instant, the face changed, and Kara was there with dirt across her cheek, fury in her eyes, and blood at the corner of her mouth. Her wrists were wrapped in pale vine fiber. Behind her, something like a cage pulsed with green light. "Jon," she said, and the voice was different. He took one step without meaning to. The image snapped back into the smooth imitation. "She will last until dawn. Maybe longer, if you obey. Deceit has studied mercy from you. It is learning." Jon lifted the rifle and aimed at the illusion's chest. The seed learned hunger and called it mercy. That is not the same lesson. He fired. The green figure burst into wet sparks that pattered across the dust like luminous rain. In the silence after the shot, the crater answered with a low pulse that pressed against his bones. Every plant in the wash turned its leaves toward him. Then the chase began again. Thorn animals poured from the scrub, smaller than the monsters in the core basin, but faster, their bodies built low and sleek, with hooked plates along the spine. Jon ran before his mind finished naming them. A man his age, carrying starvation, grief, and fever, should not have had strength left for speed. Terror lent him what dignity could not. He scrambled through a dry stream bed, slid under a fallen root arch, and fired twice behind him without looking. One animal shrieked. The others kept coming. A vine cable snapped past his ear and struck the rock ahead hard enough to split stone chips into the air. He threw himself sideways. Pain flashed through his hip, but he rolled, came up on one knee, and kept moving. The vial slammed against his chest. He slapped a hand over it, as if the pressure of his palm could protect the only future left. The ground dipped into a field of old vehicles half swallowed by growth. Desert tours, military haulers, fuel trucks, and family cars lay tangled in the scrub where people had once tried to flee the first bright bloom from the crater. Their glass had turned opaque. Their rubber had melted into black ribbons. Vines threaded through steering columns and rib cages with equal indifference. Jon crawled into the shell of a bus and dragged a rusted panel behind him. The thorn animals hit the outside a breath later. Claws tore along the metal. Their teeth clicked in the gaps. He held the panel with both boots braced, shoulders burning, while his lungs fought the dying filter. A radio crackle snapped against his ribs. He jerked the handset free. "Voss," he whispered. Static rolled long enough to make him think the set had failed. Then a voice came through, weak but human. "Jon, this is Kara. Do not trust the open paths. It is hurting you." His throat closed. "Kara, confirm something only you know." A bitter laugh cut through the static. "You grind your teeth when you lie. You think nobody sees it. I saw it in Salt Mile when you told those children the road would be safer by morning. It was not, and you hated yourself all day." He closed his eyes once, hard. "Where are you?" "Inside a feeder cage on the western lip." It dragged the decoy back toward the rim and did not notice me cut one hand free. "I have a stolen transmitter and no graceful plan." "Can you move?" "Not far. There are roots through the cage bars, and one of them keeps tasting the air like it knows I am expensive. Listen to me. The central membrane is not at the lowest point. It is on the inner west face above the old impact glass. The seed pulls fluid up there at dawn. That is your contact point." Jon looked through the cracked bus window. The crater's western lip rose as a black curve against the green sky. "That is near you, near enough that I can make trouble. Kara, I am coming for you. You are going to the membrane first. I have left too many people. Then stop making leaving about your guilt and make it about my choice. I ran with the decoy because I decided the world was worth more than my fear. Do not take that from me by arriving late with noble eyes and a useless apology. The thorn animals battered the bus again. The panel buckled inward. Jon pulled a flare from his belt, struck it alive, and shoved it through a gap. White fire hissed against green skin. The creatures recoiled with angry cries. "I can reach both," he said. "That sounds like a lie with better boots." "Maybe." Her voice softened, and that gentleness did more damage than the creatures outside. "Jon, if you can reach me after, reach me. If you cannot, finish it. Promise me without decorating it." He pressed his forehead against the cold rifle stock. "I promise I will finish it. I promise I will try, for you two." That is the best honest answer I expected. Dawn is close. Move west through the dead convoy. The seed avoids old fuel spills. Something in the soil irritates its feeder roots. How do you know that? Because it dragged me through one and screams through every leaf. I pay attention when kidnapped by intelligent gardening disasters. Despite everything, Jon smiled. The expression felt foreign on his face. "Stay alive, Kara." That was already my plan. Try not to ruin it. The signal faded. Jon kicked the buckled panel outward, fired into the nearest animal, and ran through the dead convoy with the flare held low. The convoy held its own museum of last attempts. A child's shoe lay fused to a mat of pale moss. A wedding photograph, sealed behind cracked plastic, showed two people laughing beneath a sky that had still belonged to them. Jon forced himself not to look too long at either. Objects had become traps since the Verdant Mist arrived. They carried more memory than a tired mind could afford, and the mist had learned to sharpen memory into hooks. Still, he took the photograph from the dashboard and set it face down beneath a stone. He did not know the people in it. That made the act easier and harder at once. A low call moved through the scrub behind him, passed from one thorn animal to another. They were organizing without the full mind, using scent, fear, and whatever instincts the seed had left inside them. That meant the inhibitor had not yet touched this part of the basin, and it also meant the creatures were becoming less predictable. Network monsters could be studied. Frightened animals made choices. Jon had survived enough human panic to know choice could be more dangerous than obedience. He slipped between two fuel trucks and found a maintenance ladder hanging from one side, half rust and half vine. The first rung broke under his boot. The second held. He climbed with the flare in his teeth, and the rifle slung tight so it would not bang against metal and call every hungry thing in the wash. Behind him, the bus collapsed under a wave of hooked bodies. Ahead, the western rim waited, and above it the stars vanished one by one behind a spreading green veil. The old fuel spills formed a black river through the convoy field. Jon followed them by smell when sight failed. The stains had soaked into the earth years earlier, leaving an oily bitterness that cut through sap and rot. The mist hated that ground. Feeder roots recoiled from it, curling away like fingers near flame. Thorn animals crossed only when forced, shaking their feet afterward in frantic disgust. Kara had given him a road. It was ugly, poisoned, and narrow, which made it the most trustworthy road he had seen all night. At the end of the convoy, a tanker lay on its side, with its rear wheel suspended over a wash. The western slope rose beyond it, terraced by roots as thick as bridge cables. The impact crater glowed below, an immense green bowl with a black center that pulsed as if the planet had grown an eye and refused to blink. Fluid climbed channels in the inner wall. Each pulse drew it upward toward a wide membrane stretched across a crescent shelf halfway down the west face. Jon saw it and knew Kara had been right. The membrane looked like skin made from glass and leaf. Beneath it, rivers of light passed in braided streams, carrying signals from the seed to the outer nodes. The black inhibitor in his vial warmed against his chest, not with heat, but with response. The catalyst inside felt the network and wanted to answer it. He crouched behind the tanker and prepared the heat shock kit with fingers that had grown clumsy from cold and exhaustion. The kit was a pathetic thing compared with the laboratories he had once commanded. A ceramic heating sleeve, a cracked battery, 2 chemical tabs, 1 regulator stolen from Relay 2. Lottie would have insulted it for a full minute before using it better than anyone alive. He laid each piece on a strip of clean cloth and forced himself to name it before using it. He named the battery, the sleeve, the regulator, the injector, and the seal. The small ritual steadied him, because tools did not care how afraid he was. They responded to sequence, pressure, temperature, and touch. That had been the first kindness science had ever given him as a young man. Not certainty, never that, but a way to move one careful step at a time while the world shouted. A tremor passed through the tanker. Dust sifted from its seams. Somewhere inside, old fuel residue sloshed in a hidden pocket, and the smell made the feeder roots below withdraw another handspan from the slope. Jon studied that reaction with the ruined reflex of a scientist who still wanted notes even at the end of everything. The mist had not conquered chemistry. It had learned around most human weapons, but crude oil, old solvents, silver salts, cold, and certain mineral acids still irritated its tissues. Not enough to save a city. Enough to open a human-sized crack in fate if the right desperate people noticed. He thought of Lodit correcting his hand position while her life leaked away under the rock shelf. He thought of Elias dying in the electric hall so a message could travel. He thought of Ruan grinning with terror in his eyes as he bought seconds with fire. None of them had been symbols when they died. They had been tired, specific, inconvenient people with habits and private jokes. That mattered. The mist made patterns out of the dead. Jon made names. He placed the vial in the sleeve and watched the indicator climb. 30 degrees, then 40, then 48. He held the temperature as the regulator shivered, counted the breaths Lotta had told him to count, and then dropped it fast. The carrier base had to panic the catalyst without breaking it. He opened the cooling pack and plunged the sleeve into it until vapor rolled over his gloves. The liquid inside turned from black to a deep blue-green so dark it seemed to swallow the dawn before dawn arrived. A voice moved across the crater. Not Kara's this time. Not Helen's. Not Mira's. It was a chorus made from thousands of remembered throats. Every lost settlement, every final radio call, every campfire prayer the mist had absorbed while pretending it did not understand human speech. The voices did not shout. They pleaded with dreadful calm. Do not sever us. We are becoming one. Jon sealed the vial in the injector and checked the pressure. One is not peace if no one chose it. Choice is the disease that made you burn your forests, poison your seas, and leave your children beneath hungry skies. We correct waste. We end loneliness. We restore design. He looked down at the crater floor where structures like roots and bones moved in slow coordination. The sea did not think itself cruel. That was the horror at its center. It had crossed emptiness between worlds with an instruction old beyond human memory: grow, bind, repair, continue. It had landed on a planet already scarred by greed and war, and it had mistaken damage for permission. You do not restore, Jon said. You overwrite. A shape rose from the inner shelf. It was not an illusion this time. It was a body built from living material, tall and narrow, with a crown of fern-like spines and eyes like wet emeralds. It walked on two legs because it had studied humans and decided the posture would help. Around its chest, pale fibers tightened and loosened over a hard central knot. The seed had made an ambassador. It climbed toward him with measured steps. Behind it, the membrane continued to pulse. Jon Voss, the ambassador said with every voice at once. You grieve because separation taught you to mistake division for identity. Your wife is not gone. Your child is not gone. Their patterns remain in what we carry. Give us the inhibitor and we will let you meet them in continuity. He wanted to reject the offer before it reached him. He could not. The promise found the hollow place that had never healed and filled it with poisoned light. Show me Mira, he said. The ambassador tilted its head. The air beside the tanker shimmered. Mira appeared there at 8 years old, as she had been on the last morning before the flight south failed. Her braids were crooked because Helen had been rushing. Her front tooth was missing. She held a plastic dinosaur in one hand, the green stegosaurus she had refused to leave behind. The illusion even held the dinosaur at the wrong angle, tucked against her palm with one tiny painted plate broken. Jon remembered the day the plate had snapped. Mira had cried in secret because she thought he would decide broken toys should be thrown away. He had glued it at the kitchen table while Helen read invoices beside him, and Mira had watched with solemn hope as if he were a surgeon saving a beloved creature. The seed could not have known that from open air. It had found the memory in him, or in some residue of the fog that had touched his skin years ago, or in the raw places grief left undefended. That was the worst proof of its intelligence. It did not merely imitate what eyes could see. It searched for meaning and used whatever it found. Jon understood then that if it survived the dawn, it would become better at cruelty with every mind it touched. It would learn forgiveness as leverage, tenderness as bait, history as a chain. It would not need to hate humanity to destroy what made humanity worth saving. "Dad," she said. Jon almost broke. Not because he believed it fully, not because the shape was perfect, because grief did not require belief to draw blood. It only required a door, and the mist had become very good at doors. Mira stepped closer. "I was scared. You were not there." His knees weakened. The rifle dipped. Then a shot cracked from the western lip. The bullet punched through the illusion and shattered a patch of living glass behind it. Mira vanished. The ambassador turned toward the sound. High above, Kara hung inside a cage of pale roots fixed to the rim wall. One arm was free. In her hand was a smoking pistol taken from some dead guard or grown soldier. Even at that distance, Jon saw the rage in her posture. "That is not his daughter," she shouted, voice carrying down through the bowl. "And you are not Mercy." The crater erupted. Roots snapped toward Kara. Thorn animals burst from shelves. The ambassador lunged for Jon with impossible speed. He threw himself behind the tanker as claws tore through rusted metal. The injector nearly slipped from his hand. He clamped it under his arm and fired the rifle into the ambassador's chest. The rounds punched wet holes that closed almost at once. "Direct membrane contact," he said through clenched teeth. Of course, it could not be easy. He slid down the slope on loose shale, boots skidding, one hand gripping a root ridge. The ambassador followed, striking with limbs that split into spears. One spear grazed his side and opened a hotline across his ribs. He hit a ledge, rolled beneath another strike, and slammed the rifle stock into the creature's knee. The joint bent the wrong way, then corrected itself with a liquid crack. Above, Kara fired again. Her second shot hit the root binding her cage. It jerked back, smoking. She kicked at another strand and shouted something Jon could not catch. A thorn animal reached her shelf, and she drove the pistol into its open mouth before firing. The creature fell backward into the crater, twisting as it dropped. Jon reached the crescent shelf. The membrane stretched 20 yards ahead, guarded by a lattice of feeder vines. The injector pulsed in his hand. The dawn contraction began. Light drew inward across the whole crater. Fluid surged beneath the membrane, veins brightening from green to gold. The seed pulled its command signal tight, preparing to harden itself against the coming day. This was the opening. This was the necessary part. The ambassador landed between Jon and the membrane. It no longer spoke with the chorus. It used Helen's voice alone. "Please, Jon, do not make death final." He stopped. The creature wore no face now, only shifting tissue and borrowed sound, yet Helen's voice held the old kitchen warmth, the old tired patience, the old love that had once made the world feel survivable. "Death was already final for you," Jon said. "That is why you mattered." He pulled the last flare from his belt, struck it alive, and shoved it into the ambassador's chest knot. White fire burst through its ribs. The creature screamed with every stolen voice. Jon ran through the spray of burning sap, ignoring the heat across his gloves, and slammed into the feeder lattice. Vines wrapped his arms. One pinned his throat. Another coiled around the injector and tried to pull it away. He bit down on the inside of his cheek to stay conscious as pressure closed around his neck. His hand found the release cap. He tore it free with his teeth. Above him, Kara shouted his name. He could not answer. He drove the injector into the membrane with every remaining ounce of strength. The needle went through. The seed felt it. For one impossible second, nothing happened. Jon hung against the membrane, held by vines that tightened around his arms and throat. The injector's charge had entered the living wall. The vial was empty. Beneath the translucent surface, the dark fluid spread in a small bloom, no larger than his open hand. After all the miles and deaths and ruined promises, the end looked insultingly small. Then the bloom answered the network. Black veins shot through the membrane in branching lines. They did not burn outward. They listened outward. Jon saw Lote's final lesson unfold inside the seed's own language. The inhibitor did not attack like poison. It translated disobedience. It carried the original catalyst's authority into the command stream, then changed the command from grow and bind to release and sleep. The command stream opened inside him for a fraction of a second, not as vision but as pressure. He felt root systems under cities, mats of green flesh across river deltas, towers of leaf and bone in mountain valleys, and hidden nodes pulsing beneath ruins where people still whispered at night. He felt the seed's certainty that all of it was one body. Then the inhibitor moved through that certainty like a question the seed had no organ to answer. Release what is held. Separate what was bound. Sleep where you cannot choose. The order was not human language, but Jon knew its shape because it had been built from human refusal. Every sample, every measurement, every sacrifice had added grammar. The inhibitor carried Ruin's fire, Elias's signal, Lodi's precision, Umbeki's last stand, Amina's charge, Kara's defiance, and Jon's final act. It was not a miracle. It was work that grief had failed to stop. The membrane shuddered. The vines holding Jon went slack. He fell hard onto the shelf, rolled and gasped air through a throat that felt crushed. Across the crater, the feeder roots convulsed. Thorn animals staggered as if their bones had forgotten agreement. The ambassador tore the flare from its chest and tried to scream, but the sound came out as a broken choir, each stolen voice pulling away from the others. No, it said, then corrected itself with Helen's voice, then Mira's, then Kara's, then 1,000 strangers. We are the garden. We are the cure. We are the memory. Jon pushed himself upright. Blood slicked his glove from the cut at his ribs, but he held the empty injector like a knife. You are a jailer with flowers in your hands. The black lines reached the crescent shelf's far edge and vanished into deeper channels. A pulse traveled through the crater. Jon felt it pass through his boots and up his spine. Beyond the rim, the basin answered. The green haze over the desert thinned in a widening circle. For the first time in years, the stars above the Karoo sharpened. The seed fought back. The crater floor split open around the central mass. Plates of living mineral rose like shields. Fluid sprayed into the air, turning to glittering mist. Every plant on the west wall shoved itself toward the membrane as if trying to cut the infected tissue free. Jon saw the danger too late. If the seed isolated the crescent shelf, the inhibitor might die inside a local loop before reaching the world's other nodes. Kara saw it too. Her cage hung above a major feeder cable, the thick pale root that carried signal from the western membrane down into the core. She had freed both hands now. The one hung badly at her side. She braced her boots against the cage bars, wrapped the cable with a torn strip from her jacket, and began tying the strip to her own belt. "Kara, do not," Jon shouted. She looked down at him through the green dawn. Even from that distance, even with the crater convulsing beneath her, her expression had a fierce clarity that stripped every lie from the air. "You promised to finish it," she called back. "I never promised to be sensible." She fired her last round into the cage hinge. The hinge cracked. The cage swung outward. Kara jumped. For half a heartbeat she was a dark shape against the living light. Then the strip caught the feeder cable and dragged her along it in a terrible arc. She slammed into the root hard enough to tear a cry from her chest, but her hands closed around it. With her full weight, she pulled the cable down into the infected membrane stream. The black veins leaped into the cable. The result was immediate. The seed's counterpulse faltered. The black command raced down the cable toward the core, not as a trickle now, but as a flood. Kara hung from the line while it whipped and thrashed, boots striking stone, teeth bared in pain. Jon ran toward the anchor point without thinking. The ambassador intercepted him. Half burned, half collapsing, it dragged itself across the shelf on too many limbs. Its stolen voices had thinned to whispers, but its strength remained monstrous. It struck Jon across the chest and sent him skidding near the ledge. He tasted blood. The empty injector spun away. The creature crawled over him and shaped Helen's face for the last time. The features sagged as the inhibitor stripped coherence from the tissue. "If we fall," it whispered, "you're dead. Stay dead." Jon stared into the melting face and felt something inside him settle. Not heal. Not forgive. It simply settled into a shape he could finally carry without letting it steer his hands. They were never yours to give back. He drove his thumb into the creature's burning chest knot and pushed the flare deeper. The ambassador burst apart in a spray of hot sap and ash. Jon threw an arm over his face as burning fragments struck the stone. When he lowered it, the thing that had worn Helen's voice was only twitching plant matter losing its orders. Kara screamed above him. The feeder cable had begun to retract, dragging her toward a split in the crater wall. Jon staggered upright and ran. The shelf shook so violently that sections dropped away into green fire below. He grabbed the torn strip tied to her belt as she slid past, wrapped it around his forearm, and drove his boots against a stone ridge. The force nearly tore him from the shelf. "Let go," Kara shouted. "I'm done being obedient to terrible advice. This is not a debate." "Then stop talking and climb." She laughed once, ragged and furious, and began hauling herself hand over hand toward him. The cable snapped upward again. Jon's feet slipped. Stone shredded under his boots. He wrapped the strip tighter, feeling fabric and skin bite together, and pulled until his vision narrowed. Kara reached the ledge with one hand. He caught her wrist. For a moment, they hung there, both of them suspended over the collapsing crater, held by stubbornness and a strip of ruined cloth. "I have you," he said. "You better," she said through clenched teeth. He pulled. She kicked against the wall. Together, they rolled onto the shelf as the feeder cable tore free and vanished into the core. The entire crater went silent. It was not quiet in any ordinary sense. It was silent in the way a stopped heart makes a room feel suddenly too large. The command beat that had filled the world for years stopped between one pulse and the next. Jon felt the absence like stepping out of a storm he had forgotten was around him. The mist over the crater lifted in a single slow breath. Across the inner walls, plants sagged. Some blackened. Some simply released their grip on stone and hung loose, no longer directed by a mind beneath them. Then the outer nodes began to answer. A ring of green light appeared on the horizon, one flare after another, distant and immense. There was Table Mountain first, then Drakensberg, then the Congo Basin, then the Amazon, then cities and valleys and forests Jon would never see. The lights brightened, trembled, and went dark in sequence as command cohesion collapsed through the network. The radio on Jon's belt screamed with fragments as the interference broke open. Voices struck through the static from places the world had nearly forgotten. A woman in Nairobi reported clear bands above the towers. A boy somewhere near the old Danube kept repeating that the leaves had stopped moving. Santarem transmitted numbers too quickly for Jon to follow. Another voice, speaking Spanish through tears, said the green wall outside their school had fallen away and the children could see the road. The fragments came and went, but each one proved the same impossible fact. The command was breaking everywhere at once. The world did not become clean. It became free enough to suffer by its own rules again. Jon lay beside Kara on the shaking shelf, unable to move. She turned her head toward him. Her face was scraped and gray with exhaustion. She was the most real thing he had ever seen. "Did it work?" she asked. He looked at the clearing sky, at the dying green ring, at the first pale suggestion of ordinary dawn behind the rim. "Yes, Kara," he said. "It worked enough." Below them, the seed cracked. They should have died getting out. Jon knew that with the clear, detached certainty that sometimes follows impossible survival. The west shelf came apart behind them. The membrane peeled from the crater wall in long translucent sheets. Pools of green fluid turned black, then gray, then hardened into glassy crust that cracked beneath its own weight. The inner slopes dropped in sections, taking root towers and thorn nests with them. Without the command pulse, the seed's defenders became confused bodies, trapped inside a disaster they no longer understood. Kara could barely stand. Jon could barely breathe. They moved anyway. He kept one arm around her waist. She kept one hand locked in the back strap of his pack. When one of them slipped, the other cursed and hauled. It was not graceful. It was not heroic. It was two broken people refusing to let the crater decide the last line of their story. At the upper rim, a thorn animal crawled toward them with its back legs dragging uselessly. It snapped its jaws, but the motion had no purpose. Its eyes no longer carried the cold focus of the network. It was frightened. Kara raised the empty pistol, remembered it was empty, and lowered it. "Do we kill it?" Jon asked. The creature huffed and tried to retreat from them, dragging itself beneath a ledge where pale grass had already begun to wither. Kara watched it for a long second. "Not unless it comes back for us. I am too tired to murder confusion." They climbed past it. Beyond the outer rim, the desert looked bruised by dawn. Gray strips marked every place the network had released its hold, but islands of green remained in gullies and around shaded stone. Some of those islands trembled with leftover motion. Others sat utterly still, no longer soldiers, not yet ordinary plants. Jon marked them in his mind because habits survived even victory. Somebody would have to map this new danger. Somebody would have to teach children where not to play, teach farmers which routes could be cut, teach guards where not to fire. The end of the seed's command did not end responsibility. It multiplied it. The sun rose as they reached the outer slope. Real sunlight, thin and yellow, struck the Karoo after years of green filtration. It touched Jon's visor and turned every scratch into a line of fire. He removed the mask because the cartridge was finished and because he wanted to risk the air with his own lungs. The first breath burned, full of ash, mineral dust, dead spores, and cold desert. It was not pure. It was not safe. It was air. Kara removed her mask too. She inhaled carefully, then coughed hard enough to make Jon fear she would fall. When she steadied, tears had cut clean tracks down the dirt on her cheeks. "That is ugly air," she said. "The ugliest I have ever loved." She looked at him. The silence between them changed. It no longer carried only the dead. It carried all the words they had delayed because there had always been another tunnel, another beast, another impossible hour demanding the next breath. "Jon," she said, "I need to know whether you meant what you said on the radio. About trying for me too." He could have hidden behind exhaustion. He could have made a joke or delayed until grief returned to its familiar throne. Instead, he let the ruined crater stand witness and gave her the truth in a voice that shook. "I meant it. I do not know how to carry what I lost and still reach for anyone. I may do it badly. I may do it with fear in both hands. But I meant it." Kara's mouth trembled, not with weakness this time. "I am not asking you to be clean of the past. I have my own ghosts. I am asking whether you will stop treating the living like trespassers in a house built for the dead." The words hurt because they were fair. He touched the side of her face with 2 fingers, careful of the scrapes. She did not lean away. "I will try," he said, not as a promise made to sound beautiful, as work. Every day the world gives us. She closed her hand over his. "That is the only kind I trust." They rested under a broken survey post until the radio came alive near noon. At first Jon thought the static was only the less tantrum of collapsing interference. Then a signal tone cut through it, followed by Rao's voice from Santarem. She sounded far away, exhausted and alive. "Karoo team, this is Santarem. If anyone receives, respond. Global haze density dropping across all monitored sites. Node activity has failed in the Amazon corridor, Congo East Band, Southern Cape, and Northern India. Repeat, command activity has failed. If anyone receives, respond." Jon lifted the handset with hands that suddenly felt too heavy for joy. "Santarem, this is Voss. Delivery complete. Survivors, 2. Severe losses. The seed is cracked." The pause that followed seemed to last an entire life. Rao's voice returned smaller. "Jon, say that again." "Delivery complete," he said. "Kara survived. I survived. Becky, Lotte, Elias, and Ruan did not make it out with us. Amina's status unknown from Table Mountain. Many others bought this result. Record their names if you can. We will, Rao said. Her voice broke, then steadied. You did it. You actually did it. Kara sat beside him with her head against the post and one arm across her ribs. Tell her not to sound surprised. It is rude after all this effort. Jon almost laughed. The sound came out cracked, but it existed. Kara says your surprise is rude. Rao made a sound that might have been a sob and might have been laughter. Tell Kara I accept the criticism. Listen carefully. The inhibitor severed command, but not all growth is dying. Some areas are entering dormancy. Some adapted species remain active without coordination. We are advising settlements to treat the post-signal jungle as unstable, not safe. Jon looked toward the crater. On the outer slope, patches of green had gone gray. Others remained stubbornly alive, leaves turning slowly toward the new sun without the old intelligence behind them. That matches what we see, he said. The world will not reset. Rao sent coordinates for a recovery party, then kept talking because neither of them wanted to be the first to release the signal. She told him that Santarem had lost a third of its outer ring during the final pulse, but the central lab still stood. She told him that the Amazon canopy, once a single hostile roof, now moved in confused patches. Birds had returned to one river bend within hours. So had predators. Every good report carried teeth. Jon listened without pretending otherwise. Hope that ignored danger had killed too many people before the mist ever arrived. No, Rao replied, but it can belong to more than one hunger now. The phrase stayed with him after the transmission ended. They waited until afternoon before moving. Jon made a small cairn beneath the survey post. He had no bodies to bury. He placed a strip of Mbeki's ammunition sling, Lodi's broken pen, a charred fragment from Elias's slate, and Ruin's cracked lighter under 3 stones. For Kara he placed nothing because she sat beside him, breathing, and he refused to make an offering out of fear. Amina should have a stone too, Kara said. She may still be alive. Then give her one for what she did and let her complain later. He added a 4th stone. They stood together. Jon did not speak a grand line. The dead had endured enough performance. He said their names, each one clearly, and let the ugly air carry them over the scarred basin. Near dusk, while they waited for the recovery party, Kara slept with her head on Jon's folded jacket. He stayed awake because sleep still felt like a place where the mist might be waiting with borrowed faces. The crater smoked under a low sun. Every few minutes another section cracked and settled with a sound like distant artillery. Jon watched the central glass change color from green to dull amber. It no longer pulsed. It no longer reached. Yet he did not mistake defeat for harmlessness. Even broken, the seed was older than human pride, and pride had already proven too easy for it to exploit. He opened Lota's procedure sheets and wrote below her final line, with a pencil worn almost to nothing. Delivery achieved at dawn contraction. Network severance confirmed by visual collapse and radio reports. Survivors must not attempt direct crater entry until air, tissue, and signal readings are stable for 7 consecutive days. He paused, then added another sentence that was not scientific but felt necessary. Victory should be treated as a hazardous material. Kara woke before the recovery lights appeared. She read the last line and made a tired sound that might have been approval. Lotte would call that dramatic. She would be right. She would also copy it into the report while pretending she hated it. Jon folded the pages carefully. Then it stays. When they finally walked away from the crater, ordinary sunlight followed them down the slope. 6 months later, green still grew through the bones of Cape Town. It grew differently now. The old jungle had been a command made visible. Every vine had known where to grip. Every tree had leaned toward the nodes. Every predator it hunted with purpose borrowed from the seed beneath the Karoo. After the reckoning, as Rao's network named it, the living world became stranger and less certain. Some growth died in massive gray corridors that smelled of salt and old rain. Some settled into dormancy, hard pods waiting under ash. Some continued without the hive signal, becoming wild in the older sense of the word, dangerous, hungry, beautiful, and answerable to no single mind. People returned carefully. The first councils argued over everything. Some wanted fire breaks cut through every street. Some wanted protected preserves where harmless adapted plants could be studied. Some demanded that all crater-borne life be destroyed before it learned another trick. Others, usually the ones who had farmed hungry soil before the meteor, warned that fear could become its own kind of seed. Jon sat through those meetings with Kara at his side and did not pretend to own the answer. He had helped sever one command. He had no desire to replace it with another made from human certainty. They came from bunker towns, island camps, mountain holds, desert trains, and half-drowned ports. They came with rifles, seed vaults, water filters, prayer books, welding rigs, fishing nets, medical crates, and children who had never seen an open sky without green haze. They did not reclaim the city. Reclaim was too arrogant a word after everything the old world had done and everything the new one had survived. They negotiated with it. Salt Mile became the first true harbor settlement on the southern coast. The children learned new rules first because children always learned the shape of a changed world faster than adults admitted. They learned that bronze-throated birds warned of active root pockets, that pale flowers near old glass should be marked but not touched, and that any animal moving with too much coordination meant everyone went indoors until the watch captain said otherwise. They also learned old games in new places. Chalk circles appeared on concrete split by vines. Songs returned to stairwells. Someone painted a sun on the clinic wall. Not green, not perfect, but yellow enough to make passing strangers stop and stare. Jon sometimes feared those small signs more than danger. Danger asked for action. Beauty asked for trust. He had become better at the first than the second. Kara knew it and did not let him hide behind useful work forever. On clear evenings, she dragged him to the harbor wall where people gathered to watch the horizon change color. No one called it romance aloud. Salt Mile had too many practical ears for that kind of softness. But hands found hands in the dusk. Shoulders leaned together, and survivors practiced the terrifying art of expecting another morning. Its walls were lower now because the worst of the coordinated attacks had ended, but watchposts remained. Nobody trusted peace that arrived covered in teeth. Gardens grew on rooftops inside mesh screens. Rain collectors glittered on bus roofs. Old solar panels, cleaned and coaxed back to life, powered radios that spoke with Santarem, Nairobi, Mumbai, Reykjavik, and towns whose names had not existed before the sky changed. Jon returned in late winter with Kara at his side. He had been away for months, helping rouse teams track dormant nodes and teach settlements the difference between dead growth and merely quiet growth. He had written procedures in plain language because Lot would have mocked anything less useful. He had made sure every version carried the names of the people who had bought the knowledge. He wrote Mbeki, Lottie, Elias, and Ruan, then added Amina, who had survived Table Mountain with one arm badly damaged and a temper sharpened by recovery. Others too, hundreds and thousands, because no single story had saved the world. Single stories only made survival easier to carry. Kara walked slower now when the weather turned cold. Her shoulder hurt where the feeder cage had nearly torn her apart. She hated sympathy and accepted help only when it was offered as partnership rather than pity. In Salt Mile, children followed her because she knew how to repair traps, sharpen blades, and tell frightening stories with the proper pauses. She pretended to resent them. Nobody believed her. On their first evening back, Jon climbed the roof of the old clinic and looked toward the city center. Trees rose from avenues where cars still slept under moss. Birds with bronze throats nested in traffic lights. A herd of small-horned reptiles moved through the lower market, watched by guards who did not fire because the animals had learned the same cautious treaty as everyone else. Kara came up behind him with 2 cups of bitter tea. "You are staring like a man about to give a speech. I came prepared to stop you." He took 1 cup. "I was thinking. That is how your speeches begin." He smiled. It came easier now. Not always. Never on command. But easier. Below them, a girl chased a boy along the clinic wall while an older woman yelled for them to stop before they knocked over the water barrels. The children laughed beneath a sky that was blue at the edges and green only where distant mist still clung to the mountains. Mira would have liked this roof, Jon said. Kara stood beside him. She did not rush to comfort him. That was one of the reasons he loved her, with a steadier courage than he had expected to own again. "Tell me about her," she said. So he did. He told Kara about the plastic dinosaur, the crooked braids, the way Mira had believed clouds were animals hiding badly. He told her about Helen's laugh and the broken kettle, and the kitchen with cracked tiles. He spoke until grief became something other than a cage. It was not smaller, and it was not gone, but it was shared at last. When he finished, evening had settled over the harbor. Lights came on one by one along the wall. Radios crackled. Somewhere below, Amina was arguing with a generator, as if intimidation could improve voltage. In a room below the clinic, a small archive had begun. Its shelves held printed maps, medical notes, salvage records, and pages of testimony from people who had survived under the Green Rule. Jon visited it once a week. He read accounts from strangers until he could no longer keep his eyes steady, then filed his own corrections in the margins. He had learned that memory left untended could be stolen, twisted, or made convenient. The archive would not let the dead become decorations for speeches. It would keep them difficult, which was another word for true. Kara leaned her shoulder against his. "They are not trespassers," she said softly. "The living or the dead. There is room if we keep building." Jon looked at the green city, the scarred streets, the people moving carefully through a world that would never be clean and never be simple again. "Then we keep building," he said. "That first year would not be gentle. Fever still moved through some camps. Food stores failed where gray corridors poisoned wells. Families argued over whether to leave ruined towns or make homes beside them. The old world had taught people to expect recovery to mean straight roads, full shelves, and official voices promising order. The new world offered none of that. It offered patched roofs, guarded gardens, difficult meetings, and the slow return of trust between neighbors who had once hidden supplies from each other. Jon came to believe that this too was part of the cure. A world saved without humility would only grow another seed inside human hearts. Far beyond the harbor, in the broken heart of the Karoo, the cracked seed lay silent under glass and ash. Around it, guarded by warning towers and research tents, a ring of pale flowers had begun to grow. They opened only at sunrise. They carried no command signal. They produced no spores. When touched, they folded inward and waited. Rao wanted them studied. Amina wanted them burned. Kara said both positions had merit and neither should be trusted alone. Jon had no final answer. The world had taught him to distrust final answers. What he had was morning work, evening grief, hard-earned love, and a living planet no longer ruled by a single hunger. The reckoning had not returned Earth to what it was. It had given Earth back the burden of becoming. Under the first clean stars over Cape Town, Jon and Kara stood together, while the scarred garden breathed around them, no longer a prison, but a beginning that would demand courage every day it remained alive.